Hu Xiaodi was also afraid that the sausages would become smelly due to the high temperature outside during the day, so she asked the three brothers of the Ji family to hang all the sausages in her bedroom. After hanging the sausages, Hu Tiniu and the old scholar left the Ji family. After washing up, Hu Xiaodi entered the room, fastened the door bolt, and entered the space with a thought. She was afraid that the wild boars would wake up and destroy all her ginseng. Fortunately, the wild boars had not woken up yet, and none of the ginseng seedlings in the space were destroyed. Looking at the ginseng field again, the ginseng seedlings were growing well and were simply perfect. She went around to the open space behind the hospital and saw that the 36 wild boars were still lying on the ground motionless. Looking at the remaining 36 pigs, her brows frowned again. She couldn't help but think in her mind, if only the wild boars could stay in the grove behind the hospital and not run to the ginseng field. When she thought of this, the space automatically circled the entire grove behind the hospital and became the activity range of the wild boars. But she didn't know all this. Just as she was racking her brains over how to keep the wild boars in captivity, the wild boars gradually woke up from their coma. It wasn't until she heard the wild boar's grunts that she came back to her senses from her deep thoughts. Oh no! What if the wild boars go crazy? But the wild boars didn't go crazy as imagined, and after the wild boars woke up, they looked relatively docile, no different from domestic pigs. Suddenly, a wild boar saw her and walked straight towards her. Hu Xiaodi quickly stepped back, and with a thought, a bag of powerful drugs appeared in her hand. Before she could open the drugs, the wild boar seemed to hit a transparent wall, staggered 2 steps, and turned to walk towards the grove. Hu Xiaodi was stunned. What's going on? She walked forward a few steps, stopped where the wild boar hit the wall, stretched out her hand but didn't touch anything. She walked forward 2 more steps, still didn't find anything. Did the wild boar see a ghost? Hu Xiaodi didn't give up. She stepped back a few steps and deliberately made a noise to attract the wild boar's attention. The wild boars thought Hu Xiaodi was here to feed them, and they all ran towards her happily. The result was the same. The wild boars seemed to have hit the transparent wall again. Oh, this is interesting. Can this space also keep the wild boars in the grove behind the hospital as I wish? She put away the sleeping pills and moved her mind again. 2 cabbages appeared in her hand. She tried to attract wild boars with cabbages several times, including the other side of the hospital. The wild boars really couldn't leave the grove behind the hospital. Hu Xiaodi was so excited that she danced with joy. Wow. This function is great. It seems that my space can be turned into a super farm. I'm rich, haha. Hu Xiaodi moved her mind again, and the cabbages fell into the grove where the wild boars were. The wild boars ate very happily, and Hu Xiaodi turned around and came to the spiritual spring. Closing her eyes, she continued to cultivate the remaining vacant land with her mind. After cultivating all the vacant land, she planted ginseng seeds in the newly cultivated land. After watering the spiritual spring water, Hu Xiaodi flashed out of the space. Lying on the bed, Hu Xiaodi thought about how to turn the space into a super farm. From the time she traveled to now, the changes in the space made her vaguely aware that this space seemed to be related to her strength. Although the space is not too big now, it is still possible to build a small farm. If the space can be used to raise wild boars, then it must be able to raise other domestic animals as well. It seems that I need to take some time to get some chickens, ducks, and geese to raise in the space. As for the others, try your luck in the mountains, raise whatever you catch, and slowly expand the scale of the farm. When it grows up, you can eat it when you want to and sell it when you want to. I dressed up as a peasant girl and was given such an awesome golden finger. God must have been very kind to me. Even if I can't find a way to go back in the future, I can become the richest woman in Lingxiao country just by relying on this space farm. My mind was full of all sorts of thoughts until I fell asleep in the second half of the night. Wake up the next day. After Hu Xiaodi had breakfast, Uncle Ji and his family went to the small pine forest. She hesitated and stayed until the end, found 2 basins, took out a lot of ice cubes from the space, and put them in the basins to cool down the room. Originally, she could have put the sausages in the space, but she was afraid that the G family would find out that the sausages were missing and get anxious, so she could only put ice cubes in the room to ensure that the sausages would not become smelly. After doing all this, Hu Xiaodi locked the door, harnessed the carriage, and drove to the county town. The rice at home was almost gone, and unless she drove the carriage out, she really had no good excuse to get the food out of the space. What's more, when she went out today, she wanted to see if she could buy some poultry such as chicks and ducklings. If she could, she would buy some and raise them in the space. Hu Xiaodi rushed to the county town and went straight to Han Dongsheng, asking him to take her to buy it. When Han Dongsheng heard that Hu Xiaodi wanted to buy chickens, ducks, and geese, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Where are you going to keep the chickens, ducks, and geese? Isn't it too early to buy them when the house isn't even built yet? Hu Xiaodi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about where I raise them. I just want to raise them. Take me to buy them. Actually, I don't know where to buy them. I can only go for a walk and have a look. You can't blame me if you can't buy them. Don't blame you, don't blame you. If you can't buy small ones, you can buy big ones, as long as they can lay eggs. Sister. These days, who is willing to sell laying chickens and ducks? The ones that can be sold are basically old hens or big roosters that can't lay eggs. How do you know you can't buy them if you don't try? What if I'm lucky enough to buy them? Han Dongsheng shrugged. Anyway, I don't have much hope. Otherwise, let's go find Brother Wu first. Maybe he knows where to buy them? Then let's go. Let's find him now. Han Dongsheng looked helpless and went to Wu Yinghai's horse farm with Hu Xiaodi. When Wu Yinghai heard that Hu Xiaodi wanted to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, his reaction was similar to Han Dongsheng's. Sister Xiaodi, it's really hard to buy these little chickens, ducks, and geese. Who would be willing to sell the chicks? In the whole county, I've basically never seen anyone selling chicks or ducklings. Hu Xiaodi's head drooped when she heard this, with a look of disappointment on her face. If I had known this, I might as well have gone to another village to have a look. Wu Yinghai's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaodi, I'll take you to the village in the west of the city. I heard that there is an old woman there who raises a lot of chickens. Really? Then take me there quickly. If you can't buy little chicks, you can buy big ones. As long as they can lay eggs, hens can always hatch chicks. The west of the city is a bit far. I'm going to hitch a carriage, Wu Yinghai said, and walked out quickly. When they arrived at the village in the west of the city, Hu Xiaodi heard a rooster crowing. After asking a few people, the three of them found the old woman's house that Wu Yinghai mentioned. The old woman's house was very simple. An old man was sharpening a knife in the yard. There were more than 20 chickens in the yard. The old woman sat on a small stool, carefully cutting yellow cabbage leaves with a kitchen knife, probably to feed the chickens. Hu Xiaodi stepped forward and asked politely, Grandma, are you selling the chickens you raise? The old woman turned her head to look at Hu Xiaodi, then looked at Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai, who were dressed in fancy clothes, and shook her head and said, The hens are not for sale. The hens are kept for laying eggs. The eggs are sold for my eldest grandson's education. There are 3 roosters. If you want, I can sell you one. Hu Xiaodi smiled sweetly. Grandma, I just want to buy a few hens and a rooster to raise at home and let the hens hatch chicks after laying eggs. Aren't you going to buy them and kill them for meat? Of course not. I can't bear to eat them. If I eat them, I will have no chicks to raise. The old woman is old, and she really feels a little tired raising so many chickens. But if the chickens that she raised with great difficulty were bought and killed for meat, she would be very distressed. So, she couldn't bear to sell the chickens. The mother-in-law hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't make up her mind. The old man next to her said, Old lady, since this girl is going to be raised, why not sell a few to her? We are really unable to raise these chickens. The old lady put down the kitchen knife and stood up. Hu Xiaodi realized that she couldn't straighten her waist at all. She hobbled to the fence door and opened the fence door with trembling hands. Come in. But it's too difficult to catch chickens in broad daylight. Come early tomorrow morning, and I'll catch the chickens and lock them up for you. Hu Xiaodi looked at the hunched old lady and said, Seriously, Grandma, I'll pay a little more money. Can you sell all these chickens to me? I promise to raise them strong. The old lady shook her head. her face full of reluctance. In fact, at this age, the old couple should have enjoyed their old age. But their son died of illness a few years ago, leaving the old couple and their hardworking daughter-in-law. The grandson is eager to learn and make progress. In order not to delay his study, the old couple and their daughter-in-law will work tirelessly to support their grandson's studies. Hu Xiaodi can see that the old woman cherishes the chickens she raises. Although these chickens cannot afford the grandson's tuition, they can at least reduce the burden for the daughter-in-law. Alas! The old man sighed and said, "Little girl, there are a total of 28 chickens, and they can pick up more than 10 eggs a day. My son is gone, and my daughter-in-law works from dawn to dusk, but she can't save enough for my grandson's tuition. My grandson still has to rely on us to sell eggs for money to support his schooling. He is a good child, and we don't want him to neglect his studies. But we are old, and it is really hard to raise so many chickens. Girl, if you really want to buy them back and raise them, you can give me a price, and if it is suitable, you can take them all away." The old man said. His eyes were a little wet, and his eyes also hid reluctance and helplessness. Hu Xiaodi was moved. It was rare for such a difficult family to spare no effort to support their children to go to school. Looking at the hunched figures of the old couple, Hu Xiaodi said sincerely, "I will give you 30 taels of silver for these chickens." The old couple was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai were both stunned for a moment, but then they were relieved. A chicken can be sold for at most 40 coins, and 28 chickens are only a little more than 1 tael. But Hu Xiaodi gave 30 taels right away, which clearly showed that she wanted to help the old couple. For Hu Xiaodi today, 30 taels of silver are nothing. But for an ordinary family, 30 taels is not enough to earn in a year. The old man came back to his senses from the shock and waved his hands repeatedly. "It's not that much. We can't ask for that much, hey? Little girl, give me 2 taels of silver." Hu Xiaodi said seriously, "Grandpa, I am willing to give you 30 taels of silver, as if I were sponsoring your grandson to go to school. I hope he can have a good future. I will take all these chickens away, so you two don't have to work so hard anymore." The old couple lowered their heads. They really didn't want so much, but when they thought of their grandson, they could only helplessly remember Hu Xiaodi in their hearts. Just then, the old couple's daughter-in-law came back from work. She looked at Hu Xiaodi and the other two with a puzzled look on her face. "Excuse me, what are you doing here at my house?" The old woman stepped forward and introduced. "Daughter-in-law, this girl is here to buy chickens. She is our family's great benefactor. You have suffered a lot these years. Go to the private school and call Chinger back. Go quickly." Before the old couple's daughter-in-law could react to what was happening, she was pushed out by her mother-in-law. The woman had no choice but to follow her mother-in-law's wishes and trot all the way to the private school. Hu Xiaodi didn't care about it, thinking that the old couple might want their grandson to come back to identify the authenticity of the silver. The old couple came into the house and brought out chairs, asking the 3 of them to sit in the yard for a while. After the 3 of them sat down, the old woman went to cut vegetable leaves again. Hu Xiaodi said, "Mother-in-law, my home is a little far from the county town, and it's not easy to come here. I want to take the chicken away today. Is that okay with you?" The old woman was stunned, then smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want you to take them away. It's hard to catch them in the daytime. They can only be caught at night when they all go back to the chicken coop." Hu Xiaodi smiled and shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I have a way. To be honest, I'm a doctor. As long as I add a little bit of drug to the chicken feed, I can catch them all, and they will wake up after the drug wears off." "Is that so? Then I'll prepare the chicken feed." Hu Xiaodi nodded slightly. After waiting for a while, the old couple's daughter-in-law came back with a boy about 15 or 16 years old. The boy had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a thin body, a sallow skin, but an extremely clear gaze. Seeing his grandson coming back, the old man stood up and pointed at Hu Xiaodi and said, "Chinger, kneel down and kowtow to your benefactor." The young man was about to kneel down obediently. Hu Xiaodi was shocked and jumped up to grab the young man's arm and said, "No, no, no, you must not kneel down." The old man's eyes were filled with tears. "Yes, you must kneel down and kowtow." This is a great favor. The young man was about to kneel down again. Hu Xiaoti's face sank. Don't kneel. The young man was so scared that he suddenly stood up straight. The old couple and their daughter-in-law also stood there, looking puzzled. Why did this girl turn her face so suddenly? She looked a little scary, with a gloomy face.
Sit down.
Hu Xiaoti spoke again. The family of four was so scared that they sat down quickly, and they sat so straight. Hu Xiaoti's face changed, and she showed a sweet smile. Grandpa, please don't shorten my life. Your grandson looks older than me. How can I let him kneel down and kowtow to me? Hu Xiaoti said, I won't be angry if your grandson doesn't kneel down. Grandpa, I am still young and not yet of marriageable age. I will live a long life in the future. You can't let your grandson kneel down and kowtow to me, or I will shorten my life. After that, Hu Xiaoti took out 3 silver notes of 10 taels of silver and handed them to the old man. Here is a banknote for 30 taels of silver. Please keep it well and use it for your grandson's studies. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. Child, I really can't take so much. Okay, just consider it as me sponsoring your grandson's schooling. If he can pass the imperial examinations in the future, he can make more contributions to his hometown and repay his fellow countrymen. The young man's eyes were red. My benefactor, my surname is Lin Yucheng. Please leave your name and address. I will repay you for your kindness in the future.
Hu Xiaoti thought about it.
Her house was not built yet, and her name had not been changed yet. If she told the name Hu Xiaoti to the young man in front of her, he might not be able to find her in the future. So, Hu Xiaoti said, You don't need to know my name now. If you need to find me for something, you can go to Fuminlu to find my sworn brother, and he will tell you where I am. Han Dongxing stood up and said, Little brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to Fuminlu to find me. My surname is Han, and I am the owner of Fuminlu. Thank you, benefactor. Hu Xiaoti waved her hand and said with a smile, You're welcome, but I have an unreasonable request. Just tell me, benefactor. If you pass the imperial examination in the future, you must be a good official worthy of the common people. If you unfortunately fail, are you willing to work for me? Lin Yucheng nodded heavily. I am willing. If I am lucky enough to pass the imperial examination, I will never let the common people down, and I will definitely be a clean and honest official. If I unfortunately fail, I am willing to follow you until death. Very good. Remember your promise today. I will remember it in my heart. The old man put away the banknotes, pulled his wife, and was about to bow to Hu Xiaoti. Hu Xiaoti quickly stopped them. You 2 elders don't have to do this, mother-in-law. How about we go feed the chickens? Okay. The daughter-in-law of the 2 elders had already burst into tears, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Hu Xiaoti patted the woman's extremely rough hands, gave her silent encouragement, and turned around to accompany the old woman to get chicken feed. She reached into her pocket, and with a thought, a packet of ordinary drugs appeared in her hand. She opened the drugs, poured a little into the chicken feed, and after mixing it evenly, the old woman asked Hu Xiaoti and her group to wait under the eaves. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The old woman called the chickens while scattering chicken feed on the open space. The chickens flapped their wings and came to the old woman, pecking at the chicken feed on the ground happily. After a while, all 28 chickens fell down. The old woman was full of heartache, and tears rolled in her eyes. The old man found 3 chicken coops, and with tears in his eyes, he carefully put all the unconscious chickens into the coops. After putting all the chickens into the chicken coop, Hu Xiaoti took out the antidote for the drug and sprinkled it into the chicken coop. After a few breaths, all the unconscious chickens woke up. The old woman was relieved when she saw it. After saying goodbye to the old woman and her family, Hu Xiaoti and the other 2 each carried a chicken coop and sent all the chickens to the carriage. The old woman and her family stood outside the courtyard, watching Hu Xiaoti leave with gratitude on their faces. After getting on the carriage, Wu Yinghai said, Xiaoti, you are so generous. You are using 30 taels of silver to buy 28 chickens. You are supporting that young man. Will he really remember your kindness in the future? Hu Xiaodi smiled nonchalantly. It doesn't matter whether he remembers it or not, but Lin Yuqing is definitely not an ungrateful person. It is rare to see a boy of 15 or 16 with eyes so clear and pure. Besides, the old man and the old woman couldn't even stand up straight, and I just wanted to help them without asking for anything in return. I am not a bad person, but I am not a pushover either. I will help those who deserve my help. Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai nodded at the same time. However, no one expected that Hu Xiaodi's good deeds today would reward her with a loyal and brave general in the future. After returning to Fumanlu, the three of them put the chicken cage on Hu Xiaodi's carriage. Han Dongsheng asked the kitchen to prepare lunch, and the three of them went to the private room on the second floor. Wu Yinghai said, "Xiaodi, those chickens should be enough, right?" "Yes, that's enough. Just buy some ducks and geese. This thing is really hard to buy. You're busy building a house now, and the family is so busy. How about you go back today, and I will go to other places to ask. If I can buy it, I will buy it for you, and you can come and get it." Hu Xiaodi said with a smile, "Brother Wu, you are really my brother. Why are you so good? Who made you my sister?" There was one more thing Wu Yinghai didn't say. It was not easy for Hu Xiaodi to make money. He really couldn't bear to see his sister using his hard-earned money to help others. It's good if the people who help know how to be grateful. If they don't even know how to be grateful, it's just a waste of hard-earned money. The sister is still young, and the brother must help her check it. After lunch, Hu Xiaodi asked her two brothers to take her to buy some corn. Raising so many wild boars and chickens, you can't feed them with the Ji family's food. After buying a lot of corn, Hu Xiaodi said goodbye to her two brothers and left. On the way, she found a cool and secluded place to stop the carriage, sent all the chickens into the space, and raised them in the open space behind the supermarket. The corn was also sent into the space, and then the cloth bag was taken out, and a lot of rice and flour were taken out from the space and poured into the cloth bag, and the mouth of the cloth bag was tied tightly, and then the carriage was driven back to the village. When returning to the Ji family, the door of the Ji family was still locked. Hu Xiaodi took out the key to open the door and unloaded the rice and flour from the carriage. After unloading the carriage, she led the horse to the stable and fed the horse some hay. After feeding the horse, Hu Xiaodi went to light a fire and prepare to brine the pig first. Just as the pig was brine, and she scooped rice from the rice jar to wash the rice and cook, Aunt Ji came back. "Xiaodi, you're back. Didn't you go to the mountains today?" "Auntie, I went to the county town to buy rice and flour today. You should take a rest. I'll cook today." Auntie Ji smiled kindly. "I'm not tired. I came back to cook after working for a short while. How tired can I be? That's also physical work.
Take a rest."
Auntie Ji couldn't stay idle. Hu Xiaodi had no choice but to let Auntie Ji busy. Not long after, Ji Chunhua also came back. She now goes to work in the small pine forest in the morning and at noon. In the afternoon, she basically comes back with Auntie Ji. Auntie Ji cooks, and she is busy making clothes. Hu Xiaodi cooked the rice and went to prepare the side dishes. After working for a long time, she sat down to rest. An hour later, Uncle Ji, the old scholar, and others also came back. In the evening, Hu Xiaodi closed the door and entered the space with a thought. "I went to the back of the supermarket to take a look at the chickens I bought today. They were all safe and sound, so I returned to the front of the supermarket." Looking at the big bags of corn, Hu Xiaodi frowned. "Oh no, I forgot to find someone to grind the corn into flour. Chickens and pigs grow very fast if they are fed with corn flour mixed with vegetable leaves. Chickens and pigs cannot be fed only with grains or vegetable leaves. The growth of livestock also requires balanced nutrition. But the corn is not ground into flour, which is a bit troublesome." Thinking of the wall-breaking machine in the supermarket, Hu Xiaodi could only take a wall-breaking machine and beat the corn into flour little by little. But the speed was too slow, and Hu Xiaodi was anxious and scratched her head. She grabbed a handful of corn kernels, thinking that she would have to find someone to grind the corn into flour tomorrow. Inadvertently, she used some internal force on her hands, and the corn kernels were crushed into powder by her. Looking at the corn ground into powder by the internal force in the palm of her hand, Hu Xiaodi was happy. She hurriedly held a handful of corn kernels with both hands, urged the internal force, and the corn kernels in her hand immediately turned into powder. Isn't this faster than a wall-breaking machine? Maybe I can use this method to practice internal strength. Well, I can give it a try. So, she kept holding the corn kernels in her hands with her internal strength and crushed them into powder. Later, she felt that crushing them one handful at a time was too slow, so she simply put both hands into the bag of corn, palms facing each other, and then used her internal strength, and the corn kernels immediately turned into flour. When she ground the whole bag of corn into flour, the pitiful internal strength in her body was consumed, and she was exhausted. She supported her weak body to the spiritual spring, took some spiritual spring water and drank it, then sat on the ground to practice qigong and regulate her breathing. The next day, at the hour of Mao, the rooster in the space began to crow, and Hu Xiaodi opened her eyes. She stretched and carefully sensed the internal strength in her body. Unexpectedly, after a night, the internal strength in her body had increased a little. This is better than sitting on the bed to practice qigong. It was almost dawn. Hu Xiaodi hurried to the supermarket to get 4 large stainless steel basins, and then went to the suite to get a cutting board and a kitchen knife. With a thought, a large pile of green vegetables appeared beside her, including cabbage, pumpkin, water spinach, green vegetables, etc. After cutting the vegetables, she poured some cornmeal into 4 large basins, added some spiritual spring water, and mixed them evenly, and then sent them to feed the wild boars and chickens with her mind. Watching the wild boars and chickens eating happily, Hu Xiaodi murmured, I wonder if the chickens and wild boars raised with spiritual spring water will taste more delicious? Seeing that it was getting late, Hu Xiaodi hurried out of the space. When she opened the door, it was already bright. Although she hadn't slept all night, Hu Xiaodi didn't feel tired, but full of energy. After breakfast, Hu Xiaodi didn't go to the small pine forest. The wild boars and chickens in the space couldn't always eat vegetables from the supermarket. Although these things can be automatically replenished now, if this function disappears one day and a famine occurs again, there will be no place to cry. In ancient times, famines often occurred, and such things had to be prevented. Although many grasses that pigs and chickens can eat have turned yellow in late autumn, they are not completely impossible to cut. There are many wild grasses that are still green by the stream. As long as they are not poisonous, they can be cut to feed pigs and chickens. If you really can't harvest them, then find a way to open up a piece of land in the space, then plant some radishes and cabbages, water them with some spiritual spring water, and you can pick them in a few days to feed pigs and chickens. However, Hu Xiaodi walked around the creek, but didn't cut much grass for the pigs. There were more than 30 wild boars and more than 20 chickens. The daily food intake was not something she could satisfy by just cutting some grass by the river. Hu Xiaodi's frown deepened. It seemed that she had to buy more land and grow more food, otherwise she would only be able to buy food to feed livestock in the future. The cost is too high. It's a pity that the space is not big enough now, otherwise there would be no need to rush to buy land. Unable to cut much pig grass, Hu Xiaodi simply threw all the pig grass into the space and strode into the mountains. When she arrived in the mountains, Hu Xiaodi dug up medicinal herbs and caught prey. Once the prey is caught, it will be kept in the space. I didn't go back to eat at noon. I found a place and went straight into the space to cook some instant noodles and add 2 sausages to fill my stomach. After filling her stomach, she continued wandering in the mountains, but she never summoned the wolves. Because she wanted to catch some prey and put them in the space to raise and breed. If there were wolves there, she wouldn't be able to catch any prey. Her luck was particularly good today. Not only did she catch a nest of hares, she also caught 2 pheasants, 1 male and 1 female, and 9 pheasant eggs. She sent all of these into the space. She didn't even plan to eat the pheasant eggs, as she was going to keep them for hatching pheasant chicks. In addition, she also dug up a wild ginseng of very good quality, which looked to be about 100 years old. She also carefully transplanted it into the space. Hu Xiaodi didn't return to the Ji family until before dinner. At the dinner table, Hu Xiaodi said, "Uncle, I want to buy some land to grow crops. After the house is built, I want to raise more livestock. Can you allocate land to me directly?" Uncle G nodded. It's no problem to divide the land. How much land do you want? Hu Xiaodi frowned and thought for a while. First, allocate 50 mu, and we'll talk about it if it's not enough. Everyone in the G family almost dropped their jaws. Uncle G's voice changed. Can you plant 50 or 50 mu? And I'm afraid our village can't allocate so much land at once. Hu Xiaodi smiled. Uncle, do you think I'm going to plant the land myself? I spend money to hire people to plant the land. Hee, I just want to be a landlord. Uncle G twitched his mouth and said unhappily, Girl, these days hiring people to plant the land is a practice of paying money. There is not much harvest per mu of land in a year. It's not cost-effective to hire people to plant the land. And how much fertilizer is needed for 50 mu of land? Where can you get this fertilizer? Hu Xiaodi was stunned and had to admit that what Uncle G said was true. It was too difficult to have a good harvest with only farmyard manure. Alas, if I had known that I would travel back to ancient times to plant crops, I would have gotten some fertilizers in advance. It's a pity that money can't buy early knowledge, the old scholar said with a smile. Girl, don't rush to buy land. If you really want to grow something, I'll give you my land to grow. Anyway, I'm teaching in a private school all day and have no time to grow crops. Besides, I eat with you guys every day, so just go and grow crops on my land. I don't want your money or your food. Hu Xiaodi smiled and said, Then I'll go and grow crops next year. But your 2 acres of land is really too little. I'm a lone man with only that much land. I don't have more even if you want it. Grandpa G, then I won't be polite. I'll go and grow crops next spring. Aunt G replied, There are still some cabbage seeds and radish seeds, but there are no seeds of other vegetables. The old scholar said, I still have some green vegetable seeds and radish seeds at home. Girl, come with me to get them later.
Hu Xiaodi nodded. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa G.
The eldest daughter-in-law of the G family also smiled and said, Xiaodi, I have pepper and eggplant seeds, all of which are saved from this year. If you want them, I will send them to you later. Okay, thank you, Aunt G. By the way, I also need some sweet potatoes. Third sister-in-law G said, I have sweet potatoes at home. I will send you a basket later. I will send you more after you finish eating. Hu Xiaodi's face was full of excitement. Enough, enough, I'm not eating them, I'm planting them. Third sister-in-law G was a little unbelievable. Xiaodi, can sweet potatoes be planted in this season? No, I'll find them and save them to plant after the new year. Okay, I'll send them to you after dinner. After dinner, Hu Xiaodi followed the old scholar to his home. The old scholar searched for a long time before he found the green vegetable seeds and radish seeds, and gave them all to Hu Xiaodi. Hu Xiaodi took the seeds back to the G family, and Aunt G and her 2 daughters-in-law gave all the vegetable seeds in the house to Hu Xiaodi. Looking at the vegetable seeds in her hand, Hu Xiaodi was in a very happy mood. In the evening, Hu Xiaodi washed up hastily, went into the bedroom, closed the door, and flashed into the space. In just one day, the hair on the wild boar and chicken became much brighter. That was all because Hu Xiaodi fed them spiritual spring water. After Hu Xiaodi took a look at the wild boar and chicken, she was busy cutting vegetables. This time, she threw the whole cabbage into the air and then waved the kitchen knife and chopped the whole cabbage into pieces with a few swishes. Hu Xiaodi thought, it would be nice to have a long sword so I can practice swordsmanship by the way. The next second, the Chungying sword, which had been with her since she was 18 years old in her previous life, appeared in her hand. The Chungying sword is one of the 10 famous swords in the legend. It was a gift from her father in her previous life when she turned 18. It is said that her father accidentally got it at an auction. Holding the Chungying sword in her hand, Hu Xiaodi curled her lips. She couldn't bear to use Chungying, one of the 10 famous swords, to cut cabbage. With a thought, she sent the Chungying sword back to the suite and continued to wield the kitchen knife to cut vegetables. After cutting the vegetables, Hu Xiaodi poured some cornmeal, added some Lingquan water, and mixed the vegetables evenly, and then sent them to feed the chickens and wild boars. Of course, the pheasants and rabbits caught during the day were also fed together. After finishing these things, Hu Xiaodi turned around the entire space again, looking for a suitable place to grow vegetables. She had planted ginseng all around the Lingquan, so she had to find another place to grow vegetables. But now the area that can be planted in the space is limited. At present, only the edge of the ginseng field can be developed a little, but not much. She closed her eyes and began to use her mind to develop the open space at the edge of the ginseng field. After developing the edge of the ginseng field, she found a small shovel, dug a small hole, threw 3 or 4 cabbage seeds, and then covered it with a thin layer of soil. After planting cabbage all over the edge of the ginseng field, Hu Xiaodi watered the entire field with spiritual spring water and then used her inner strength to grind corn kernels to make a large bag of corn flour. She once again used up all her inner strength. Dragging her weak steps to the spiritual spring, Hu Xiaodi drank a glass of spiritual spring water, went to the suite to take a shower, and flashed out of the space. She was so exhausted that she quickly sat cross-legged and practiced internal energy to recover her consumed energy. An hour later, her internal strength had recovered to about 60%, and she pulled back the quilt and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was already bright. Aunt Ji kept the breakfast warm in the pot, and the family had already gone to work in the pine forest. After Hu Xiaodi finished washing up, she added some spiritual spring water into the water tank before taking breakfast out of the pot. Arriving at the small pine forest, Hu Xiaodi found Uncle Ji, who was just about to transport wood. "Uncle, do we still have land that has not been planted with wheat?" Uncle Ji shook his head. "No, after harvesting corn, the fields are either planted with wheat or bitter buckwheat." "Girl, what do you want to plant?" "I want to plant some radishes to feed the pigs." Hu Xiaodi lowered her voice and said, "Uncle, I found a group of wild boars in the mountains, and I want to bring 2 little ones back to raise." Grandpa Ji's eyes lit up. "Really? Will there be danger? Where are they? Let's call a few people to get all the wild boars back." Hu Xiaodi shook her head decisively. "No, we don't have enough food to feed them even if we get them back. I've let the wolves guard the wild boars, and no one else can even get close. Let's raise the wild boars in the mountains. I just want to get 2 little ones back, so we can cook and feed them, and the pork raised this way will taste better." "That's right, there's too little food at home, and now the pigsty has been converted into a stable. There's not even a pigsty. I have to find a way to build a pigsty." "No need to build it. If we have to build one, build it in the pine forest. Plant radishes now, and when the radishes grow up, the pigsty will be built, and then I'll get a few wild boars back to raise. By the way, your Grandpa Ji's family has some land that they reclaimed and dug out by themselves. The land is too small to plow with oxen, so they can only be dug with hoes. So now the land is empty and nothing is planted. Do you want to go and have a look?" "No need to look, just go there and plant radishes. I'll call Sister Ji and the others to help me plant." Uncle Ji smiled and nodded. "Go. Call a few more people to go, and we can finish planting in half a day."
Okay.
Hu Xiaodi came to the place where everyone was working, stood in a more conspicuous position, and said loudly, "Dear neighbors, please stop what you are doing and listen to me." When everyone heard this, they all stopped working and looked at Hu Xiaodi without blinking. Hu Xiaodi cleared her throat and said loudly, "Neighbors, I'm going to plant some radishes today, and I need a few people to help me plant them. There are not many radishes to plant, so the women will follow me, and all the men will stay, and we will try to plant all the radishes in one morning." When the women heard this, they happily carried their hoes on their shoulders, talked and laughed all the way, and all followed Hu Xiaodi to the old scholar's field. Hu Xiaodi knew that piece of land, and she had been there when she helped the old scholar harvest corn. There are many large protruding rocks in the field, and the crops are planted in places without rocks. When they arrived at the field, Aunt Ji said, "Zhao Di, give me the radish seeds. I will spread the seeds on the ground, and then we will all start digging together. Just dig up the corn stubble." Hu Xiaodi smiled and handed the radish seeds to Aunt Ji. Aunt Ji took the radish seeds and scattered them sparsely on the ground. Hu Xiaodi also followed to dig. With the memory of the original owner, she didn't have much effort to dig. A group of women dug very hard and very fast. Everyone knew that Hu Xiaodi paid them wages every month, and the wages were not low. Moreover, Hu Xiaodi helped everyone as much as possible in normal times, and tried her best to make everyone live a good life. So when working, Everyone spared no effort. Hu Xiaodi dug very hard and at the fastest speed. In the middle of the sea hour, Aunt Ji went back to cook, while the others continued to work. Those working on the construction site had an hour at noon every day to eat and rest, but the total working time was 4 hours a day. Of course, Hu Xiaodi did not ask the Ji family members at all. But the Ji family members worked the hardest, not only working hard, but also responsible for supervision. Hu Xiaodi had complete trust in the Ji family. In one morning, Hu Xiaodi planted radishes all over the old scholar's land. In order to make the radishes sprout and grow as soon as possible, Hu Xiaodi planned to try to water them with spiritual spring water. If the crops in ordinary fields can grow rapidly under the irrigation of spiritual spring water, then there will be no worries about food for livestock in the future. But now that there are so many people, she can't use spiritual spring water for irrigation. Hu Xiaodi said, "Sister Chunhua, you take everyone back first. I'll go to the bathroom." Ji Chunhua smiled and nodded. Watching Ji Chunhua and her group walk away until they could no longer see their backs. Hu Xiaodi was about to come out of the jungle when she suddenly felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen, and she quickly dodged into the space. She had been in the ancient times for 4 months, and she hadn't had her menstrual period. This feeling was clearly a sign of menarche. When she came to the suite, Hu Xiaodi found a sanitary napkin and went to the bathroom to use it. The next second, her menarche came as expected. What a close call. Fortunately, there was a sanitary napkin in her space. Otherwise, I would have made a fool of myself today. After leaving the space, Hu Xiaodi watered the radish field with spiritual spring water before walking towards the village. After lunch, Hu Xiaodi and the Ji family went to the small pine forest together. Just when everyone was working hard, one of the villagers shouted, "Xiaodi, Xiaodi, come here quickly, we have dug something up here." Hu Xiaodi immediately ran over and saw that what the villagers had dug out was actually a jewelry box. The surface was already rusty and the material could not be seen at all. There was also a small lock on the jewelry box, and the entire lock was green in appearance, so it should be a copper lock. The villager who dug up the jewelry box was called Lu Erju, and he was usually honest and simple. Hu Xiaodi said, "Brother Lu bring the box here for me to see." Lu Erju handed the jewelry box to Hu Xiaodi. Hu Xiaodi held it in her hand, and it was quite heavy. Hu Xiaodi cleaned all the dirt on the surface, but still could not see the material of the jewelry box. Because Lu Erju, who found the jewelry box, shouted Hu Xiaodi, he attracted other villagers to come over. A villager came forward curiously and said, "Xiaodi, open it and see what's inside." So many people watched Lu Erju dig up the jewelry box. If Hu Xiaodi didn't open it for everyone to see, maybe everyone would think she was greedy and selfish. Hu Xiaodi nodded slightly, held the small lock on the jewelry box with her small hand, secretly exerted her inner strength, and with a click, the small lock opened. All the villagers held their breath and stared at the jewelry box without blinking. Hu Xiaodi slowly opened the jewelry box, and the dazzling light made the villagers squint their eyes. Only Hu Xiaodi had a look of astonishment on her face, with her eyes wide open. There were more than a dozen sparkling diamonds in the jewelry box, and they were all as big as pigeon eggs. Joy and excitement instantly filled Hu Xiaodi's heart. She took out a diamond and looked at it again and again. After confirming that it was a real diamond, she was so excited that she was speechless for a long time. It's sent. If I could find a way to go back and bring these diamonds with me, I would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life." Uncle Ji looked at the sparkling diamond and asked, "Xiaodi, what is this?" Hu Xiaodi came back to her senses instantly, put the diamond away, and said with a smile, "Uncle, this thing can be made into a jewelry ornament, but it is very difficult and not easy to make." Uncle Ji smiled and said, "Then you keep it, and when you find a good family to marry, keep it as your dowry." Several other villagers also echoed, "That's right, Xiaodi, you should collect them quickly and use them as your dowry when you get married. These are things found on your land, and they should all be yours." Yes, Xiaodi bought this land. No matter what is dug up, it should all be hers. Someone also murmured, "This thing looks shiny. Could it be valuable? I've never seen anything like it before." Who knows? But no matter whether it's valuable or not, it should belong to Zhaodi. She spent a full 100 taels of silver to buy this piece of small pine forest. I think the second son of the Liu family is a fool. He doesn't even know that he is keeping it secretly. What if it is valuable? Your idea is wrong. What if someone digs up a silver ingot in your yard one day? Would you be happy if they took it away? Brother Ji said loudly. Fellow villagers, this entire small pine forest was bought by Zhaodi, and he spent a full 100 taels of silver. No matter what is dug up, I hope everyone can take the initiative to hand it over to Zhaodi. Zhaodi will be able to lead everyone to live a good life in the future. If you are doing something behind her back now, don't expect Zhaodi to think of you when there is something good in the future. Those villagers who originally had selfish intentions were all stunned when they heard what the eldest brother of the Ji family said. For a little thing, what if they are not close to Zhaodi in the future, and she doesn't think of them when there is something good? Wouldn't it be a loss of the big for the small? Zhaodi smiled and said, Brother Ji, you can't say that. Although I bought this piece of land, I will definitely reward those who dig up and give it to me. If you dig up something and hide it yourself, it also belongs to you. After that, Zhaodi took out a silver ingot, a full 10 taels. She handed the silver to the villager who dug the diamond and said with a smile, This is a reward for you. Take it. The villagers were overjoyed and put away the silver with thousands of thanks. It felt heavy in their pockets. In fact, Zhaodi was not stingy. She was willing to give 10 taels of silver for a dozen diamonds the size of pigeon eggs. In fact, diamonds were not so precious in ancient times. People in ancient times preferred colored gemstones, such as turquoise and ruby. The people of Lingxiao Kingdom were the same. 10 taels of silver were a huge sum of money for the villagers. Lu Erju dug carefully around the place where he dug the jewelry box. After making sure that there was nothing, he suppressed his excitement and continued to dig the foundation. The other villagers were full of envy. That was 10 taels of silver, 5 months' wages. Lu Erju was so lucky. Envy is envy. The villagers also hope that they can dig something, so they work harder. But except for the jewelry box, nothing else was dug. Zhaodi is busy every day. In addition to the busy things during the day, she also has to go to the space to work every day. In a blink of an eye, there is only more than a month away from the Chinese New Year. The wild boars and chickens in the space are growing very well, but she never picks up eggs and lets the chickens breed freely. A few ducks and geese are also raised in the space, but the number is not large. Bianjing. Mo Jinan has already found out Zhaodi's life experience, and he is visiting the Taifu mansion with Xiang Taifu at this time. He asked Xiang Taifu to dismiss the servants and asked in a deep voice, Lord Xiang, is your daughter Xiang Xinyu your biological daughter? Xiang Taifu was startled and shook his head. No. Mo Jinan frowned, his eyes full of inquiry. Taifu Xiang's eyes were slightly red, and he continued with a sad face. My biological daughter is actually called Xiang Xinyao. When she was 3 years old, she went shopping with her mother and got lost. Over the years, I have never given up looking for her, but I can't find her. As for Xinyu, she is the child I rescued when my wife and I went out to look for our biological daughter. Because we couldn't find Yaoer, and she was really pitiful, we considered for a long time before deciding to adopt her. Mo Jinan nodded. So, she is not my fiancée? Taifu Xiang nodded and said, Yes, she is indeed not your fiancée. I have always felt that I could find Yaoer, but 11 years have passed, and there is still no news of Yaoer. I don't know whether she is dead or alive. Mo Jinan's face darkened. Then, if your biological daughter cannot be found, do you plan to let I want your adopted daughter to marry me instead of your biological daughter? Imperial tutor Xiang shook his head without hesitation. I have no such plan, because the prince has never come to propose marriage, so I have not found a suitable opportunity to tell the prince about Xinyu's life experience. Xinyu is a well-behaved and sensible child, but her personality is not suitable for marrying into the royal family, and I have never thought of letting her enter the palace. I am now in a high position, and do not need a marriage to consolidate my position. Your Majesty, I believe you have also seen that Sinew has no similarities with me and my wife, so I ask this question. If you want to cancel the engagement, I will never say a word. Mo Jin curled his lips. Who said that I want to cancel the engagement? But the person I want to marry is not Seong's adopted daughter, but your biological daughter. When he came to the Imperial Tutor's mansion, Mo Jin had already thought about it. If Imperial Tutor Seong admitted that Seong Sinew was his biological daughter, he would decisively cancel the engagement and find time to find Hu Xiaodi to repay his gratitude. The life-saving grace must be repaid. Unexpectedly, Master Seong directly admitted that Seong Sinew was just their adopted daughter, so he didn't have to cancel the engagement. In the past few months, whenever he thought of the petite, cute, money-loving, and delicious Hu Xiaodi, his heart couldn't help but ripple. He was looking forward to seeing her again. Master Seong was stunned for a second, then stood up from the chair excitedly. Prince, do you know the whereabouts of my daughter? Mo Jin smiled and nodded. It's almost certain. If my investigation is correct, the girl is your biological daughter. Where is she? Seong Taifu was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. After 11 years of searching and waiting, he finally got news of his daughter. She is in a small mountain village in Fulian County, Yuncheng. I was assassinated and fled to the mountains. She saved me. Seong Taifu's tears flowed instantly, his eyes full of excitement and disbelief. After 11 years, there is finally news about my daughter. Mo Jin said, Lord Seong, go and ask for leave from your brother and set off as soon as possible to bring your daughter back. When I saw her, she was not doing well. She was very thin and had no flesh on her body. She was small, and the clothes she wore were no different from those of a beggar. Okay, tomorrow morning, I will go to the emperor to ask for leave. Well, it takes 2 months to go back and forth. If you go at this time, you will definitely not be able to come back for the new year. You might as well stay in Yuncheng to accompany your biological daughter for the new year. You will have to take 3 months off.
Ah?
Will the emperor agree to 3 months? You and your biological daughter have been separated for 11 years. If the emperor doesn't allow it, will you not go to pick up your biological daughter? Taifu Seong shook his head. No. Even if I have to resign, I will find my biological daughter back. Mo Jin raised his eyebrows. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Then I will take my leave first. Goodbye, Your Majesty. After seeing Mo Jin off, Taifu Seong couldn't wait to call his wife, 3 sons, and adopted daughter to the main hall. The eldest son, Seong Yenjua, is 23 years old and has entered the officialdom. He was the top scholar in the imperial examination the year before last. He is now working in the Hanlin Academy and holds the 6th rank. The second son, Seong Yenlin, is 20 years old and is a military man. He plans to take the military examination next year. The third son, Seong Yanchen, is a business genius. He is only 17 years old and has already owned a lot of businesses in Bianjing. The adopted daughter, Seong Sinew, is 16 years old. She has a pretty face and no outstanding talents, but she is very talented in needlework. The family gathered in the main hall. Seong Taifu said excitedly, I called you here today to tell you a happy event. There is news about Yaoer in our family. The whole family was stunned for a moment. The next second, Mrs. Taifu burst into tears. Master, what did you say? There is news about Yaoer? Is it true? Where is she? The 3 sons of the Seong family and Seong Sinew all had red eyes in an instant, staring at Seong Taifu without blinking, waiting for his answer. Seong Taifu's lips were trembling with excitement. It's true. The virtuous king came to the mansion just now. He told me that our Yaoer is in Fulian County, Yuncheng. Seong Yenjua said excitedly. Dad, let's go to the emperor to ask for leave and bring my sister back. I don't know if my sister has been doing well these years. Has she been wronged? Seong Yenlin said. It takes 2 months to go from Bianjing to Yuncheng. I'm afraid the emperor will not allow such a long leave. Why don't I and my third brother go to pick up my sister? Seong Yanchen nodded in agreement. Seong Sinew wiped away her tears. I will go too. My sister is younger than me, and she is a girl. I can take better care of my sister. After living in the Seong family for 11 years, Seong Sinyu watched her adoptive mother miss her biological daughter and couldn't eat or sleep well every day. Her health was getting worse day by day. She was also anxious in her heart, full of heartache, but helpless. Seong Sinyu was educated by the Seong family and had a gentle personality and a kind heart. She knew from entering the Seong family that she was just an adopted daughter and never thought of replacing the position of the Seong family's biological daughter. Now that the Seong family has found their biological daughter, she, as an adopted daughter, should repay the Seong family's biological daughter for her kindness in raising her. Taifu Seong said with a serious face, "No, it has been 11 years, and I finally got the news of Yaoer. I must go and bring her back in person. If only the three of you brothers and sisters go, what if Yaoer doesn't feel our love and attention to her and doesn't want to come back? We must go as a family, spend the new year with Yaoer there, and then bring her back in style." Seong Yenjua nodded. "Dad, what you said makes sense. We must go as a family. Dad, we will go to the palace now to ask for leave from the emperor and set off to find our sister tomorrow morning." "Well, the prince said that when he met your sister, she was not living well. The sooner we arrive, the sooner she can get out of her suffering." Taifu Seong told the others to pack up quickly and arrange everything that needed to be arranged. He and Seong Yenjua walked towards the palace. The Seong father and son wanted to take a 3-month leave, and the emperor naturally disagreed. But Seong Taifu persuaded him with emotion and reason, and cried with tears that he had received news of his biological daughter only after 11 years, and he had to go to pick up his daughter in person no matter what. Seong Yenjua was also determined and said with red eyes that she was his only biological sister, and he had to go to pick her up. The emperor was annoyed by the quarrels of the Seong family father and son, and reluctantly agreed to a 3-month-long vacation. What made the emperor even more upset was that before the Seong family father and son left, Mo Jin-nen came again. The purpose of coming was naturally to take a 3-month leave. When Mo Jin-nen said that he wanted to take a 3-month leave, the emperor was furious. "You all have to take a 3-month leave, otherwise my court will just be closed." Mo Jin-nen said calmly, "Royal brother, the daughter of the Seong family is my fiancée, and only I know where she is. If I don't go, Lord Seong can't find my fiancée at all." The emperor was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. After being angry for a while, he reluctantly agreed to Mo Jin-nan's leave. Mo Jin-nan and the Seong family father and son turned and left. Walking to the door, Mo Jin-nan showed a cold smile. The emperor was acting angry. He was eager for Mo Jin-nan to go out so that he could send assassins to kill him. Although the emperor and Mo Jin-nan are brothers, they are not from the same mother. Mo Jin-nan is the late emperor's son, and the two brothers are more than 20 years apart. The current prince is only 5 months younger than Mo Jin-nan. The prince is not as good as Mo Jin-nan in everything. The emperor is afraid that Mo Jin-nan will take his throne, so he targets Mo Jin-nan everywhere. He even threatened Mo Jin-nan with Mo Jin-nan's mother to force Mo Jin-nan to fight for him and sent him to the border. When Mo Jin-nan returned victorious, he secretly sent assassins to assassinate Mo Jin-nan, not wanting Mo Jin-nan to return to Bianjing. Mo Jin-nan's weakness is his mother, concubine Helian. Concubine Helian was strictly guarded by a group of top masters sent by the emperor and was placed under house arrest in the Deep Palace. Mo Jin-nan tried to rescue his mother several times but failed and was almost exposed. Helplessly, he could only be controlled by the emperor. Mo Jin-nan had his own power and military power, and the emperor did not dare to take action against concubine Helian easily. After leaving the palace, Missouri Jin-nan asked Seong Taifu and his son to go back to the mansion to pack up and prepare, and set off for Yunqing early tomorrow morning. After Mo Jin-nan separated from the Seong family father and son, he also returned to the palace to make preparations. This trip will definitely be a good opportunity for the emperor to take action. Traveling with Seong's family, he must be fully prepared. The next day, the entire Seong family mobilized and rushed to Yunqing with Mo Jin-nan. Seong Sinyu brought the most things on this trip. My family didn't care about it. thinking that girls all like to look beautiful, so it's normal to bring more things. Da Wan Village. Hu Xiaodi is still busy, every day. After her verification, she found that even if the spiritual spring water was used to irrigate the crops outside, they would germinate and grow much faster than without the spiritual spring water. She was busy in the fields during the day and went into the space at night to continue working and practicing. As time passed, another month passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the frame structure of Hu Xiaodi's house has been formed, and it is a large courtyard house. A large area has been cleared around her, and after the new year she will be able to plant fruits and vegetables, creating her own vegetable garden and orchard. In order to complete the construction of the house as quickly as possible, Hu Xiaodi asked the eldest son of the Ji family to hire a few more bricklayers to build the pig pen, stable, chicken coop, etc. In the past month, Ji Chunhua and Ji Chunlan have made several sets of ready-made clothes. Since they worked together during the day, they couldn't finish the clothes very quickly. Therefore, it is not time to open a clothing store yet. During this month, Hu Xiaodi put some spiritual spring water into the water tank every day. Hu Xiaodi and the Ji family are changing every day, especially the children. They are obviously growing taller, and their skin is becoming delicate and rosy. None of the children are sick. The old couple of the Ji family and the old scholar looked a lot younger than before. If you looked closely, you would find that the gray hair of the three of them had turned a lot darker. Although Hu Xiaodi is busy every day, she has become a lot rounder than before and has become more beautiful and charming. The necessary parts of his body have grown back and he is no longer as skinny as before, like a teenage boy. The 16th day of the 12th lunar month. Hu Xiaodi still went into the mountains carrying a backpack. She was quite lucky today. Less than half an hour after entering the mountains, she caught a Sika deer, a pregnant doe. After sending the Sika deer into the space, she wandered around it for a while. The doe is pregnant, so there must be a male deer nearby. Hard work pays off. In less than an incense stick of time, she actually found the trace of the deer. Catching a male deer is not as easy as catching a pregnant female deer. In order not to hurt the male deer, racing with the male deer is inevitable. A man and a deer were running in the forest. If ordinary people saw Hu Xiaodi's lightning speed, they would definitely be shocked. Just when Hu Xiaodi's internal energy was about to run out, the deer finally ran out of energy and lay on the ground foaming at the mouth. Hu Xiaodi put the deer into the space while panting. Fearing that something might happen to the deer, she also quickly slipped into the space. After entering the space, she quickly took some spiritual spring water for the deer to drink. It was not until she saw the male deer get up from the ground and walk into the woods behind the supermarket with a pregnant female deer that she was completely relieved and slipped out of the space. After wandering around the mountains for a day, I went down the mountain contentedly with my backpack full of medicinal herbs and a roe deer in my hand. When Hu Xiaodi heard this, she thought someone came to the Ji family to cause trouble, so she ran away without asking anything. Uncle and Auntie, please don't get into any trouble. Hu Xiaodi prayed silently in her heart while running. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the Ji family and hurt the old man and woman, she will never let them go. But when she ran to the intersection outside the Ji family's courtyard, panting, she was completely stunned. The intersection outside the Ji family's courtyard was completely blocked by 3 luxurious carriages, and next to the carriages stood a team of soldiers in uniform with long swords hanging around their waists. The soldiers all had serious expressions on their faces and looked like people who were not to be trifled with. What is going on? Who committed a crime? Why such a big deal? Hu Xiaodi walked towards the Ji family courtyard with a suspicious look on her face. The soldier stopped her and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Hu Xiaodi was extremely worried and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" The soldier's expression changed instantly, and he looked respectful. "Is this your home? Then please come in." Hu Xiaodi was totally confused and worried that something might have happened to the Ji family, so she hurried towards the courtyard. When she got outside the yard, Hu Xiaodi saw 2 strange yet familiar faces. Mo Jin Nan and his guards were like the wind. She didn't recognize any of the other people, but they were dressed elegantly, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Grandpa and his wife and Ji Chunhua and her sister were serving tea and water to the visitors, and the old couple looked very apologetic. Aunt Ji said, "We are a poor place in the countryside, and we don't have anything to show off. You guys just have to make do with some water." Taifu Xiang said, "This is already very good. You two should stop saying that." Ruffin was standing next to Mo Jinan, and he was the first to notice Hu Zhaodi. "Miss Hu," Ruffin said. Mo Jinan looked up suddenly and happened to look at Hu Zhaodi. Hu Zhaodi twitched her lips. Why did this guy make such a big scene?
She was scared to death.
She thought someone in the Ji family had done something wrong. The Xiang family also looked at Hu Zhaodi, and the next second they all got up from the bench. Hu Zhaodi was like a work of art, being stared at again and again by several people. Too much like. Xiang Yanjua murmured, "She is my sister, my real sister." Taifu Xiang and Taifu's wife trembled with their lips, unable to say a word. Xiang Yanlin's eyes were red, and he said firmly, "It's my sister. She is our sister." Madame Taifu trembled and walked quickly towards Hu Zhaodi, hugged her tightly, and cried, my child, mother finally found you." Hu Zhaodi was struck by lightning and forgot to react, with a dull face. "What's going on?" He didn't say a word as soon as he came and recognized the child in his arms. "How could this be? Aren't you afraid of recognizing the wrong child?" Grandpa Ji and his wife and Ji Chunhua and her sister were also petrified. Didn't they just say that they came to thank Zhaodi for saving their lives half a year ago? How come they recognized each other as soon as they met? After a while, Hu Zhaodi came back to her senses, gently pulled away the hands of the Taifu's wife, and said softly, "Madam, can you let me go first? I'm quite dirty." "No, Yaoer, you're not dirty at all." Taifu Xiang was calmer than his wife. Although he also wanted to hug his daughter who had been separated for 11 years, he was afraid of scaring her. He stepped forward to support his wife and said softly, "Madam, calm down first and don't scare our daughter." Madame Taifu wiped away her tears and said lovingly, "Child, did I scare you?" "Sorry, I was too excited." Hu Zhaodi shook her head. "It's okay." She carefully looked at the middle-aged couple in front of her. She had to say that she was 70% similar to the middle-aged man in front of her, and her eyes and nose were exactly the same as those of the middle-aged woman. Mo Jinan stepped forward and said, "Miss Hu, we meet again. Let's go in and sit down and talk." Hu Zhaodi nodded slightly, went into the yard, put down the backpack and the roe deer, washed her hands, and then came to Mo Jinan.
"Tell me.
What's going on?" Hu Zhaodi asked calmly. Mo Jinan replied, "When I first saw you, I felt that you looked very similar to Mr. Xiang, and your eyes and nose were exactly the same as Madam's. After returning, I started to investigate your life experience. I didn't know until I checked, and this investigation really allowed me to find clues. After multiple verifications, you are Mr. Xiang's lost daughter, Xiang Xinyao." Xiang Xinyao. Upon hearing this name, Hu Zhaodi was slightly startled. She was also called this name in her previous life. When she first crossed over, she was still wondering why she crossed over to a person named Hu Zhaodi. It turned out that Xiang Xinyao was the original name of the original owner. At this time, Hu Zhaodi was still quite calm. She asked, "You said I was their daughter. What evidence do you have?" Without waiting for Mo Jinan to take out the evidence he had investigated, Madame Taifu said in a trembling voice, "Yaoer, you have a lotus-shaped birthmark on the sole of your right foot." Hu Zhaodi quickly turned around and ran into the house, took off her right foot shoes and socks, and took a look. My God, there really is a lotus-shaped birthmark. She didn't even notice this birthmark. When she put on her shoes and socks and ran out of the room, Mo Jinan handed her the evidence he had investigated. She took it and flipped through it. Her eyes widened as she said, "I am really their daughter." Mo Jinan smiled. "Yes, you are the daughter of the current Taifu Xiang Tianyang, the daughter of the Xiang family, and your name is Xiang Xinyao." Xiang Xinyao opened her mouth into an O shape, pointed at her nose, and said, "Me? I am the daughter of a rich family?"
"Yes."
"There is really a lotus-shaped birthmark on the sole of my right foot, so I am really the child of the Xiang family?" Mrs. Taifu couldn't help it at all. She came to Xiang Xinyao with tears streaming down her face, hugged her tightly, and cried. Child, my precious daughter, mother finally found you. It's all my fault that I didn't take good care of you at the beginning. It was mother who lost you. It's all my fault. Taifu Xiang also trembled and came to the mother and daughter, holding them in his arms, and also burst into tears. Child, good child, my Yaoer, I finally found you. Your father has been looking for you for 11 years. 11 years. Xiang Xinyao couldn't help but feel a sore nose, and her eyes were filled with tears. The reason why she had such emotions was that she could see that the original owner's parents really wanted to find the original owner. Their eyes were full of desire and self-blame. The three sons of the Xiang family and Xiang Xinyu had already burst into tears, but no matter how much they wanted to recognize their sister at this time, they couldn't bear to disturb their parents. They were too bitter in their hearts, and they had been looking for Xiang Xinyao for 11 years. The family of three cried for a long time, and Xiang Taifu barely calmed down. He took his baby daughter's hand and came to the three sons and adopted daughter and introduced. Yaoer, this is your eldest brother Xiang Yanjua. This is your second brother Xiang Yanlin. This is your third brother Xiang Yanchen. She is the daughter adopted by your father, Xiang Xinyu, who is 2 years older than you. Xiang Xinyao imagined that many fake daughters replaced the real daughters, all kinds of yin and yang, and conspiracies and conspiracy, and her scalp was numb instantly. She didn't want to waste time fighting with the fake daughters, she just wanted to make money happily. Xiang Xinyao called them one by one. Big brother, second brother, third brother, sister. The three brothers agreed, with excitement. Xiang Xinyu was crying and laughing. Sister, I finally found you. You are so beautiful and look like daddy. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. The next second, Xiang Xinyu pulled Xiang Xinyao's little hand. Suddenly, Xiang Xinyu was stunned. She lowered her head and carefully looked at and rubbed Xiang Xinyao's hand, and tears flowed down her face again. Xinyao's hands were rough because of frequent work. Sister, you must have suffered a lot in these years, right? From now on, I will take good care of you. I will do whatever you want to do and restore your hands.
Huh?
What's going on? The fake daughter cried so sadly, she couldn't be pretending, right? But her eyes were clear and bright, and she didn't seem to be pretending. I can't tell whether it's true or false. Xiang Xinyao planned to wait and see what tricks she could play. She smiled faintly. It's okay. For me, the suffering is over. Xiang Xinyu let go of Xiang Xinyao's hand, turned and ran to one of the carriages, and took down 2 large bundles from the carriage with great effort. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Xiang Xinyu carried the 2 large bundles in front of Xiang Xinyao. Sister, these are all dresses I sewed by myself. Because I don't know your size, I made them based on my imagination. Some are too big, some are too small. You try them first, and I will modify them for you if they don't fit.
Huh?
Xiang Xinyao was stunned. You sewed all these for me? Xiang Xinyu smiled a little embarrassedly. Well, every day I see my mother missing you and losing her appetite, and I can't help much, so I imagined your appearance and figure and made some dresses for you. Go and try them. Xiang Xinyu's behavior not only shocked Xiang Xinyao, but also the Xiang family members who came with her. They didn't know that Xiang Xinyu had secretly made so many clothes for Xiang Xinyao. No wonder she brought so many things when she got on the carriage, but she didn't change her clothes for a month on the road. It turned out that they were all prepared for Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao took the 2 bundles and said, try later. Then he carried the bundles into the room and nodded to Xiang Xinyu. There was an indescribable feeling in his eyes when he looked at Xinyao. If someone could hear her voice at this time, they would hear her cheering in her heart. Wow! My sister is so beautiful, so well-behaved, I like her so much. But what if she doesn't like me? No matter what, I must treat my sister better in the future and take good care of her to repay the kindness of my adoptive parents. The Ji family was already stunned and forgot to cook. The girl's biological parents are here. Will she leave Daiwan village with her biological parents? If she leaves, what about the house she wants to build? The large piece of land in Xiaosonglan was bought by her with real money. No, her parents are from a wealthy family, and if the girl goes back with them, she won't have to suffer anymore. She should go back with her biological parents and should not be trapped in this poor little place like Daiwan village. Xinyao, Xiang Xinyao, her name is so nice. Uncle Ji was the first to come back to his senses. Old woman, what are you still standing there for? Go and cook. Oh, yes, I'll go cook. Let's go too. Sister Ji Chunhua also came back to their senses and quickly followed Aunt Ji into the kitchen. Uncle Ji looked at Xiang Xinyao, his face full of relief. Girl, you finally made it. Congratulations on reuniting with your biological parents. You don't have to stay in this small mountain village and suffer in the future. Hu Xiaodi walked up to Uncle Ji with red eyes and said firmly, Uncle, I won't leave. Before Xiang Xinyao could finish her words, Madame Taifu's face turned pale in an instant. Yaoer, don't you want to go home with your mother? Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly, and after a long while, she spoke awkwardly. Mom, don't get excited. Listen to me finish. I won't leave Daiwan village for too long. This is also my home and I like it here very much. Even if I go back with you, I will come back here to live for a while every year.
Time.
I promised the villagers that I would lead them to get rich together and get rid of poverty. Dad, Mom, there are family members here that I can't let go of. I hope you can understand. Grandmaster Xiang smiled and nodded. Good child, we will not interfere with your decision. Do whatever you want to do boldly, and if you don't do well, your parents and your 3 brothers will cover you. If you want to come back and live for a period of time every year, we certainly have no objection. If conditions permit, we will accompany you back. Xiang Xinyu said sincerely, Sister, I am the most idle in our family. You must bring me when you come back here. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you, Dad. Xiang Xinyu shouted in his heart. Ah, my sister is so cute. It would be great if I could always follow her. When Uncle Ji heard this, a layer of mist covered his eyes. Grandmaster Xiang walked towards Uncle Ji and bowed to him. Uncle Ji was so scared that he quickly held Xiang Taifu. What are you doing? Xiang Taifu said with gratitude, Big brother, thank you for adopting Yaoer and taking care of her for so many years. Uncle Ji's face sank. Don't be like this. To be honest, the girl has only been in our Ji family for half a year. She was bought back by the Hu family with 3 taels of silver, but she lived a miserable life in the Hu family. It was not until half a year ago that the girl broke off relations with the Hu family and came to our Ji family. When Xiang's family and Mo Jinan heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Mo Jinan asked, How miserable is her life in the Hu family? Alas. Uncle Ji sighed. The Hu family doesn't treat her as a human being at all. Uncle Ji simply recounted Xiang Xinyao's hard days in the Hu family for 11 years, and Xiang's family and Mo Jinan all clenched their fists. Xiang Xinyu burst into tears. It turned out that her sister had lived a life worse than pigs and dogs during the 11 years she was lost. How could the Hu family treat her like this when her sister was so young? Xiang Yanlin gave up after hearing this. Taifu Xiang looked at his precious daughter and said with a distressed face, Yaoer, even if you go back with us now, you can't make it to Bianjing for the new year. We decided to stay here and return to Bianjing after the new year. Xiang Xinyao was delighted. That's great, so I can arrange everything properly. Uncle Ji asked, Girl, do you still want to build your house? Of course, otherwise if I come back with my parents and relatives, I will have no place to live. In fact, Xiang Xinyao didn't want to go back a little, but she still decided to go back. First, only by going back and spending some time with the so-called family will she know whether her family really likes her. Second, she wants to go to Bianjing of Lingxiao Kingdom to see, maybe in the future her business will expand there, or even the whole country. Third, Bianjing is a gathering place for rich and powerful people in Lingxiao Kingdom, and she wants to see if she can get some good things. In case there is a chance to go back in the future, those good things will be real antiques and very valuable. If her biological parents treat her well, then she will have to work harder running back and forth in the future. If her biological parents treat her badly, she will return to Daiwan village, where no one can trap her. That's why she did not refuse the Xiong family to take her back to Bianjing. The Xiong family was ecstatic because Xiong Xinyao did not refuse to return to Bianjing. In fact, they were prepared to patiently persuade Xiong Xinyao. But they never expected that there was no need for persuasion at all. Hearing Xiong Xinyao's answer, Uncle Ji was overjoyed. As long as the girl continues to build the house, it means that the girl will definitely come back and he'll see her again in the future. At this time, Aunt Ji, Ji Chunhua, and Ji Chunlan had already cooked the rice, and the side dishes that should be prepared were basically ready. Xiong Xinyao smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, you take a rest first. I'll go cook with Annie, and you can try my cooking skills." Mrs. Taifu looked distressed and nodded with a smile. "Well, go." When Xiong Xinyao entered the kitchen, Mrs. Taifu said to Xiong Taifu, "Master, our daughter is really excellent, but it is enough to prove that she has suffered a lot." "Yes, she is very good, worthy of being my daughter," Xiong Tianyang. Xiong Xinyu thought to herself, "My sister is really great, she can even cook. It seems that I have to learn well in the future." Mo Jinan had a blank expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. "Finally, I can eat the dishes made by this little girl again." Xiong Xinyao entered the kitchen and began to cook skillfully. There were so many guests at home, and they were all wealthy families. Aunt Ji and her two daughters prepared all the dishes that could be prepared at home. For Xiong Xinyao, who was a foodie in her previous life and spent a lot of effort to study food, she could make a lot of tricks with the ingredients prepared by Aunt Ji and her two daughters. After an incense stick of time, Aunt Ji and her two daughters began to place tables and chairs. Since there were many people, they set up 2 tables. After the tables and chairs were placed, Aunt Ji and her daughters began to serve the dishes. Before the dishes were half served, the old scholar returned from the private school with the children of the Ji family. Seeing the scene outside the Ji family's door, the old scholar was shocked. The first thought in his mind was whether the Ji family had offended some important person. He was anxious and was about to enter the Ji family. A soldier stopped him. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The old scholar didn't dare to say anything about his relationship with the Ji family, for fear that he would also be controlled and would not be able to save the Ji family. So he spoke carefully. "I am a private school teacher. The Ji family is worried about the safety of the child, so they asked me to send the child back after school. I am here to send the child." The soldier's attitude changed instantly. "Then please come in." The soldier's sudden change of attitude made the old scholar stunned for a moment, and he felt a little relieved. The soldier did not speak ill of him, but became a little respectful, guessing that these people were not here to cause trouble for the Ji family. The old scholar brought the Ji family's children into the Ji family yard and saw a few people in luxurious clothes sitting in the Ji family yard, talking and laughing with Uncle Ji. At this time, Uncle Ji was describing with great excitement how powerful Xiong Xinyao was and how he took the Ji family to hunt and dig medicinal herbs to make money. The Xiong family and Mo Jinan's master and servant listened with their eyes shining, and from time to time they showed their distressed faces. Xiong Xinyao came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food and saw the old scholar who was stunned outside the small courtyard at a glance. "Grandpa Ji, why don't you come in?"
Come in and have dinner.
Hey.
Come in.
The old scholar replied, pulling the children into the yard. Uncle Ji stood up and said with a smile, "Uncle, let me introduce you. These 2 are the girl's biological parents. They are the girl's relatives, and they were brought from Bianjing." The old scholar stared at Taifu Xiong and Taifu's wife for a long time before nodding and saying, "Well, they do look like them. Zhaodi looks at least 70% like her father and 30% like her mother." Uncle Ji said, "The girl's surname is Xiong, and she has a very nice name, Xiong Xinyao. Don't call her Zhaodi anymore. From today on, the girl will have no relationship with the Hu family at all." Yes, Xinyao sounds nice. I will never call her Zhaodi again. It's good to find my biological parents. I don't have to suffer anymore." The old scholar smiled with relief on his face, but he was reluctant in his heart. Xiang Xinyao was his light, and it was she who pulled him out of the quagmire of poverty. Now that they finally have a good life with enough food and warm clothes, the girl is going to go home with her biological parents. Will I be able to see her in the future? Will she not want her private school and the newly built house? Even if I don't work as a private school teacher, I can just go back to farm, but I always feel a little disappointed when I can't see the girl. It's time to eat. Xiang Xinyao called. Uncle Ji patted the old scholar on the shoulder. Come in and eat first. The girl will go to Bianjing with her parents after the new year. The old scholar nodded, feeling a little better. In order to let Xiang Xinyao talk more with her family, all the Ji family members sat together, and let the Xiang family and Mo Jinan sit at the same table. Picking up the bowl, Xiang Xinyao picked up some dishes for her parents first. Dad, Mom, you all try it. This is what I made myself. Try it and see if it tastes good? Xiang Taifu and Taifu's wife picked up the chopsticks. Their noses felt a little sour, and a trace of mist floated in their eyes. After putting the dishes that Xiang Xinyao picked for them into their mouths, the couple couldn't help but exclaim, "It's delicious, really delicious." It's no exaggeration to say that this is the most unique taste the couple has ever tasted, and it tastes very fresh. Xiang Xinyao added matsutake mushrooms to these dishes, and the Xiang family naturally had never tasted such a unique taste. Xiang Xinyao's three brothers tasted the dishes made by Xiang Xinyao, and all gave her a thumbs up. Xiang Yanchen said, "It's delicious, little sister. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. Are you interested in opening a restaurant? The third brother will give you the capital, and all the profits will belong to you." Xiang Taifu rolled his eyes at his third son and said, "Chinner, don't rush about this. Let's talk about it after we go back. And I don't want Yaoer to work too hard. She has suffered for 11 years. I just want her sister to be happy. Our Xiang family is not unable to support her. But as long as Yaoer wants to do it, our whole family will support her." Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Dad. Third brother, Dad is right. Let's talk about this after we go back. I also like money and enjoy the process of making money. But I still need to do more research. It is not necessary to open a restaurant." Xiang Yanchen smiled and nodded, his face full of pampering. "My sister likes money, so when I go back to Bianjing, I will give her a lot of money. Dad is right. My sister has suffered for 11 years. I will never let my sister suffer in the future. What's wrong with giving all the money you earn to your sister?" The eldest and second brothers, who didn't have much money, felt annoyed. If they had known that their sister liked money, why would they have taken the exam and learned martial arts? If they had learned business early, they could give their sister as much money as she wanted. Xiang Yanlin suddenly said, "Third brother, I want to learn business from you when we go back." Xiang Yanchen was stunned. "You don't plan to take the exam for martial arts champion? Don't you want to be a general? Being a martial arts champion or a general is not as important as my sister. I want to earn money for my sister." Xiang Xinyao looked at Xiang Yanlin, her big eyes blinking. "Wow. Second brother is going to take the exam for martial arts champion? That's great. When second brother passes the exam and becomes a general, no one will dare to bully me with my second brother's protection in the future." Xiang Yanlin blinked his eyes. That's right. With his martial arts skills, he can protect his sister, and no one can bully her in the future. Go to Hades and do business. He can't learn that stuff. The eldest brother Xiang Yanjue lowered his head. What could he, a small official of the 6th rank with no power or influence, do for his sister? It seems that he will have to find a way to get promoted in the future to give his sister a better life. Xiang Xinyao looked at the eldest brother with his head lowered, guessing in which area the eldest brother was talented. Xiang Taifu said, "Your eldest brother was the top scholar in the Imperial examination 2 years ago, and now he is an editor in the Hanlin Academy." Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. "Wow. Big brother is amazing, the top scholar. It's amazing. I didn't expect that someone in our family can be both literary and martial. I can win easily in the future." Looking at the little sister with shining eyes, the eldest brother's mood instantly became happy, but he didn't know what it meant to win easily. The eldest brother asked, "Little sister, what does it mean to win without doing anything?" Xiang Xinyao smiled and joked, "It means you don't have to do anything and you can have whatever you want." Xiang Yanjua smiled gently. Little sister, you are the only jewel in the Xiang family and my only sister. Just tell your eldest brother what you want, and I will try my best to meet your requirements. Xiang Xinyu didn't mind at all that her eldest brother said Xinyao was the only jewel in the Xiang family. This was the fact. She looked at Xiang Xinyao with stars in her eyes. When she returned to Bianjing, she would introduce this beautiful sister to her good sisters. She wanted those sisters to envy her for having such a beautiful and capable sister. She would make many beautiful dresses for her sister so that she would wear different clothes every day. She looked at Xiang Xinyao and said, Sister, if my parents hadn't adopted me, I might not be living as well as you, or I might not be alive today. All these years, your parents have never given up looking for you, and now you can finally return to your parents. Sister, can I stay with you in the future? Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, and I will take good care of you. Xiang Xinyao nodded with a happy smile on her face. The first feeling that Xiang's family gave her was closeness and gentleness, which made people want to get close to them. Perhaps this is because the original owner is related to the Xiang family by blood? And this Xiang Xinyu, Xiang Xinyao did not feel a trace of hostility from her, but felt a hint of flattery. Is she afraid that she will not be able to tolerate her after she goes back? I am not a vicious person. As long as others don't provoke me, I will not embarrass others for no reason. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao said, Uncle, the house in Xiasonglin will continue to be built according to my previous idea, and the surrounding area will still be fully developed. I am afraid that taking everyone to grow medicinal herbs after the new year will have to be postponed for a while. It is impossible to come back in a few days when I go back with my parents for the first time. As for the silver needed to build a house, I will give it to you for safekeeping before I leave. Maybe when I come back, the house will be built. Uncle Ji smiled and nodded. Okay, I will let the villagers and craftsmen continue to build houses, but you can't forget, you said you would come back once a year. Everyone will miss you. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. By the way, if the land in Xiasonglin is fully developed and I haven't come back, you can take the villagers to help me plant radishes and cabbages on the land to feed pigs.
Okay.
Xiang Xinyao looked at the old scholar again. Grandpa Ji, you should go to the private school to teach peacefully. I will let me pay you your salary on time every month, and I will come back to see you in half a year at most. Okay. As long as you are willing to come back to see us, I will listen to you. Of course I have to come back. This is my home too. And I won't go to Bianjing until after the new year. Xiang Taifu looked at his precious daughter with a smile and nodded. Yes, Yaoer can come back to see you anytime. This is her home too, and you are Yaoer's family. There is one thing that Taifu Xiang didn't say, and that is that when his eldest son Xiang Yanjua has established a firm foothold in the officialdom, he will resign and retire. If his daughter wants to come back, he and his wife can accompany her back. This Dayuan village is beautiful with mountains and rivers, and it will not be a problem to stay here for retirement in the future. When Xiang Yanchen heard that his sister was building a house here, he immediately took out a stack of banknotes from his arms and handed it to Xiang Xinyao. Sister, keep these banknotes. When your house is built, you must leave a room for your third brother. Looking at the stack of banknotes, it would be a lie for Xiang Xinyao not to be moved. Who doesn't love money? But Xiang Yanchen is the original owner's biological brother, and now he is also his own biological brother. When he comes here in the future, it is impossible for him to have no place to stay. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to accept so many banknotes from him on the first day they met? Third brother, I'm not short of money. Please keep it quickly. The lady of the imperial tutor snatched the banknote from her third son's hand and stuffed it directly into Xiang Xinyao's hand. Just accept what your third brother gives you. Your third brother is talented in business, and he has plenty of money. If you don't accept it, he will be unhappy. The Ji family didn't have so many rooms, and Xiang Xinyao planned to let her parents and brothers go to the county town to stay in an inn. Dad, Mom, there's no room for so many people at home. Why don't we set off for the county town now and find an inn to stay in? Imperial tutor Xiang and his lady looked reluctant. During this time, they just wanted to stay in the village to accompany their precious daughter and didn't want to stay in any inn at all. As long as they could see their daughter all the time, they didn't mind sleeping on the floor. Imperial tutor Xiang said, Yaoer, can we not go to the inn, but stay in the village? Your father is willing to sleep on the floor. Xiang Xiniao shook her head. No, we must stay in the inn tonight, and then buy some bedding tomorrow before we can sleep on the floor. Uncle Ji said, Girl, if your parents don't want to go, then don't go. Your aunt and I will go to the old house, and your sister Chunhua and sister Chunlon can go to the 3rd and 5th houses. Let's deal with it for one night, and talk about it tomorrow. It's just that I can't make arrangements for those people outside. It would be fine if there were fewer people, but I can't arrange for so many people. Mo Jinan smiled indifferently. Uncle, you don't have to worry about them. Ruffin will arrange for them. Hearing his master mention his name, Ruffin nodded quickly. Uncle Ji said, Then there is room for them. It's just a little crowded. I hope you don't mind. Taifu Xiang waved his hands repeatedly. I don't mind, I don't mind. When you go out, it's good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. How could you mind? Madame Taifu also smiled and agreed. Yes, I don't mind. We just want to spend more time with Yaoer. As long as we can see her, we won't feel bitter anywhere. Xiang Xiniao's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. In that case, let's make do with it tonight. It's getting late. Even if we rush to the county town now, we won't be able to buy bedding. We'll have to buy bedding tomorrow. Grandpa Ji's house has 3 rooms, and it was finally decided that Madame Taifu, Xiang Xiniao, and Xiang Xinyu would live in one room. Xiang Yanjue and Xiang Yanchen would live in one room. The largest room was given to Grandpa Xiang, Xiang Yanlin, and Mo Jinan. Xiang Xiniao was concerned about the animals in the space, so after telling everyone, she went back to the bedroom on the pretext of cleaning up the room. After bolting the door, she immediately slipped into the space. She fed the wild boar and other animals as quickly as possible and did not dare to stay in the space, so she left the space. Before dark, everyone had finished washing up. Grandpa Ji and his wife and the 2 sisters Ji Chunhua went to the homes of the 3 brothers of the Ji family, leaving the space to Xiang Xiniao's family. The Xiang family and Mo Jinan lit pine oil lamps and chatted in the main room. Xiang Xiniao looked at Mo Jinan. Mr. Mo, thank you for helping me find my biological parents. Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows. How do you plan to thank me? You won't just say it, right? Xiang Xiniao asked back. Then how do you want me to thank you? Mo Jinan, how about giving yourself to me in return? Xiang Xiniao. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Xiang Xiniao. Xiang Xiniao frowned slightly. Can you change the way of thanking me? Why should I change? I have everything I need, and it seems that there is nothing I need. I am not an adult yet, so I don't consider marriage. Mo Jinan grinned. I can wait until you are an adult. Xiang Xiniao's mouth twitched wildly. This guy should not have saved him in the first place. Mo Jinan looked at Xiang Xiniao's unwilling face and couldn't help but want to tease her. Whether you are willing to give yourself to me or not, you can only be my wife, Mo Jinan, in the future.
Why?
Xiang Xiniao asked somewhat unhappily. Because you and I have been engaged since we were young, and you can never cancel the engagement in your lifetime unless I want to. Xiang Xiniao looked at her parents, her eyes full of questions. Xiang Taifu scratched his head awkwardly and said, Yaoer, this is true. Your mother and concubine Helian are like sisters. When you were still in your infancy, the late emperor and concubine Helian made an engagement for you. The late emperor? Concubine Helian? Xiang Xiniao's mind was working rapidly. Could it be that Mo Jinan was a member of the royal family? Could he be the son of concubine Helian? If so, then her fiancé was a prince. Xiang Xiniao asked, Mr. Mo, what is your identity? Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows. Is it important? Of course it's important. You said you are my fiancé. I cannot even know your identity, right? Xiang Yanlin spoke quickly. Without waiting for Mo Jinan to answer, he said with a smile, Little sister, your fiancé is the 7th brother of the current emperor. He was canonized as the wise king and is also the god of war prince of our Lingxiao kingdom. He has never been defeated since he went into battle. Xiang Xiniao was full of doubt. Are you really the prince? Absolutely genuine. Everyone in your family can testify to this. Xiang Xiniao curled the corner of her mouth. When I saved you, you were so stingy. You gave me 200 taels of silver notes to buy things for you, and you wanted the rest back. Is a prince so poor?
Montag Jinnen was embarrasset.
He scratched the back of his head, and the tips of his ears were slightly red. I was really poor at that time. I used all the silver notes I had with me to buy food and medicinal herbs for the soldiers. When I returned to Bienjing from the cave, I only had 100 taels of silver notes left. I see. Then why didn't you tell me earlier?
How can I say that?
You were wearing the same clothes as a beggar, thin and small, and you looked like a poor little person who was hungry and cold. Xiang Xiniao chuckled. Hee. I'll return the 200 taels of silver notes to you. Will you agree to cancel the engagement? Mo Jinan reached into his arms, took out a stack of silver notes, and handed it to Xiang Xiniao. I'll give you silver notes worth 20,000 taels of silver. Will you stop mentioning the cancellation of the engagement? Xiang Xiniao pouted. You want to buy me back as your wife for 20,000 taels of silver. Am I only worth that little bit of silver? Of course not. The 20,000 taels is for you to stop mentioning the cancellation of the engagement. The betrothal gift must be more than 20,000 taels. After the marriage, the entire Xianwang mansion will be yours, including me. Then I can really lie down. Xiang Xiniao took the 20,000 taels of silver note. If you don't want to mention it, then don't mention it, but we have to make it clear in advance that you can't force me to marry you if I am not willing. No problem. Mo Jinan agreed readily. It's not that he has fallen in love with Xiang Xiniao now. As long as he has an engagement with her, he can justifiably refuse other women. The most important thing is that he can justifiably refuse the emperor to force him to have a woman. He can't say he loves Xiang Xiniao, but he definitely doesn't hate her and even wants to know more about her. It's not common sense that a 14-year-old girl, who is still just a child, has such a high level of medical skills. Moreover, she has become a different person in just half a year. Not only has she grown a lot taller, but she has also become very graceful. At night, the mother and daughter lie on the bed and chat. The bed is a little small, and it's a bit crowded for 3 people to lie on it. Madame Taifu and Xiang Xinyu just pulled Xiang Xiniao to lie between them. Xiang Xiniao was helpless, alas. She was squeezed like a sandwich. In another room, Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanchen chatted for a while, then sat cross-legged on the bed to practice. Although their martial arts talents were a little different, they also insisted on practicing every day, but their martial arts were not as good as Xiang Yanlin. In the largest room, Xiang Taifu was lying on the bed without any sleep. Xiang Yanlin and Mo Jinan each moved a chair in front of the bed, and the two sat cross-legged on the chairs to chat with Xiang Taifu. After Xiang Taifu fell asleep, the two of them gathered their minds and began to practice. On Xiang Xiniao's side, the mother and daughter chatted until the middle of the night, and the Taifu's wife and Xiang Xinyu, who did not know martial arts, could not bear it and fell asleep. After making sure that the two were asleep, Xiang Xiniao got up quietly and moved to the other end of the bed, and then flashed into the space. The cornmeal was almost gone, and she had to grind more. During this time, when her parents and relatives were away, she could only find opportunities to enter the space to feed these animals and could not stay in the space for a long time. That night, she exhausted her internal energy and ground out 2 bags of cornmeal. She prepared some food for the wild boars, chickens, ducks, and geese, and drank a cup of spiritual spring water before leaving the space. Seeing that Madame Taifu and Xiang Xinyu were still sleeping, she breathed a sigh of relief and sat cross-legged on a chair to recover her consumed internal energy. At dawn, her internal energy had recovered 70%. Her mother and sister on the bed were still sleeping. Xiang Xiniao put on her shoes, stood up, gently opened the door, and walked out. Aunt Ji and her 2 daughters were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Xiang Xiniao smiled sweetly, walked into the kitchen, and said, "Annie, I'm going out for a while, so I won't be home for breakfast." Auntie Ji asked, "Where are you going?" "Breakfast will be ready soon." "Can't you go after breakfast?" "Don't worry, Auntie, I won't be hungry. There are not many meat dishes at home. I have to go into the mountains and get some game. I have to go to the county town in the afternoon." "Okay, we don't have anything good to treat the distinguished guests at home. You should go and come back soon. By the way, the steamed buns are ready. Take 2 steamed buns with you. Okay. Auntie G quickly opened the lid of the pot, picked up 2 steaming buns with chopsticks and put them in the bowl. After Xiang Xinyao finished washing, she put on the backpack and was about to go out with a steamed bun in each hand. At this moment, Xiang Yanlin and Mo Jinen came out of the room. Seeing Xiang Xinyao was about to go out, Xiang Yanlin hurriedly said, "Sister, where are you going?" Xiang Xinyao turned her head and replied, "Second brother, I'm going to the mountains. There is no meat at home. I'm going to get some prey. Wait a minute, I'll go with you." Mo Jinen, "I'll go too." Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "Don't go, I'll be back soon. You can go with me another day." "Sister, just take me. I also want to go to the mountains to have a look." Xiang Yanlin looked eager. "Okay, go wash up quickly, take 2 steamed buns and leave quickly. We have to go to the county town in the afternoon." Xiang Yanlin and Mo Jinan hurriedly went to wash up, each holding 2 steamed buns, and followed Xiang Xinyao into the mountains. On the way, Xiang Xinyao told the two, "Avoid wolves when you meet them. Don't hurt them. If they attack you, call me loudly."
Why?
The two asked at the same time, with a puzzled look on their faces. "The wolves are my friends. They help me protect the whole mountain. So, avoid them when you meet them and don't hurt them." Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin looked incredible. Unless the wolves were raised by humans, how could they be friends with humans? Mo Jinan asked, "Did you raise those wolves?" Xiang Xinyao replied, "No, I tamed them. It took a lot of effort and more than a month to tame them." The second brother Xiang Yanlin admired him. His sister could do such a thing as taming wolves. His sister was really amazing. Mo Jinan narrowed his eyes and became more curious about the little girl in front of him. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child and has extraordinary talent. Now he has reached the level of martial emperor. And this little girl, when she saved him last time, he could not feel any trace of internal force fluctuations on her body. It has only been half a year since I last saw her, and the internal force fluctuations on this girl are so obvious. As we all know, it is the most difficult to break through from a warrior to a martial artist. No matter how good the talent is, it is difficult to do it in a year or 2. But judging from the fluctuation of this girl's internal force, although she is still a martial arts master, she is not far from breaking through to the level of martial spirit. Xiang Yanlin also noticed the fluctuation of Xiang Xinyao's internal force. He endured for a long time before asking, "Sister, who taught you martial arts?" Xiang Xinyao frowned slightly. "It was taught by a mysterious old man. Every time he came to teach me, he was masked. I don't know who he is, and he doesn't allow me to call him master. I have never seen what he looks like." Mo Jinan asked, "Did that person teach you medical skills as well?" Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Yes." Seeing that Xiang Xinyao was unwilling to say more, the two stopped asking. After entering the mountain, the 3 of them separated. But Xiang Yanlin and Mo Jinan did not stay too far away from Xiang Xinyao, fearing that she would be in danger. An hour later, Xiang Xinyao killed a wild goat. Mo Jinan was holding 2 unconscious muntjac in his hands. He just knocked them unconscious and did not kill them. Xiang Yanlin was holding 2 hares, 2 pheasants, and a nest of pheasant eggs in his clothes. When Xiang Xinyao saw the muntjac in Mo Jinan's hand, her eyes widened instantly.
Wow.
The female muntjac was already pregnant. Although it was not very obvious, she could see it at a glance. Her mind was working fast. How could she trick the 2 living muntjac in Mo Jinan's hand into her hands and raise them in the space? The 2 muntjac happened to be a male and a female, and the female was pregnant. It would be a pity to take them back and eat them. Unable to think of a good idea, Xiang Xinyao had to pretend to be a saint. "Mr. Mo, can I exchange the wild goat for the muntjac deer in your hand?" Mo Jinan looked at Xiang Xinyao with a puzzled look on his face. They were both prey. They could be killed and eaten after being taken back. They would be eaten together anyway. Was there any need to exchange them? Xiang Xinyao said with a look of reluctance, "The female muntjac in your hand is pregnant. It's a pity to kill it now. Why don't you let them go?" It's a bit cruel to kill two people with one body. Mo Jin Nan was full of black lines on his head. He directly carried the two muntjac to Xiang Xinyao. I didn't hurt their lives. You can do whatever you want with them. Xiang Xinyao took the muntjac, threw the backpack and wild goats to Mo Jin Nan, and ran deep into the forest with the muntjac in her arms. Xiang Yanlin and Mo Jin Nan looked at each other. Why was she running? After putting the two muntjac into the space, Xiang Xinyao hesitated for a long time before returning to the two of them. She smiled embarrassedly. Let's go back, and go to the county town after lunch. Did you let the two muntjac go? Mo Jin Nan asked. Well, I let them go after I woke them up. Then let's go back first. The three hurried down the mountain. When they returned to the Ji family, Aunt Ji, Ji Chunhua and Ji Chunlan were cooking, and no one else was there. Aunt Ji told Xiang Xinyao that everyone else had followed Uncle Ji to the small pine forest. Taifu Xiang looked at the large piece of land that Xiang Xinyao had bought. Now the framework of the courtyard has been completed, the pig pen and chicken coop next to it have been basically built, and a large piece of wasteland has been reclaimed. The 15 acres are all Xiang Xinyao's territory. This place is built, and it is definitely a feng shui treasure land. People who come here to retire in the future can live several more years. Taifu Xiang liked this place more and more, and even Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanchen liked it very much. It would be great if he could stay in this place forever, working from sunrise to sunset. Xiang Xinyu walked around the newly built pigsty and chicken coop and asked Ji's eldest sister-in-law, "What are these built for?" Ji's eldest sister-in-law introduced with a smile, "This is a pigsty, built to raise pigs. This is a chicken coop."
Wow.
My sister is planning to raise pigs and chickens. It should be fun. I will come back with my sister in the future. Ji's eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. Sister Zhaodi is also planning to raise fish. Xiang Xinyu corrected with a serious face. My sister's name is Xiang Xinyao. You will not call her Zhaodi in the future. Sister-in-law, you must not call her the wrong name again. Yes, you can't call her Zhaodi.
You have to call her Yaoer.
Yaoer will raise livestock in the future, not just chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, but maybe other things. Xiang Xinyu curled her lips. What should I do? I don't want to go back to Bianjing. I really want to stay here. However, I will go wherever my sister is. Yaoer said that she will come back to live for a period of time every year. You can come back with Yaoer then.
Yeah.
Xiang Xinyu nodded rapidly. On the other side, Xiang Yanchen touched his chin and said, Dad, after I return to Bianjing, I will move the important business to Yunqing so that when my sister comes back, I can take care of her. How about leaving some profitable business in Bianjing? Xiang Taifu nodded, no problem. Even if you don't say it, your father wants you to do this. This place is good. When you retire and return to your hometown in the future, you will come here to retire. Xiang Yanjua said, Dad, if you retire and return to your hometown, you'll come here to retire. If Yaoer marries the virtuous king, can you come here often in the future? Xiang Taifu smiled mysteriously. Yes, Chener can do it with confidence. He knows Mo Jinan, and Mo Jinan hates staying in Bianjing even more. If it weren't for his mother, he would have left Bianjing and traveled around the world. Xiang Yanjua understood. He grew up in Bianjing since he was a child, and he knew something about Mo Jinan's past. But it was not easy to rescue his mother from the palace. Xiang Yanjua thought for a long time and whispered to Xiang Taifu, Dad, how about I ask the emperor to take up the post in Yunqing when we return to Bianjing? Xiang Taifu shook his head slightly and whispered, Zhuo, this matter cannot be rushed, and you can't act rashly for the time being. The emperor is suspicious by nature and acts too hastily. I am afraid that it will backfire.
Xiang Yanjua nodded. I understand.
Ji's house. Xiang Xinyao was already busy in the kitchen. Xiang Yanlin and Mo Jinani helped to process the prey. Xiang Xinyao planned to stew the pheasant and rabbit at noon and save the wild goat for the afternoon. There were also some wild mushrooms in her space that she had picked in the mountains before, but she had dried them and preserved them. If you take out fresh wild mushrooms in the middle of winter, it would be strange if people don't get suspicious. She took out some soaked mushrooms and stewed a pot of pheasant mushroom soup. Wild rabbits are made into spicy rabbit cubes. She sent the pheasant eggs into the space and placed them in the chicken coop where pheasants were raised so that the pheasants could hatch little pheasants. At the same time, I also changed a few eggs and will fry 2 plates of eggs later. Make 2 more vegetarian dishes. In the remote countryside, these dishes are already very rich. Before lunch, Uncle Ji returned with Master Xiang and his party. After lunch, Grandpa Ji and his family went to Xiaosonglin, while Xiang Xinyao went to the county town with her family. 3 luxurious carriages drove slowly towards the county town. Xiang Xinyao, her parents and her sister rode in a carriage. Xiang Xinyu kept holding Xiang Xinyao's hand, making her hand sweat. Sister, this place is so beautiful with beautiful scenery. I will follow you from now on. Wherever you go, I will go there, okay? Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Didn't I already promise you? I'm just afraid that you'll regret it. What's there to regret? If you want to follow me, just follow me. Xiang Xinyu curled her lips and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. You didn't even try on the clothes I gave you yesterday. Sister, I was so busy yesterday. How could I have time to try them? You are not going back today. Can you try them in the evening? Okay, then don't forget tonight. I won't forget, don't worry. Xiang Xinyu smiled sweetly then. Madame Taifu took Xiang Xinyao's other hand and said, Yaoer, I like this place too. You must bring Mom with you when you come back. Xiang Xinyao looked at her father. That requires Dad's consent. Taifu Xiang smiled lovingly. Of course I agree. Would I be worried if your mom follows you? Dad, coming back with me will be exposed to the wind and sun. Life is not like in Bianjing. It will be very hard here. Madame Taifu patted Xiang Xinyao's hand. Mom is not that squeamish. To be honest, Mom also wants to grow vegetables and raise pigs with you and live a free and easy life. Taifu Xiang looked at Xiang Xinyao lovingly. Yaoer, after I retire and return to my hometown, I want to live here in my old age. How about I give you some silver and you buy the whole mountain behind the small pine forest? It's not impossible. Xiang Xinyao said with a smile. Dad, you don't have to give me the silver. I have it myself. I will go to the county government to buy the mountain later.
Hey,
you have to pay for the mountain. Otherwise, how can I have the nerve to come back with you in the future? Why are you embarrassed? Am I not your daughter? It is natural for children to be filial. Xiang Taifu was full of guilt. Yaoer, since you were lost at the age of 3, your father has not fulfilled his responsibility to raise you, so don't argue with your father. But your father is in the court and cannot reveal his identity. You have to come forward to buy the mountain. After arriving in the county, Xiang Xinyao planned to go to the county government first. She had planned to buy the whole mountain before, but she was afraid that the silver in her hand would not be able to turn around, so she wanted to wait until after the new year to buy it. But now she has tens of thousands of taels of silver notes in her hand, so it's better to act early. Otherwise, once someone finds out that there are some treasures in the back mountain, she will regret it if someone buys it. Xiang Xinyao said, Dad, Mom, the carriage has to stop at Fuminlu. Otherwise, you can go to Fuminlu to rest first, and I will go to the county government to settle the matter of buying the mountain first. Xiang Taifu nodded. Okay, let your 3 brothers accompany you, and your father will not show up. The carriage went to the backyard of Fuminlu, and Xiang Xinyao jumped off the carriage. The waiter had noticed 3 luxurious carriages heading to the backyard, and had already run from the lobby to the backyard. When he saw Xiang Xinyao, the waiter shouted into the lobby, Boss, Miss who is here? Han Dongsheng, who was talking to the shopkeeper at the counter, left the shopkeeper and ran to the backyard. Sister Zhaodi, you're finally here. The seasonings in my shop are almost gone. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Brother Han, I was too busy today and didn't bring any seasonings. I'll bring them to you another day. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my biological father. Han Dongsheng stepped forward and greeted the Xiang family enthusiastically and welcomed everyone into the private room on the 2nd floor. Xiang Xinyao said, Brother Han, I will not call you Hu Zhaodi anymore. I will call you Xiang Xinyao. Don't call me by the wrong name again. I remember. You have long severed your relationship with the Hu family. You should have changed your name long ago. My parents will stay with you to rest. I'm going to visit your uncle-in-law.
Please take care of them for me.
No problem. Don't you need me to go to the county government with you? Without waiting for Xiang Xiniao to answer, Mo Jinnan said coldly, No, I will accompany her. Han Dongsheng shrank his neck. This guy spoke so coldly. How could Sister Xiniao have such a cold fiancé? He seriously suspected that this unbelievably handsome man in front of him would abuse Sister Xiniao in the future. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. The aura of this guy was too strong, much stronger than that of his uncle-in-law. Mo Jinnan looked at Xiang Xiniao, and his eyes and voice softened instantly. Let's go to the county government now. I'll go too. Xiang Yanjua stood up and said. Xiang Yanlin was about to stand up when Xiang Taifu grabbed him and said, Don't go. Xiang Yanlin had no choice but to sit down. Xiang Xiniao took Xiang Yanjua, Xiang Yanchen, and Mo Jinnan to the county government office. After some negotiations and signing of documents, Xiang Xiniao was about to take out the banknote when Mo Jinnan handed it over. Xiang Xiniao opened her mouth slightly. What are you doing? Mo Jinnan smiled slightly. Give me the banknote. I like that mountain very much too. You buy the land and build a house, and I buy the mountain. When we come back in the future, we will have a place to settle down, right? Xiang Xiniao was full of black lines on her forehead. Those were all her fixed assets, but this guy insisted on getting involved. Forget it. He is her fiancé now anyway. If the engagement is cancelled one day, she will give him the silver and take over the ownership of the mountain. He is a prince, and he should not be greedy for his own property. After buying the mountain, Xiang Xiniao returned to Fumanlu with the three of them. The carriage was still parked in the backyard of Fumanlu, and the family began to walk to go shopping. She bought a lot of bedding, vegetables, meat, cloth, etc. During the whole day, Xiang Xiniao wanted to pay several times, but was beaten to it by her brother or Mo Jinnan. She didn't spend a penny. After shopping, the family returned to Dayuan village. At this time, Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua were already cooking, and Ji Chunlan returned to her husband's home. Xiang Xiniao took out the vegetables and meat she bought today and went into the kitchen to get busy. Xiang Xinyu followed into the kitchen without hesitation and wanted to help, but she grew up in the Taifu mansion and had never done such things as picking or washing vegetables. So, she took a small stool and sat opposite Xiang Xiniao, picked up the vegetables and learned from Xiang Xiniao how to pick them, and she learned very seriously. Xiang Xiniao also taught her patiently. Although she had no worries about food and clothing in the Xiang family now, she would one day start her own family, so it would be good for her to learn more things. Even if you don't use it in the future, it can still prevent problems from happening. Xiang Xinyu learned how to pick and wash vegetables, her face full of excitement. When Xiang Xiniao started cooking, she stood aside and watched, memorizing everything, including how much salt to put, what seasonings to use, and the heat. After all the dishes were cooked, Xiang Xinyu followed Aunt Ji and her daughter to serve the dishes on the table. The food tonight was more sumptuous than that at noon, and everyone's eyes were shining and their mouths were drooling with joy while they ate. Just after finishing the meal, Xiang Xinyu pulled Xiang Xiniao into the bedroom. Sister, come and try the clothes I made for you. If they don't fit, I'll change them for you. As she said that, she opened both bundles. In the two bundles, there were all kinds of neatly folded dresses. There were dresses for the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and almost all of them were the colors that girls liked. Xiang Xinyu opened them one by one, and Xiang Xiniao's eyes were straight. Sister, did you make all these dresses for me? Of course. I'm fatter than you, and I can't wear these dresses at all. Try them on. After that, Xiang Xinyu picked a set of light green dresses and handed it to her. I think this one should be very suitable. Xiang Xiniao took the dress and looked carefully at the workmanship and the embroidered patterns on the dress. The more she looked at it, the brighter her eyes became. The workmanship and embroidery were more delicate than those of Ji Chunhua and her sister. The style of the dress was also relatively novel. It can be seen that Xiang Xinyu has her own unique ideas about the style of the dress. This is a female needlework genius. Xiang Xiniao changed into a light green dress, and Xiang Sinyu's eyes widened.
Wow.
So beautiful, sister. You don't need to modify this dress. It's just right. This color sets off your skin tone. It's so beautiful. I think it's very suitable. I like the color and style. Sister, you are really good at needlework. Xiang Sinyu's face turned slightly red after being praised, and she pushed her out of the bedroom. Mom, you see, my sister is so beautiful, and the dress is also very suitable. Everyone in the hall looked at Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao turned around and asked mischievously, Mom, does it look good? Madame Taifu was full of joy. It looks good. My daughter looks beautiful in anything she wears, like a fairy. Mo Jinan was stunned for 3 seconds, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Well, she is worthy of being my king's fiancée. Xiang Xinyu took Xiang Xinyao back to the bedroom to try on dresses. Except for the ones that looked too small at first glance, she picked out all the others to try again. Just when Xiang Xinyu wanted to put away the ones that looked too small and prepare to modify them, Xiang Xinyao stopped her. Sister, don't modify these. Leave them for Sister Chuanhua's 2 daughters to wear. Xiang Xinyu nodded. Okay, then I won't modify them. I'll modify these larger ones. You should be able to wear those that are too big for me. You can keep them for yourself. There are so many suitable ones that have been enough for me to wear for a long time. When these can't be worn, you can make new ones for me. Xiang Xinyu smiled and shook her head. No, these dresses are made for you.
I just need to modify them.
And I made 2 of the same style, one for you and one for me. Okay then. In fact, Xiang Xinyu lied. She didn't have many dresses and she didn't have the same style as Xiang Xinyao. In her heart, her sister was the real daughter of the Taifu mansion. She was just an adopted daughter. She couldn't wear the same dresses as her sister. Even the fabric grade of her own dresses was not as good as Xiang Xinyao's. The reason why she did this was that she firmly remembered the kindness of the Xiang family in raising her. Now that Xiang Xinyao was found, no matter whether her sister was willing to call her sister or not, she would do her best to be good to her. If her sister didn't like her as a sister, she would even be willing to follow Xiang Xinyao and be Xiang Xinyao's maid. But now, she never expected that her sister would not only be willing to call her sister, but also be willing to be close to her. She was so happy. After Xiang Xinyu sorted the clothes and put them away, the 2 sisters walked out of the bedroom. The 2 sisters sat on a bench together. Xiang Xinyao said, Sister, do you want to open a garment shop with me? Xiang Xinyu's eyes suddenly widened, her face full of joy. Sister, can I? Why not? The dresses you make are so beautiful. The garment shop business will surely be booming in the future. Xiang Xinyu was instantly full of confidence and nodded firmly. Well, I am willing to open a garment shop with you. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Then start making ready-made clothes when you have time, and when we come back next time, we will find a store to open a garment shop. Okay, I see you bought a lot of fabric today. I will start after I finish altering your clothes. Xiang Xinyao shook her head. The clothes don't need to be altered. I can't wear so many clothes. When the suitable ones are too small, the big ones will also be suitable. That won't work. You are the daughter of the Xiang family and my only sister. I can make dresses, and I want you to wear different dresses every day. There is no need to be so extravagant, sister. Just listen to me. Wouldn't it be nice to make more money? Okay then. Xiang Xinyu agreed reluctantly. With only one sister, she just wanted to dress her up beautifully. But her sister didn't like to dress up, she only liked to make money. In this case, she would help her sister make more money in the future. At night, Grandpa Ji and his wife and Ji Chuanhua's mother and daughter went to the home of the 3 brothers of the Ji family to spend the night. The Xiang family and Mo Jinan all squeezed into Grandpa Ji's house. Xiang Xinyao's family bought new bedding and took all the old ones to the home of the 3 brothers of the Ji family. In the winter, the bedding was not enough, and Xiang Xinyao was also worried that the Ji family would catch a cold and get sick. In the next few days, the Xiang family and Mo Jinan followed Grandpa Ji and his family to the small pine forest. As long as they could help, they all helped. Especially Xiang Xinyao's 3 brothers and Mo Jinan, they almost took over the cutting and transportation of wood. Because Xiang Xinyao watered the radish field with spiritual spring water, the radish grew fast and well. Xiang Xinyao would sometimes take her parents and sister to the radish field and pick a few radishes to cook or make soup. When they ate the radishes watered with the spiritual spring water, they all praised the taste of the radishes. Xiang Xinyao regretted it even more. All the vegetables she grew in her space were fed to wild boars and other small animals. What they ate were the ordinary vegetables grown by Aunt Ji. What a waste! What a waste! Oh my God! She has raised the wild boars and other small animals so that their fur is smooth and shiny, and they look different almost every day. It's a huge loss. Xiang Xinyao was so angry that she got up in the middle of the night and watered all the vegetables in the Ji family's yard with spiritual spring water. I also found time to secretly water the vegetables in other vegetable gardens. The vegetables in the space grow very fast. In 2 or 3 days, the cabbage and green vegetable seedlings can be picked and eaten. She often sneaked out, or hid in the bedroom, and then entered the space to pick vegetables. The vegetables grown in the space taste better. After eating them for 3 consecutive days, the Ji family and the Xiang family all became addicted to them. They felt more uncomfortable skipping a meal than not eating meat for several meals. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Xiang Xinyao secretly went to the mountains again while no one was paying attention. If her 3 brothers and Mo Jin knew about this, they would definitely follow her into the mountains. The main reason she went into the mountains this time was to get a wild boar out of the space and kill it for the new year. Now, under her careful feeding and the nourishment of spiritual spring water, the largest wild boar in the space has exceeded 500 kilograms. After entering the mountains, Xiang Xinyao found a relatively secluded place and slipped into the space, leaving only an ancient jade bracelet on the ground. After entering the space, she prepared some anesthetics and walked towards the grove where the wild boars were with a syringe. Because she feeds the wild boars twice a day, the wild boars no longer attack her when they see her. When she approached the largest wild boar, she inserted the syringe in her hand into the boar's neck at a rapid speed, and the anesthetic was instantly injected into the boar's body. After a moment, the wild boar fell unconscious, and she flashed out of the space. The bracelet automatically returned to her wrist and hid itself. She blew a loud whistle to summon the wolves, and then, with a thought, she took the unconscious wild boar out of the space. Looking at the big wild boar with shiny fur and fat body, Xiang Xinyao smiled happily. With another thought, a rope as thick as a thumb appeared in her hand. She had to tie up the wild boar quickly to prevent the anesthetic from wearing off and waking up. After tying up the wild boar, she waited for a while before the wolves came to her. After instructing the wolves to guard the wild boar, she continued walking towards the outskirts of the mountains. However, as soon as she ran out of the mountains, she met Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin, who came to find her. As soon as he saw Xiang Xinyao, Xiang Yanlin said with a look of reproach on his face, "Sister, why didn't you call my second brother when you went into the mountains?" Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. "Second brother, am I not here to call you? I have knocked out a wild boar with drugs. We have to find a way to carry the wild boar back and kill it for the new year." Mo Jinan asked, "How big is the wild boar?" Xiang Xinyao replied, "No less than 500 kilograms. So big Mo Jinan was stunned. "Wait for me here. I will call your eldest brother and third brother and let them come to help." Looking at Mo Jinan's chic figure and lightning-fast speed, Xiang Xinyao was a little envious. Even if she had the memory of her previous life, she had to start from scratch when she traveled through time. Although the speed of improvement was much faster than that of the previous life, it was not so easy to reach the height of the previous life. After waiting for a while, Mo Jinan arrived with Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanchen. Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanchen carefully looked Xiang Xinyao up and down and confirmed that she was not injured, and even her clothes were not messy, and then they were completely relieved. Xiang Yanjua reproached, "Sister, if you want to go into the mountains to hunt, why don't you ask your elder brother to accompany you? If you get hurt, what do you want your elder brother to do?" Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. "Brother, don't worry. For me, The mountains are very safe, the wolves will protect me, and I can protect myself. But your martial arts are still so weak. Next time, you should not go into the mountains alone. Either the three of us brothers will accompany you, or let the prince accompany you, so that we can rest assured. Okay, let's go quickly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the big wild boar wakes up later. The four men came to the big wild boar under the leadership of Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao played with the wolves for a while and waited for the brothers and Mo Jinan to tie the wild boar again before letting the wolves leave. The three brothers and Mo Jinan carried the big wild boar. Xiang Xinyao led the way in front, and the five people walked down the mountain. After leaving the deep mountains, Xiang Xinyao asked the three brothers and Mo Jinan to go back first, and she went to Xiasonglin to ask Uncle Ji and his family to go home to kill the pig. By the way, inform the villagers working in Xiasonglin that each family will still receive a pound of pork. If you pay for it, it will still be the lowest price. Today is the last day of work before the new year, and we only work half a day. We start to rest before lunch and prepare for the new year. We will start working again on the 6th day after the new year. After nearly half a month, all the villagers in the village know that Xiang Taifu and his wife are Xiang Xinyao's biological parents. Among the four handsome men, 3 are Xiang Xinyao's brothers, and the other one who looks the best is her fiancé. The Hu family and Yang Dahu, who once hurt Xiang Xinyao, did not dare to show up in front of the Xiang family and Mo Jinan, for fear of being beaten to death by the Xiang family and Mo Jinan. Knowing that Xiang Xinyao was the daughter of a wealthy family in Bianjing, the two families were envious, afraid, and regretful. If they had treated Xiang Xinyao well since she was a child, then now her biological parents have come, they would have to give them a large sum of silver as a reward. But now, the Xiang family didn't kill them, which was already generous of the Xiang family. How could they dare to ask the Xiang family to reward them with silver? However, the two families were not having an easy life. Xiao Songlin didn't want them to work, so they could only go to other places to find some dirty and tiring work to do. Otherwise, they would starve to death. The most difficult one now was Yang Dahu. His wife and son were paralyzed in bed and didn't even have the basic ability to take care of themselves. Yang Dahu came back from work exhausted every day and had to serve the mother and son who were all dirty. He even had the idea of killing many times and wanted to suffocate his wife to death. But when he thought about suffocating his wife to death and not being able to meet his physiological needs, he gave up the idea of killing his wife. As for the Hu family, since Hu Yaozu's death, Yang's health has been getting worse day by day. The meager income that Hu Dashan earned from working outside was not enough to support Yang's medical expenses. Usually, a dose of medicine lasted for 4 or 5 days, and even when there was no smell of medicine at all, he was reluctant to throw away the dregs. In the past, Yang had bullied Zhang, and now, Zhang was not friendly to Yang. Spitting in Yang's medicine and food was now a daily routine for Zhang. Not only that, Yang's clothes were smelling terrible, but Zhang was unwilling to help her change them. Due to being bedridden for a long time, Yang's room was completely smelly. Her body was covered with bed sores, and you could even see head lice crawling out of her hair. All I can say is that the Hu family and Yang Dahu's family deserved it. Xiang Xinyao called the Ji family back home. When the father and son of the Ji family saw the fat, big, shiny wild boar, their eyes widened. If it weren't for the 2 big fangs in the wild boar's mouth that were curved and pointed, they would have suspected that the wild boar was domesticated and even more perfect than a domesticated one. It took a long time for Grandpa Ji to come back to his senses. He told the 3rd son of the Ji family, "Why are you still standing there? Light a fire and boil water, and prepare to slaughter the pig. With such a big wild boar, we can have a good year this year." The 3 brothers of the Ji family also came back to their senses. Their bodies reacted faster than their brains, and they all got busy. The eldest brother Ji took the firewood, the 5th brother Ji lit the fire, and the 3rd brother Ji asked Xiang Yanchen to lift the long wooden table. Grandpa Ji was busy sharpening the butcher knife. Xiang Xinyao prepared a basin to collect the pig's blood. After the wooden table was put in place, several big men lifted the big wild boar onto the wooden table together. The rope on the wild boar was still tied, for fear that the wild boar would suddenly wake up and hurt people. After Xiang Xinyao prepared the basin to collect the pig's blood, Grandpa Ji grabbed the rope tied to the wild boar's mouth with his left hand, held the butcher knife tightly with his right hand, and stabbed it into the wild boar's neck with a puff. The blood gushed out instantly, and all flowed into the basin. If you look closely, the blood that flowed out of the wild boar this time is a little different from the blood of wild boars killed in the past. The blood of this wild boar is brighter red. When the blood was almost drained, several men carried the wild boar to the big pot where water was boiling. The rest of the things were not something that Xiang's family and Mo Nan could help with. It was still early, and several people returned to the small pine forest to help. But Madame Taifu and Xiang Xinyu stayed. They couldn't help with other things, but they could still pick and wash vegetables. Xiang Xinyao lit the stove on the stove and boiled a large pot of water to cook pig blood. While waiting for the water to boil, she picked up a basket and hurried to the vegetable garden. When she came back, the basket was full of small cabbages, as well as green onions and garlic sprouts. The small cabbages were naturally pulled out by her from the space, and the green onions and garlic sprouts were pulled from the vegetable garden. As soon as Xiang Xinyao entered the yard, the basket in her hand was taken over by Xiang Xinyu. "Sister, leave these vegetables to me." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Okay, add some hot water when you wash the vegetables later, otherwise they will be too cold." "Okay, I got it." Madame Taifu came forward and wanted to help Xiang Xinyu pick and wash the vegetables, but was decisively rejected by Xiang Xinyu. "Mom, you go and have a rest. Your daughter can finish these vegetables quickly." Xiang Xinyao walked into the kitchen, and Madame Taifu had no choice but to follow her in. "Yaoer, what can mother do?" Xiang Xinyao said with a smile. "Mom, you should go out and have a rest. You can't do these things." A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Madame Taifu. "Oh, why didn't you learn to cook before?" Xiang Xinyao saw the flash of disappointment in her mother's eyes and said helplessly, "Mom, if you really can't sit still, come and cook pig blood with me." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. "Cooking pig blood is very simple, just blanch it casually. Don't cook it for a long time, the pig blood will be old, and the taste will be much worse." Madame Taifu looked incredible. "Can pig blood be eaten?" "Of course you can, and it has high nutritional value, and is very good for the body, but this thing must be ensured to be hygienic and clean, without any pollution, and it must be fully cooked before eating. The blood of sick pigs cannot be eaten." Madame Taifu was puzzled again. "Didn't you say that it can be just blanched casually? Are you sure it is cooked through?" "Mom, we just scald the pig blood now to make it completely coagulate. We will fry it later. If it is not fried, it is likely to contain parasites, which is harmful to the body." "Oh, I see. Then you teach me, and I will cook it with you." Xiang Xinyao nodded, took a kitchen knife, cut the pig blood into small square pieces, and then carefully picked up the pig blood and put it into the pot. When the surface completely changed color, she asked her mother to scoop it up with a colander and put it in cold water. After scalding all the pig blood, wash off the foam on the surface and soak it directly in the basin with clean water. Xiang Xinyao said, "Mom, I will make you a scallion fried wild boar blood for you to try later."
Oké, er is tot vol.
Tomorrow we will go to the county town to buy New Year's goods and celebrate the new year in a lively manner.
Okay.
Madame Taifu was full of expectations. In the 11 years since Xiang Xinyao was missing, she couldn't smile from the heart every New Year and festival. This year, she can finally celebrate the new year with her baby daughter. She had been looking forward to this day for too long. Uncle Ji and his son had already shaved the pig hair clean. Xiang Xinyao and the Ji family father and son worked together to lift the big fat pig onto the long wooden table. Uncle Ji first cut off the wild boar's head, and then the pig's neck. Then he let the wild boar turn over, with the big fat pig's belly facing up. Uncle Ji held the butcher knife and slowly cut open the wild boar's belly. Xiang Xinyao went into the kitchen to prepare side dishes. Mrs. Taifu was peeling peanuts, which were all bought in the county town. Xiang Xinyao also planned to plant some peanuts in the spring after the new year. When the space is upgraded again and becomes larger, she also plans to plant some peanuts in the space. There are also peanuts in the supermarket, but she dare not take them out easily. After cutting the side dishes, the voice of the eldest son of the Ji family came from the yard. Xinyao, bring a basin. Hey, here I come. Xiang Xinyao grabbed the basin that had been prepared before and ran to Brother Ji. Brother Ji picked up the pig liver and lungs and put them in the basin held by Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao carried the pig liver and lungs into the kitchen, cut off the liver and prepared to make a salt-baked pig liver. Since Xiang Xinyao had raised wild boars for a while and added spiritual spring water to the pig feed, the wild boar liver did not have any fishy smell. Just as she was about to make salt-baked pig liver, Xiang Xinyu and her mother came to her side. Her mother asked, Yaoer, can this be eaten? Yes. Pig liver can also replenish blood. In ancient times, wealthy families generally did not want to eat these things with strong fishy smells. Therefore, it is normal that Madame Taifu did not know that pig liver can be eaten. Xiang Xinyao cleaned the pig liver and used a clean towel to absorb the moisture on the surface. Pour about 5 pounds of salt into the pot, add the seasoning to the salt, then add pepper and dried chili segments, and start frying the salt and seasoning. When the spices were fried into a rich aroma, she scooped out some of the salt with a spatula, leaving some in the pot. Cover the pot and bake over low heat for a little longer than an incense stick of time, then simmer over low heat for a cup of tea. Madame Taifu and Xiang Xinyu looked doubtful about life. With so much salt, wouldn't you choke to death? After Xiang Xinyao put out some of the fire, she was busy cutting the meat. After all the side dishes were prepared, Xiang Xinyao started making frosted peanuts using another stove. Wash the peanuts and drain them. Pour the peanuts into a bowl. Beat in 2 eggs and mix well. Add appropriate amount of starch so that every peanut is coated with starch. Fry in 60% oil temperature, stirring constantly with chopsticks to prevent burning. When the peanuts are fried, pour out the oil in the pan, then add sugar and appropriate amount of water into the pan. When the sugar is dissolved and boiled until thick and the big bubbles turn into small bubbles, pour the fried peanuts into the pot and stir constantly. After the moisture has completely evaporated, the peanuts are coated with a layer of white icing. Madame Taifu and Xiang Xinyu were enlightened. Peanuts can be cooked like this, it looks so novel. When the peanuts came out of the pot, Xiang Xinyu couldn't wait to grab one and put it in her mouth. Oh, it's so hot. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Sister, wait for it to cool down before tasting it. Be careful not to burn yourself. Well, although it's very hot, it tastes very good, fragrant, and sweet. Of course, with so much sugar, how can it not be sweet? Xiang Xinyu's face was full of admiration. Sister, you are so amazing. I have never seen the peanuts and pork liver you made, let alone eaten them. Then you will be able to taste them later. Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows. These methods are not made in this era and this country. You must have seen them. Xiang Xinyu pointed to the pork liver that was still salt-baked in the pot and asked, Sister, will this pork liver be very salty if there is so much salt in it? No, you will know when you taste it later. Seeing that the salt-baked pork liver had almost passed the time of an incense stick, Xiang Xinyao turned off the fire. The next step is to stir-fry the meat and vegetables. After all the vegetables are fried, the salt-baked pork liver in the pot can also be taken out of the pot. She opened the lid of the pot, removed the salt on the surface, and took out the pork liver. Use a clean towel to wipe off the salt on the surface, and then cut the liver into thin slices. Finally, make a slightly spicy dipping sauce, and all the dishes can be served. At this time, the father and son of the Ji family in the yard have processed all the wild boar meat, and the pork is spread on the long wooden table. Xiang Taifu and the others have all returned from the pine forest. It's time to eat. Xiang Xinyao called out. Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua have already put the tables and chairs in place. Xiang Xinyu, Xiang Xinyao, and Mrs. Taifu came out of the kitchen with the dishes and sent them to the table in the main room. Xiang Taifu and the others washed their hands, smelled the delicious food, and couldn't wait to enter the main room. After all the dishes were served, everyone sat down to eat. Looking at the novel dishes and smelling the tempting food, everyone's stomachs instantly felt hungry. Emojin picked up a piece of fried meat and stuffed it into his mouth, and his eyes narrowed instantly. Xiang Xinyao raised the corners of her mouth and did not explain, not to mention that she couldn't explain it clearly. I can't tell everyone that she fed this wild boar with spiritual spring water, right? Now she understands that spiritual spring water can not only strengthen the body and eliminate fatigue. It is more powerful than chemical fertilizers for plants. Not only does it shorten the growth cycle, but it can also make vegetables and fruits more nutritious and delicious. As for animals, it is even better than modern feed, but spiritual spring water has no side effects. Livestock fed with spiritual spring water not only grow fast, but also have tender meat and much higher nutritional value than ordinary domestic animals. It seems that I have to practice hard to upgrade the space again. In this way, there will be more land to grow fruits, vegetables, and medicinal materials, and there will be more space to raise poultry and livestock. If I really open a restaurant in the future, I can also supply vegetables and meat for my own restaurant. The vegetables grown, poultry, and livestock raised in the space have unique tastes, and the restaurant business will definitely be booming. Xiang Xinyu had already noticed the plate of salt-baked pork liver, but thinking of the half pot of salt, she was a little afraid to move her chopsticks. But she still plucked up the courage to reach for the salt-baked liver with her chopsticks, thinking of what her sister said, that the liver was not too salty. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, and the fragrant and delicious taste instantly filled her mouth, satisfying her taste buds. With a face full of joy, she whispered to Madame Taifu, "Mother, the pork liver cooked by my sister is really delicious, not salty at all." Madame Taifu smiled indifferently. "Is there any dish cooked by Yaoer that is not delicious? I believe in Yaoer. It's just that she does everything by herself, which is too hard. Don't worry, mother. In the future, your daughter will learn more from your sister. When you have learned it, you will do it yourself, and your sister won't have to work so hard. Okay, you are also your good daughter. When we return to Bianjing, mother will buy you 2 more maids, and you won't have to work so hard." Xiang Xinyu shook her head. "Mother, I am willing to take care of my sister. The maids we buy can just do some rough work, but we have to take care of my sister ourselves to feel at ease. My sister has been missing for 11 years and has suffered so much. I can't bear to let my sister suffer anymore." "Okay, then you take care of my sister more in the future." "Well, mother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my sister. Let's eat. It's cold, and the food won't taste good if it gets cold." At this time, Xiang Taifu suddenly pointed at the pork liver and asked Xiang Xinyao, "Yaoer, what is this dish called?" Xiang Xinyao replied, "This is called salt-baked pork liver. The taste is very unique. Pork liver has a strong fishy smell, but this one doesn't have any fishy smell at all. How do you make it?" Xiang Xinyao repeated the method of making salt-baked pork liver. Emojin pointed at the peanuts and asked, "Then how do you make this peanut?" "It's completely different from the peanuts I've eaten before, and this one tastes even better." Xiang Xinyao repeated the method of making sugar-coated peanuts. The Xiang family father and son and Emojin were shocked. With the same ingredients, she didn't expect that she could make different styles and tastes. Xiang Yanchen said, "Sister, seriously, I'll find you a shop. How about you open a restaurant?" Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly, "Brother, I have money, but I haven't decided where to open the restaurant yet. If I really open a restaurant, I don't want to buy vegetables and meat outside. I want to raise my own poultry and livestock and grow my own vegetables." Xiang Yanchen looked puzzled. "Is there any difference between the poultry and livestock bought outside and the vegetables you raise yourself?" "Of course it tastes better and has better quality. If I don't open it, then it's fine. If I do, I'll go for the high-end route, and I'll make sure my restaurant is unique and no one else can imitate it." Xiang Yanchen nodded. "Okay, whatever you want to do, I'll support you. When you decide where to open it, I'll give you the money." "Brother, really, I don't have to. I have money." Xiang Yanchen smiled and joked. "Does my brother have to pay me when he goes to your restaurant to eat?" Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. "You're my brother. Do you think it's necessary to pay me when you go to my restaurant to eat? You are my sister. Isn't it right for your third brother to give you money when you open a restaurant?" Xiang Xinyao said seriously. Third brother, the old saying is right. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Let's make it clear now, and we will be good to each other in the future. We brothers and sisters will definitely not have conflicts over this little money, but you will get married and have children in the future. What if the future third sister-in-law minds? Xiang Yanchen smiled. Sister, do you think your third brother's vision is so bad? He can't even tolerate his own sister when finding a wife. For such a woman, your third brother would rather be a bachelor. Mo Jinan said, if you don't want your third brother's money, then I will give it to you. Anyway, you are my fiancé. After we get married, everything I have is yours. Xiang Xiniao shook her head. No, I can't take your money. What if one day you meet a girl who is better than me and cancel the engagement with me? I will have to pay you a large sum of money. Mo Jinan felt a little unhappy. Why does the little girl always want to cancel the engagement? This is not a good sign. Although he had not completely fallen in love with this little girl, she was much better than those daughters of officials in Bianjing. If he really wanted to get married and have children, his choice would only be Xiang Xiniao, who was cute and a little greedy. However, this little girl was not greedy for all the money. She was only greedy for the money that belonged to her. Mo Jinan frowned. Why do you always want to cancel the engagement with me? I didn't think about it. Xiang Xiniao shrugged. I'm just taking precautions. What if one day you want to cancel the engagement? Can I still stick to you? Mo Jinan said in a deep voice. That day will never come. Taifu Xiang said, Yaoer, your fiancé is not that kind of person. If he is the kind of person who changes his mind every day, your father would have found him and cancelled the engagement with you long ago. In his mansion, there are no concubines, not even a maid. I am relieved about this. Xiang Yanjua also echoed. Sister, what Dad said is true. If he really meets a woman he likes in the future, you don't have to compensate him. Just think of it as his compensation to you. Mo Jinan hurriedly said, Yes, if that day really comes, you don't have to pay me back, but I still say that day will never come. Xiang Yanchen took advantage of the opportunity to say, Sister, you should use the money from the third brother. The restaurant will be yours in the future, and no one has the right to take it away. Don't worry, the third brother has a lot of properties under his name, and I will have to give you part of it as a dowry in the future. Mo Jinan, use mine, you are my fiancé. Xiang Yanchen, TSK, is a fiancé closer than a real brother? Montak Chinen. When I become your brother-in-law, I will be closer to you than you, your real brother. Xiang Xiniao laughed. Okay, let's not talk about this now, I'll think about it later. After dinner, the villagers came to the Ji family to get pork. This time there were very few people buying meat. It was the new year, and about 70% of the families in the village would kill a pig for the new year. Kill a pig for the new year, pickle some bacon, rub some salt on the remaining meat, and then fry it in oil, and then store it in a clay jar. If you eat sparingly, you will only eat the meat of that pig in a year. After the villagers received the meat, the Ji family and the Xiang family began to get busy. As we all know, the meat on the pig neck doesn't taste very good, but it is still good for sausages. Xiang Xiniao smiled and said, Sister Chunhua, you wash the pig's offal first. I will cut some meat and make sausages later. Ji Chunhua smiled and nodded. Okay, I will wash it right away. Xiang Xiniao continued to arrange. Brother Ji and Brother Ji sen cut the fat and lard. Uncle, prepare the meat for pickled bacon. Brother Ji Wu, take all the bones off, chop a few big bones, and boil a pot of soup. Auntie will cut the meat and make sausages with me first, and others can help wherever they can. Let's get started. Brother Ji said, Get started, there are still many things to do. Uncle Ji stood up and said, I'll go sharpen the knife first. The faster the knife, the faster the meat can be cut. Xiang Xiniao carried the pig's neck to the long wooden table, picked up the knife, and started cutting the meat. Others also started to move. The Xiang family and Mo Jinan had never experienced slaughtering pigs, so they didn't know what to do. Mo Jinan asked, What should I do? Xiang Xiniao thought for a while and said, Go to the radish field and pick some radishes to stew bone soup. Where is the radish field? Madame Taifu said, I know where it is. I'll go pick them. Taifu Xiang. Madam, I'll go with you. After that, Taifu Xiang grabbed the basket in the yard and left the yard with Madame Taifu. Mo Jinan twitched his mouth. What else can I do? Xiang Xinyao smiled. Look for yourself. As long as you think you can do what we do, then do it. Mo Jinan looked around and finally thought that he should be able to cut the fat of the eldest and third sons of the Ji family, so he rolled up his sleeves and walked over. The eldest brother Ji said, "Fat and lard are not easy to cut. Why don't you do something else?" Mo Jinan replied calmly, "I can do it." After that, he picked up a kitchen knife and started cutting fat like the two brothers of the Ji family. The next second, the eldest and third brothers Ji were stunned. This guy used the kitchen knife as a big knife. He put a piece of fat in front of him. He didn't hold the fat with his left hand, but picked up the kitchen knife with his right hand. Dong dong dong, a few cuts, and the fat was chopped into small cubes of the same size. Moreover, there was no connection between the small cubes, and they were all cut. He scraped the kitchen knife along the chopping board with his right hand, and the cut fat fell directly into the basin containing the fat. Third brother Ji came to his senses and gave a thumbs up. "I am impressed by your knife skills." Big brother Ji, "I am impressed too." Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong.
Swish.
Mo Jinan's speed was as fast as lightning. Third brother Ji said, "I'll go light a fire and boil lard." After saying that, he put down the kitchen knife and walked towards the kitchen. Xiang Yanlin rolled up his sleeves and walked over, picked up the kitchen knife that third brother Ji put down, and chopped the fat like Mo Jinan. Yes, chop, not cut. Brother Ji suddenly felt redundant and simply put down the kitchen knife. "I'll go chop some big bones for the soup." After saying that, he turned around, found a machete, and went to chop big bones with brother Ji Wu. Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanchen walked towards Uncle Ji tacitly. Xiang Xinyu looked at Xiang Xinyao, then at Uncle Ji, who was sharpening a knife, and then rolled up her sleeves. After Uncle Ji sharpened the kitchen knife in his hand, she stepped forward to take the knife, came to Xiang Xinyao, and asked Xiang Xinyao to teach her how to cut meat. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. "Sister, wait for me to cut the meat into smaller pieces, remove the bones and skin, and then you can cut it." "Okay, you teach me how to cut it." "No problem." Xiang Xinyao cut the pork neck meat into pieces slightly larger than her palm, then removed the skin and bones, and then taught Xiang Xinyu how to cut it. After watching her sister cut a few pieces, Xiang Xinyu also confidently grabbed a piece of pork and started cutting. Seeing Xiang Xinyu's clumsy way of cutting meat with a knife, Xiang Xinyao's heart was in her throat. "Sister, it's okay to cut slowly. The kitchen knife is very fast. You have to be careful." "Well, I know, I will be careful." Xiang Xinyao nodded, and after cutting for a while, she glanced at Xiang Xinyu. The more she watched, the more frightened she became, for fear that her sister would accidentally cut her fingers. "Sister, go slower or you should stop cutting. I'm scared when I see you using a kitchen knife." Xiang Xinyu shook her head. "No, I want to learn. Don't worry. I'll be careful and practice slowly." "Okay then. Go slower, be careful."
Okay.
Xiang Xinyu was also trying to do her best. Although she cut slowly, she didn't hurt her hands. It was just that the weather was cold, and it felt a bit uncomfortable to feel the lard oozing out of the fat on her hands. Xiang Xinyu shook her head. "No, I want to learn. Don't worry. I'll be careful and practice slowly." "Okay then. Go slower, be careful."
Okay.
Xiang Xinyu was also trying to do her best. Although she cut slowly, she didn't hurt her hands. After Ji Sange lit the fire in the stove pit, he cleaned the big pot again. Then he added some clean water to the pot, and then poured the cut fat and lard into the pot to boil. After Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin finished chopping the fat and lard, they came to Xiang Xinyao and started chopping meat strips. When it was time to slice, they chopped the meat horizontally with the kitchen knives in their hands and finally chopped it vertically so that the meat strips were uniform in size. Watching the two people chopping meat was like watching a circus. Xiang Xinyu was stunned, holding the kitchen knife, and didn't know whether to cut or chop. After Xiang Xinyao took out the skin and bones, she took a lot of lean meat and cut it into large pieces, asking Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin to chop it into strips. After cutting the meat for sausages, they put it all in a large wooden basin. Since the meat with seasonings had to be mixed evenly, Xiang Xiniao didn't wash her hands and asked her mother to add seasonings directly. As for what seasonings to add, Xiang Xiniao was directing from the side. After mixing the meat for sausages with seasonings and putting it aside to marinate, Xiang Xiniao took Xiang Xinyu to cut meat slices and prepare to stir-fry the pork in the evening. Soon, the big pot of lard exuded an enticing aroma. Because the wild boars were fed with spiritual spring water, the aroma of the lard was even more fragrant than that of ordinary domestic pigs. Xiang Xinyu sniffed hard. "Sister, this aroma is so tempting. I want to eat it." Xiang Xiniao also sniffed. "It is indeed fragrant, but you have to be patient. You can't eat it now. When the oil is boiled out, sprinkle some salt on the lard residue and eat it directly with your hands. That's the delicacy of the world." At this time, Xiang Taifu and Taifu's wife, who went to the field to pull radishes, returned to the village. From a long distance away from the Ji family, the two smelled the tempting aroma. "Master, what smells so fragrant?" Taifu's wife asked. Taifu Xiang sniffed hard. "It smells a bit like the smell of boiling lard, but it feels better than the smell of boiling lard in our house. It makes people want to drool." "I think so too, it smells so good." "Could it be the smell of yaour and the others boiling lard?" "It's very likely, master. Have you noticed? Although the Ji family killed a wild boar, the taste of the meat is better than that of domesticated boar. Wild boar meat should be a bit tough, right?" Taifu Xiang nodded. "I am also confused about this. Let's go. It's too cold outside." The closer the couple got to the Ji family, the stronger the smell became. At this time, everyone in the Ji family's yard swallowed their saliva countless times. Especially the third brother Ji, who was guarding the stove to boil lard. The fragrance went straight into his nostrils, and he could not resist it. Xiang Xinyu swallowed her saliva for the nth time. "Sister, I can't stand it. This fragrance is too attractive. Go and see if you can eat it." "Sister, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Wait a little longer." "I'll go and see." Xiang Xinyu put down the kitchen knife and ran to the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, the fragrance became stronger. Xiang Xinyu stared at the big pot where lard was boiling and swallowed her saliva. "Brother Ji, can the lard residue be eaten?" While talking, she couldn't control her saliva and flowed to the corner of her mouth. She quickly raised her hand and wiped the saliva with her sleeve. Fortunately, Brother Ji didn't see her saliva flowing, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. However, Xiang Xinyu thought that Brother Ji didn't see it, but in fact he had already glimpsed it from the corner of his eye. But girls have to save face, so he didn't dare to laugh or say it. Brother Ji just shook his head and didn't dare to speak, for fear that he couldn't control his saliva and flowed into the oil pan. Xiang Xinyu couldn't control her saliva, and when she saw Brother Ji shaking his head, she hurried out of the kitchen. She was afraid that she would drool again. Even Xiang Xiniao couldn't stand the temptation of the aroma of boiling lard. After living for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time that she smelled such a fragrant aroma of boiling lard. Oh my God! It's too torturous. When Xiang Taifu and his wife returned to the Ji family's yard, they couldn't help but exclaimed again and again. "Oh my God! It's so fragrant, I can smell it from a long distance. This wild boar is so special. The aroma of boiling lard makes people swallow their saliva." Uncle Ji said, "It's really special. We killed several wild boars this year, and no wild boar's meat is as fragrant as this one. Boiling lard can't make such a fragrant taste." At this time, the aroma of boiling lard has almost permeated the entire village. As long as people are at home, there is no one who can't smell it. Especially the few families close to the Ji family, they almost couldn't help coming out to check the source of the fragrance several times. But almost everyone in the village knew that the Ji family slaughtered a pig today, and they went to the Ji family to get the pork at noon. They forced themselves not to go out and endured it. The longer the lard is boiled, the stronger the aroma becomes. When the lard residue is about to come out of the pot, everyone keeps their mouths shut, fearing that their saliva will flow out and make them embarrassed. In the torment of the temptation of the aroma, everyone finally waits until the lard is done. Brother G turns off the fire in the stove and lets the oil temperature drop slowly. Aunt G takes the earthenware jar used to hold lard to the side of the stove, scoops a spoonful of lard into the jar, and then shakes the jar to raise the temperature. After pouring the second spoonful of hot oil in, Aunt G continued to shake the earthen jar to allow it to be heated evenly, and then she didn't need to shake it again. Aunt G held a colander in one hand to separate the oil residue, and held a spoon in the other hand to scoop hot oil into the earthenware jar one spoonful at a time. When the last lard was scooped out, Aunt G asked third brother G to bring a clean wooden basin, scoop the lard residue into the basin with a colander, and then scoop all the remaining oil in the pot into the earthenware jar. The wild boar killed this time was fat and strong, and the oil boiled from it filled 3 earthen jars. Aunt G shouted loudly, "Yaoer, it's time to eat the lard residue." Xiang Xinyao immediately got up and washed her hands. After drying her hands, she took out the salt and sprinkled some salt into the lard residue. After stirring it evenly with chopsticks, she took a large bowl, scooped out a full bowl of lard residue, and put it into the cupboard. Those were left for the G family's children. Xiang Xinyao sprinkled salt again, stirred it evenly, and then carried the basin to the yard. Eat the oil residue. Almost everyone had washed their hands by this time, and except for Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu, everyone else picked up chopsticks. Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu smiled at each other, stretched out their hands to grab the lard residue, and stuffed it into their mouths.
Wow.
It smells so good. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious lard residue. Xiang Xinyao praised with her eyes narrowed in enjoyment. Xiang Xinyu was even more enjoying it. Wow. It's so fragrant and satisfying. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious lard residue since I was a child. I'm so happy. Others also praised it. Brother G, it's fragrant, so special, and not greasy at all. It's not like the ones I ate before. I couldn't eat more than a few pieces. Uncle G, this is the first time I've eaten such delicious wild boar meat and such fragrant lard residue in my life. What did this wild boar eat to grow up? Xiang Yanlin, could this wild boar have eaten some legendary treasure? Mo Jinan, it's not impossible for such a big wild boar. When I lifted the wild boar, I felt that its fur was reflecting light. Xiang Xinyao secretly laughed in her heart. The imagination of the second brother and Mo Jinan was really invincible. Everyone praised while eating, and soon, half of the pot of lard residue was eaten. After all, it was lard residue. I was afraid of getting angry if I ate too much. Except for Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu, everyone else resisted the urge to eat more and put away their chopsticks. Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu still grabbed it with their hands. At this time, the old scholar came back with the children of the Ji family. They were attracted by the fragrance and trotted all the way. As soon as the children entered the yard, they saw Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu eating lard residue and hurried to wash their hands. Ji Chunhua hurried into the kitchen and brought a pair of chopsticks to Uncle Ji. The next scene was a little old man with 2 big children, and several children surrounded the lard residue basin. After eating the lard residue, everyone got busy again. Xiang Xinyao led her mother and sister to pack sausages, while Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Packing sausages by hand was very slow, so Xiang Xinyao found 3 small iron rings that were about the same size as the caps of mineral water bottles and passed one end of the small intestine through the small iron rings. Then she turned over the small intestine and wrapped it around the small iron rings, holding it tightly with her left hand, and began to stuff meat strips into the small intestine with her right hand. With the small iron rings, packing sausages was much faster. Her mother and sister also packed them in a very professional manner. After the new year, Xiang Xinyao would follow her parents back to Bianjing, and she wanted to bring some meat and sausages back. Anyway, she would come back in a while, and the Ji family could kill wild boars in the space after eating the meat. Half a year later, under the leadership of Xiang Xinyao, the villagers' lives were much better than before. Of course, Xiang Xinyao did not give those families who had looked down on the original owner and bullied the original owner the opportunity to live a good life with him. There are 6 such families in the village, all of whom were the kind of people who used to be close to the Hu family or the Yang Dahu family. They envied Xiang Xinyao, but they did not dare to provoke Xiang Xinyao. They could only watch others make money with envy. Xiang Taifu could not find a suitable thing to do, so he also moved a small stool to sit next to Xiang Xinyao, preparing to pack sausages with his wife and children. Xiang Xinyao could only find another small iron ring and teach his father how to operate it personally. After the sausages were packed, dinner was ready. Xiang Xinyu and Xiang Xinyao, who had eaten too much lard, did not even want to eat dinner. Although it has not snowed this winter, it is still a bit cold, and pork cools quickly. Whether it is pickled bacon or pickled fried meat, you must wait until the pork is completely cool before pickling it, otherwise it will easily go bad. Not hungry, Xiang Xinyao took Xiang Xinyu to pickle bacon. Xiang Xinyao pickled bacon very simply, just put salt and a little wine to keep the original flavor of pork. All the bacon to be pickled and the meat to be fried were evenly coated with salt and a little wine, and then placed in a basin to be marinated. The meat preserved by frying can be washed off the salt on the surface the next day, and then cut into pieces and fried in a pan. And the meat of the pickled bacon can be washed off the salt on the surface after 2 days and hung up to dry naturally. After a period of time, it can be fried or boiled. Busy until dark. The work of the day is basically over, and other things can only wait until tomorrow. In fact, the Hu family also slaughtered the pig on this day. The Hu family has always been stingy and unwilling to ask others to help slaughter the pig, for fear that others will eat up all the pork in his family. But now he is the only man in the family. If he wants to press the pig to the ground, he must ask at least 2 men to help, plus his wife Zhang, to lift the pig onto the long table for slaughtering pigs. Although his pig is not big, less than 200 pounds thin, it is lively and energetic. It is impossible to overthrow it without inviting people. Hu Dashan invited Yang Dahu and another man from the same village who had a good relationship with him. Both men wanted to have a good meal of pork from Hu Dashan's family. But the Hu family was stingy and abnormal. When Zhang was cooking, Hu Dashan asked Zhang to deliberately add more salt. Anyway, the weather was cold, and the food would not go bad. They put the leftovers aside and added some other vegetables to neutralize it in the next meal. They left without taking even a few bites. The Hu family's pigs were too thin, with very little fat and an extremely thin layer of lard. The lard they made was less than 1/5 of that of the Ji families. Hu Dashan was so depressed. When Xiang Xinyao was still in their family, the pigs they raised were all white and fat. Although it is not big, it has a lot of fat and thick lard, and the lard made from it can be eaten for half a year. Of course, that was only if Xiang Xinyao didn't eat it for half a year. But the little lard he made now was not enough for his family of 3 to eat for 3 months. The Ji family boiled lard, and the aroma spread throughout the village. His family made lard, and the more they made it, the more sad they felt. Looking at the small pot of lard, Hu Dashan was so angry that he scolded his mother and slapped Zhang several times. But he didn't think about it. If even people had no food to eat, what would the pigs eat? It was a miracle that they didn't starve to death. However, this is not the end. Less than half a day after Yang Dahu and the man left the Hu family, the news that the Hu family members deliberately put more salt in their dishes and were reluctant to let others eat them spread throughout the village. The whole village's contempt for the Hu family increased to the point where they were like a rat crossing the street, something that everyone wanted to kill. However, the Hu family, who had been busy all day, were unaware of the situation and were still immersed in the joy of not letting Yang Dahu and that man take advantage of them. The Ji family and the Xiang family naturally didn't know about this little thing, and even if they knew, they wouldn't take it seriously. At night, Xiang Xinyao still lived in the same room with Mrs. Taifu and Xiang Xinyu. She has to buy New Year's goods tomorrow. After her mother and sister fall asleep, she will go to the space to feed wild boars, chickens, ducks, and other animals. So, after lying on the bed and chatting for a few words, she pretended to be very sleepy and her eyelids began to droop. Xiang Xinyu, who was sleeping on the floor, was still chattering. Madame Taifu said, Yaoer is tired. Don't disturb her. Go to sleep. Oh, okay. Xiang Sinyu's voice suddenly became as small as the hum of a mosquito. After waiting for about an incense stick of time, my mother and sister's breathing became even. Xiang Xinyao pretended to turn over and kicked the quilt off her body. Madame Taifu still had her eyes closed, but her hand was extended towards Xiang Xinyao. He felt that Xiang Xinyao had kicked off the quilt, so he covered her with it again and held her in his arms to continue sleeping. After waiting for a while and making sure that her mother and sister were asleep, Xiang Xinyao gently pulled her mother's hand away, pulled her hand into the quilt, and slipped into the space. Now that she knows that the vegetables grown in the space not only taste better and have higher nutritional value, but also have a greatly shortened maturity period, she can confidently feed the pigs with the vegetables from the supermarket. When the space is upgraded again and the land is expanded, we will no longer have to worry about having no vegetables to eat even if there is a famine. Xiang Xinyao took the large basin containing pig food, and on a whim, she took various vegetables from the supermarket and piled them next to the basin, then began to swing a kitchen knife to cut the vegetables. She was getting faster and faster. Anyway, as long as she chopped it up, no matter whether it was a large piece of vegetable stem or a large piece of vegetable leaf, as long as she added cornmeal and spiritual spring water, the animals in the space would eat it all. Xiang Xinyao hurriedly prepared the food for the animals. She was worried that her mother would wake up and find out, so she flashed out of the space. Seeing that her mother was still sleeping, she was tired after a day and gently got into the bed. She fell asleep smelling the fresh and elegant scent of her mother. The next day, Xiang Xinyao woke up before dawn, but her mother and sister were still asleep. Maybe they had never done such work before and were really tired. Xiang Xinyao got up quietly and left the bedroom. Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua had already started a fire. The weather was cold, and the first thing to do when getting up was to boil water for washing. During this period, Xiang Xinyao added spiritual spring water to the water tank from time to time. The physical fitness of the Ji family members improved a lot, and their skin was obviously much smoother. Working outside for a long time, the Ji family members did not notice these details, but Xiang Xinyao did. She secretly added some spiritual spring water to the water tank.
Of course, she would not add too much at a time.
After adding the spiritual spring water, she said to Xinyao, Sister Chunhua, after the Chinese New Year, I will go to Bianjing with my parents for a while. I will go to the county town today to buy more cloth. You and Sister Chunlan continue to make clothes. When I come back, I will find a store to open. Ji Chunhua smiled and nodded. No problem. Chunlan will continue to make clothes with me after the Chinese New Year. When you come back, you should be able to make a lot. Well, I will leave some money for Uncle Ji. If the cloth is used up, I will ask Uncle Ji to buy more money and make more to prevent the situation that there is not enough to sell later.
Okay.
At this time, Uncle Ji also came back from his eldest son's house. Seeing Uncle Ji, Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Uncle, after breakfast today, let's go to the county town to buy New Year's goods. Okay, go into the house quickly, it's cold outside. I'll go feed the cows and horses. I'm not cold, I'll go feed the horses. After feeding the horses some hay, Xiang Xinyao came to Uncle Ji and said, Uncle, I will accompany my parents back to Bianjing on the 4th day, after the New Year. You ask the villagers to reclaim the small pine forest as much as possible. I will try to come back before grain in ear. If I haven't come back before grain in ear, you'll plant another year's grain according to your plan. This time I went to Bianjing, I mainly wanted to see if I could find some medicinal seeds to plant. If we can find them, we will focus on planting medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables. Rice is still planted the same way, and we will plant less other grains, just feed the livestock. Uncle Ji nodded, okay. By the way, change the planting method of rice this year. Don't sow the seeds directly in the rice fields. Uncle Ji was puzzled. How to plant if you don't sow them in the rice fields? First cultivate rice seedlings, and then transplant them, so. Xiang Xinyao told Uncle Ji in detail how to cultivate rice seedlings and how to transplant them. Uncle Ji was full of doubt. Can this increase production? Yes, you will know after you try it once. Okay, then plan it according to your method. What about the others? When weeding corn, pull out the extra seedlings, leaving only 2 in a pit. Don't be reluctant to pull them out. Plant another piece of radish and buy a few piglets to feed them after a while. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. The water is hot. Yaoer, go wash up. Aunt Ji's voice came from the kitchen. I'm coming. Xiang Xinyao responded and went to wash up, and after washing up, she helped Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua make breakfast. The 3 Xiang brothers and Mo Jin got up before breakfast was ready. Master Xiang and his wife and Xiang Xinyu also got up soon after. After breakfast, I asked my family and Mo Jin to buy New Year's goods. Originally, the old couple of the Ji family and Ji Chunhua and her daughter also wanted to go, but seeing so many people from the Xiang family going, they decided not to join in the fun. Uncle Ji said, Yaoer, take your parents with you. We're just going there for a stroll. There's nothing to buy, so we won't join in the fun. Xiang Xinyao asked, then do you want to buy anything? I'll bring it back for you. We have everything we need at home. We just need to buy some food for the new year, some red paper to write a few couplets, and a few strings of firecrackers. After saying that, Uncle Ji took out a silver ingot and handed it to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao quickly waved her hands to refuse. Uncle, I am also a member of this family. You're giving me money to buy some New Year's goods. Aren't you slapping me in the face? You helped me build a house and open up wasteland, but I never paid you. How about when I come back from buying New Year's goods, let's sit down and settle the bill, and I'll give you the wages. Uncle Ji's face sank. You girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Since you came to our Ji family, you have led us to live such a good life. How can I ask for your wages? Although your eldest brother Ji and the others didn't pay them, when have they ever been left out of good things? Didn't you ask them to pay for the children's schooling? Although you are not a biological child of the Ji family, we have all seen what you have paid for our Ji family. Don't talk about wages or not in the future. Then you give me back the silver? Uncle Ji put the silver away with a smile. Okay, I won't take it. Go quickly, I'll go to Xiasonglin to take a look. Everyone has gone home to prepare for the new year. There is no need to go to Xiasonglin, right? I'm not too sure. Besides, I can't sit still. There are still a lot of blue bricks piled up over there. I'll just go and take a look. The ox cart was left for his 3 sons. Xiang Xinyao and her 3 brothers began to harness the carriage. Soon, the 3 brothers of the Ji family also came with their families, and they were also busy harnessing the ox cart. After the carriage was harnessed, they helped their parents onto the carriage. But just as Xiang Xinyao was about to get on the carriage, her right eyelid suddenly twitched a few times, and a bad premonition came to her mind. Her heart suddenly panicked. Grandpa Ji was the only one who went out today. She was worried and had to go and take a look and then call him back directly. Xiang Xinyao said, Wait a minute, my eyelids are twitching a lot.
I'm worried about you, Grandpa.
I have to go and take a look first. Mo Jin immediately looked at Xiang Xinyao. I'll go with you. The 3 brothers also looked over, and Mo Jin said, I'll go, you wait here. As long as there was a chance to be alone with Xiang Xinyao, Mo Jin didn't want to miss it. He directly put his big hand around Xiang Xinyao's slender waist and flew towards the small pine forest with his light skills. The 3 brothers looked at Mo Jinnan's hand around Xiang Xinyao's waist, and they were so angry. The pig couldn't wait to get his sister. The immature cabbage just found her. So angry. But he couldn't get angry because she had been engaged since childhood. Besides, even if the 3 brothers joined forces, they might not be able to beat Mo Jinnan, the pig. When Hu Dashan heard Xiang Xinyao's voice, he reflexively grabbed Uncle Ji, who was about to fall backwards, and prevented him from falling. However, the next second, Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinnan had already come behind Uncle Ji. Xiang Xinyao reached out to support Uncle Ji. Mo Jinnan raised his foot and kicked Hu Dashan more than 10 feet away.
Ah!
Hu Dashan screamed, fell to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Uncle, how are you? Are you hurt? Xiang Xinyao looked at Uncle Ji anxiously. Uncle Ji shook his head. I'm fine. You came just after Hu Dashan pushed me. He caught me, so I'm fine. What's the matter? Why is he here? He came to steal wood. I caught him, and he got anxious. He said that there was no firewood at home, and the weather was cold, so he didn't want to go up the mountain to collect firewood. I said a few words to him, and he pushed me. You came before he fell. Xiang Xinyao looked at Hu Dashan coldly. Stealing wood. You are so bold. Uncle Ji sighed. Oh, what a sin. Hu Dashan went out to find a job, and the two women were at home. They didn't even take care of the firewood. What kind of life are they living? What kind of life are they living is the business of his Hu family. Stealing my wood is not allowed. It's not that there is no firewood in the mountains. Is it natural to steal others because it's cold? Mo Jin and walked towards Hu Dashan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Hu Dashan. He is the man who abused his fiancée for 11 years. He deserves to die. Mo Jin and kicked Hu Dashan and woke him up from his coma. When Hu Dashan saw Mo Jin Nan with a cold face and murderous eyes, his scalp numbed and cold sweat broke out on his back. Xiang Xinyao let go of Uncle Ji, sneered and walked towards Hu Dashan, squatted down and smiled playfully. Dare to steal my wood. Have you thought about the consequences?
Saudi, you.
Before he could say the words of begging for mercy, Xiang Xinyao slapped him loudly. My surname is Xiang, and my name is Xinyao. My biological parents gave me this name. Please forgive me this time. Xiang Xinyao smiled evilly and spat out one word. Get out. Hu Dashan endured the pain and got up and crawled out of the small pine forest. Mo Jinan's face was gloomy. You just let him go? Xiang Xinyao raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Do you think I'm so easy to talk to? Dare to steal my wood? You will pay the price. Mo Jinan's eyes lit up. What do you want to do? You will know in the evening. Let's go. Let's send the uncle back first. You go back first. Don't you still have to go to the county town? Now everything is fine. I'll walk around for a while. Mo Jinan advised. Uncle, go back. The beast has been injured and can't do evil within a month. Unless he lives enough, the wood will not be stolen again. You go back quickly. I can't stay idle when I go back, so I'll just walk around. Xiang Xinyao nodded helplessly. Okay then. You be careful and go home early. Okay, go quickly. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan walked back. Back to the Ji family yard. Xiang Xinyao was still worried, so she asked Ji Chunhua to call the old scholar to go to the small pine forest to accompany Uncle Ji. After arranging the family, Xiang Xinyao got on the carriage and took his family to the county town. After arriving at the county town, Xiang Xinyao first went to see Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai and told them about her trip to Bianjing. Xiang Xinyao said, Brother Han, I will send you a half-year supply of seasonings on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. During my absence, if you have time, please help me check out my newly built house. If the Ji family is in trouble, please help them more. When I come back, I will pay you back the money I have helped you with interest. Han Dongsheng said seriously, Sister Xinyao, what you said is not right. Although you have a biological brother, Brother Wu and I are also your brothers. What do you mean by paying back the principal with interest? Now that you have a biological brother, you don't need us two brothers? Of course not, but I can't let you and Brother Wu suffer, right? Stop it. When have you ever let Brother Wu and I suffer? We are the only ones who get the advantage. Okay, I'm going to buy New Year's goods. After saying this to Xinyao, he stood up and was about to go out. Han Dongsheng said, Sister Xinyao, come over to have lunch together at noon. It will be a farewell party for you in advance. Okay, I'll come over at noon. Xiang Xinyao's family and Mo Jinan walked through the bustling streets of a county town. After buying red paper and firecrackers, they also bought a lot of peanuts, melon seeds, candies, and cakes. Mo Jinan looked at the bags of things in everyone's hands and said, I'll ask Ruffing to drive 2 more carriages over, so it will be convenient for us to go back on the 4th day of the new year. Xiang Xinyao said, let him drive the carriage to Fuminlu. We will have lunch at Fuminlu at noon, and then come out to buy the rest after lunch.
Montag Jinan nodded, okay.
After Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan left, she took her family to Fuminlu. After lunch at Fuminlu, the family bought a lot of things. They bought all kinds of fabrics, silk threads, and ready-made clothes, and also bought some winter dates. Xiang Xinyao also bought 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks. It's the new year. These need to be replaced with new ones. A whole carriage was filled with things, and the other 2 carriages could seat people, which was much more spacious than when they came. When they returned to Dian Village, Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua had already started cooking. Xiang Xinyao walked towards Uncle Ji. Uncle, the Hu family didn't come to make trouble. Uncle Ji smiled and shook his head. No, I don't think they dare to come to make trouble. But your grandfather Ji spread this matter, and the people working on the construction site came to our house after lunch today. They said that they would go to Xiasonglan more often in the next 2 days to prevent anyone from stealing blue bricks, tiles, and wood. Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows. Most of the villagers knew how to be grateful, and it was worth it for her to lead everyone to get rich together. As for the Hu family, humph! Dare to steal her wood, then you must bear the corresponding consequences. No matter who it is, who dares to steal a brick or a tile from Xiang Xinyao, then she will take it back double. After dinner, the Xiang family and the Ji family prepared tomorrow's ingredients together. Prepare everything that can be prepared in advance. In the middle of the night, Xiang Xinyao came out of the space and planned to sneak out. Mo Jinan leaned against the door and whispered, "Why did you come out at this time? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiang Xinyao frowned. "Why don't you sleep well? What are you waiting for me?" Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Waiting for you to do bad things together. Hee, let's go." The 2 opened the door, closed it gently, and then walked towards the Hu family shoulder to shoulder. The winter night in the village was unusually quiet, and the footsteps of the 2 were clearly audible. When they came to the outside of the Hu family's yard, Mo Jinan frowned and asked, "Is this the family that bought you? It's too poor. It's really unfair that his fiancée has to suffer so much." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Yes, this is the house." Mo Jinan was puzzled. "Why not just take it away?" Xiang Xinyao shrugged. "I'm not a thief, and there is no shortage of firewood at home. Doesn't his family have no firewood? Let's just consider it as helping his family." Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows and showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. That makes sense. As expected of his fiancée, she is so wise. The roof of the Hu family is covered with thatch. If the beams are pulled out, people will not be crushed to death, but the wooden boards connecting the beams will still fall down, and injuries are inevitable. The Hu family can forget about having a good time this year. The rooms of the Hu family are not big, which means that a beam is not very long. The beams are not thick either. If Mo Jinan didn't come, Xiang Xinyao would use the space to take the beams and put them in the Hu family's yard. But since Mo Jinan is here, this difficult problem will be left to him.
Montaginen pondered.
He was thinking about how to pull out the beams of the Hu family. After thinking for a moment, Mo Jinan asked, "Do you want to pull out all the beams, or just the beams of one room?" Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "Do whatever you like. I have no objection, but try not to hurt anyone and let them suffer slowly." Mo Jinan nodded, and the next second he soared into the air and flew onto the top of the wall on the left side of the roof. He channeled his internal strength into his arms, grabbed one end of the beam with both hands, and lifted it up with all his strength, flipping the wooden boards and thatch connected to the beam outward. The beam was lifted up by Mo Jinan and thrown into the Hu family's yard with a bang. The Hu family was awakened by the loud noise, however. Just as they raised their hands to rub their eyes, the beam of the second room was thrown into the yard by Mo Jinan again. Who Dashan roared in shock and anger, and hurriedly asked Zhang to get up and put on her shoes. But before she could put on her shoes, the beams of the third room were thrown into the yard again. 3 big holes appeared directly on the roofs of the 3 rooms. Mo Jinan only pulled out the main beams, and the roofs of other parts were not greatly affected. The beds of the Hu family were all placed in the corners against the wall, and only a few straws fell on the beds. Mo Jinan threw all the beams into the yard, flew down from the roof, hugged Xiang Xinyao's slender waist, and used light skills to return to the Ji family. Behind him came the heart-wrenching curses of Zhang and Yang, which completely broke the tranquility of the small mountain village. Xiang Xinyao tried to hold back her laughter all the way. Imogen was too cute. He ran away after doing something bad, for fear that people would find out that he did it. Back to the Ji family yard, Imogen still looked nervous. Xiang Xinyao chuckled. Why are you running? Imogen looked puzzled. If you don't run after doing something bad, are you waiting to be caught? Yes. I just want to wait for the Hu family to catch me, so that they will know the consequences of stealing my wood.
Huh.
Then let's go back now? Forget it. We're back now, let's go back to the house and sleep. The Hu family will definitely guess that I did it, and I'll wait for them to come to my house tomorrow to ask for an explanation. Imogen nodded and went back to the house. Xiang Xinyao did not go back to the house, but went directly to the mountains. When she came to the cave where Imogen had recuperated before, she entered the space without hesitation. After working in the space for a long time, preparing 2 days of animal food, and preparing the dishes needed for the New Year's Eve dinner, she caught a chicken, a duck, and went to the supermarket to catch a big carp, and then she flashed out of the space. It was already dawn, so she hurried home. When she returned to the Ji family, Aunt Ji was almost ready to make breakfast. Seeing Xiang Xinyao coming back from outside, she looked like she had seen a ghost. Girl, where are you coming back from? Why so early? Xiang Xinyao lied. Annie, I ordered chickens, ducks, and a fish from people in other villages yesterday. The chickens and ducks ran away during the day, and I couldn't catch them. They asked me to get them at dawn. I see. When did you go? Why didn't I see you? I went early, so I'll be back early. Auntie Ji took the chickens, ducks, and fish from Xiang Xinyao's hand and said, Go get some hot water and wash up. We'll have breakfast soon.
Okay.
Imogen looked at Xiang Xinyao. Why didn't you tell me you were going out? Xiang Xinyao said calmly, It's just a small matter. I was embarrassed to disturb your rest, so I didn't tell you. After breakfast, Auntie Ji and Ji Chunhua were busy cleaning the house inside and outside. Uncle Ji went to kill the chickens, ducks, and fish, and the others began to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Xiang Xinyao went to the vegetable field with a basket of vegetables. It seemed that she was picking vegetables in the vegetable field, but in fact she was taking them from the space. After returning to the Ji family with a basket full of vegetables, Xiang Xinyu and Madame Taifu hurried forward to help pick the vegetables. Madame Taifu asked, Yaoer, what are you going to cook today? Xiang Xinyao counted the dishes on her fingers. Braised pork, ginseng stewed chicken, roast duck, sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour carp, egg rolls, preserved vegetable braised pork, braised meatballs, homemade tofu, sugar-coated peanuts, cold shredded vegetables, plus a long dish, a total of 12 dishes, meaning red every month. Xiang Xinyu's eyes lit up when she heard the names of the dishes announced by Xiang Xinyao. Madame Taifu frowned slightly. Where did you get the ginseng? Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly, turned and ran into the bedroom, and took out the ginseng that had been prepared long ago from the space. He came to his mother with ginseng. Mom, this is the wild ginseng I dug in the mountains a few days ago. I stewed chicken with it today to nourish everyone. Well, this wild ginseng looks good. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. It's about 20 years old. Mom, I'll go stew the chicken.
Go.
The Hu family did not come to ask for an explanation as imagined. Hu Dashan is not stupid. He was kicked by Xiang Xinyao's fiancé when he went to steal her wood yesterday, and he still can't get out of bed. Yang is now a sickly woman, and she can only talk fast. Even if Zhang knew that it was Xiang Xinyao who did it, she didn't dare to go to the Ji family alone to ask for an explanation. There were big holes in the roofs of the 3 rooms, and the Hu family could only pray that it would not rain or snow. However, God seemed to dislike what the Hu family did. Just after noon, heavy snow fell from the sky. The Hu family wanted to die. Hu Dashan asked Zhang to go to the village to ask for help to put up the beams, but Zhang went all over the village, and no one was willing to help. The Hu family killed a pig and prepared choking dishes to entertain the people who came to help. The villagers in the village heard about this. Only a few people said that they would go to help if they were paid 100 coins, but they were willing to help only after they were paid. Zhang didn't go to the Ji family for help because she didn't dare. How could the Hu family have the money to hire people now? The little money that Hu Dashan earned from working outside was almost gone after buying New Year's goods. Zhang made some food casually, and the family had a New Year's Eve dinner early, and then lay down in bed. After the three brothers of the Ji family cleaned the house early in the morning, they took their families to Uncle Ji's house with tables and chairs. During the New Year and other festivals, the three brothers of the Ji family accompanied their parents. And this year, there were too many people and there were definitely not enough tables and chairs. Before the hour of Yu, 12 dishes were served on the table, which was a long table made of 3 square tables put together. In a wealthy family, 12 dishes are not considered sumptuous. But in Dawan village, it is definitely the most sumptuous. When the food was served, Xiang Yanjua went outside the yard to light firecrackers. The children clapped excitedly. The old scholar poured wine. Xiang Xinyao had a flash of inspiration. The children had nothing to drink, so she simply got up and went to the kitchen, took out some spiritual spring water, added a little sugar, and made a pot of sugar water for the children. She carried the kettle and poured the sugar water for the children. Everyone raised their wine bowls and clinked them together, hoping for good weather and good harvests in the coming year. Xiang Taifu and his wife raised their wine bowls and toasted to Uncle Ji and his wife together. Brother and sister-in-law, thank you for taking Yaoer in and giving her a home. I am so grateful to the Xiang family. I have no way to repay you for your kindness. I will drink first to show my respect. Uncle Ji shook his head again and again. You can't say that. We should thank Yaoer. Without her, how many people in our village would not have enough food or warm clothes, let alone send their children to school? The old scholar said, yes. It is our whole village who should thank Yaoer. She is the benefactor of our whole village. Xiang Xinyao said with a grin. Okay. During the Chinese New Year, eating well, drinking well, and having fun are the key. Come on, everyone, drink one. I wish us all a better and better life and a richer life.
Cheers.
The lively atmosphere, delicious dishes, everyone's face was full of satisfied smiles. The children ate with oil dripping from their mouths. This is the first time that they can eat such a sumptuous dish during the Chinese New Year. Every child's belly is full of food. After dinner, the ground outside the house is already completely white, and the heavy snow has turned into light snow, and it still hasn't stopped. Aunt Ji got 2 braziers and placed them in the main room. Xiang Xinyao took out peanuts, melon seeds, and candies, and everyone gathered around the table to chat and eat melon seeds. Master Xiang prepared lucky money for the children and gave each child 1 or 2 taels of silver except Xiang Xinyao. This made the children very happy. In the past, the lucky money they could get during the Chinese New Year was only 2 copper coins. Of course, Xiang Xinyao's red envelope was given separately, not only by her parents, but also by her brothers and sisters and Mo Jinan. Xiang Xinyao also took out the ready-made clothes she bought for the children and distributed them to the children. As for Ji Chunhua's 2 daughters, Xiang Xinyao gave Xiang Xinyu to her, and all the clothes she thought were too small to wear were distributed to them. After dark, Uncle Ji lit 2 pine oil lamps, and everyone chatted around the stove and stayed up all night. Compared with the liveliness of the Ji family, other villagers went to bed early. There was really no entertainment in the village. And although everyone can have enough food now, they are still poor. Many families are still reluctant to spend the pine oil money to stay up all night. In a blink of an eye, 3 days of the new year had passed. The snow had melted, and there was little left. Xiang Xinyao and the Xiang family were ready to set off back to Bianjing. Mo Jinnan's guard roughing also brought all the soldiers to wait outside the Ji family. Before leaving, Xiang Xinyao gave Uncle Ji 500 taels of silver notes. Uncle, please keep these silver notes. Pay the villagers' wages by building materials, chickens and piglets, etc. Spend what you need. Don't always think about saving money. Uncle Ji waved his hands again and again. Yaoer, you don't need that much. Many people in the village still owe you money. How can you spend so much? Put it away quickly. I don't know when I can come back this time. If I come back late, you'll have to find someone to help me plant the land reclaimed from the small pine forest. There are many places to spend money. Xiang Taifu echoed, Brother Ji, just keep it. To put it bluntly, this banknote is not for you. I give it to you for safekeeping, and it will be spent on Yaoer. I keep more for you in case of emergencies.
Uncle, you noted. Okay.
Then I'll take it. Xiang Xinyao continued to explain, Uncle, if there is an emergency and the banknotes are not enough, and I haven't come back yet, you can go to Fumanlu to borrow for my brother Han, and I will return him when I come back. Okay, I remember. After explaining what should be explained, Xiang Xinyao went into the house to carry the seasoning prepared for Han Dongsheng onto the carriage. Aunt Ji and Ji Chunhua carried bacon and sausages to the carriage one by one. Xiang Xinyao quickly stopped her. Auntie, there are enough already, don't move any more, or you'll have nothing to eat. You kid, we can't eat such a big wild boar, so you should take more with you. Auntie, these are enough. The wild boar meat is very special. You can share some with Brother Ji and Sister Chunlan. Take 2 more sausages. Xiang Xinyao looked helpless. It's really enough. If you put more in the carriage, we will have to walk back to Bianjing. Auntie Ji nodded lovingly. Okay, I won't take any more. Yaoer, your biological parents have finally found you, so spend more time with them. Don't worry about the house and land in Xia Songlin. Your uncle and I, as well as your brother Ji, are at home and will arrange everything for you. Okay, Auntie, you should take care of yourselves. Don't worry. Since you came to our Ji family, your life has improved. Your uncle and I feel much better than before during this period of time. Well, then I should go, Auntie. When I come back and the house is built, we will move to Xia Songlin together. Okay, I'll listen to you.
Go.
Be careful on the road. After saying that, Auntie Ji turned around to lock the door of the main room and prepared to send Xiang Xinyao and her family out of the village. The soldiers appeared in the village again, and everyone knew that Xiang Xinyao was leaving Dian village. Except for a few families, the villagers came to see Xiang Xinyao off. The carriage was moving very slowly, with Ji's family and villagers coming to see her off on both sides. Xiang Xinyao's eyes were red as the villagers kept telling her, Fellow villagers, go back. It's cold outside, I will be back in a while. I promised Uncle Ji that I would bring you together to get rich. Go back. I will try to come back before grain in ear. The villagers were reluctant to leave Xiang Xinyao, and those with shallow tears had already started to wipe their tears. Xinyao, be careful on the road, come back early. Xinyao, we are waiting for you. Madame Taifu and Xiang Xinyu had already burst into tears. Xiang Xinyao kept waving at the villagers, shouting with red eyes, Fellow villagers, go back. Go back, I will be back soon. Holding a lot of cooked food sent by the villagers in her arms, Xiang Xinyao's eyes became even redder, but she tried hard not to let her tears flow. The villagers were too enthusiastic and really didn't want her to leave the village. With the villagers' farewell, Xiang Xinyao and her group drove to the county town. When they arrived at Fumanlu in the county town, Han Dongsheng and Wu Hai were already waiting in the backyard. Xiang Xinyao handed all the chicken essence for half a year to Han Dongsheng. Han Dongsheng said, Sister Xinyao, let's have lunch before we leave. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare the food. Xiang Xinyao shook her head and refused. No, let's hurry up. It's too early to have lunch now. I don't want to waste too much time on the road. Then wait a minute. I've prepared some dry food for you to eat on the road. Take it all with you. After saying that, without giving Xiang Xinyao a chance to refuse, Han Dongsheng immediately ordered the waiter to take out the dry food that had been prepared before. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. Han Dongsheng and Wu Hai really prepared a lot of dry food, including dried meat, sesame cakes, steamed buns, meat buns, snacks, and some braised meat. Especially braised meat and dried meat were prepared a lot. Han Dongsheng said like an old lady, Xinyao, the weather is cold now. Although the braised meat, meat buns, steamed buns, and snacks can be kept for several days, they must be eaten first and not kept for too long. They will not taste good if they are frozen for a long time. Keep these things ready. If you can't make it to a place to eat or rest on the way, you can light a fire and roast them. Thank you, Brother Han, but you prepared too much. Not much, not at all. With so many of you, I think the preparations are not enough. This is not enough for a few meals. Xiang Xinyao resisted the urge to cry and joked, Brother Han, are you going to fill our carriages and let us walk back to Bianjing? Wu Hai said, Sister Xinyao, if your carriages are really full, don't you still have me? I'll give you a few more, and the problem will be solved. Xiang Xinyao was moved. Come on. I don't want to eat dry food for 3 meals a day. I'll eat something hot. Well, I should hurry up too. We'll get together when I come back. Han Dongsheng urged, be careful on the road. If you have anything, write back and come back early. Wu Hai said, have a safe journey and come back early. Well, then I'm leaving. Take care, my 2 brothers. The Xiang family and Mo Jin got on the carriage and left the backyard of Fuminlu under the eyes of Han Dongsheng and Wu Hai. Xiang Xinyao and his group left the county and sped up. The county town is a bit far from Yunqing, and we can barely get there before dinner. We can have lunch in Shaanxi County, which is close to Fulian County. We arrived in Yunqing and booked an inn to stay. After dinner, Mo Jin gathered everyone together and said in a serious face, Lord Xiang, for everyone's safety and to get back to Bianjing faster, why don't we find another shortcut and take another road instead of the official road? Xiang Taifu asked, which road does your prince plan to take? Take the mountain road. Although the mountain road is not easy to walk on, and it is easy to encounter bandits, it is better than being chased by killers. Xiang Xinyao frowned. Killers? Who are you coming for? Did you encounter killers when you came here? Mo Jin replied, the killers are coming for me. We did encounter several groups of killers when we came, and nearly half of the guards were killed. Xiang Xinyao frowned. Can you tell me in detail? Mo Jin lowered his voice. It was the current emperor. He was afraid that I would rebel and seize his throne. He was also afraid that I would hinder the current prince in the future, so he tried every means to prevent me from returning to Beijing alive. He wants me to conquer the world for him, but he doesn't want me to live. Xiang Xinyao narrowed her eyes. The original owner was sold to Daiwan village at the age of 3 and was completely unaware of the news outside. The emperor is far away, and we don't know whether the current emperor is a wise or foolish ruler. In a small mountain village like Dayuan village, where information is cut off, the villagers only care about having enough food and clothing. It doesn't matter to them who is the emperor or who is the county magistrate. Therefore, Xiang Xinyao knew nothing about the emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom. Xiang Xinyao asked, Dad, in your heart, is the current emperor a wise ruler? Xiang Taifu was startled and replied in a low voice, Yaoer, be careful with your words. You can't say this in front of outsiders. In my father's heart, the current emperor is not a benevolent and wise ruler, but he is not a foolish ruler either. It can only be said that his ability is average, and his mind is all on how to secure the throne. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Dad, I know what to say and what not to say. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense outside. Dad, is such an emperor worthy of your devotion to him? He smiled and shook his head. Yaoer, your father is not working hard for the emperor, but for the people of the world. If the officials in the court do nothing, what will happen to the people of the world? When you are in government, you have to do something practical for the people. To be honest, I wanted to resign a few years ago to look for you, but your 3 brothers have not achieved anything yet, so I dare not resign easily. Mo Jin echoed. Yes. If it weren't for the people of the world and for my mother, I would have left Bianjing and traveled around the world long ago. For your mother? Yes, the emperor has placed my mother under house arrest and threatened me with her life to fight for him. My mother is in his hands and can't go anywhere. Xiang Xinyao frowned. Tell me in detail about your mother's current situation. Mo Jin thought for a moment and then told the details of concubine Helian. Then he sighed and said, Alas, the masters who are guarding your mother are very powerful. It is harder than climbing to the sky to rescue your mother. Xiang Xinyao asked, Can outsiders visit your mother? It is difficult for ordinary people to go in to visit your mother, but it should not be a problem for you. After all, you are my fiancé. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. Let's discuss this matter when we return to Bianjing. Maybe I can find a way to rescue your mother.
Really? I dare not guarantee it now.
I will know when the time comes. Since there are assassins chasing us all the way, we will not take the official road, but the mountain road instead. But we have to deal with the carriage and buy some horses. Emojina nodded. Yes, we have to deal with it. The things in the carriage. Before Emojinan finished speaking, Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. Those things can't be thrown away.
Let me think of a way.
Alas. Originally, all these things could be put into the space, and they would not go bad. But with so many people around, if you put them in, you can't take them out, or they will be mistaken for monsters. Emojinan said, I won't throw them away. We are walking on the mountain road, and there are basically no inns to stay in and restaurants to eat in. The next morning, Xiang Xinyao took the initiative to ask to find a place to store the carriage and let others buy horses. After everyone left, Xiang Xinyao took the opportunity to put the carriage into the space when no one was around. She was worried that someone would secretly use such a luxurious carriage for storage. Xiang Xinyao ran to buy a few quilts and some straw mats. Dad, mother, and sister don't know martial arts, so they have to sleep and rest normally at night. It's easy to get sick without straw mats and bedding in the winter. When everyone came back from buying horses, Xiang Xinyao was already waiting for them in the lobby of the inn. Mother walked to Xiang Xinyao with a smile. Yaoer, is the carriage ready? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Everything is ready. Tie the things on the horse's back, and we can set off. Okay, I'll arrange it.
Montag Jin Spoke.
Emojinan and Rufeng, master and servant, brought the guards to tie all the things on the horse's back, including the bedding and straw mats bought by Xiang Xinyao. The group led the horses and walked out of the city. On the way, Xiang Xinyao walked beside her mother and asked, Mom, who are the relatives at home? The mother replied with a smile, Child, your father has 6 brothers, but only your uncle and third uncle are in Bianjing. Your uncle is jealous and despicable, and his relationship with our family is not very good. Your third uncle is a decent person and often interacts with our family. As for your mother, you have 2 uncles and your grandparents have passed away. By the way, you don't know yet, do you? My mother's surname is Bai and my name is Jing. Your eldest uncle is Bai Mu and your second uncle is Bai Hao. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Well, my daughter really didn't know. Bai Jing smiled. It was my mother's negligence that I didn't tell you earlier. Your 2 uncles are very good. They have helped to find you over the years, but no one thought that you would be sold to such a far place. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Mom, maybe it is fate that we will be separated for a few years. God wants me to go out and gain experience for a few years. In the future, we will treat those relatives and our family who are good to us sincerely and stay away from those who are not good to us. Yes, you are right, child. We will stay away from your uncle's family in the future. After leaving the city, the group mounted their horses and galloped away. Although Bai Jing and Xiang Xinyu had never suffered any hardship, they were very good at riding horses. They were taught by Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanlin, and they often went out on horseback in the past to look for Xiang Xinyao. Some dry food or bacon and sausages were tied to the backs of the horses, and the guards were all riding on horseback. 8 guards led the way in front, Xiang Xinyao and her group were in the middle, and the rest of the guards were in the rear. After entering the forest path, the road became rugged and narrow. Xiang Xinyao, who didn't ride a horse often, was a little worried. She was not worried about herself, but about her mother and Xiang Xinyu, who didn't know martial arts. Indeed, seeing the rugged and narrow mountain road, Bai Jing and Xiang Xinyu were so nervous that their faces turned pale. Mo Jinan followed behind Xiang Xinyao to prevent any accidents. Behind Xiang Xinyu was his eldest brother Xiang Yanjua, and behind Bai Jing was Xiang Yanlin. Seeing that Xiang Xinyu was too nervous, Xiang Yanjua said, Xinyu, try to relax your body, look ahead, and don't be nervous. Xiang Xinyu nodded slightly, gradually relaxed her body, and after adapting to a long distance, she was no longer nervous. Bai Jing had also completely adapted, and her face was no longer pale. Xiang Xinyao asked, Mr. Mo, are you sure that we can get back to Bianjing faster by taking the mountain road? Mo Jinan nodded slightly. Of course I am sure. Although this road is difficult to walk, it is nearly 500 miles shorter than the official road. That's good. Let's hurry up and get back to Bianjing as soon as possible. I want to go back to Dewan village before grain and ear. Okay. At noon, everyone chose a spacious open space, built a fire, roasted some meat buns, steamed buns and braised meat, and put the boiled eggs next to the fire to heat them up. After filling their stomachs, they continued to travel non-stop. This day was very smooth and nothing happened. At night, everyone ate some dry food to fill their stomachs, leaving a few guards to keep watch, while others rested or practiced. Xiang Xinyao took out straw mats and quilts and spread them by the fire so that her parents and sister could get into bed and sleep. The quilt was bought big, half of it was placed under the body and half was covered on the body so it would be warmer. Xiang Xinyao, Mo Jinan and the three brothers sat cross-legged by the fire and began to practice. There was a strong energy floating in the air in the wild, which was very good for martial artists. Absorbing energy and practicing internal strength can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Xiang Xinyao absorbed the free energy in the air, circulated it in the meridians of her body, and then stored it in her dantian. That night, Xiang Xinyao greedily absorbed the free energy in the air. Although she did not sleep all night, she was surprisingly energetic after waking up. After carefully feeling it, she found that her internal strength had increased a lot, and her mood was also more cheerful. She got up and added some firewood to the fire, then took out the steamed buns, braised meat, etc. and roasted them. After filling her stomach, the family started on the road again. However, not long after walking, it began to snow heavily. Xiang Xinyao frowned. It was too dangerous to walk on the mountain road in heavy snow. Moreover, her parents and sister did not know martial arts, and it was more dangerous to continue on the road. Xiang Xinyao turned her head and said to Mo Jinan, Mr. Mo, the snow is too heavy. It seems that we can only find a place to hide and wait for the snow to stop before going. Mo Jinan nodded and found a slightly wider place to ride forward. You guys go ahead slowly, I'll go ahead and see if there's a place to hide from the snow.
Wait.
Xiang Xinyao called Mo Jinan, frowning as she watched the snow getting heavier. No, we can't take the mountain road. No one knows how long this snow will last. If the temperature drops and the mountain road freezes, we'll be stuck on the mountain for a long time. Mo Jinan was full of confusion. What's wrong? Xiang Xinyao said seriously. Let's not take the mountain road. Let's get down the mountain quickly. Let's take the official road. The snow is too heavy and it's too dangerous in the mountains. Mo Jinan pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then hurry up and get down the mountain. It's really dangerous to stay in the mountains. Xiang Xinyao said. The main reason is that the temperature in the mountains will be lower. The most worrying thing is that the road will be frozen and the horses will not be able to walk. If it snows for several days in a row, we may be trapped in the mountains for a long time. Then let's go back the same way and get a carriage from the city. Xiang Xinyao shook her head. No, it's not cost-effective to go back the same way. Let's go down the mountain quickly. Leave the carriage problem to me, and you can find a place on the official road to avoid the snow and wait for me. But how can you go alone? I'd better accompany you. Xiang Xinyao decisively refused. My parents and my sister don't know martial arts, and it's snowing heavily now. You have to stay to ensure their safety. Mo Jinan wanted to catch up, but Xiang Xinyao's voice came from the front. Mr. Mo, please take care of my family.
Okay.
Mo Jinan could only agree, and took the guards and Xiang's family down the mountain from another path. Yaoer, be careful. Be careful. Yaoer. The Xiang family's anxious voices came from behind. Don't worry. See you on the official road later. Xiang Xinyao rode the horse for a distance, and after making sure that no one could see her, she sent the horse into the space and ran down the mountain. Where there was no road, she went straight into the woods and estimated the direction to run in the direction of the official road. The heavy snow was still falling, and Mo Jinan and his party could not speed up at all. Mo Jinan regretted it at this time. If he had known that it would snow so heavily, he would not have suggested taking the mountain road. If everyone was trapped in the mountains, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiang Xinyao did not dare to delay all the way. It took her more than half an hour to run down the mountain and finally found a path. On the official road. It was snowing heavily, and there were almost no people on the official road. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, took out horses and 3 carriages from the space, and took out 2 ropes. She tied the 3 carriages together with ropes, then harnessed the carriages and drove them to a lush tree to wait. Although this place is not far from Yunqing, it is impossible to go back and forth so quickly. How can I explain to my family that I can be so fast? After thinking for a long time, Xiang Xinyao couldn't come up with a reasonable reason. However, God seemed to be helping her. She waited and waited, but Mo Jinan and his group did not come down.
Mountain.
She began to worry. Could it be that they were in danger? Xiang Xinyao looked around, and there was no place nearby to hide from the heavy snow. Only under this big tree could she get some shelter from the heavy snow. Although it is not cold when it snows, but it is cold when the snow melts, the temperature at this time is unbearable. Xiang Xinyao was afraid that the horse would be frozen, so she quickly took out some spiritual spring water, mixed it with some cornmeal, and fed it to the horse. The horse shook off its wet hair and looked at Xiang Xinyao again. Xiang Xinyao rubbed the horse's head, mixed a little cornmeal, kneaded it into a ball in the palm of her hand, and fed it to the horse. After waiting for a long time, Mo Jinan and his party still did not come to the official road. Xiang Xinyao was anxious. Could something really happen? She untied the reins and was about to send the horse and the carriage into the space again to find Mo Jinan and the others. When she heard someone driving a horse in the distance, she could faintly hear the sound of someone driving a horse in front of her. She quickly pulled the horse to the middle of the road, jumped on the carriage, and drove the carriage away. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. As expected, she was not mistaken. It was Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin riding horses. When they saw Xiang Xinyao, they were both stunned. Is this speed so fast? Xiang Yanlin had an exaggerated expression on his face. Sister, are you flying to Yunqing? How can you fly so fast? Xiang Xinyao smiled mysteriously. Guess? I can't guess, tell me quickly. Hee, I took a shortcut back. Look at my horse. It's running so fast that white steam comes out of its body. Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin still found it incredible as they looked at the steaming horse. It was not easy for them to get down the mountain. It took them more than an hour to reach the foot of the mountain, and another half an hour to walk from the foot of the mountain to the official road. In this time, Xiang Xinyao actually came down from the mountain, ran to Yunqing to get the carriage, and ran back. No matter how you calculate it, this round trip can't be so fast. But the carriage had already appeared in front of them, and they had to believe it whether they wanted to or not. Moreover, there was indeed steam coming out of the horse, which made Xiang Xinyao's lie more credible. Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanlin quickly jumped off their horses, untied the 2 carriages behind them, and put them on the 2 horses they were riding. Xiang Xinyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't expect that worrying about the horse being frozen, so she fed it some spiritual spring water would actually achieve such an effect. An unexpected success.
Oh my.
How come I am so clever? Hey. When the 3 carriages arrived at the group led by Master Xiang and his wife, as well as Xiang Xinyu, were already shivering with cold. Although their clothes had been dried by Mo Jinan and the others using their internal energy, it would be strange if they were not cold after standing in the snow for so long. The carriage stopped. Xiang Xinyao looked at her shivering parents and sister, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. There is no brazier in the space, so you can only buy one in the next town. In this horrible weather, it would be unbearable without a brazier in the carriage. After getting on the carriage, Xiang Xinyao quickly brought bedding to her parents and sister and wrapped them in the bedding. The 3 of them felt a little better. At least their teeth stopped chattering. Xiang Xinyao called Mo Jinan and her 3 brothers together, reached into her sleeves, and took out several packets of drugs from the space. Take these with you. If you encounter a killer, you can spread the drug powder. I want to see how powerful this killer is. Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows and asked, What is this? Strong knockout drug. I used this kind of knockout drug when I went up the mountain to hunt wild boars. Mo Jinan looked at Xiang Xinyao with some resentment. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such a good thing? If you had told me earlier that you had a strong knockout drug, I wouldn't have chosen to take the mountain road. Didn't you say that taking the mountain road would get you to binging faster, so you blame me? It does get you to binging faster, but your parents and your sister don't know martial arts, and they will suffer more if they take the mountain road. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. Forget it. There are pros and cons. Put away the knockout drug and get on the car quickly. It will be troublesome if you sleep outdoors at night. Several people got on the car quickly, and the guards drove the carriage in the snow. In another carriage, the three brothers of the Xiang family were holding dried meat in their hands and were talking about Xiang Xinyao going back to get the carriage and going back too fast. The three brothers were like dreaming, and they couldn't figure out how Xiang Xinyao did it. If there really is a shortcut, it is impossible for Mo Jin not to know about it, even if the three of them don't know about it. They have been walking for a day, and it took his sister 2 hours to get the carriage back. And it was a round trip. This day was wasted. Mo Jinan, who was riding in the same carriage with Xiang Xinyao, couldn't figure out this question. He was thinking about it until his head was almost bald, but he still had no clue. Unable to figure it out, Mo Jinan said, Xinyao, do you know how far this place is from Yunqing? Xiang Xinyao, who was chewing dried meat, was stunned, and secretly cursed at Mo Jinan in her heart why he had so many questions. How could she know how far this place is from Yunqing? Xiang Xinyao blinked and smiled awkwardly. Actually, I didn't go back to Yunqing. Then this carriage. Xiang Xinyao lied without blushing. I asked someone to send it to me. When I woke up yesterday morning, I felt that the weather was going to change, but I was not sure.
Montag Jinnens Frauen relaxed.
This statement was the most likely and the most convincing. Xinyao, why didn't you tell me that you felt that the weather was going to change? Xiang Xinyao curled her lips. Didn't I say I wasn't sure either? What if I said it and nothing happened? How do you want me to explain it? I can only make preparations quietly. Fortunately, I ran back for just over half an hour and met the coachman who helped me deliver the carriage, so I let him ride back on horseback. Mo Jinan touched his nose. Next time, just tell me directly. Don't worry about whether your feeling is accurate or not.
Oh.
Mo Jinan stopped talking, believing that Xiang Xinyao had deliberately not told the truth in order to save his face. Xiang Xinyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, chewing the dried meat happily. The heavy snow did not stop until dawn the next day. The snow was too thick, and there was no way to continue the journey, so they could only stay in the small town where they were staying. The town was surrounded by mountains, and it was white everywhere. Xiang Xinyao was a person who could not sit still, and seeing that she could not continue the journey, she wanted to try her luck in the mountains. Mo Jinan and her family were unwilling to let her go into the mountains alone. For the safety of her parents and sister, Xiang Xinyao insisted that the three brothers stay to protect her parents and sister, and Mo Jinan would accompany her into the mountains alone. The two walked on the country road, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow, without saying a word. Xiang Xinyao hesitated for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Mo, when you first saw me, did you start out my background? Yes. Mo Jinan answered very affirmatively. Then, why didn't you tell me at that time? Mo Jinan touched his nose. I didn't tell you because I was not sure. And the Xiang family also has your sister Xiang Xinyu. I must confirm your true identity. I also have to make sure that after you return to the Xiang family, your status will not be affected by the Xiang family's adopted daughter. Then I will tell you. Xinyao, apart from your identity as my fiancé, you are still my savior. I don't want you to suffer the slightest grievance. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. To be honest, I'm just a country girl who grew up in the countryside. Don't you reject me as your fiancé? Mo Jinan replied with a smile. Why should I reject it? Not only do you have medical skills, but you are also so special, much better than those noble ladies in Bianjing. Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips.
What's so special about me?
You say, should I change my career? Although Xiang Xinyao didn't reject this marriage proposal, she couldn't accept it all at once. Although Mo Jinan was in line with her aesthetic point, she didn't know the so-called fiancé at all after only a few days of getting along. But it didn't matter. She was still young, and Mo Jinan couldn't force her to get married. From the time she got along with Mog Nan in Dewan village, Mog Nan was a very decent person. He was not cold to her like the male protagonists in those novels she read before. It has to be like ice. Well, they can get along. If she is just good-looking but their values are not compatible, she will still choose to cancel the engagement. It's just that she doesn't want to be associated with the royal family, and she doesn't want to get involved in the harem struggle. If Mog Nan is willing, she will help rescue his mother, take her parents and family away from officialdom, and live a carefree life. It's just too early to consider these now. She must wait until she completely accepts her parents, family, and this fiancé. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. Mr. Mo, to be honest, I don't really accept this engagement. Mog Nan was startled. A hint of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Why? Which of you nobles doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I don't like sharing a husband with other women. Without waiting for Xiang Xinyao to finish, Mog Nan assured, I will not take a concubine and I don't want to be a nobleman. If I were given the chance to choose, I would rather go with you to Dewan village to enjoy the pastoral life, working from sunrise to sunset and resting from sunset to sunrise. Xiang Xinyao smiled and made a secret decision in her heart. Get along with him for a while and see. If this man is really worthy of entrusting her life to, it is not impossible for her to stay in Bianjing and live with him in the future. After all, she is now the daughter of the Taifu family and the fiancée of the wise king. She can completely give up and enjoy the life of a rich lady for a while. As for the days after marriage, it is too early to think about it now. The two entered the mountains and Xiang Xinyao said, Mr. Mo, let's separate a little, so we may find more prey. Mog Nan nodded. Okay, but don't go too far, so as not to encounter danger. Well, I understand. So the two separated for a distance. Xiang Xinyao walked forward happily, and her feet made a crunching sound on the snow. The best prey to hunt on snowy days may be pheasants. When pheasants can't find food, the weather is too cold, and they will bury their heads in the snow to keep warm, but they often forget their situation and cause their heads to freeze. When they encounter danger, they will also bury their heads in the snow. Not long after Xiang Xinyao walked, she found 2 pheasants foraging in the snow. But they couldn't find anything to eat in the white snow. When they sensed that danger was approaching, the 2 pheasants flapped their wings and ran away. Xiang Xinyao certainly would not give up the opportunity to hunt pheasants. She moved her internal strength to her feet, making it less difficult for her to run. The 2 pheasants ran for a short while before plunging into the snow and stopped moving. Hee hee ha, Xiang Xinyao laughed restrainedly but with a little bit of presumptuous. She took a few steps forward and pulled the pheasant out of the snow like pulling a carrot and put it into the space with a thought. After putting both pheasants into the space, Xiang Xinyao continued to move forward. After walking for a long time, except for killing a hare, she didn't encounter any small animals. The same was true for Mog Nan. After he killed 2 hares and a pheasant, he didn't encounter any small animals. He frowned, and a bad premonition came to his mind. He hurriedly approached the direction where Xiang Xinyao was. Xiang Xinyao suddenly felt the breath of danger and climbed up the tree like a monkey. The next second, an adult tiger with a shriveled belly jumped out instantly. The height of the tiger's jump was not enough to bite Xiang Xinyao, who had already climbed up the tree. Xiang Xinyao patted his chest. Oh my god. I'm scared to death. Tiger. Although it is ferocious, its whole body is full of treasures. She can't bear to sell this one. With a thought, she took out the sleeping pills from the space, ready to stun the tiger, and put it into the space. However, before she could do anything, a long sword emitting cold light flew from Xiang Xinyao's left-hand side. Mog Nan held the long sword in his hand and turned around to face the tiger in an instant. Xiang Xinyao quickly reminded, Mr. Mo, don't damage the tiger's fur.
Montag Jinnen, Unterstot.
The long sword stabbed towards the tiger's eyes. The tiger was huge, but quite flexible. It dodged Mog Nan's long sword with a sideways jump. But Mog Nan was no pushover. He used the toes of a big tree to gain leverage and flew towards the tiger again. In order to avoid damaging the tiger's fur, Mo Nen was a little reluctant to use his fists and feet. When the tiger once again narrowly avoided Mo Nen's long sword, Mo Nen simply threw the long sword, and the long sword was stuck in the trunk of a tree. Clenching his fists, Mo Nen engaged in close combat with the tiger. This was a good opportunity. Xiang Xinyao quickly came down from the tree and clenched her fists to join the battle. Although Xiang Xinyao's martial arts were still weak, she was flexible, and with Mo Nen's deliberate protection, she easily avoided the tiger's fatal attacks several times. Bang bang, two muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh were heard. Mo Nen's fist hit the tiger's head, while Xiang Xinyao's fist hit the tiger's neck. The neck of a tiger is one of the most vulnerable parts, followed by the tiger's back. Xiang Xinyao used all of his internal strength in this punch, and the tiger instantly felt suffocated. Mo Nen's punch also used all of his internal strength, and his hand was shaking and hurting. The tiger's head had an obvious dent, which shows how powerful this punch was.
Roar.
The tiger let out a shrill tiger roar, and its body was shaky. Xiang Xinyao jumped onto the tiger's back, and her small hands tightly grasped the fur on the back of the tiger's neck and pulled it up with all her strength. The tiger instantly fell to the ground and rudely pressed down one of Xiang Xinyao's legs. Mo Nen was shocked and swung his fist to hit the tiger's head again. With this punch, the tiger was completely dead.
Ah!
Save me, my leg is going to be broken. Xiang Xinyao screamed in pain. Mo Nen quickly moved the tiger's body away and helped Xiang Xinyao up. How is it? Are you okay? Are you injured? Xiang Xinyao shook her head. It's okay, I'm not injured. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest today. Well, today's harvest is really good, let's go back. Xiang Xinyao picked up the hair. Okay, this tiger is full of treasures. We made a lot of money today. Hee hee, let's go back to the inn. Mo Nen retracted his sword, carried the tiger's body, and said, Xinyao, there are 2 hares and a pheasant over there. Then you go and get them. Following Mo Nen's gaze, Xiang Xinyao ran over, picked up the hare and pheasant on the ground, and followed Mo Nen with light steps. The two had entered the town and immediately caused a sensation, just because of the tiger's body on Mo Nen's shoulder. This tiger made the people in this town hate and fear. 3 lives have been hurt. Seeing Mo Nen carrying the tiger's body, the villagers were surprised and happy. Hero. Finally, a hero has come to help us ordinary people get rid of this evil. A promising young hero. Thank you for helping us get rid of this evil. Thank you, hero. Thank you, hero. The villagers cried with joy. A young man sighed. Since this big beast came here, we dare not go into the mountains to collect firewood. Everything that can be burned at home has been burned up. If we don't collect firewood anymore, we can only burn tables, chairs, and benches. Xiang Xinyao looked puzzled. No, your town is surrounded by mountains. There is a tiger on this mountain. Can't you go to other mountains to collect firewood? The young man replied helplessly. What the heroine doesn't know is that the mountain east of the town was bought by Mr. Fong, the town's owner. Mr. Fong sent people to guard the entrance to the mountain day and night. If you wanted to go to his mountain to collect firewood, you had to give 10 copper coins. You can only get 1 bundle of firewood each time you go in. We are all ordinary people. We have to spend money to go into the mountains, but we can only collect a bundle of firewood. How can we live like this? Xiang Xinyao asked. What about the other 2 mountains?
Ah!
Those 2 mountains are also weird. Once we enter the mountains, all kinds of weird things will happen. Mo Nen was also interested and raised his eyebrows and asked, Oh? What's the weird way? Once we go into the mountains, we either get hurt accidentally or get attacked for no apparent reason. Alas. Every time we go, we return empty-handed and wounded. Mo Nen frowned. What attacked you? The young man shook his head. I don't know. We can't see anything at all. An old blind fortune-teller said that the 2 mountains are sacred mountains protected by mountain gods, so villagers cannot go up the mountain to collect firewood or hunt. Xiang Xinyao raised the corners of his mouth and smiled evilly. It's fun. Emoji Nen also showed a barely perceptible smile. Well, it's fun. Xiang Xinyao shouted. Fellow villagers, you all go back and spread the news that we killed the big insect today and brought it back. Don't say anything else. I want to see what kind of monsters and demons don't let you go into the mountains to collect firewood. The villagers looked at each other. The mountain is really scary. The man and woman in front of them are tiger-killing heroes. They can't be harmed. But looking at the tiger corpse on Mo Jinnan's shoulders, the villagers began to hesitate again. These two heroes can even kill tigers. Maybe they can really find out what is attacking people in the mountains. If this matter is really solved, will they still be worried about not being able to get firewood in the future? So, the villagers whispered for a while, and then nodded and agreed to publicize the glorious deeds of the two heroes who killed the tiger. Mo Jinnan and Xiang Xinyao returned to the inn, and Xiang Xinyu was pacing back and forth at the door of the inn. Why hasn't my sister come back yet? It's almost lunchtime.
Sister.
Xiang Xinyao called. Xiang Xinyu turned her head, and the first thing that caught her eye was the tiger corpse on Mo Jinnan's shoulder, which scared her so much that her face turned pale. Then she looked at Xiang Xinyao, who was smiling, and ran over immediately. Sister, let me see if you are injured. Xiang Xinyao stuffed 2 hairs into her hands. No, there is no skin scratches. Come on, go into the house, I'm almost frozen. Xiang Xinyu took the 2 hairs, and with her other hand, she took another hare and pheasant from Xiang Xinyao's hand. Go in quickly, there is a brazier in the hall. Hearing the noise at the door, Xiang Xinyao's parents and brothers also came out. When they saw the tiger corpse on Mo Jinnan's shoulder, the Xiang Taifu couple gasped. Fortunately, Mo Jinnan followed his daughter into the mountains. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. The 3 brothers of the Xiang family stepped forward, took the tiger corpse from Mo Jinnan's shoulder, and carried it into the hall of the inn together. When the innkeeper saw the tiger corpse, his eyes lit up instantly. The innkeeper immediately called a waiter and whispered a few words into the waiter's ear. The waiter nodded repeatedly and went out through the back door like a thief. Xiang Xinyao had already seen every move of the innkeeper and whispered, I'm going out for a while. Mo Jinnan grabbed her arm and lowered his voice and said, Don't go. Be careful not to alert the snake. Ruffin will go to watch. After speaking, Mo Jinnan coughed heavily twice. Ruffin, who was hiding in the dark, received instructions from his master, and in a flash, he left the inn and followed the waiter, who went out from the back door. Xiang Yanjua asked, What are you going to do with this tiger? Xiang Xinyao replied with a smile, This tiger is mine. The whole body of the tiger is a treasure. I want to keep it. Mo Jinnan smiled slightly, with a hint of pampering in his smile. Then how do you plan to deal with it? Keep the tiger bones, tiger skin, tiger claws, and tiger teeth. Make the tiger meat into jerky, which can nourish the spleen and qi, strengthen the tendons and bones. Let's save it for the road to eat slowly.
Okay, you can do it as you say.
Xiang Xinyao looked at her 3 brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother. After dinner, you will go to the backyard of the inn to deal with the tiger, and I will come back to deal with the tiger meat. Xiang Yanjua frowned. Are you going out in the afternoon? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Anyway, I can't leave today. I'll go to the mountains in the afternoon. You should stay to protect your parents. Okay, be careful when you go out. I know, don't worry. Xiang Taifu ordered the shopkeeper to serve the dishes. Since his daughter and future son-in-law are going out, they should eat early and go back early. Soon, the food was served. When the family was having dinner, Ruffin came back. He leaned close to Mo Jinnan's ear and whispered something, and Mo Jinnan waved his hand to signal Ruffin to leave. After the wind left, Mo Jinnan lowered his face and whispered in Xiang Xinyao's ear. This inn is owned by Mr. Fong in the town. The waiter just went to inform Mr. Fong. Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly and lowered his voice. Brother, second brother, third brother, you must stay by my parents' side all afternoon, and you can't let my parents and sister leave your sight. Xiang Taifu asked, What happened? No big deal. There is a rich and unkind rascal in the town who tries every means to prevent the villagers from going up the mountain to collect firewood. Mr. Mo and I will go to solve this problem later. Xiang Taifu nodded. Then you have to be careful. Dad, don't worry. There will be no danger. Before, when Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan heard the villagers talk about the weirdness on the other two mountains, they guessed that it was Mr. Fong in the town who was doing it, and the purpose was to make the people spend money to collect firewood on the mountain he bought. Such a lowly method can only scare the ignorant villagers. But it is not okay to hurt the people. Not to mention Mo Jinan, a dignified prince. Even Xiang Xinyao couldn't stand it. The common people already had a difficult life. As a wealthy family in a small town, it would be fine if they didn't help the common people, but they actually harmed the common people. This must not be tolerated. After dinner, the three Xiang brothers took their parents and Xiang Xinyu to the backyard to deal with the tiger's body. Xiang Taifu and his wife and Xiang Xinyu watched obediently and were determined not to leave the sight of the three brothers. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan went to the strange mountain that the villagers talked about, and first went to the mountain in the west. Not long after the two entered the mountain, they were really attacked. Both of them were martial artists, and their hearing was extraordinary. The first thing to attack the two was a piece of wood as thick as a thigh. A rope was tied in the middle of the wood, and it attacked the backs of the two men with lightning speed. Hearing the sound of wind behind them, they both turned their heads. When the wood was about to hit the two men, Mo Jinan drew his sword and directly split the wood into two pieces. Hearing some unusual movement in the bushes not far away, Xiang Xinyao ran after him. Mo Jinan used his Qinggong skills and instantly arrived at the edge of the bushes. The person hiding in the bushes was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back, and he dared not move. With a swish, Mo Jinan pointed the long sword in his hand directly at the person hiding in the bushes. Come out. Xiang Xinyao went around to the other side, hugged her arms, and smiled darkly. Come out. When Mo Jinan heard this, his handsome face instantly turned red as blood, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Is this something that a prince like him can do? There is a grown girl standing across the street. Even if the person standing across the street is a man, a prince, can't do such a thing as peeing on someone. The people hiding in the bushes were already scared and didn't dare to come out at all. Xiang Xinyao narrowed her eyes. You're not coming out, right? Okay, you wait for me. Mr. Mo, I'll go further away and promise not to peek. You fertilize the bushes here. If he doesn't want to come out, I'll chop him with a sword. Xiang Xinyao held back her laughter. Then I'll stand further away. Otherwise the blood will spray on me, and the clothes won't dry after washing. After that, Xiang Xinyao really took several steps back. Mo Jinan slowly raised the sword in his hand, and was about to chop it down with a sword.
No.
Spare my life, sir. The man in the bushes shouted in fear. I'll come out right now. Spare my life, sir. The man hiding in the bushes had seen Mo Jinan flying directly over before, and he was so scared that his legs were weak. When Mo Jinan raised his sword, he was so scared that he peed. Xiang Xinyao was far away, but she could also smell it faintly, and her brows were so furrowed that they could kill a fly. The man in the bushes crawled out tremblingly. He was a young man in his 20s. Mo Jinan pointed his sword at him from a distance. Tell me.
Who are you?
Why are you hiding in the mountains and attacking others? The man didn't speak, his eyes rolling. Mo Jinan snorted coldly. Humph. You can try to escape, but it depends on whether you run faster or my sword is faster. The man still didn't speak. Xiang Xinyao lost her patience. Mr. Mo, since he doesn't want to talk, then feed him some poison, let him slowly die of torture, and then we'll go somewhere else to have a look. After that, Xiang Xinyao really took out a dark brown pill and walked towards the man step by step. She pinched the man's chin, and the man instantly felt his chin being pinched by a pair of pliers. Just as the dark brown pill was about to be stuffed into the man's mouth, the man was frightened and quickly said, Spare my life, lady, spare my life. I'll tell you now. I'm the guard of Mr. Fong's family. Mr. Fong asked me to come here to set traps and not allow the villagers in the town to go into the mountains to collect firewood. Xiang Xinyao asked, How many people set traps on a mountain? Mo Jinan picked up the young man. used his light skills to fly to a big tree next to him, and hung him directly on the tree branch to prevent him from being eaten by wild animals. Then, the two of them turned around the periphery of the mountain again. Generally speaking, such traps that scare and attack people are only designed on the periphery of the mountain. Unless you have a pit in your brain, you will set a trap in the mountain. There was firewood outside, and no one could go deep into the mountains to collect firewood unless they went into the mountains to hunt. Not long after, the two were attacked again. Of course, this kind of childish attack naturally couldn't hurt the two, and they easily pressed the sleeping point of the attacker and hung him on the tree. In less than an hour, all 4 people in a mountain were pulled out by the two. The last person who was pulled out was not pressed to sleep, but the two took him to reunite with the other 3. When they came to the location of the first man who was pulled out, Mo Jin used Qinggong to climb the tree and took the young man down from the tree. The temperature in the mountains was even lower, and the young man was almost frozen stiff, and his crotch was frozen. Mo Jin untied the young man's sleeping point, but he was frozen for a long time and fell unconscious. Xiang Xinyao turned her wrist, and a silver needle appeared in her hand with a thought. She was also unwilling to get close to the young man, and with a shake of her right hand, the silver needle accurately pierced the man's renjong point. The man woke up slowly, and it took him a while to realize what situation he was in. When he saw the other 3 being caught, a trace of frustration flashed in his eyes, but he soon returned to normal. The Fong family is a wealthy family in the town. Even the county magistrate has to give the Fong family some face, not to mention the pavilion chief in the town. The pavilion chief is also a relative of the Fong family. He firmly believes that Master Fong will not let these 2 people go. Xiang Xinyao asked, "Mr. Mo, how to deal with the 4 of them?" Mo Jin thought for a while. It is unrealistic to send them to the inn for custody. Take them directly to another mountain, just in time for them to tell us where the trap is set on the other mountain. Okay, then you press their mute points, don't let them shout. Mo Jin nodded and pressed the mute points of the 4 men. The 4 men instantly looked ashen. No one helped them report to Mr. Fong, and they should not have a good result. Under the leadership of the 4 people, Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jin quickly found the 4 people on another mountain. The 8 people who were doing tricks were all there. Xiang Xinyao asked, "How do you plan to deal with these 8 people? How do you think they should be dealt with?" Mo Jin asked back. Xiang Xinyao thought for a while and said, "They hurt the common people, so let's hand them over to the common people to deal with them and fight back." Okay. The 2 took the 8 people to the town. They were not afraid that Fong Yuanwei in the town would find out, because they would deal with the Fong family at night anyway. When they arrived at the center of the town, the 2 told everyone in the town about the 8 people guarding the mountain to create accidents for everyone. The common people's eyes were red with anger. It turned out that it was not the mountain god guarding, but someone deliberately prevented them from going into the mountain to collect firewood. Soon, the news spread in the town. The common people who had suffered losses and injuries gathered in the center of the town. Looking at the 8 people who had made them suffer before, the anger of the common people could no longer be suppressed, and they all rushed up and beat and kicked the 8 people. Although the 8 people were still wearing the guard uniforms of Fong Yuanwei's family, the common people at this time could not care so much. Those 2 mountains don't belong to Mr. Fong. Why does he treat ordinary people as non-human beings just because he has money? If you want to bully the common people, it has to be with their consent. Mr. Fong also received the news that his bodyguard had been arrested and was rushing over with the head of the guard. However, Mr. Fong, who was as fat as a pig, could not walk fast at all. By the time he and the headman arrived, his 8 guards had been beaten black and blue by the common people and were on the verge of death. The one who was most seriously injured was the one who wet his pants. He was not only beaten by the common people, but also had frostbite, and his thighs were rubbed to a bloody mess.
Stop. Stop it.
Fong Yuanwei yelled at the top of his lungs. The common people are already furious, so why would they care about Mr. Fong? Continue punching and kicking. Fong Yuanwei was furious and waved his hand. Come on, beat them to death. The servants and guards brought by Mr. Fong immediately rushed towards the common people. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan looked at each other and quickly stood in front of the Fong family servants and guards. Let's see who dares to take action. Mo Jinan's voice was so cold that it frightened people. The servants and guards were intimidated by the aura of the two men and stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. When Mr. Fong saw his guards and servants stop, he pushed aside the servants with an arrogant look on his face and walked up to Mo Jinan and Xiang Xinyao, with his belly bigger than that of an 8-month pregnant woman. As soon as he saw Xiang Xinyao, Mr. Fong's eyes lit up. Today, Xiang Xinyao has grown up with the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, and the skin on her face is so tender that you can pinch water out of it. Mr. Fong smiled lewdly. Oh, this little girl is pretty. Our town hasn't produced such a beauty in decades. Little girl, I have plenty of money. As long as you follow me, I promise that you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Fong Yuanwei said, raising his hand to touch Xiang Xinyao's chin.
Bang.
Xiang Xinyao slapped Fong Yuanwei hard. Mo Jinan almost synchronized with Xiang Xinyao and kicked Fong Yuanwei on his big belly. Fong Yuanwei immediately flew backwards, knocking down a large number of servants. Xiang Xinyao raised her hand and blew on her red palm.
It can be seen how hard she slapped.
Mo Jinan noticed Xiang Xinyao's action, glanced at her red palm, and immediately frowned with heartache. Does your hand hurt? Let me see it quickly. Mo Jinan's tone was full of endless heartache. Xiang Xinyao smiled awkwardly. It's okay. It doesn't hurt much. It's so red, it would be strange if it doesn't hurt. Mo Jinan pulled Xiang Xinyao's little hand and blew gently. The pavilion chief, who was still in a state of shock just now, was brought back to his senses by the dog food that the two people gave him unexpectedly. How dare you?
Who are you?
How dare you come here to make trouble? Mo Jinan said coldly without even raising his head. We are the people you can't afford to offend. The pavilion chief choked and said angrily, what a courage. I am the pavilion chief here. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Xiang Xinyao used the little finger of her right hand to pick her ears, then blew it and said casually, wow, what a great official power. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. How dare he call himself an official without any manners? Beat him. Mo Jinan did not move, but turned his head and said to the people, beat him. The people hesitated. Although the pavilion chief is a small official with no manners, he is also an official. The people do not fight with the officials, they dare not. Seeing that the common people did not dare to step forward and fight, Mo Jinan said calmly, fight. It's okay. Believe me, I will change the head of the pavilion for you after the fight. A young man asked with a doubtful look, really? Can you really change the head of the pavilion?
Montakjinen I promise.
Hit him. The young man shouted and rushed to the head of the pavilion first. I've been enduring for a long time. Whether I can change the head of the pavilion or not, I will vent my anger first. Quick, stop him. The head of the pavilion shouted at the Fong family's guards. The Fong family's guards quickly protected the head of the pavilion in the middle. After hearing the young man's words, the common people could not care so much and rushed up to fight. Some of the guards of Fong Yuanwei's family knew some boxing skills. Facing the common people, they did not hesitate to attack. Seeing that the first young man who rushed forward was about to suffer, Mo Jinan flashed and came in front of several guards. He punched them one by one, making them lose their fighting power. After the fight, Mo Jinan dodged back to his original position. The common people all rushed over and punched and kicked the guards. How could those guards be more than the common people? The head of the pavilion wanted to slip away from behind, but was surrounded by the common people. Even Fong Yuanwei, who had fallen to the ground, was beaten by the common people and woke up from his coma, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The common people's grievances that had been accumulated for a long time, how could they be vented with just a few punches and 2 kicks? Mo Jinan didn't let the common people stop until the head of the pavilion, Fong Yuanwei, and his family's guards were beaten to death. Although the common people stopped obediently, it can be seen from the anger on their faces that their grievances have not been eliminated. Mo Jinan smiled indifferently. Fellow villagers, calm down first, and then you can recommend me a candidate who can be qualified for the position of head of the pavilion. The common people were boiling, talking about the candidates they recommended in their hearts. With the recommendation of the common people, a man in his early 40s who looked steady and down to earth was selected. Mo Jin-nen was a wise king and had the right to directly dismiss officials below the 6th rank. However, the competence of officials had to be appointed by the emperor. Even if it was just a county magistrate, it was necessary to report to the court. However, he could directly appoint local administrators of low rank such as the head of the pavilion and the head of the village. Mo Jin-nan and Xiang Xinyao took the selected man directly to the inn. After entering the inn, Mo Jin-nan directly wrote a letter of appointment, stamped it with his seal, and handed the letter of appointment to the man. The newly elected head of the pavilion did not know Mo Jin-nan's identity, but when he saw the seal, he knew that this person was not simple. Mo Jin-nan leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words, and the new head of the pavilion nodded repeatedly. After thanking Mo Jin-nan, the new head of the pavilion left the inn with the letter of appointment. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao requisitioned the kitchen of the inn. She took Xiang Xinyu, Mo Jin-nan, and her 3 brothers to start making dried meat. She didn't really know how to make jerky, but she had made beef jerky before, so she just made it the same way. First, cut the tiger meat into long strips. Add salt, star anise, and peppercorns into the pot, and stir-fry until fragrant. Pour the mixture into the cut meat, then add a little white wine, and mix well. Cover the pot with a lid, and bring the meat directly to the room to wait for it to be marinated. The meat needs to be marinated for 2 days. After bringing the meat into the room, Xiang Xinyao sneaked out of the room. She wanted to visit Fang's family. For a wealthy and unkind family like the Fang family, she has to rob the rich and give to the poor. As soon as I left the inn, a cheerful voice came from behind me. Xinyao, where are you going? Xiang Xinyao was stunned. Why did this guy come out instead of sleeping well? She turned around and smiled awkwardly. Hee, I ate too much tonight and couldn't sleep, so I came out to move around. Mo Jin-nan nodded seriously. Well, I ate too much and came out for a walk. How about going together? Let's go together. The two walked side by side on the streets of the town. Mo Jin-nan raised his eyebrows and asked, You want to go to Fang's house? Xiang Xinyao smiled. How do you know? Because I also want to go to Fang's house, but it seems that we can't take much if we go alone. How about asking the people in the town? Xiang Xinyao twitched her mouth. If she took the people with her, could she still sneak some good things? Forget it, the people in this town don't have a good life either. There are still many opportunities for me to make a fortune. Okay, go and ask them. Mo Jin-nan raised his mouth. No need to ask, the people are waiting for us at the place where we beat the Fang family today. Xiang Xinyao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. It turned out that this guy had planned it during the day. Tonight, I can only work in vain. Seeing Xiang Xinyao's angry look, Mo Jin-nan leaned close to her ear and whispered, You can replenish your small treasury, by the way. Just don't take it too obviously. Leave some for the people. Xiang Xinyao heard it. Her eyes were instantly full of little stars. Yeah. Little money grubber. Mo Jin-nan murmured in a low voice. What did you say? Nothing, let's go. Arriving at the center of the town, the people have been waiting for a long time. The new head of the pavilion came to Mo Jin-nan and said respectfully, Sir, I brought all the villagers who were bullied by the Fang family. 1 person per family, no more. Mo Jin-nan nodded. Okay, let's go. Lead the way. The new head of the pavilion led everyone to Fang Yuanwai's house. Fang Yuanwai's family servants and guards were all seriously injured, and only maids and women served these injured people. Arriving at the door of Fang Yuanwai's house, Mo Jin-nan said, You wait here, and you can go in after I open the door. Everyone nodded without saying a word, waiting quietly at the door. Mo Jin-nan used his qinggong to fly into the Fang family courtyard, and his figure shuttled through the rooms like a ghost. After a cup of tea, Mo Jin-nan came out and opened the door. Fellow villagers, go in. Pick out the valuables. Take as much as you can, and after taking the things back, listen to the instructions of the pavilion chief. Remember, don't mess up the things.
Okay.
Everyone answered in a low voice. Emoji Nan stepped forward and took Xiang Xinyao's hand. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Xiang Xinjiao nodded and let Emoji Nan pull her in. Emoji Nan went in once, and naturally knew which room the valuable things were. He directly pulled Xiang Xinjiao into Fang Yuanwei's room, and then began to look for valuable things unscrupulously. Emoji Nan has been paying attention to what Xiang Xinjiao took. Of course, he is not afraid that she will take too much, but he wants to know what treasures she likes. When he returns to Bianjing, he can cater to her preferences and give her the good things in his house. Although Xiang Xinjiao acted like a money grubber, she didn't actually take many things from the Fang family. Seeing that Xiang Xinjiao was not interested in other things, Emoji Nan was about to ask her to leave. But she stared at a painting on the wall without blinking. Emoji Nan stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong? Do you like this painting?" Xiang Xinjiao shook her head. "I don't like it, but I feel that this painting is not right." Emoji Nan stared at the painting again and again, but didn't find anything wrong, so he simply raised his hand and took the painting down. As soon as the painting was taken down, Xiang Xinjiao saw the secret compartment on the wall. There was a toad in the secret compartment, and she reached out to touch it for some unknown reason. Just when her hand touched the toad's eyes, there was a loud bang, and Emoji Nan fell directly into a square black hole. Xiang Xinjiao exclaimed and hurried forward to check. The next second, a faint light lit up in the black hole. "Emoji Nan, are you okay?" "It's okay, Xinjiao, come down quickly down there." Without waiting for Emoji Nan to finish his words, Xiang Xinjiao didn't even ask what was going on in the cave, and she just jumped down. When Xiang Xinjiao jumped down, she stepped on the edge of the stairs and slid down directly. Fortunately, Emoji Nan reacted quickly and caught her in just 2 slides.
How are you?
"Are you hurt?" "No, who designed the staircase? It's so straight. You jumped down before I even finished my words. You're too impatient. I'm glad you're not hurt. Look over there." Xiang Xinjiao's eyes widened at the third exit. There was a small dark room next to it, which was full of gold, silver, and jewelry, and filled with 6 large boxes. There was also an exquisite small wooden box, which was locked. Xiang Xinjiao picked up the small wooden box with a curious look on her face, and after weighing the small wooden box, she handed it directly to Emoji Nan. "This small wooden box should contain something important. Open it and take a look." Emoji Nan took the wooden box, held the lock on the box with one hand, and pulled it gently with his inner strength. The lock on the small wooden box was opened by him. He opened the lid of the small wooden box and saw that it was full of house deeds and land deeds. Xiang Xinjiao widened her eyes. "Wow. This Fang family has quite a lot of property." "Yes, quite a lot." Emoji Nan's face was a little gloomy. For a small town official to have such a fortune, this person must have used dirty means. Emoji Nan stuffed the house deeds and land deeds into his arms and said, "Xinjiao, take some of what you like. I'll ask the pavilion chief to bring people to carry out the rest. Go ahead, I'll pick a few things." After saying that, Xiang Xinjiao buried her head in the jewelry box to pick and choose. Emoji Nan handed the fire starter to Xiang Xinjiao and turned to go up the stairs. Seeing that Emoji Nan had left, Xiang Xinjiao moved her mind and put the big box full of jewelry into the space, and then quickly climbed up the stairs. After leaving the dark room, she used her mind to take out 6 large boxes from the space. This time she didn't need to pick and choose, and directly used her mind to put all the jades into the space. She picked out a few rubies and a few gold ingots from the rest, and sent them into the space, and left the rest alone. This town has a relatively large population, so she can't be too greedy. If she takes too much, the common people won't have enough to share. When Emoji Nan brought the pavilion chief and a few common people into the room, they saw the 6 large boxes on the ground at a glance. Emoji Nan was stunned. "How did you get all the boxes up here by yourself?" Xiang Xinjiao smiled and said, "The steps in the dark room are so straight. How can you expect the villagers to carry the box up? I am strong, so I carried it up by myself." Emoji Nan still couldn't believe it. Xiang Xinjiao is a weak girl with such weak internal strength. How could she possibly carry such a big box of gold, silver, and jewelry. And it would take some time to move 6 large boxes back and forth, right? It was difficult even for him to carry out 6 boxes so quickly. It's incredible. Is this girl hiding some of her strength? This possibility is quite high. Emoji Nen said, "Everyone should have taken almost everything. Pavilion Master, please take everyone away quickly. After returning, we will quickly divide the things and give more to the family in need." "Okay, sir, I will take everyone away now. Let's go." The pavilion chief immediately asked everyone to carry the boxes away, gathered all the villagers, and took them away from the Fong family. Emoji Nen restored the room to its original state. After everyone left, Emoji Nen asked, "Xinyao, do you have any medicine that can make people stupid?" Xiang Xinyao blinked. "No, but if you want to make people stupid, you can use silver needles." Emoji Nan's eyes lit up. "Then make all the Fong family members stupid. I'm afraid they will wake up and retaliate against the people." "No problem." Xiang Xinyao turned her wrist, and a silver needle appeared in her hand. Silver needle treatment tests the doctor's experience and skills, and piercing a nerve to make a person crazy also requires technical content. Xiang Xinyao took the silver needle and walked towards Mr. Fong and his wife, who were lying on the bed, and pierced each of the trigeminal nerves on their heads, and then followed Emoji Nan to another room. Except for the servants, they would not let any member of the Fong family go. It is possible that they will leave the town after dawn. When the Fong family makes trouble for the common people, who can help them? After piercing the Fong family into idiots, the two left the Fong family and returned to the inn to rest. As soon as they returned to the inn, they saw the shopkeeper and the waiter kneeling in front of Ruffeng and the Xiang family with bruised faces. Emoji Nan asked, "Ruffeng, what's the matter?" Ruffeng clasped his fists and replied, "Master, these 2 rascals drugged everyone and tried to steal tiger bones and tiger skins." Emoji Nan said coldly, "Beat them up and throw them out."
Yes.
Xiang Xinyao ran to her parents. "Dad, Mom, you should go back and rest. Maybe we will set off at dawn." Grand Tutor Xiang nodded. "Okay, child, you should go back and rest soon. We can talk about it tomorrow if there is anything."
Yes.
Xiang Xinyao nodded and helped her mother upstairs. Emoji Nan handed the matter to Ruffeng and went back to the room to rest. When he woke up the next morning, the weather had cleared up, but the temperature was lower than yesterday. The snow had begun to melt. Xiang Xinyao and his party also planned to pack their bags and set off. Emoji Nan went out for a while and asked the pavilion chief to find someone to temporarily take over the inn and other industries of the Fong family. As for the income, he asked the pavilion chief to keep it temporarily and hand it over to him when he comes next time. Emoji Nan did not give the house deed and the land deed to the pavilion chief. He did not want the pavilion chief to become the next Fong Yuanwei. After the Xiang family packed their luggage, Emoji Nan also came back, followed by the pavilion chief. After explaining the affairs of the town, Xiang Xinyao asked his second brother Xiang Yanlin to bring a pot of pickled meat to the carriage. The group harnessed the carriage and set off again. Although it was a sunny day, the sun was shining brightly, but it was really cold. The snow on the ground was melting. The road was difficult to travel on, and the carriage was not going very fast. The carriage traveled for a whole day, but only traveled about 100 miles. In the evening, the group did not make it to any village or town where they could stay overnight, so they had to camp in the wild. The hares and pheasants they shot yesterday had already been processed at the inn, so they could just be roasted for dinner. Of course, the group also roasted a lot of steamed buns as their staple food. After eating and drinking, Xiang Xinyao cleaned up the carriage and let her parents, who did not know martial arts, and Xiang Xinyu stay in the carriage for the night. Among Emoji Nan and the 4 siblings of the Xiang family, Xiang Xinyao's martial arts was the weakest, so the 3 brothers and Emoji Nan asked her to go into the carriage to rest. Xiang Xinyao insisted on practicing first, and did not want to go to bed so early. The 3 brothers and Emoji Nan could not do anything about her, so they could only let her do what she wanted. The 3 carriages were all spacious and luxurious, but it was still a bit crowded for 2 people to sleep in one carriage. Even if she and Xiang Xinyu slept in the same carriage, she would not want to. She had to practice for at least 2 hours before going to bed. If she was accidentally kicked by Xiang Xinyu in her sleep, there would be a risk of going astray. After practicing for 2 hours, Xiang Xiniao got into the carriage where Xiang Xinyu was sleeping. Her movements were very light, and Xiang Xinyu was also sleeping very soundly. After entering the carriage, she flashed into the space and fed the animals in the space as quickly as possible. This time she did not cut the vegetables and add cornmeal, but threw the vegetables directly to the animals and just added some spiritual spring water to the basin. It took only a cup of tea for Xiang Xiniao to leave the space. She pulled open the quilt and got into the bed like a spirit snake, lying next to Xiang Xinyu. Xiang Xinyu seemed to feel that Xiang Xiniao was lying on. She turned over and hugged Xiang Xiniao tightly, and her hand subconsciously patted Xiang Xiniao's back. Xiang Xiniao was wrapped in warmth and soon fell asleep. As soon as the sky was light, Xiang Xinyu opened her eyes. Looking at her sister, who was still sleeping beside her, a doting smile appeared on her face. Pulling back the quilt, she climbed out of the car lightly. Putting on her shoes, Xiang Xinyu ran to the side and grabbed a handful of snow that had not yet melted and rubbed her hands. The freezing snow in her hands made her face pale. There was no water source nearby, so she could only wait to go to a place with water source to wash. After washing her hands with the snow, Xiang Xinyu took out the steamed buns and dumplings and started to roast them by the fire. The 3 brothers of the Xiang family and Mo Jinan, who were sitting cross-legged and practicing martial arts by the fire, opened their eyes one after another. Seeing that Xiang Xinyu was already roasting steamed buns and dumplings, the 4 of them also started to roast them together. After a while, Xiang Taifu and his wife also got up, and only Xiang Xiniao continued to sleep. Xiang Xiniao seemed to have set an alarm clock. She woke up as soon as the steamed buns were baked. After breakfast, Xiang Xiniao said to Xiang Yanlin, "Second brother, go cut some wild bamboos, and we will string the meat together and hang it on the carriage and dry it as we go." "Okay, I'll go right away." Although the 3 Xiang brothers thought that hanging the meat on the carriage to dry it was not very good looking, after all, their carriage was not an ordinary carriage. But if the younger sister said to hang it, then there was no problem. No matter if it looks good or not, as long as the younger sister likes it. Not to mention just hanging some meat, they would have no objection even if it was a dog's head. Mo Jinan twitched his mouth. "Xiniao, are you sure you want to hang the meat on the carriage to dry?" Xiang Xiniao blinked her eyes and said, "Of course I am sure. Otherwise, how can I handle such a big pot of meat? These meats are precious and have medicinal value. If it's not air-dried, it would be a shame if it gets smelly. But don't you think it's a bit awkward to have a carriage full of meat on the road?" "No, it's shameful to waste it." "Okay, you're right."
Montagschinnen kompromisset.
But when he thought about the carriage he was sitting in with meat hanging all over it, he felt a toothache. But he had to admit that Xiang Xiniao was right. It was shameful to waste it. Soon, Xiang Yanlin came back with some wild bamboo. Xiang Xiniao asked everyone to work together to split the bamboo and cut it into sticks. Xiang Yanzhuo widened his eyes. "How come you have this kind of thing on you?" Xiang Xiniao stuck out her tongue mischievously. "I prepared it the day before yesterday. It's used to air-dry the meat." Then she looked at Mo Jinan. "Mr. Mo, think of a way to hang the meat on the carriage to dry?" Mo Jinan twitched his mouth once, but still got up to think of a solution. He walked around the carriage, returned to Xiang Xiniao and said, "Wait until all the meat is skewered before hanging it." "Okay." After stringing all the meat, Mo Jinan directly took out a rope and hung the skewered meat on the rope. Then he tied the rope around the roof of the carriage and tied a knot. The outsides of the 3 carriages were full of meat, and the group got on the carriages and continued on their way. The guard in charge of driving the carriages laughed wildly in his heart as he looked at the meat swaying outside the carriages, but his face was calm. Although the sun was still shining, the snow had not melted completely, the ground was wet, and there was no dust at all. Perhaps because it had just snowed heavily, and the snow had not melted completely, there were very few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, when they met a caravan, those people would stare at the meat strips hanging on the 3 luxurious carriages. "Strange," Such luxurious carriages were actually full of meat strips. The moving carriages brought wind, and with the sun's exposure, the meat should dry quickly. The next 3 days were smooth all the way. The temperature was also gradually rising. Although it was not warm, it was not too cold either. During these 4 days, Xiang Xinyao sat in the same carriage with her parents. From her parents, Xiang Xinyao also got a general understanding of the situation in Bianjing. She was looking forward to life in Bianjing. In the evening, the group arrived at Tianyang City.
Montagjinnen booked anin.
The meat was almost dried. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao borrowed the kitchen of the inn again. The dried meat was taken off the carriage, and then the bamboo sticks were pulled out, put into the steamer, and steamed in cold water for half an hour. After it was out of the pot, Xiang Xinyao couldn't wait to take the dried meat to the room for everyone to taste. After tasting it, everyone felt that it was very chewy, there was no strange smell, and the more they chewed, the more fragrant it became. Xiang Xinyao asked the inn to borrow 2 clean bamboo sieves and hung the dried meat in the room to be put away early tomorrow morning. The 2 sisters still lived in the same room. 2 hours later, Xiang Xinyao opened her eyes. Xiang Xinyu had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind and flashed into the space. Looking at the green vegetables growing in the space, the corners of her mouth rose. She hadn't eaten the vegetables in the space in the past few days, and she had been craving for them. No, I have to buy some pots and pans tomorrow and put them on the carriage so that I can cook for myself when I camp outdoors. After getting used to eating vegetables watered with spiritual spring water, I always feel that the taste of ordinary vegetables is much worse. She hurriedly prepared food for wild boars, chickens, ducks, and other small animals, and went to the vegetable garden in the space to pick some vegetables, and then flashed out of the space. Climbing onto the bed, Xiang Xinyao got into the quilt. Wake up the next day. Xiang Xinyao stretched, only to find that Xiang Xinyu had gotten up, washed, and was combing her hair in front of the dressing table. Seeing Xiang Xinyao wake up, Xiang Xinyu smiled and said, "Sister, go wash up quickly, and come over, and I'll comb your hair after you're done." Xiang Xinyao nodded, got up, put on her shoes, and went to wash up. After washing up, Xiang Xinyu pushed Xiang Xinyao to sit down in front of the dressing table, picked up the comb, and began to comb Xiang Xinyao's hair. Xiang Xinyao was not very good at bunting her hair, and she just combed it casually and tied it into a simple ponytail every day. Since Xiang Xinyu and her mother came, it was basically her mother and sister who took turns combing her hair. Xiang Xinyao enjoyed having her hair combed, and she felt that the pores on her scalp were all comfortable and opened. After combing her hair, Xiang Xinyao said, "Sister, how about we go buy some things later?" "Buy what?" "Buy pots and pans. If we miss a place to stay on the way, we will cook for ourselves. Anyway, we have bacon and sausages in our carriage, so we can just buy some vegetables to take with us." Xiang Xinyu's eyes were full of stars. "No problem, to be honest, after eating the meals you cook and eating them in the inn now, I always feel that the dishes don't seem to be very fresh. Of course, the vegetables you grow and the meals you cook are better than those outside. Why don't we go now? Just go to the street and buy 2 buns for breakfast." "Okay, let's go. Tell Mom and Dad." The 2 sisters walked out of the room and came to the door of their parents' room. Xiang Xinyao raised her hand and knocked on the door. "I'm coming." Bai Jing's voice came from the room. Bai Jing opened the door, and Xiang Xinyu couldn't wait to say, "Mom, my sister and I are going out for a walk and buy some things. You don't have to wait for us for breakfast." Taifu Xiang asked, "What are you going to buy?" Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, "Dad, let's buy some pots and pans so that we can cook for ourselves when we miss the inn or restaurant." Mo Jinan suddenly opened the door and walked out. "I'll go with you." Xiang Xinyao refused. "No, there's not much to buy. We will be back soon." Mo Jinan said seriously, "Even if you don't buy anything, I have to accompany you. What if you 2 girls encounter danger?" When it comes to encountering danger, Xiang Xinyu shrank her neck, with a look of self-blame on her face. How could she forget such an important issue? She encountered several assassins when she came here. How could she be so bold to go shopping with her sister? "Sister, let the prince go with us." Xiang Xinyao nodded. Okay, I have no objection. The three of them left the inn together, asking along the way to buy pots and pans. The three of them first went to the bun shop to buy a few buns for breakfast, and then asked along the way to buy pots and pans. When they came to the place where pots and pans were sold, Xiang Xinyao picked out a rice stew pot, a frying pan, 2 vegetable washing basins, a spatula, and some bowls and chopsticks. Then I went to buy some vegetables and seasonings that were in the space, and also bought a bag of polished rice. These vegetables will not be wasted. Even if they don't eat them, they can be sent to the space to feed the pigs. But if you don't buy it now, you can find an excuse to take it from the space later. After buying everything, the three returned to the inn. The three Xiang Yanzhou brothers had already packed all their luggage, and Rufeng also harnessed the carriage with a few guards. After putting the pots and pans into the carriage, they got on and set off again. At noon, in order not to delay their journey, the group ate dry food. Everyone's water was filled by Xiang Xinyao, and it was all spiritual spring water. After a whole day's journey, I didn't feel very tired. In the middle of the Shen time, the group came to a canyon with mountains and woods on both sides of the road. Mo Jinan suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Stop the car."
Whoa.
Rufeng pulled the reins tight and stopped the carriage. "Master, something is happening." Mo Jinan said in a low voice, "Protect Master Xiang and the others." At this time, the three brothers of the Xiang family also felt the breath of danger, and their eyes became sharp. The three brothers jumped off the carriage, and the second brother Xiang Yanlin came to the carriage where Xiang Xinyao and her parents were. Xiang Xinyao reached into her sleeves, took out a few packets of powerful drugs from the space, held them in her hand, lifted the curtain, and looked at both sides of the canyon. This is indeed a great place to ambush. Suddenly swish, swish, swish sounded through the air, and black shadows flew out from both sides of the canyon, surrounding Xiang Xinyao and his group. All the people who suddenly appeared were wearing black clothes and black scarves, and there was no mark of the killer organization on their clothes. The leader ordered loudly, "Kill." Mo Jinan also ordered, "Go, kill without mercy." The guards instantly fought with the killer. A large number of assassins rushed towards Mo Jinan, who had the highest martial arts skills. Mo Jinan faced the assassins with a long sword in his hand, his eyes full of cold, murderous intent. More and more assassins poured out from both sides of the canyon, and the guards were getting more and more tired. Xiang Xinyao held the drug tightly in her hand, lifted her skirt, and was about to get off the carriage to help. Bai Jing grabbed her. "Yaoer, don't go, it's dangerous." Xiang Xinyao gave her mother a firm look. "Mom, don't worry. I know what to do." After that, she got off the carriage without hesitation, dodging left and right like a loach and rushing towards Mo Jinan. Several assassins noticed Xiang Xinyao and turned around to kill her. Xiang Xinyao was not panicked at all, but her face deliberately showed a look of fear. The drug bag in her hand had been opened by her. When the assassin got closer, she leaned against the carriage, and the drug in her hand was instantly scattered, and she also held her breath instantly. In less than 3 seconds, the assassin who attacked her fell to the ground. Except for the killer who was knocked unconscious, the other killers did not see Xiang Xinyao throwing the drug. When the other killers noticed Xiang Xinyao, she was closer to Mo Jinan. "Mo Jinan, come and hold me," Xiang Xinyao shouted. Mo Jinan was shocked when he heard Xiang Xinyao's voice. He swept his sword to force the killers back, and his figure came to Xiang Xinyao like a ghost. "Quick, hold me and fly high." As soon as the two flew into the air, Xiang Xinyao threw a handful of powerful drugs. Mo Jinan understood instantly and held Xiang Xinyao and flew over the other killers who were fighting. After flying around, everyone fell to the ground, including Xiang Xinyao's brother and Mo Jinan's guards. It can be said that they were all wiped out. Even Xiang Xinyao's parents and sister were unconscious in the carriage. Mo Jinan held Xiang Xinyao and fell back to the ground. Xiang Xinyao immediately ran to the carriage where her parents were, took out a small bottle similar to that of Fenjiujing, opened the lid, and put it close to the nostrils of her parents and Xiang Xinyu. After a while, the parents and Xiang Xinyu woke up. "Yaoer, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Sister, are you hurt?
Let me see.
The first thing the couple and Xiang Xinyu did when they woke up was to pull Xiang Xinyao up and down a checker, fearing that she was hurt. Xiang Xinyao smiled and shook her head. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll go wake up the others first. After that, Xiang Xinyao jumped off the carriage. He ran into the crowd lying on the ground and woke up his 3 brothers first. Then he removed the drug from Ruffeng and other guards. After all the guards woke up from their coma, Mo Jinen ordered in a deep voice, "Kill them all." Mo Jinen was really angry. He sent assassins to kill him again and again, but he kept his mother under house arrest and forced him to fight for that rascal. He wanted both. Did he really think that he could control others as he pleased just because he was the emperor? Mo Jinan's face was so dark that ink could drip out. He secretly swore in his heart that he must become stronger as soon as possible and rescue his mother. Xiang Xinyao looked at Mo Jinan, whose face was extremely gloomy, and walked to his side and said, "Mr. Mo, the boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. Don't think too much now. It's important to hurry on your way first." She didn't say that she would help Mo Jinan save his mother. After all, she didn't know the situation in the palace yet, and she wouldn't do anything without confidence. When she arrived in Bianjing and understood the situation, she might be able to use the space to rescue Mo Jinan's mother. Now all living things in the space can move freely in the space. At that time, we just need to let Mo Jinan's mother sleep in the space. Mo Jinan nodded slightly and turned to look at Xiang Xinyao. "I ordered all the assassins to be killed. Do you think I am too cruel?" Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "I don't think so. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. Everyone's life is life. If someone wants to kill you, can you wash your neck and stick it out for them to chop?" The corners of Mo Jinan's mouth rose instantly. He thought Xiang Xinyao had never experienced killing, and she would think that what he did was too bloody and cruel. The result was completely beyond his expectations. He suddenly felt bright. Yes, someone wanted his life, and he couldn't just give up his life. He had to fight back. No matter if this person was a killer or the person who thought he was superior. After dealing with the killer, the group continued on their way. In the evening, the group didn't find a place to stay, so they found a relatively flat open space with water to prepare for camping. Xiang Xinyao took all the pots and pans from the carriage off the car, sent the bought vegetables into the space, took out the vegetables that had been prepared long ago from the space, and prepared to cook dinner. Others were not idle either. Those who needed to find firewood found firewood, and those who needed to wash dishes and vegetables washed dishes and vegetables. Xiang Xinyao washed some rice, added some spiritual spring water to the pot, and then brought it to the simple stone stove to cook. "Mom, watch the cooking. Turn down the heat a little after the water boils. Otherwise, the fire will be too big, and I'm worried that the rice will get burnt." Bai Jing nodded. "Okay, I'll watch." Xiang Xinyao cut a piece of bacon and took it to the stream to clean it. In fact, this meat is not bacon. It can only be said to be pickled meat. While no one noticed her, she thought about it and filled the vegetable washing basin with spiritual spring water. Xiang Xinyao took off the skin and cut it into small pieces, and then cut the fat and lean meat into thin slices. After the rice was cooked, Xiang Xinyao put the cooking pot on the simple stove and added some firewood. Throw a few relatively fat pieces of meat into the pot, fry the fat out, then remove the oil residue and put it in a small bowl. Then put the skin into the pot and fry it until golden, then remove it, put a little spiritual spring water in the bowl, and soak the skin. Put the meat in the pot and fry it, then pour the spiritual spring water into the pot, and also pour the pork skin soaked in the spiritual spring water into the pot. When the water boils, add the appropriate amount of salt and fresh matsutake mushrooms, and then add the washed vegetables, and a simple hot pot is ready. "It's time to eat," Xiang Xinyao shouted, and took the bowl to serve the rice. The fragrant rice was crystal clear, and the grains were full. After serving rice to everyone, Xiang Xinyao squatted down around the simple stove with everyone holding the rice bowl to eat. Although the hot pot is relatively simple, the aroma emanating from the pot is very tempting. The hot pot cooked with spiritual spring water maximizes the aroma of vegetables and meat. A mouthful of rice and a mouthful of vegetables or meat. The fragrance is full in the mouth. Taifu Xiang exclaimed with a look of enjoyment. I didn't expect that simply cooking some vegetables would be more delicious than the ones eaten in the inn and restaurant. Bai Jing nodded. It is indeed better than the ones eaten in the inn and restaurant. Why do I feel that the taste of this dish is the same as the ones eaten in Dawan village? Xiang Xinyao was stunned and smiled awkwardly. Mom, this dish is made by me, so of course it tastes similar to the ones eaten in Dawan village. That makes sense. Xiang Xinyu said, This is the first time I eat vegetables like this. I feel warm all over while cooking and eating. It's so comfortable. The three brothers nodded hurriedly. Mo Jin swallowed the vegetables in his mouth. Indeed, the more I eat, the warmer my body becomes. The taste is also very special. It feels like this dish is not bought in the morning. Xiang Xinyao. Could this guy have noticed something different? If it's not bought in the morning, then tell me where it came from? Xiang Xinyao felt a little guilty. Mo Jin picked up another dish with chopsticks. I feel that the vegetables bought in the morning should not be so fresh. To be honest, I have never eaten such delicious vegetables. Even in Bianjing, the vegetables bought and cooked in the morning are not so delicious. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. That may be because you are too hungry today. Also, so many people gather together to eat, the atmosphere is good, and everything tastes good. If you eat alone, even if it is a delicacy from the mountains and the sea, you will not think it is so delicious. Well, maybe. Tomorrow when you pass by a village or town, buy some more vegetables so that the meal will feel simple and delicious. Xiang Yanjua curled his lips. Mr. Mo, if you don't cook, you don't know how hard it is for the cook. She is your fiancé. I feel sorry for her even if you don't feel sorry for her. Xiang Yanlin. That's right. So you bully her just because she is not your sister? Mo Jin raised his eyebrows. Can I learn to cook tomorrow? Xiang Xinyu immediately expressed her attitude. I will do it tomorrow. I have learned it just now when I saw my sister doing it. The three brothers glanced at her with disdain, and the meaning was very clear. What's your business? Xiang Xinyu shrank her neck and said nothing, but she was complaining in her heart. My sister is also mine, so what if I feel sorry for her? My brother-in-law will do great things in the future, and I am willing to take care of my sister, even if I don't get married for the rest of my life. Mo Jin said calmly. Then I have to learn it too. When I learn it, Xinyao won't have to cook, I can do it. Xiang Xinyao's three brothers pouted and decided to learn to cook from tomorrow. In case Mo Jin goes out in the future, they can still cook for their sister. Although after returning to Bianjing, there is a cook to cook. But if they go out together like now, the cooking will fall on their sister. They can't bear to see their sister suffer so much. What kind of brother is he if he can't take care of his sister? Xiang Xinyao said, Okay, it's just cooking, it's not a big deal, but it's not a bad thing for you to learn to cook. At least you won't be hungry when you go out in the future. When you go out, you may not always find inns and restaurants. It's better to eat hot food when you sleep in the wild than to eat dry food. Everyone nodded in agreement. A simple meal of rice and hot pot was extremely satisfying for everyone. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao was ready to collect the dishes and wash them. The three brothers, Xiang Xinyu and Mo Jin rushed to wash the dishes. Even if they couldn't cook, they could wash the dishes. After washing the pots and pans and putting them away, they chatted around the fire for a long time. Xiang Taifu and his wife and Xiang Xinyu went to rest in the carriage. Xiang Xinyao took out a straw mat and spread it on the ground, and the rest of the people sat cross-legged on the straw mat to practice. At first, Xiang Xinyao did not enter the state of practicing, but used her mind to send vegetables from the supermarket to feed wild boars, chickens, ducks, and other animals. She added some spiritual spring water to several basins before entering the state of practicing. That night, she did not enter the carriage to rest, but completely entered a state of selflessness. Since she met her parents and relatives, her internal strength has grown too slowly, and she must hurry up to become stronger. She knew that the daughters of the rich and powerful in Bianjing had too many rules and etiquette. When she returns to Bianjing, she may not be so free. It was a peaceful night. When Xiang Xinyao woke up the next morning, she was full of energy. The internal force circulated around her body, which not only dispelled the fatigue of the day, but also brought her mental state to the peak. After having some breakfast, the group continued on their way. In the following time, the group encountered several assassin attacks, but they were all killed by Xiang Xinyao's unexpected powerful drugs. It took a full 24 days for the group to finally approach Bianjing. The assassins failed to kill Mog Nan along the way, and when they approached Bianjing, they encountered a large number of desperate assassins. Mog Nan exuded a chilling murderous intent and came to Xiang Xinyao's side as soon as possible before the assassins appeared. When the assassins appeared in a swarm, Mog Nan hugged Xiang Xinyao and flew into the air without hesitation. This time, the assassins seemed to know that Xiang Xinyao and her group had powerful drugs on them. When Mog Nan carried Xiang Xinyao into the air and sprinkled her with drugs, all the killers held their breath and started to fight Xiang Xinyao and her group desperately. In desperation, Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Yanlin were responsible for protecting the Xiang Taifu couple and Xiang Xinyu in the carriage. The others fought with the killers with all their might. There were too many killers, so Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Yanlin circled around the carriage, trying their best to prevent the killers from getting close to it. But Xiang Xinyao's strength was too weak, and Xiang Yanlin had to distract himself and pay attention to her safety at all times. Suddenly, a killer attacked Xiang Xinyao from the side behind. She was unable to dodge, and Xiang Yanlin was entangled by the killer. Ugh, Xiang Xinyao groaned. Sister.
Xinyao.
Yaoer. Mog Nan and Xiang Xinyao's brothers, sisters, and parents all cried out in surprise. I'm fine. Xiang Xinyao gritted her teeth. Blood trickled down her arm. The bracelet that had been hidden on her wrist instantly appeared on her wrist. The blood dyed her ancient jade bracelet red, but no one noticed that the bracelet absorbed some of her blood. As it absorbed the blood, the bracelet grew hotter and hotter. Xiang Xinyao didn't care about the strangeness of the bracelet and fought the killer in front of her like crazy. In her right hand, she held a killer's long sword that she had picked up on the road, and she used the family sword skills from her previous life, without reservation. However, his internal strength was too weak and did not pose much threat to the killer. The blood was still flowing, and the bracelet was getting hotter and hotter. It was so hot that Xiang Xinyao was a little overwhelmed. Seeing Xiang Xinyao's chaotic moves, several assassins flashed a trace of complacency in their eyes, and they raised their swords and attacked Xiang Xinyao.
Xinyao.
Mog Nan let out a terrified roar, swung his sword horizontally, forcing the killer back a step, then turned around to save Xiang Xinyao. When Xiang Xinyao's three brothers saw the assassins' swords about to pierce Xiang Xinyao's body, their eyes were all bloodshot. Sister. When the three brothers were ready to save Xiang Xinyao at all costs, a miracle happened. When the killer's sword was less than a foot away from Xiang Xinyao's body, it was directly knocked back by an invisible force. After falling to the ground, he spit out a large mouthful of blood.
Montak Jinan.
The three Xiang brothers. The Xiang Taifu couple and Xiang Xinyu's breathing stopped, and they were stunned. Several killers were dumbfounded, looking at the pale Xiang Xinyao with horror. The killer who was blown away. Monster. This is definitely a monster. It was obvious that her internal strength was so weak that she couldn't even defeat a killer. The reason she was able to deal with the killer before was all thanks to her incredibly agile body movements. But she clearly hadn't reached the level of being able to release her internal strength, yet she was able to knock away several killers who were stronger than her. Before Mog Nan and the three brothers of the Xiang family could reach Xiang Xinyao, the four of them were once again entangled by the killer and could not get close to Xiang Xinyao at all. Xiang Xinyao's arm was injured, and her face turned pale with pain. The blood still kept flowing, but she had to hold on, otherwise her parents and sister in the carriage would be in danger. After the killer recovered, he stood up again and attacked Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao roared and swung his sword to block the killer's attack. She knew that she couldn't stop several killers, but she had no way out. As she swung the sword, her left wrist felt as if it was burned, so hot that she almost lost her mind. However, what she never expected was that when the long swords of several killers collided with her long sword, several killers flew backwards again. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Only Xiang Xinyao vaguely realized that it was the ancient jade bracelet on her wrist that saved her. At this time, the ancient jade bracelet absorbed her blood, and the space was upgrading. While the space is being upgraded, no one can get close to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao noticed the changes in the bracelet on her wrist, and also realized that the bracelet was protecting her at this time. She immediately clenched the sword in her hand and rushed towards the masked killer in black regardless of anything. Due to excessive blood loss, Xiang Xinyao's sword was no longer able to be swung in a disorderly manner. But it works. No killer could get close to her. Mo Jin looked at the blood flowing from her arm, forced back the killers who were besieging him, and flashed to Xiang Xinyao's side. He raised his hand and wanted to press her acupoints to help stop the bleeding. But when his hand was about to approach Xiang Xinyao, he was blown away by an invisible force. As he flew backwards, he knocked over 2 killers. Both killers spat out blood when they landed. Mo Jin just felt his blood boiling, nothing serious. Fortunately, 2 killers rushed over, giving him a chance to escape. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured.
Montag Jinnen was nump.
Does this girl have some magic weapon? It's so weird. At this time, Xiang Xinyao was waving the sword wildly, and the killer was injured by her. Xiang Xinyao's 3 brothers felt heartbroken when they saw her bleeding arm. They all saw the scene where Mo Jinan approached Xiang Xinyao and was blown away, and they couldn't figure out what happened. Xiang Yanjua was closest to Xiang Xinyao at this time, and he also knew how to press acupoints to stop bleeding. Seeing his sister's arm bleeding, he was so anxious that smoke came out of his head. After trying his best to force the killer back 2 steps, he flashed to Xiang Xinyao's side.
Sister, stop the bleeding first.
Xiang Yanjua swung his long sword to force the approaching killer back and raised his left hand to press the acupuncture points on Xiang Xinyao's arm. Don't get close to Xinyao. Mo Jin frowned and dodged quickly. But it was too late. Xiang Yanjua had already made a move. Mo Jin was ready to block Xiang Yanjua's backward flight. However, the next second, snap, Xiang Yanjua's fingers pressed on the acupuncture points on Xiang Xinyao's arm. This time, Xiang Yanjua was not knocked away. Mo Jin doubted his life. This is too double standard. Her own brother was not knocked away, but her fiancé was mercilessly knocked away. What does it mean? Could it be that the invisible power in her body disappeared? Well, it's really possible. Mo Jin looked at Xiang Xinyao with resentment and rushed towards the killer with a long sword. Holding his breath, Mo Jinnan's sword moves were fierce and murderous.
Ah!
A muffled groan came from Xiang Xinyao's left side. Xiang Xinyao turned her head and saw that her 3rd brother was hit by a sword on the back. The long sword had already pierced Xiang Yanchen's body, and Xiang Xinyao's eyes were instantly bloodshot. 3rd brother. Xiang Xinyao was like an angry lion, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the killer who injured Xiang Yanchen, and her figure rushed over like a ghost. The killer had just pulled out the sword that had pierced Xiang Yanchen's body and wanted to add another sword, but the long sword in Xiang Xinyao's hand had already pierced the killer's body. Xiang Xinyao's speed was so fast that even Mo Jinnan and Xiang Yanjua were half a beat slower. Sister, be careful. Xiang Xinyi's exclamation came from behind. At this time, Xiang Xinyi was not far away from Xiang Xinyao, and she subconsciously wanted to rush over to block the sword for Xiang Xinyao. But before she could rush out, the killer was blown away by the invisible force on Xiang Xinyao's body. Mo Jinan really doubted his life this time. It's not that the invisible force in Xiang Xinyao disappeared, but it's really double standards. My fiancé is really not as close to me as my biological brother. In fact, this is not Xiang Xinyao's fault. It was the space bracelet that was protecting Xiang Xinyao, and Xiang Xinyao had no way to control it at all. As for why Xiang Yanjua was not knocked away, that's because Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Xinyao are blood relatives. Now Xiang Xinyao understood completely. When the bracelet becomes hot, the space is upgraded. When the space is upgraded, no outsider can get close to her. She gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and rushed towards the place where there were many assassins with her long sword in hand. The killer was constantly blown away by the invisible force from Xiang Xinyao. Mo Nan and Xiang Yanjua looked at each other, then followed Xiang Xinyao, with swords in hand, to reap the killer's life. Xiang Yanlin didn't dare leave the vicinity of Xiang Taifu and his wife, and Xiang Sinyu's carriage. He had to ensure the safety of his parents and sister. Although Xiang Yanchen was injured, it was not too serious. He leaned against the carriage and fought with the killer. With Xiang Xinyao, a human-shaped shield charging in the front, the situation turned around in an instant. The killers who originally had the upper hand were beaten back step by step, with heavy casualties. Mo Nan, the three brothers of the Xiang family, and the guards showed no mercy and attacked directly to death. The assassins are also flesh and blood people, and they're afraid of death. Even if the employer gives them a lot of money, they will not be able to spend it if they die. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Seeing that he could not gain any benefit at all, the leader of the assassins quickly gave the order to retreat. The killers who were still alive didn't care about the lives of their companions. When they heard the order to retreat, they turned around and fled. The killer came quickly and retreated even faster. They were afraid, and what they were afraid of was Xiang Xinyao, the human shield. In the killer's eyes, she is a complete monster. Seeing the killer retreat, Taifu Xiang and his wife and Xiang Sinyu rushed towards Xiang Xinyao with anxious faces. Mo Nan and Xiang Yanjua were closest to Xiang Xinyao, and they both rushed towards the crumbling Xiang Xinyao at the same time. Xiang Xinyao's body went limp, and she was about to fall to the ground. Mo Nan and Xiang Yanjua reached out at the same time, trying to catch her. But when Mo Nan stretched out his hand, he still felt an invisible force blocking him. Xiang Xinyao fell into Xiang Yanjua's arms. Sister.
Xinyao. Yeah.
Xiang Taifu and Bai Jing's faces turned pale instantly, and Xiang Sinyu burst into tears. Sister, how are you? Does it hurt? Xiang Sinyu was so panicked that her hands were shaking and she was crying uncontrollably. Xiang Xinyao opened her eyes weakly. Sister, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Don't worry. So much blood has been lost. Hurry up, brother. Take your sister to see a doctor. Xiang Yanjua also looked anxious and self-blaming. He picked up Xiang Xinyao and was about to get on the carriage. Xiang Xinyao reached into her sleeves and took out 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine. Brother, apply the medicine to me and the third brother first. I'll take a break and then check the third brother's injury. Xiang Yanjua carried Xiang Xinyao onto the carriage before handing another bottle of medicine to Mo Nan. Mo Nan took the medicine bottle and walked towards Xiang Yanchen. Xiang Yanjua tore open Xiang Xinyao's sleeve and gasped instantly. When Xiang Taifu, Xiang Yanjua, and Xiang Yanlin saw Xiang Xinyao's shocking wound, their eyes instantly turned red. Bai Jing and Xiang Sinyu kept wiping tears. Xiang Xinyao shook her head weakly. Brother, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. With so many assassins, you are lucky to be alive. Xiang Taifu said with red eyes. Yaoer, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Xiang Xinyao smiled and shook her head slightly. Dad, I'm really fine, don't worry. Bai Jing cried with a face full of self-blame. Yaoer, I'm sorry. I let you get so badly injured before you get home. Xiang Xinyao grabbed her mother's hand with her right hand. Mom, don't worry. It's just a little skin injury. It will be fine after a few days of rest. After Xiang Yanjua applied medicine to Xiang Xinyao took out the bandage and asked Xiang Yanjua to bandage her wound. As soon as the wound was bandaged, Xiang Xinyao dragged her weak body to check Xiang Yanchen's injury. After confirming that Xiang Yanchen's injury was not serious, Xiang Xinyao went to treat and bandage the injured guard. After treating the injured guard's injury, Xiang Xinyao's face became paler and she was exhausted. Xiang Yanjua carried her to the carriage, but did not put her directly on the carriage. Instead, he held her and let her rest on his chest. Xiang Xinyao had lost too much blood and was too tired at the moment. She did not even have the strength to speak, and fell asleep directly on her eldest brother Xiang Yanjua's chest. When the carriage arrived at the gate of the Taifu mansion, Mo Jinan jumped off the carriage and lifted the curtain of the carriage where Xiang Xinyao was sitting. "I will go back to the palace first. You take good care of Xinyao." Xiang Yanjua nodded. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Yaoer is my sister. I will naturally take good care of her." Mo Jinan nodded, got on the carriage, and went to the palace. Xiang Yanjua gently picked up Xiang Xinyao, followed his parents, and walked steadily towards the gate of the Taifu mansion. At this time, the gate of the Taifu mansion was open, and the servants stood respectfully on both sides of the gate to welcome the master back to the mansion. As soon as Master Xiang and Bai Jing entered the mansion, the servants said in unison, "Welcome the master and the lady back to the mansion. Welcome the 3 young masters back to the mansion, and welcome the eldest lady back to the mansion." The deafening sound made Xiang Xinyao open her eyes. Master Xiang and Bai Jing stood at the door and motioned Xiang Yanjua to carry Xiang Xinyao forward. Master Xiang said seriously, "The eldest young master is holding the real daughter of my Xiang family, the real eldest lady of the Xiang family. Although Yaoer is not my biological daughter, she has also lived in the Xiang family for 11 years, and she is also my daughter of the Xiang family. From now on, Yaoer is the eldest lady and Yaoer is the second lady. Anyone who dares to treat the second lady harshly will be kicked out of the Xiang family and will never be employed again." All the servants bowed and saluted. "Welcome the second lady home." Xiang Xinyao smiled weakly. "No need to be polite, just be casual." The servants all greeted them at the door because Mo Jinan sent someone to the Xiang family to report the news before the group arrived at the city gate. As soon as Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, the servants looked up and looked at her. Seeing that Xiang Xinyao's face was 70% similar to that of Xiang Taifu, the servants whispered, "We can't be wrong this time. It must be the second young lady. She looks so much like the master, with eyes and mouth like the lady, so beautiful. I didn't expect the second young lady to be so beautiful, and she looks so approachable. This second young lady must be easy to get along with. I have seen Qi Riyuan, the most beautiful woman in Bianjing, and I feel that the second young lady is more beautiful than the eldest young lady Qi." "Really? I heard that the eldest young lady of the Qi family is talented, but it's a pity that I haven't seen what she looks like. Anyway, she is not as beautiful as our second young lady." "How did the second young lady get hurt? Come on, let's go and clean up the second young lady's room again so that the second young lady can recover from her injuries in peace." Yes, I'll go boil some water." I have to say that the Xiang family has a very good family tradition. Even though Xiang Xinyao had just returned, the servants did not show the slightest disrespect. He said to the Grand Tutor, "Butler Tong, the second miss and the third master are injured. Go and get a doctor." Xiang Xinyao stopped him. "Dad, there is no need to call a doctor. I am the doctor myself. I can treat my own injuries and my third brother's injuries as well. Yaoer, a doctor cannot treat himself. You'd better ask a doctor to take a good look at you." "No need, Dad. My daughter's medical skills are not bad. Believe in me." "Okay." Tutor Xiang looked at Xiang Yanjua. "Zhuer, take Yaoer back to her room." "Okay." Xiang Yanjua nodded in agreement. Bai Jing ordered her personal maid, Yonglu, "Go make some ginseng soup for the second young lady to replenish blood." "Yes, ma'am." Xiang Yanjua carried Xiang Xinyao into the house, gently placed her on the bed, and said softly, "Sister, this room is yours. Since you got lost, Mother has to come and clean it every day." Later, Xinyu was adopted. Xinyu was ignorant when she was young and wanted to live in your room, but her parents never agreed. "This room has been empty for 11 years, and you are finally back." Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. "Brother, you're also tired all day, go back and rest. I have to treat my wounds." "Okay, I'll go call Xinyu to help you." Don't call my sister, it will scare her. My sister is timid, and she will cry again when she sees my wounds." Xiang Yanjua thought of Xiang Xinyu crying breathlessly when his sister was injured, so he had to give up. At this moment, a servant came in with a basin of hot water. "Second miss, I will help you wash up." Xiang Xinyao looked at Xiang Yanjua. Big brother, you go out first, I will take care of the wound. Xiang Yanjua nodded. Okay. Tell the servants if you have anything to do, and in 2 days, I will choose 2 maids to serve you personally. Thank you, big brother. Xiang Yanjua turned and left. The servant turned around to close the door, and Xiang Xinyao reached into her sleeves and took out iodine, saline, tweezers, infiltration anesthetics, medical gauze, bandages, alcohol and needles, and thread. She took off her coat and underwear and only wore a pink belly band. Untying the bandage, Xiang Xinyao first asked the servant to wash her wound with clean water and then clean and disinfect it with iodine. Then spread a towel and perform local infiltration anesthesia to fully expose the wound. After thoroughly cleaning the medicine in the wound with saline, she picked up the needle and thread and began to sew the wound. The servant was terrified. It was the first time she saw someone sew a wound with needle and thread. Second miss, does it hurt? The servant asked with a trembling voice. Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, No, I applied anesthetic, so I don't feel anything now. You sew the wound with a needle like this, and it hurts me to see it. It doesn't hurt now, but it will hurt a little after the anesthetic wears off. Second miss, how about I help you sew it? The servant's voice trembled violently, and it was obvious that he had made a great determination to say it. Xiang Xinyao smiled. Really, there is no need. Suturing a wound is not like sewing clothes. You can't sew it if you haven't learned it. The servant nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Xiang Xinyao sewed her wound. After putting a layer of medical gauze on it, Xiang Xinyao asked the servant to help her tie the bandage. Xiang Xinyao smiled and thanked him. Thank you. By the way, what's your name? The servant was terrified. Second miss, serving you is what I should do.
How can you thank me?
My name is Qingzhu. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yaoer, can mother come in? Mother, please wait a moment. Xiang Xinyao quickly put on her inner clothes and motioned Qingzhu to open the door. At the door, Bai Jing brought 2 maids carrying hot water. Madam, the second young lady has just treated her wound. Bai Jing nodded and asked the maids to carry the hot water into the house. Yaoer, mother asked them to serve you to take a hot bath and change clothes. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. Mother, you have to wait a moment to take a hot bath. I will go to treat the third brother's wound again. Bai Jing nodded. Come on, mother will take you there. With that, Bai Jing took Xiang Xinyao's little hand and left the room. Mother, please wait a moment. After that, Xiang Xinyao quickly disinfected the tweezers and asked Qingzhu to find a tray and put all the medicines and medical equipment on the tray. Qingzhu, take all these with me and go to my third brother's room. Xiang Xinyao ordered. Okay. Second young lady. Bai Jing took Xiang Xinyao's little hand and walked in front, and Qingzhu followed behind with the tray. Yaoer, do you like this room? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Mom, I like it very much. I didn't expect our house to be so big and so grand. Our house is not big, nor is it grand. The Xianwang mansion is big and grand. That's someone else's house. It has nothing to do with me. Bai Jing smiled gently. Who said that? Xianwang mansion will also be your home in the future. How can it have nothing to do with you? Hee, no one can tell what will happen in the future. After chatting all the way, the mother and daughter came to Xiang Yanchen's room. At this time, Xiang Yanchen was lying on the bed with a look of despair on his face. He was worried about his sister. His sister was injured, and he didn't know whether it was serious. But he himself was also a wounded soldier, and he was willing but unable to do anything. Although the injury was not serious, he lost too much blood, and his face and lips were a little pale. Third brother. Xiang Xinyao's voice came from the door. Sister. Xiang Yanchen wanted to get up from the bed, but he pulled the wound, and he frowned in pain and groaned. Xiang Xinyao came to the bed. Third brother, please lie down obediently. I will treat your wound again. Sister, hasn't the wound been treated? How else do you want to treat it? It was treated too roughly in the wild just now. You will have very ugly scars on your body in the future. I have to treat it again and sew up the wound so that it will heal faster.
So?
Sister, how to sew it? Just sew up your wound with needle and thread so that the scar will not be too obvious in the future, and the wound will heal faster. Xiang Yanchen twitched his mouth, and the picture of Xiang Xinyu sewing clothes appeared in his mind. Sister sewed the wound like Xinyu sewed clothes, right? It feels a bit scary. Xiang Xinyao comforted. Third brother, you don't have to think too much. Suturing a wound is different from sewing clothes, and I promise that sewed wounds will not hurt at all. How can it not hurt? That's a needle. But Xiang Yanchen said nothing and asked nothing. Since sister said it doesn't hurt at all, when the stitches are sewed later, no matter how painful it is, you can't make a sound. You must give sister face. Xiang Xinyao tore off Xiang Yanchen's clothes on his back, untied the bandage on his back, and cleaned his wound again. After applying local anesthetic, Xiang Xinyao began to suture Xiang Yanchen's wound. Third brother, does it hurt? Xiang Xinyao asked. Xiang Yanchen blinked his eyes. Hey, it really doesn't hurt, sister. How did you do it? I applied local anesthetic to you, so you can't feel the pain. But I can feel you pricking the skin around my wound with a needle, but I don't feel any pain. That's right, I didn't give you full anesthesia. Of course you felt it. Xiang Yanchen continued to ask like a curious baby. Sister, what does full anesthesia feel like? No feeling. I just knocked you out. You don't feel anything. Even if you're cut open, you won't feel anything. Ah? What kind of drug is so powerful? My drug is called anesthetic. It's better than Ma Fei San. It can make people completely lose their sense of pain. Awesome. No wonder I can't feel any pain now. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. You will feel pain after the anesthetic wears off. Remember, don't let the wound touch water these days. I'll change your dressing tomorrow. Okay, I remember. After suturing and bandaging Xiang Yanchen, Bai Jing called Xiang Xinyao back to take a hot bath. After all, Xiang Xinyao was still wearing bloody clothes. As soon as the mother and daughter returned to the door of the room, Xiang Xinyu came running all the way with a pile of new clothes. Sister, I brought you clothes? Xiang Xinyao looked at the clothes Xiang Xinyu was holding and widened her eyes. Sister, where did you get the clothes? I made them. When I went to Yunqing to find you, I didn't bring all the clothes with me. I left half of them at home. Ah? How many clothes did you make? Xiang Xinyu smiled dotingly. In addition to these winter clothes, there are also summer clothes, spring and autumn clothes. You are really my good sister. With you, I don't have to buy clothes in my life. You really don't have to buy clothes. I will pack all your clothes for you in the future. Thank you, sister. I'll go in and take a bath first. Sister, I'll help you. You have an injury on your arm and can't touch water. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly and nodded. Okay. Thank you, sister. Let's go in. The two sisters entered the room and drove all the servants out of the room. Xiang Xinyao took off her clothes and jumped into the bathtub, with her injured left hand stretched out on the edge of the bathtub. Xiang Xinyu picked up the towel and carefully washed Xiang Xinyao's hair. After washing her hair, she gently washed Xiang Xinyao's body. Xiang Xinyao giggled and laughed. Hee hee. Sister, please use a little force, it's too itchy. Xiang Xinyu smiled and said, Your skin is so delicate. I'm afraid that if I use too much force, your skin will turn red. It's okay. I just like to rub it harder. It's too itchy. I'm afraid I will die of laughter in the bathtub. Okay then. Then I'll use more force. Yeah, use a little more force. Xiang Xinyu put a little more force on her hands, and Xiang Xinyao's delicate skin turned red. Sister, does it hurt? Your skin is rubbed red. No, it doesn't hurt. It's so comfortable. Thank you, sister. Then I'll continue to rub. Yeah, sister, you've worked hard, wow. It's so comfortable, sister. How about I help you rub your body next time? Xiang Xinyu is indeed a careful girl. Xiang Xinyao was injured, and the wound couldn't touch water, so Xiang Xinyu even helped her clean her belly button. After taking a shower, she picked a suitable dress to change into. Xiang Xinyu pressed Xiang Xinyao to sit down in front of the dressing table, picked up a towel, and carefully wiped her hair. Xiang Xinyao's internal force was not enough to steam her hair dry, so she could only let it dry naturally. Just as Xiang Xinyu was wiping Xiang Xinyao's hair, her second brother Xiang Yanlin came. Sister, look what good things your second brother brought you. As he said that, the door was pushed open by Xiang Yanlin. Xiang Xinyao turned her head with sparkling eyes to look at her second brother, only to see her second brother walked in with a very old book in his hand. "Second brother, what is the good thing?" Xiang Xinyao asked. Xiang Yanlin walked a few steps to Xiang Xinyao and handed the book in his hand to her. "Here, look for yourself." Xiang Xinyao reached out to take it, but she didn't even recognize the 3 words on the cover. "Second brother, what is this?" "This is a secret book of internal strength called Gyuanlu. This is a handwritten copy, but it is something that has been passed down for hundreds of years." Xiang Xinyao flipped through a few pages and frowned. She couldn't understand it at all. She couldn't understand a single word. She didn't recognize any of the words on it. Xiang Yanlin was grabbing Xiang Xinyao's hair and using his inner strength to dry her wet hair. Seeing Xiang Xinyao frowning in the mirror, he asked worriedly, "Sister, what's wrong?" Xiang Xinyao asked back, "Second brother, can you understand the words on it?" Xiang Yanlin nodded, "Yes. My master taught me, but he said that the inner strength in this secret book is not suitable for me to practice, but only for women. When I went down the mountain, my master gave me this handwritten secret book, saying that I might meet someone with a predestined relationship in the future." A trace of disappointment flashed in Xiang Xinyao's eyes. She couldn't even understand a single word, so there was no fate between her and him. "It's better not to waste your expression." Xiang Xinyao handed the return to origin to Xiang Yanlin. "Second brother, I'll give it back to you. I can't understand a single word. It's probably not my destiny." Xiang Yanlin said seriously, "Sister, don't worry about giving it back to me. My master said that you can't read this handwritten copy directly with your eyes. You have to read it with your heart. Keep the handwritten copy for now, and study it when you have time. Maybe you are the destined person." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Okay. I'll study it carefully." At this time, Xiang Xinyao's hair had been dried by Xiang Yanlin's internal force, and Xiang Xinyu was combing her hair with a comb. Xiang Xinyu said, "Sister, comb your hair, and let's go out for a walk." "Okay. It's a good opportunity to see where we can grow vegetables in our Xiang mansion. We can grow some vegetables to eat." "Well, I'll grow them with you when the time comes." "Of course." Xiang Yanlin twitched his mouth. There are some precious flowers and plants planted in the front and backyards of the Xiang family. They were brought back and carefully cultivated by the third brother Xiang Yanchen, and he spent a lot of effort. But now that my sister is back, no matter how precious those precious flowers and plants are, they are not as important as my sister. As long as my sister likes them, precious flowers and plants can be dug up and thrown away. Xiang Xinyu combed Xiang Xinyao's hair, and the 2 sisters walked out of the room hand in hand, with Xiang Yanlin following behind them. After walking around the front and backyards of the Taifu mansion, Xiang Xinyao stopped talking. She knew a lot of those precious flowers and plants, and many of them had medicinal value. If she really wanted to dig up those precious flowers and plants to grow vegetables, she wouldn't be willing to do so. Xiang Xinyu asked, "Sister, where do you want to plant the vegetables?" Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "Forget it, I won't plant them. These flowers and plants in the yard are so well planted. It's a pity to dig them up." Xiang Yanlin chuckled. "Hee hee, sister, if you want to plant vegetables, just dig them up. I have no objection." Xiang Xinyao pouted. "Second brother, these are not planted by you, so you have no objection, right? Your third brother planted them, so he shouldn't have any objection either. I can't bear to dig them up even if my third brother doesn't have any objection. These flowers and plants are not ordinary." "Then, do you still want to plant vegetables?" "No, there is no suitable place to plant them, and I have to go back to Yunqing before grain and ear, so I don't have time to take care of them. The special thing about the vegetables planted by Xiang Xinyao is that they are watered with spiritual spring water. She travels between Yunqing and Bianjing herself, and there is no difference between vegetables that are not watered with spiritual spring water and those that are bought. It is not worth wasting the precious flowers and plants in the front and backyards of the Taifu mansion. It is almost dinner time." Bai Jing ordered the cook to add a few more dishes, and also ordered Xiang Yanjue to go to the Xianwang mansion to invite Emoji Nan to have dinner together. At this moment, Xiang Yanjua and Mo Jinan just arrived at the gate of the Taifu mansion and just happened to hear what Xiang Xinyao said. Mo Jinan smiled and said, Xinyao, you are reluctant to dig these flowers and plants in the Taifu mansion, so go dig the flowers and plants in the Xianwang mansion and plant vegetables. There is plenty of space for you to plant in the Xianwang mansion. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Okay. Let's go to your Xianwang mansion another day. Xiang Yanjua said, come in. It's time to eat.
We can eat and chat.
It's cold standing outside. The group went into the house and went directly to the dining room. The servants were carrying dishes into the dining room, and several people stood outside the dining room and chatted. They didn't enter the dining room until all the dishes were served. The meal was quite rich. Almost all the special dishes of Bianjing were cooked, and a large table was full. After everyone was seated, Taifu Xiang said, Yaoer, I want to hold a family dinner for you in the next 2 days so that you can get to know the younger generation of Bianjing. What do you think? Xiang Xinyao shook her head decisively. Dad, there's no rush. My daughter just came back and doesn't know anything about Bianjing. Let's talk about it later. Okay, you can do it whenever you want. Just tell me in advance and I'll arrange it.
Okay, thank you, Dad.
Taifu Xiang smiled dotingly. Silly child, your parents have been looking for you for so many years, and now they have finally found you. In the future, just do whatever you want to do at home. Your parents and your 3 brothers will support you. Dad also hopes that you can make more friends and have your own circle in Bianjing in the future. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Dad, I know, but I'm injured now, and I want to take advantage of this time of recuperation to get to know Bianjing better. Okay, let your second brother and sister accompany you for a walk tomorrow.
Okay.
Mo Jinan said, Xinyao, let's go to the Xianwang mansion tomorrow. Where do you want to plant vegetables? I'll ask the servants to sort them out in advance. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Okay, then let's go to the Xianwang mansion tomorrow. Mo Jinan smiled slightly. Then I'll come to pick you up after the court tomorrow. Although the food is very rich and tastes good. But Xiang Xinyao has been eating almost all the vegetables she grew during this period, so the taste is naturally not as good as the vegetables watered with spiritual spring water. After dinner, Mo Jinan said goodbye and left. Xiang Xinyao chatted with her family until dark before returning to her room to rest. After closing the door, Xiang Xinyao couldn't wait to enter the space. Before, when she entered the space, the bracelet couldn't hide automatically. But this time when she entered the space, the bracelet was still hidden. In other words, no matter where she enters the space in the future, no one will find her bracelet. With such an accident today, she has long wanted to know whether the space has really been upgraded. What kind of changes will there be after the upgrade? This is what she cares about most. As soon as she entered the space, Xiang Xinyao smiled with eyes like crescent moons. The open space around the spiritual spring has been widened a lot, and even the areas around the supermarket and hospital have become extremely spacious. A lot of grass has grown in the place where she kept wild boars and other animals, and it is all grass that can feed those small animals. There are not many changes in other places. This upgrade is mainly to widen the space. But Xiang Xinyao is already very satisfied. She has been looking forward to the widening of the open space in the space. Now that it has been widened so much, there are many more places to grow vegetables and medicinal herbs. She quickly closed her eyes and began to cultivate the open space with her mind. In less than half an hour, she was so tired that her face turned pale. A lot of open space has been cultivated. After drinking a glass of spiritual spring water, she was so tired that she didn't even care about the animals in the space. She sat cross-legged next to the spiritual spring and practiced breathing. After an hour of breathing, she recovered a lot of physical strength and then went to prepare food for the animals and left the space. The bracelet automatically returned to her wrist and then automatically hid again. Xiang Xinyao took off her shoes and went to bed and practiced her inner strength for another hour before lying down to sleep. When she woke up the next day, it was already dawn. As soon as she opened the door, 2 little maids came with a wash basin and a kettle to help her wash. After washing, they took her to the dining hall for breakfast. Xiang Xinyao was a little flattered. It felt so good to have someone serve her as soon as she got up. Although she was the eldest daughter of a hidden family in her previous life, there were no servants at home, and she had to do many things by herself. The so-called hidden family is a family hidden in a corner of the world and unwilling to be exposed to the public. But the younger generation of the family still has the opportunity to go out for training and development, and when they reach a certain age, they return to the family to live in seclusion. Such families generally do not keep servants and are unwilling to be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, Xiang Xinyao has never been served so closely by others and has never enjoyed a life of having everything provided for her. But it feels really good. The main reason is that she can't comb that complicated bun, and the clothes worn by this wealthy family are not as cumbersome as those worn in the countryside. For her, getting dressed is a test of patience. When she arrived at the door of the dining hall, Xiang Taifu had just returned from court. Seeing that her father did not look very well, Xiang Xinyao went to greet him. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?"
Xiang Taifu sighed, alas.
The emperor said, "He wants to see you. After breakfast, your father will take you to the palace."
What?
Xiang Xinyao jumped up. "Is he not sick? Why does he want to see me?" "Because you are the fiancé of the virtuous king, and he said he is the royal brother of the virtuous king. Since you are back, you should go and see him." Xiang Xinyao was speechless. This emperor is really sick, and he is very sick. I just came back yesterday, and today I asked to go to the palace to see him.
What kind of person is he?
"Dad, can I not go?" "No, I don't want you to go, but he is the emperor, and I can't refuse." Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips, with a look of despair. Meow. Kneeling to the sky, kneeling to the earth, and kneeling to parents, these are understandable. But when I think about kneeling here and there when I enter the palace, I feel suffocated. I'm so angry. Seeing Xiang Xinyao's reluctant face, Xiang Taifu patted her shoulder gently. "Child, I'm sorry for you, but he is the emperor. You have to see him even if you don't want to. Go in and have breakfast first." Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly and entered the dining room with her father. When having breakfast, Xiang Xinyao was so slow. It took her a quarter of an hour to finish a small bun. The third brother Xiang Yanchen frowned and asked, "Sister, what happened today? Is your breakfast not to your liking?" Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "No. Third brother, do you think the emperor is ill? He is anxious to see me when I just came back." Xiang Yanchen smiled and joked. "What's the matter? You are the emperor's future sister-in-law. It's not easy to find you back. Of course the emperor wants to see you. Sister, you are not afraid of assassins, so why are you afraid of seeing the emperor? As long as you don't anger the emperor, your life will not be in danger." Xiang Xinyao pouted. "I'm not afraid of the emperor, I just don't want to kneel. Once I enter the palace, I have to kneel this or that. It's so annoying." Xiang Taifu said seriously, "Yaoer, don't say this outside in the future. It's better to be cautious under the feet of the emperor." "Yes, my daughter remembers it." "Okay, eat quickly. The breakfast is cold." At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the gate. The gatekeeper opened the door and saluted respectfully. "Your servant greets the prince."
No need to be polite.
Mo Jinan asked, "Is the second young lady up?" "Your Highness, the second young lady is already up and is having breakfast in the dining hall." Mo Jinan nodded slightly and walked towards the dining hall. Entering the dining hall, the Xiang family was about to stand up and salute. Mo Jinan waved his hand. "No need to be polite, sit down." Then he looked at Xiang Xinyao. "Xinyao, today you can only go to the palace to see the emperor first, and then go to the prince's mansion after leaving the palace." Xiang Xinyao nodded, and her unhappiness was all shown on her face. Mo Jinan was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Xiang Yanchen stood up and said, "It's okay. My sister doesn't want to enter the palace. She's a little unhappy." Mo Jinan walked to Xiang Xinyao and asked softly, "What's wrong? Why don't you want to enter the palace?" Xiang Xinyao pouted. "I don't want to wrong my knees." Mo Jinan understood and smiled gently. "If you don't want to kneel, don't kneel. With me here, the emperor can't make things difficult for you." Xiang Xinyao raised her head suddenly, with stars in her eyes. Really? Can I not kneel to anyone? Of course, the emperor cannot kneel, let alone others. Okay, I'll go to the palace after breakfast. Xiang Xinyao said, and ate the buns in her hand. Xiang Taifu had a worried look on his face. He didn't want his daughter to be wronged, but he was afraid that the emperor would vent his anger on the Xiang family. His daughter grew up in the countryside and hasn't been taught rules and etiquette. If the emperor is offended, the Xiang family will have a hard time. After breakfast, Xiang Xinyao followed her father and Mo Nan into the palace. As soon as she entered the palace gate, Xiang Xinyao couldn't help looking around. Well, it was quite different from the palace she imagined. The palace was very grand, and she could see many palace maids and eunuchs along the way. Those palace maids and eunuchs would salute when they saw Mo Nan, but Mo Nan was rather cold and waved his hand perfunctorily. The palace maids and eunuchs all belonged to the emperor, the empress dowager, and the queen, so Mo Nan naturally wouldn't give them much of a good face. Halfway through the walk, Xiang Xinyao whispered, Mo Nan, can I go see your mother today? Mo Nan was startled, then smiled and nodded. Of course, I haven't seen her since I came back. I'll take you there later. Xiang Xinyao nodded, stopped talking, and continued to look around. The emperor summoned, naturally in the imperial study. The three of them came to the door of the imperial study, and Mo Nan asked the eunuch guarding the door to go in and report. After a moment, a deep voice came from the study. Let them in. The eunuch returned to the door. Your Majesty, Lord Xiang, the emperor wants you to come in. Mo Nan didn't even glance at the eunuch, and stepped into the study. Mo Nan clasped his fists and saluted. Your humble servant greets the emperor. Xiang Taifu knelt down. Your humble servant greets the emperor. Long live the emperor. The emperor raised his head and looked at Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao imitated Mo Nan and saluted with her fists. Your Majesty, I greet you. The emperor frowned and looked at Taifu Xiang with displeasure. My dear Xiang, didn't you teach your daughter how to greet me? Taifu Xiang kowtowed and answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My daughter was injured yesterday. Today, I brought her to the palace after the court session, and I haven't had time to teach her the rules and etiquette. The emperor's eyes were cold. It takes at least 15 minutes to walk from the Taifu's mansion to the palace. Can't you teach her along the way? She can't even perform the most basic greeting when she sees me. At least she should be able to see it with her eyes, right? Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes in her heart and pretended to be stupid. Mo Nan said, Royal brother, Xinyao is my fiancée and will be your sister-in-law in the future. I don't have to kneel when I see you, so why can't Xinyao? The emperor frowned, his eyes full of anger. You are so insolent. Even the queen has to salute me when she sees me, let alone her? She is not a virtuous princess yet. Mo Nan also frowned. Royal brother, Xinyao grew up in the countryside. Before this, the highest official had only met the village head. She just came back yesterday, and you summoned her to the palace to meet you today. It's very good that she can learn to salute you like me. Don't ask for too much.
What do you mean by this?
Mo Nan said with a cold face. Royal brother, you are the emperor, the ruler of a country. Don't bully a girl from the country. If it gets out, you will be ridiculed by the world. The meaning of Mo Nan's words was very clear. The emperor was clearly bullying a girl from the country. The emperor was so angry that veins popped out. How dare you? Even if she is a girl from the countryside, doesn't she know that in the entire Lingxiao kingdom, no matter who sees me, they must kneel down and salute? I am the son of heaven. Doesn't a girl from the countryside know that I am the heaven of the people? Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes in her heart again, glanced at her father, who was still kneeling on the ground, and her face changed instantly. She raised her head in fear and trepidation. Your Majesty, I grew up in the countryside since I was a child. My adoptive parents are cruel and inhumane. They have never treated me as a human being since I was a child. I am illiterate and don't know any rules, etiquette, or manners. This is the first time for your servant to travel far away, the first time to come to Bianjing. the first time to enter the palace, and the first time to see the emperor's majestic yet kind face. I am so overwhelmed by the emperor's appearance that I can't even walk. I don't know what to do. I hope the emperor will forgive me. Xiang Xinyao deliberately stuttered when she spoke, and the terrified expression on her face perfectly expressed her nervousness, fear, and helplessness. The emperor rolled his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Xiang Xinyao's stunningly beautiful face, which was now pale with fear from him, the emperor felt a sense of guilt for no reason. At the same time, he was also shocked by Xiang Xinyao's beauty. The little girl hasn't reached marriage age yet, right? She is so stunningly beautiful at such a young age. How stunning will she be if she grows up 2 years later? He has many women in his harem, but he can't find anyone who can compare with Xiang Xinyao. Even Qi Riyuan, the most recognized beauty in Bianjing, pales in comparison to her. Looking at Xiang Xinyao's delicate and beautiful little face, the emperor was so envious. He envied Mo Jinnan for having such a beautiful fiancée. Although this girl is illiterate and is just a country girl. But now she is wearing luxurious clothes and is incredibly beautiful. Who dares to say that she is a country girl? No, this girl is about to reach marriage age, and we must find a way to get her into the palace. The emperor rolled his eyes and looked at Xiang Taifu. My dear Xiang, please stand up quickly. Your daughter should be coming of age soon, right? Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiang Taifu stood up and said, Your Majesty, my daughter will be coming of age on the 9th day of the 3rd month, which is still a month away. The emperor nodded slightly and said, Since your daughter is about to reach the age of marriage, and she is the fiancée of the virtuous king, she must understand the rules and etiquette when she marries into the royal family in the future. Why not let your daughter stay in the palace? I will let the queen teach her personally. Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips. Thank you, and your whole family. Mo Jinnan frowned. Royal brother, Lord Xiang's family and daughter have been separated for 11 years. They have just been found and have not been reunited yet, but you want them to be separated. Isn't this inappropriate? The emperor glared and said, I didn't say that I would let her stay in the palace today. Why are you so anxious? Am I such an inhuman person? The girl from the Xiang family has just been found, so of course I want her to spend more time with her family. After a pause, the emperor continued, Xiang's girl, I allow you to stay at home with your parents for a month. How about you enter the palace on the 1st day of March to learn the rules and etiquette? Xiang Xinyao didn't dare to anger the emperor at this time, so she could only agree. Yes, thank the emperor for his grace. Mo Jinnan spoke again. Royal brother, Xinyao just came back and has not met my mother yet. I will take her to see her today. The emperor was also afraid that Mo Jinnan would see his purpose. He was also afraid that Xiang Xinyao would have a bad impression of him, so he quickly pretended to be considerate. Of course, take her there quickly. You haven't seen my mother for a long time. Thank you, royal brother. I'll take my leave. The emperor waved his hand and motioned the 3 to leave. Xiang Taifu quickly bowed and said, I'll take my leave. Xiang Xinyao followed suit. I'll take my leave. Walking out of the imperial study, the faces of the 3 were extremely ugly. The 3 were all extremely smart people. How could they not see the emperor's little tricks in his mind? Mo Jinnan's face was even darker, and he wanted to kill the dog emperor in his heart. Xinyao was not even 15 years old, and the dog emperor actually set his sights on her. Unforgivable. Mo Jinnan looked at Xiang Taifu. Lord Xiang, you go back first. I will take Xinyao to see my mother. Xiang Taifu nodded slightly and whispered, Your Highness, come to the mansion for dinner tonight. Okay.
Montauk Jinnen nodded.
He knew what Xiang Taifu meant. After Xiang Taifu left the palace, Missouri Jinnan took Xiang Xinyao to the palace of concubine Helian. She looked like she was in her early 30s. Mo Jinnan looked very much like his mother, especially her eyes. Concubine Helian was a princess married to the western regions. Although she was as beautiful as a fairy, she did not receive much favor from the late emperor. The reason for this was naturally because the queen mother, who was still the queen at the time, interfered. In addition, Concubine Helian hated fighting. She just tried her best to protect the young Mo Nan so that he could grow up safely. Now that she is imprisoned in the palace by the emperor as Mo Nan's weakness, she hates the fighting in the palace even more. She was monitored 12 hours a day and could not leave the palace, and even wanted to free herself. She could only eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha every day, praying to God to bless Mo Nan to be safe. Mo Nan took Xiang Xinyao into the palace of concubine Helian, who was kneeling in front of the Buddha statue and praying devoutly. "Mother," Mo Nan called softly. Concubine Helian was slightly startled and turned her head to look at Mo Nan. The next second, she was attracted by Xiang Xinyao beside Mo Nan. "You are the girl of the Xiang family." Concubine Helian spoke with a very firm tone. After all, she looked too much like Xiang Taifu. The subject pays respects to the concubine. Xiang Xinyao bowed slightly and smiled sweetly. "Yes, concubine. The subject is Xiang Xinyao, the daughter of the Xiang family who has been separated for 11 years. Concubine Helian nodded. Her tone was very cold. "Nanner, find a time to find your brother and cancel the engagement with the Xiang family." Xiang Xinyao suddenly widened her eyes. "I didn't offend this future mother-in-law. You want Mo Nan to cancel the engagement with me as soon as we met. Do you think I am a country girl and not worthy of your son? However, canceling the engagement doesn't seem to be a bad thing." Mo Nan frowned and carefully sensed the surroundings to make sure that his mother was not being monitored by anyone. He whispered, "Mother, I can't cancel the engagement with Xinyao." Concubine Helian sighed and lowered her voice, alas. "How could Mother want you to cancel the engagement with the girl from the Xiang family? But Mother has become your weakness. You can't let the girl from the Xiang family follow in your footsteps. Mother, if I cancel the engagement with Xinyao, it will be exactly what my brother wants, and Xinyao will be ruined by him for life." Concubine Helian looked at Xiang Xinyao with shock on her face, and instantly understood what Mo Nan meant. This dog emperor. He even cares about children who haven't even reached the age of marriage. What a beast. Xiang Xinyao understood that it was not that her future mother-in-law didn't like her, nor that she had offended this future mother-in-law. But this future mother-in-law didn't want her to become Mo Nan's weakness, and didn't want her to end up like her. Well, such a mother-in-law is not bad. We have to find a way to rescue her. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly and said softly, "My lady concubine, don't worry. I have the ability to protect myself." Concubine Helian looked at Xiang Xinyao in disbelief. This girl looked so weak, but she actually said that she had the ability to protect herself. How can she protect herself in the royal family, where people are eaten without spitting out bones? The key is that the dog emperor is now eyeing this girl. If the engagement is cancelled, she will be doomed. It's difficult. Suddenly, Xiang Xinyao felt a pair of eyes falling on her. She coughed lightly and said, "My lady concubine, you have to eat well and take care of your body. You look too thin." "Yes, mother, you have to take care of your body so that your son can rest assured when he is away."
Montagjinen echot.
He also found that there were masters approaching to monitor. Concubine Helian was not a dull person. She understood what was going on in an instant and nodded in response. "Don't worry. Mother is fine. She wants to hold her grandson in the future. Now that Xinyao is back, you must treat her well and don't let her suffer any grievances. Your son knows." Concubine Helian smiled and said, "Okay, you all go back. Xinyao has just come back and should reunite with her parents. However, Nanner can bring Xinyao to accompany Mother often, and Mother can teach her the rules and etiquette of the palace." Mo Nan smiled and nodded. "Your son will remember it." "Okay, go back." Xiang Xinyao and Mo Nan bowed at the same time. "Your son, minister, will take his leave." Both knew that they could not stay any longer at this time. After all, too much talk will lead to mistakes. The two left the palace and walked towards the Taifu mansion. Along the way, neither of them spoke, but just walked quietly, because they both felt that there was a tale behind them. When they returned to the Taifu mansion, the tale behind them stopped following. The Taifu mansion is heavily guarded. Although it is not as good as the Xianwang mansion, it is not much worse. This was all arranged by Xiang Yanlin. As soon as he entered the Taifu mansion, Taifu Xiang called Mo Jinan to the study. Taifu Xiang ordered the servants to serve tea and snacks, and then sent the servants away. After the servants left, Taifu Xiang spoke in a deep voice. "Your Highness, the Emperor has thoughts about Yaoer that he shouldn't have." Mo Jinan nodded. "I can see that, Lord Xiang. What do you think?" Taifu Xiang smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I regret that I shouldn't have brought Yaoer back. If she entered that wolf's den, Yaoer would be doomed. But if I resign and retire, the Emperor will definitely not allow it, and the Xiang family may not be able to leave Bianjing." Mo Jinan lowered his eyes. He also wanted to leave Bianjing and take his mother away from the devil of the Emperor, but he couldn't even rescue his mother now. With his mother in the hands of the Emperor, he might not be able to protect Xiang Xinyao. Bringing Xiang Xinyao back from Yunqing was really a mistake. After thinking for a long time, Mo Jinan said, "Lord Xiang, how about I choose a time to secretly send Xinyao back to Yunqing?" Xiang Taifu shook his head. "It's too risky. Once the Emperor knows, he will definitely threaten you with your mother's life."
What will you choose then? Montakjin was silent.
After a while, there were subtle footsteps outside the study door. Mo Jinan's eyes were stern, and he turned and walked to the door, suddenly opening the study door. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "Can I come in?" Mo Jinan's eyes softened instantly, and he nodded and said, "Come in." Xiang Taifu said with a guilty face, "Yaoer, why are you here?" Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. "Dad, if my daughter is right, you're discussing how to send my daughter away secretly, right?" Xiang Taifu stood up guiltily and put his hands on Xiang Xinyao's shoulders with some trembling. "My child, I am reluctant to send you away, but I am even more reluctant to let you fall into a den of wolves." Xiang Xinyao said calmly, "But Dad, have you ever thought about what will happen to you, Mom, and your brothers and sisters if I leave? But do you know what you will face if you stay? Child, you have suffered outside for 11 years, and your father can't let you just get out of the wolf's den and fall into the tiger's den again." Mo Jinan said, "Xinyao, don't blame your father. He is reluctant to send you away. If the Emperor sets his sights on you, you can't escape. Few women who were brought into the palace by him in these years can survive for more than 3 years." Xiang Xinyao asked again, "If you send me away and the Emperor blames you, how will you deal with it?" Taifu Xiang sighed. "Oh, Yaoer, let your father think of a way to try to get your 3 brothers and your sister to leave with you. As long as you and your sister can be saved, your father will be satisfied." Xiang Xinyao's face sank. "Dad, do you mean to sacrifice you and my mother to save us? Have you asked for our opinions?" Taifu Xiang was stunned. "Child, we haven't decided yet. Unless it is absolutely necessary, your father will not make such a choice." Xiang Xinyao's face was serious. "Dad, do you know how pitiful children without parents are? Daughters bear we have suffered from the pain of not having the love of our parents for 11 years. We are finally reunited with you. Can you bear to leave us? Dad, if we really have to leave Bianjing, let's go together. Our family will never be separated again, okay?" Xiang Taifu's eyes were red. "Child, we can't leave. We can't leave because of what I have known about that person over the years. And the Hellion concubine is still in the hands of that person. Once we make any unusual movements, that person will use the life of the Hellion concubine to force the prince to take action against us. We can't leave." Xiang Xinyao shrugged. "Isn't it enough to rescue the concubine?" Mo Jinan looked painful. "It's easy for you to say, but I can't do it with my current strength. That person arranged a group of masters to secretly monitor my mother. I tried many times but failed to rescue my mother, and I almost lost my own life. In order to save my mother, nearly 100 of my secret guards died. I can't take risks with their lives again." Xiang Xinyao looked up at Mo Jinan's eyes. There was pain, despair, and heartache in his eyes. The one who felt sorry for was Xiang Xinyao. He shouldn't have brought her back and involved her in the royal family's disputes. She could have lived a carefree life in the countryside. Xiang's family could have gone to meet her, but they really shouldn't have brought her back. It was all his fault for not thinking it through. Xiang Xinyao licked his lips. I have a way to save the Queen Mother, but this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Dad, Nan, if you have thought it through and are willing to give up everything in Bianjing, then let's discuss it. Let's go together. Taifu Xiong said, there is nothing in Bianjing that we are reluctant to give up. Nothing is more important than the safety of our family. Nan nodded in agreement. That's right. Don't look at me as a prince with military power. In fact, the military power in my hands is pitifully small.
Haha.
The virtuous king is just an empty title. If it weren't for my mother, I would have given it up long ago. Xiang Xinyao slapped her thigh and said, that's no problem, Dad. Wait the minute. I'll call my 3 brothers to discuss what we should do next. Xiang Taifu nodded and said, go ahead. You can't hide such a big thing from your brothers. Xiang Xinyao turned and left the study. A quarter of an hour later, she returned to the study with her mother and 3 brothers. She didn't call Xiang Xinyu because she didn't run any business and hadn't arranged a marriage. And she made it clear that she would follow Xiang Xinyao in the future. Xiang Xinyao didn't plan to tell her about this, so as not to make her worried. Entering the study, Xiang Xinyao closed the door. Imperial tutor Xiang lowered his voice and said, Madam, Zhuer Liner, Chinner, I called you here today because there is something very important to discuss.
Sit down, and we will talk slowly.
Xiang Yanzhua asked, Dad, why is it so serious? Imperial tutor Xiang sighed slightly, alas. Today the emperor summoned Yaoer to the palace to meet him. From the way the emperor looked at Yaoer, it can be clearly felt that he has set his sights on Yaoer. Moreover, he wants Yaoer to stay in the palace, saying that she wants to learn the rules and etiquette from the queen. But the way he looks at Yaoer is too passionate, and his purpose is self-evident. Bai Jing and Xiang Xinyao's 3 brothers all had dark faces at the same time. Their eyes seemed to want to eat people. This old beast. The prince is older than Xiang Xinyao, and he is still thinking about a child who has not yet reached the age of marriage. Xiang Yanzhua was the calmest. He asked with a serious face, Dad, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Taifu Xiong said, there is nothing in Bianjing worth our nostalgia. We have to find a way to leave Bianjing. Otherwise, once Yaoer enters the palace, her life will be ruined. Xiang Xinyao said, it is impossible for me to enter the palace, and I can't abandon you. If we go, we will go together. I will find a way to rescue the Queen Dowager, and you should sell your property as soon as possible. It may be difficult for us to leave Bianjing secretly under the feet of the emperor. It would be best if we could find a way to make that person exile us all. As long as we leave Bianjing, we can fight our way out and go to Dayuan village to live together. Mo Jinan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. We can't sell off our property openly. It's best it is to do it without anyone noticing. It is easy to let that person exile us all, but exile means confiscating our property, and it will be difficult to take our property out of Bianjing at that time. Xiang Xinyao said seriously, don't worry about this. No matter how much property you have, as long as you trust me, I can take it all away for you, and I won't leave a penny for that person. In addition, if you want to rescue your mother, you have to find someone with a body shape similar to your mother, and it would be better to find a master of disguise, so that we can replace the pillars with the beams. Mo Jinan shook his head. No, I have used this trick before, and it is difficult to succeed. Xiang Xinyao was full of confidence. Just look for it according to my requirements. I promise to rescue your mother. Mo Jinan asked, how sure are you? At least 90%.
Montag Jinan was schocket.
He didn't even have 50% confidence, but Xiang Xinyao said at least 90%. How much confidence does this require?
Magic?
Mo Jinan was full of question marks. Xiang Xinyao explained, magic is similar to juggling. The two are actually similar, but magic is more mysterious. I see, I have a substitute. I also have a disguise master. Whether we can rescue mother, we only have this one chance. Okay, then we should sell the family property as soon as possible during this period of time secretly, and don't let that person get the news. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Xiang Yanchen said, before I was in Yunqing, I wanted to transfer my business there, and I wanted to keep the less profitable business in Bianjing, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Bai Jing said, what about those at home? What about the servants? Will they all be dismissed by then? Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. It is not necessary to dismiss all of them. Mother will let those who she thinks can be taken away go first. We can arrange with them where to meet and take them to Dawan village at that time. Bai Jing smiled and nodded. That's great. There are indeed a few servants in our family who have been with us for many years and have always been loyal. Among them, several are alone and have no worries. When the time comes, ask them and take away those who want to follow us. Mo Jinen looked at Xiang Xinyao seriously. Are you sure you can take all our property away? Of course I am sure. Then can the magic you mentioned also make things that don't belong to me take away? Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. It shouldn't be a problem. As long as you don't ask me to take away your palace and shops, other things are not a big problem. Mo Jinen suddenly took Xiang Xinyao's hand. Then you follow me. Where to? To the palace. After Mo Jinen finished speaking, he took Xiang Xinyao's hand and left the study. After leaving the Taifu mansion, Mo Jinen took Xiang Xinyao to the Wang mansion. The Wang mansion was not far from the Taifu mansion, and it took only a little more than a quarter of an hour to walk there. After entering the Wang mansion, Xiang Xinyao didn't have time to appreciate the layout of the Wang mansion before Mo Jinen pulled her to his study. Mo Jinen's study was very large, with bookcases on all four walls, and the bookcases were filled with all kinds of books. In the middle was a large desk, on which were neatly placed pens, inkstones, and paper. Xiang Xinyao asked, You don't want to take all these books away, do you? Mo Jinen smiled indifferently. Few of these books are important. I want to take other things away. After speaking, Mo Jinen walked to the bookcase on the south side and reached out to pull out an inconspicuous book. When the book was half pulled out, the bookcase moved aside, revealing a secret door. Xiang Xinyao blinked her eyes, knowing without thinking that there must be good things in the secret room. Mo Jinen took 2 steps into the secret door, raised his hand and fumbled on the left wall for a few times and closed the mechanism in the secret passage. He smiled and joked, Xinyao, go in and take a look at the things inside. As long as you can use your magic to take them all away, those things will all be given to you as a betrothal gift. Xiang Xinyao instantly became interested. Then I want to take a good look at what good things there are?
You will know when you go in.
Xiang Xinyao raised her foot and walked into the secret door. Mo Jinen picked up an oil lamp from the desk and lit it and followed Xiang Xinyao with the oil lamp. Inside the secret door was a long downhill passage, and at the end of the passage was a large iron door. Mo Jinen turned left 3 times and right 5 times at a protrusion on the wall, then pressed the protrusion down, and the iron door opened. With the weak light, Xiang Xinyao saw countless large boxes. The boxes were all covered, and she didn't know what was in the boxes. Mo Jinen lit the torches on the wall, and the dark room became brighter. Xinyao, I have 3 dark rooms here, and they are all filled with my collections. Take away everything you can, and take away the valuables that you can't take away. What's in there? Xiang Xinyao asked. Take a look for yourself. Xiang Xinyao nodded, walked to a big box and opened the lid. The moment the big box was opened, her eyes were almost blinded. She opened other boxes and was shocked.
Wow!
So many gold, silver, and jewelry. Did you move the national treasury to your palace? Mo Jinen touched his nose. These are all what I have saved little by little since I was 12 years old. There is no way to compare with the national treasury. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. You mean there are more gold, silver, and jewelry in the national treasury? Of course, that's the national treasury, and this is just my own small storehouse. Xiang Xinyao's eyes were full of stars. Okay, I'm rich. Take them all, ha. What she meant was of course the gold, silver, and jewelry in the national treasury, but Mo Jinen didn't think so much. It was good enough that she could take away the valuable things in his warehouse, but he didn't dare to hope to take away everything in the entire warehouse. Xiang Xinyao looked at the other 2 dark rooms, which contained many top-quality medicinal materials, calligraphy and paintings, bronzes, pottery, weapons, etc., which made people dazzled. For Xiang Xinyao, everything here was valuable. Mo Jinen, are you serious? As long as I can take away the things here, Give them all to me as a betrothal gift? Of course I'm serious. You are my fiancé. After we get married, everything I have is yours. Xiang Xinyao curled her lips. Then if the engagement is cancelled in the future, I will have to return the betrothal gift. I won't cancel the engagement. What if? Mo Jinan thought seriously and said, in this way, if I propose to cancel the engagement in the future, you don't have to return the betrothal gift. If you propose to cancel the engagement, you can return half of the betrothal gift. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. Why? No reason. I am willing, but I will not let you propose to cancel the engagement one day. Okay, then I will take it away. Take it away. In fact, Mo Jinan had selfish motives. He just wanted to see the magic that Xiang Xinyao mentioned. He wanted to make sure that Xiang Xinyao's magic could save his mother. To him, money is just a thing outside of his body, which is not as important as his own mother. Once he was sure that Xiang Xinyao could save his mother, he could prepare to leave Bianjing without any scruples. Xiang Xinyao said, you go out first. I'm going to perform magic. Can I watch? Xiang Xinyao pulled the corner of her mouth. It's not that I can't watch. I'm just afraid that you will find it a little scary. Mo Jinan said firmly, I want to watch. Xiang Xinyao could also guess what Mo Jinan wanted, that is, to confirm whether her magic can save his mother. What he wanted was a reassurance. So, Xiang Xinyao didn't hesitate, nodded, and began to mutter a spell that she herself couldn't understand. Xiang Xinyao walked to another dark room, and seeing that Mo Jinan was still in a petrified state and had not yet come to his senses, she quickly put the things in the dark room into the space. After she put all the things in the 3 dark rooms into the space, Mo Jinan came back to his senses from the petrification. He walked to Xiang Xinyao's side and asked incredulously, Xinyao, if I ask you to make the things appear now, can you still make them all appear? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't dare to say shamelessly that I am at least 90% sure that I can save the Queen Mother. Mo Jinan excitedly grabbed Xiang Xinyao's shoulders. Xinyao, as long as you can help me rescue my mother, I will give you all the money I get from selling the properties under my name. In addition, I will give you 4 people. I believe you will like them. Xiang Xinyao blinked mischievously. Send me 4 people? Men and women? You don't want to give me 4 handsome guys, do you? 2 men and 2 women. Although these 4 people are not top-notch in martial arts, they have their own strengths. Forget about giving me 4 people. I can't afford them. Let's go and visit your palace. Maybe you won't have the opportunity to visit it in the future. Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows. If you can get one of these 4 people I give you, it will make you very successful. Are you still worried that you can't afford them? Xiang Xinyao stopped as she was about to take a step forward. Oh? Tell me what the 4 of them are good at. One is a genius in business, one is proficient in Chimanduanjia, one is a master of disguise, and the other is a master of perfume. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. Interesting. Are you really willing to give me such a talent? Mo Jinan smiled gently. You are my fiancé. I said that when we get married, what's mine will be yours, and you can only be mine. Why are you reluctant to give it up? But such a top talent is willing to follow me, an unknown rookie, wholeheartedly? You are thinking too much, right? Aren't geniuses all cold, aloof, and unkind? Indeed, they only obey capable people. But don't worry, with your ability, they will definitely be loyal to you. I'm just a rookie. I don't have much ability. Mo Jinan smiled. Don't have no confidence in yourself. I have seen your medical skills, and your magic is the most amazing I have ever seen. Xiang Xinyao twitched her mouth. Okay. Let's see when the time comes, just let it go. If they don't want to follow me, don't force it. Okay, anyway, I have confidence in you. After saying that, Mo Jinan took Xiang Xinyao's hand and walked out of the dark room. After closing the door of the secret passage, Mo Jinan accompanied Xiang Xinyao to stroll around the palace. The palace was really big, and there were also many precious flowers and plants planted in the front and backyards. But at this moment, Xiang Xinyao no longer had the idea of growing vegetables in the palace. She smiled faintly and said, let someone dig out these precious flowers and plants and take them away together when the time comes. but don't leave anything valuable behind. Emojin nodded. No problem. I will send someone to transplant all the precious flowers and plants into pots, and you can use your magic to take them all away in a few days. Xiang Xinyao nodded. After a tour of the palace, Missouri Jinan took Xiang Xinyao directly to the most famous Waiziyuan restaurant in Bianjing for dinner. It was already past lunchtime, and there was only one table of diners left in the restaurant, and the dishes on the table had been almost eaten. The two entered the restaurant, and Jinan asked for a private room. After ordering a few signature dishes, the two sat down to drink tea and waited for the food to be served. Suddenly, Jinan frowned slightly, stood up and walked to Xiang Xinyao, and without warning, he took Xiang Xinyao into his arms. Xiang Xinyao. What is going on? Jinan leaned close to Xinyao's ear and whispered, Someone is following us and monitoring us. After saying that, he kissed Xiang Xinyao on the face. Xinyao, it's great to find you back. You don't know that I always wanted to cancel the engagement with the Xiang family before, but after seeing you, I no longer want to cancel the engagement with you. I recognized you at the first sight. Xiang Xinyao. Is it necessary to act? Being followed and monitored. There is no need to suddenly confess, right? Xiang Xinyao suddenly understood. It was sent by that person. She leaned on Jinan's chest, pretending to be shy. Anan, I also recognized you at first sight, and I will not marry anyone else in this life. As soon as she said this, she couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body, and her little face was red as if it was dripping blood. In her previous life, she had lived for 26 years and had never said such disgusting words to any man.
Montagjinnen war stund.
The word Anan made his bones soft and his heart pounded. He hugged Xiang Xinyao tightly and kissed her on the forehead. Then I will prepare in the next 2 days and go to the Taifu mansion to propose marriage as soon as possible to settle the marriage. Well, then you have to be quick. Okay, how about this? Why don't I come to propose marriage on the day you come of age? How about holding the coming of age ceremony and the engagement ceremony on the same day? Okay. Jinan smiled and continued to hug Xiang Xinyao, gently stroking her hair with his big hands. Xiang Xinyao was stiff all over, but she still cooperated with Jinan's acting and even put her hands around Jinan's waist. It was not until there was a knock on the door that Jinan let go of Xiang Xinyao and said in a deep voice, Come in. The food was served on the table, and Jinan picked up the chopsticks and picked up some food for Xiang Xinyao. Yaoer, you've been living outside and suffering for these years. Look how thin you have become. If a strong wind blows, I'm afraid you will be blown away.
Eat more.
Xiang Xinyao nodded and smiled sweetly. Thank you. Anan, you eat too. After that, Xiang Xinyao picked up a piece of meat and fed it directly to Jinan's mouth. Jinan paused slightly, opened his mouth and put the meat into his mouth. The next second, he followed suit, picked up the dishes and put them to Xiang Xinyao's mouth. The two of them fed each other food, and the person hiding in the dark and monitoring ate a large bowl of dog food. Perhaps he didn't want to see the scene of the two of them being so affectionate anymore, so he flashed away. When the monitor left, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They could finally relax and have a good meal. After dinner, Jinan accompanied Xiang Xinyao for a walk. Jinan asked, Yaoer, is there anything you want to buy? Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Yes, I want to buy those good vases, calligraphy, and paintings, jades. The older the better. What do you want those things for? To collect them. They can be heirlooms in the future, hee. Jinan nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to East Street. East Street in Bianjing is equivalent to the modern antique street. If you are lucky, you can find good things. And the price is similar to the modern antique street. You can get a lot of them. When Xiang Xinyao came to East Street, she was shocked. There were small vendors on both sides of the street, with vases, jades, and various small items. The whole street was also very lively. Xiang Xinyao really didn't expect that Bianjing in Lingxiao Kingdom actually had an antique street similar to the modern one. Looking at the lively streets and the dazzling array of goods, Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. If the objects on the whole street were taken to modern times, they would definitely be real antiques. But antiques also have different qualities. Not all antiques are valuable. As long as you find a few good quality items and take them to modern times, you can definitely make a lot of money. Nan said, Yaoer, go and have a look, just buy whatever you like. He brought a lot of silver notes today. As long as Xiang Xinyao likes it, he is willing to spend money on her. Xiang Xinyao is not sure whether she can find a way to go back. So she is not greedy, just want to find a few items that she likes and are in good quality. In case she can really go back in the future, these things can make her a lot of money. If she can't go back, then keep them for yourself to appreciate and use as heirlooms in the future. When the two passed by the vendors were enthusiastic and shouting. If nothing else, the clothes they were wearing were made of materials that only rich people could afford. If you can rip one off, it's one. People who often go to East Street know that the rule here is that the money and goods are clear. After paying the silver, there is no room for regret. Even if you buy a bad item, you can only blame yourself for being blind. Similarly, once the vendors sell their items, they cannot regret it after receiving the silver. Even if the items are worth thousands of gold and are sold at a low price, they cannot regret it. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan looked at the items displayed by the vendors all the way, but they didn't see anything that caught their eye. These things were too ordinary and Xiang Xinyao didn't like them at all. After walking a distance forward, Xiang Xinyao stopped in front of a small stall. What caught her attention was a pair of silver needles. The silver needles were inserted into the needle bag, and the needle bag was in an open state. Perhaps it had not been used for many years. The silver needles were black in appearance, and the needle bag was also old and yellow. There were only 12 silver needles in total, and they didn't look special. But there was always a voice in Xiang Xinyao's heart telling her to buy this pair of silver needles. Next to the silver needles was a wooden sculpture of Guanyin, which didn't look very colorful. But the more she looked at it, the more she felt that the Guanyin statue was extraordinary. Xiang Xinyao narrowed her eyes and looked at the Guanyin statue carefully. Finally, she couldn't help squatting down and touched the Guanyin wooden sculpture. The Guanyin wood carving was warm to the touch. Xiang Xinyao could smell a very light scent when she got close to the Guanyin wood carving. The scent was elegant and varied, and it smelled refreshing and comfortable. Upon closer inspection, the texture of the wood carving was in the form of long and thin dots and lines. Xiang Xinyao was ecstatic, but her face deliberately showed a calm expression, with a little bit of disgust. She casually asked, "Brother, how much is this Guanyin?" The vendor began to boast, "Sir, you have a really sharp eye. This Guanyin is carved from precious red sandalwood. Look at the carving, it's amazing. This Guanyin is as vivid as if it were alive. Sir, you can see that you have a kind heart like a bodhisattva, and you look like a fairy. If you take this Guanyin back, you will definitely have smooth sailing in the future, and all your wishes will come true. I think you have a destiny with this Guanyin statue. If you really want it, just give me 200 taels of silver." Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes and said, "Brother, are you deliberately raising the price because I'm a stranger? Moreover, your Guanyin statue is not made of rosewood. Rosewood is reddish-brown. Yours is just an ordinary peach wood carving. If my grandmother didn't like to worship Guanyin, I wouldn't even give it a second glance. If it's 200 taels, you should keep it for yourself and take it back as an offering." After saying this to Xinyao, he stood up and was about to leave. When the vendor saw that Xiang Xinyao really didn't plan to buy, he immediately said in a flattering manner, Hey, sir, don't be in a hurry to leave. It's not like we can't bargain in this business. Just tell me a price that you can accept. Just consider it as fulfilling your grandmother's wish. I will sell it to you as long as I don't lose money." Xiang Xinyao held up a finger. 10 taels of silver. I don't want a penny more." The vendor twitched his mouth. Although he could still make a little money with 10 taels of silver, no one would think that the money was too much. "Sir, please add a little more. 10 taels of silver really can't be sold. I will lose a lot. So, take 20 taels of silver." Xiang Xinyao frowned. 20 taels of silver is too high. It would be better if you give me the set of silver needles together. "No, sir, you bargained too hard. You should at least let me make some money. The whole family needs to eat." Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "Forget it. I plan to buy a jade guanyin for my grandmother. 20 taels is too high. After that, Xiang Xinyao pulled Emoji Nan away without stopping. Okay, just consider it as my filial piety. 20 taels of silver and the needles are also given to you. Xiang Xinyao stopped and looked like she didn't want to buy it. The vendor was anxious. Sir, 20 taels is the price you offered. Don't go back on your word. Xiang Xinyao deliberately slapped her lips and said, Oh, I'm such a bad mouth. I made a loss. Forget it, I don't need this little bit of money. I just don't know if my grandmother likes the wooden carved guanyin. Please wrap it up for me. Okay, wait a moment. The vendor was all smiles. He made a net profit of 10 taels from this deal, and he was very happy. However, Xiang Xinyao was happier than him, but her face always showed an expression of having lost a lot. After the vendor wrapped up the guanyin and the silver needles, Emoji Nan paid the money. After leaving the vendor, Emoji Nan gave a thumbs up. Yaoer, you really opened my eyes. I didn't expect that you could bargain like this. Xiang Xinyao blinked. How else can you bargain if you don't bargain like this? If it were me, I would at least give 100 taels, cut it in half. You have a lot of money. In a place like this, if the other party asks for 100 taels, it's not too much to give 1 tael directly. The other party is holding the attitude of taking advantage of every penny. Emoji Nan nodded. You really got a bargain this time. That guanyin is carved from agarwood. As for the set of silver needles, I can't see its extraordinariness. I know that the guanyin is made of agarwood, and I can't tell the difference between the silver needles. I just feel that it should be a good thing, so I just bought it and took it back to study it. Well, maybe it's really a good thing. The two chatted as they walked, and their eyes kept looking at the stalls. Not long after walking, Emoji Nan suddenly grabbed Xiang Xinyao. Emoji Nan leaned close to Xiang Xinyao's ear and whispered, Yaoer, there are good things. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up and she whispered in admiration, It's really a good thing. Emoji Nan smiled gently. You're good at shopping. You bargain and I'll pay. No problem, look at me. Xiang Xinyao looked at the other things on the stall. To be honest, except for the stone, she really didn't like anything else. But when shopping on Taobao at a stall like this, you really can't set your sights on the treasure you like from the beginning. Xiang Xinyao walked to the front of the stall and squatted down, picked up the jade bracelet next to the black stone, and looked at it. At that time, there were no fake jades, but they were divided into good and bad colors and textures. The jade bracelet was of average color. Although it was a little green, it was not transparent enough. Xiang Xinyao put the bracelet down and picked up a purple clay teapot next to it and looked at it. The workmanship of the purple clay teapot was average, but it was old. Xiang Xinyao asked, How much is this purple clay teapot? The vendor replied, Oh, girl, you have good taste. This purple clay teapot is quite old. I heard it came from a wealthy family. It costs 30 taels of silver. Boss, are you asking for such a high price because I'm a stranger? This purple clay teapot is so roughly made, and you dare to ask for 30 taels. You are not a fair boss. The vendor smiled awkwardly. Girl, if you like it, you can bargain. I really didn't ask for a high price of 30 taels. Forget it. The workmanship of this purple clay teapot is too rough. It's really not that good. Xiang Xinyao deliberately exclaimed in surprise. Hey, this stone is quite special, huh? It's actually black, and it's not coal. What kind of stone is this, boss? The vendor shrugged. Actually, I don't know what kind of stone it is. I just brought it because it looked special. This thing should not be valuable. If you like it, you can buy the purple clay teapot and I'll give you this stone, how about it? The stone was irregular and black, and it really didn't look outstanding. Xiang Xinyao pretended to think for a while and asked with some disdain, How much silver do you want for this purple clay teapot at least? 20 taels can't be any lower. I'll give you the stone as well. I have to make some money. There are old people and young people at home. Okay, 20 taels is 20 taels. This purple clay teapot is also good for uncle to drink tea. Then I'll pack it up for you, girl. Pack it up. Emoji Nan took out the silver and paid it readily. The vendor smiled so hard that his mouth was grinning from ear to ear, and secretly laughed at the two young people in front of him for being so stupid and rich, and so easy to fool. The purple clay teapot is only worth 2 taels of silver. Although a stone was given as a gift, it made 10 times the profit. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan almost laughed in their hearts. Others couldn't recognize the black stone that was a little bigger than a fist, but they recognized it at a glance. That's black jade. It's more valuable than jadeite and black jadeite, and it's quite rare. Make a fortune. After the vendor packed the purple clay teapot and the black jade, Mo Jinan took them and took Xiang Xinyao away. The vendor behind him still had a smile on his face, still feeling smug about the fact that he could sell the worthless purple clay teapot at a sky-high price. Little did he know that the reason why Xiang Xinyao was willing to give him 20 taels was entirely because of the black jade. After the two left the stall, Mo Jinan handed the black jade to Xiang Xinyao. Yaoer, keep this and use it to make a pair of bracelets when you have a chance. Okay, hee, I didn't expect to find such a treasure today. I'll come again tomorrow. Mo Jinan smiled dotingly. Let your sister accompany you tomorrow, and I will send someone to secretly protect your safety. Xiang Xinyao also knew her current situation. She was not strong enough and did not dare to be arrogant. What's more, she came with Xiang Xinyu, so she readily agreed. Okay, I won't be polite then. The two continued to stroll. At the same time, the emperor heard the report from the guards sent to follow the two men. Mo Jinan actually hugged Xiang Xinyao and even kissed her. He was so angry that veins popped out. A stunning beauty like Xiang Xinyao can only be his. Why would Mo Jinan covet her? Why should he hug Xinyao? Apart from being younger than me, how can his status and position be compared to mine? The emperor thought to himself, no, I must get such a stunning beauty. If the Xiang family father and son still want to gain a foothold in the court, they will definitely send Xiang Xinyao to the palace. As long as he puts pressure on the Xiang father and son, they will know what to do. But when he thought of the two of them hugging each other and talking to each other, he felt jealous and crazy. Snort. He is so ignorant at such a young age. When Xiang Xinyao enters the palace, I will definitely make her suffer a fate worse than death. Achoo. Xiang Xinyao sneezed for no reason. Mo Jinan immediately became nervous. Yaoer, did you catch a cold because you didn't wear enough clothes? No. Maybe someone is talking about me. Do you want to continue shopping? Let's shop for a while. It's still early now, we can go back for dinner time. Mo Jinan nodded slightly and accompanied Xiang Xinyao on the shopping spree without any reluctance on his face. After half a day, the two of them found a lot of good things, and then they walked towards the Taifu mansion with a sense of unsatisfied desire. After sending Xiang Xinyao back to the Taifu mansion, Mo Jinan left. When Xiang Xinyao returned to the mansion, it was unusually lively. Seeing Xiang Xinyao coming back, Bai Jing smiled and pulled her to her side. Yaoer, let me introduce you. This is your eldest uncle and eldest aunt, and this is your second uncle and second aunt. This is your uncle and aunt, and this is your second cousin, your uncle's second son. This is your third uncle and third aunt, and this is also your cousin, your third uncle's eldest son. Xiang Xinyao politely called everyone one by one. The people from the three families of the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and the third uncle, each of them prepared a gift for the meeting. Even the cousins who didn't come because of something asked their families to bring gifts. Only the eldest uncle's family was indifferent. Not to mention the gift for the meeting, even when Xiang Xinyao called them, they acted extremely cold. After everyone else had given their gifts for the meeting, the eldest Aunt Yao spoke in a weird tone. Xinyao, our family's conditions are poor, not as good as your two uncles' families, nor as good as your third uncle's family. We also want to prepare a gift for you, but we didn't prepare it because we were afraid that you would look down on us. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly and said, Aunt, although I grew up in the countryside, I don't lack anything now. I am very happy that you can come, so there is no need for a gift for the meeting.
Wow.
I didn't expect that you have lived in the countryside for 11 years, and you can be so polite. Aunt was afraid that you would blame us for not having a decent gift for you.
How could that be?
You think too much, Aunt. Giving is a favor, not giving is a duty. I have no right to blame you. Third Aunt Chin stepped forward and took Xiang Xinyao's hand, her eyes red. Yaoer, you are finally back. Your parents have been looking for you for so many years. Fortunately, you are back. You have suffered a lot over the years, right? The third aunt hugged Xiang Xinyao into her arms with a look of heartache. Third uncle Xiang Tianlei's family has no daughter. When Xiang Xinyao was little, the third uncle's family loved her like their own daughter. But the eldest uncle's family is different. The eldest uncle's family has only one son and 4 daughters. The eldest uncle's family is also a typical patriarchal family. They dote on their sons but are strict and harsh to their daughters. He is jealous of Xiang Xinyao's father and the third uncle. He is jealous of Xiang Xinyao's father, who gave birth to 3 sons in a row and finally a daughter. Now, the 3 sons are promising. Although the youngest daughter has just been found, her beautiful little face makes people jealous. What makes people jealous is that this little girl is engaged to the virtuous king. In the future, the Xiang Tianyang family will only prosper. The eyes of the eldest uncle Xiang Tianao are full of jealousy, which can't be concealed. Xiang Xinyao Yao looked at her uncle. A hint of coldness flashed to her eyes. The long-sealed memory suddenly came to her mind. It was a vague memory of the original owner when she was 3 years old. Although the memory at that time was very vague, she could still vaguely piece together the face of her uncle. She remembered it. It was the beastly uncle who attacked her. It was he who covered the mouth of the original owner, who went shopping with her mother and took her away to the human traffickers. Xiang Xinyao looked at Xiang Tianao with colder and colder eyes. In the years when the original owner was away, the uncle should have taken some action. What specific action? I can only ask my father in private. But now, in front of her parents, uncle, aunt, and third uncle and aunt, Xiang Xinyao did not intend to let her uncle go. Xiang Xinyao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Uncle, why did you take me away from my mother and give me to the human traffickers 11 years ago? Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Xiang Tianao's face turned pale. How is it possible? Xiang Xinyao was only a little over 3 years old at that time. How could she remember? Don't talk nonsense. When did I take you away? Xiang Tianao's eyes dodged and he was panicking. Xiang Xinyao's voice became even colder. Don't think that I don't remember anything when I was only 3 years old. Yes, I don't remember many details, but I still remember your face. You're simply slandering me. Really? Since you think I am slandering you, why are you panicking? Xiang Tianao pretended to be calm. I'm not panicking, I didn't do it. Why should I panic? However, no one present was a fool, and everyone could see that something was wrong with him. Xiang Tianyang and Xiang Tianlei looked at Xiang Tianao in disbelief. This is their eldest brother from the same mother, Yaoer's uncle. How could he be so cruel? He attacked his own niece. Xiang Tianyang was so smart. No wonder you wanted to adopt your little daughter to me after Yaoer got lost. It turns out that what you wanted was the marriage contract that Yaoer had made since she was a child. Since Xiang Xinyao disappeared, Xiang Tianao has been running to Xiang Tianyang's house every few days, and every time, he brings his little daughter. Xiang Tianao has been hinting to Xiang Tianyang openly and secretly that he wants to adopt his little daughter to him. This is because Xiang Tianao's little daughter is only 1.5 years older than Xiang Xinyao. The eldest daughter is older than Mo Jinnan, so it is naturally impossible. At that time, Xiang Tianyang was only the Minister of Industry, but he was also a third-rank official. And Xiang Tianao was just a businessman, and it was impossible for him to marry into the royal family. If he wanted to soar to the sky, the fastest shortcut was to use his daughter to establish a relationship with the royal family. But he never had the chance. Although Xiang Tianyang was in the court, he was upright and honest, and it was impossible for him to help him. After much deliberation, he finally decided to take action against Xiang Xinyao, who was held in the palm of Xiang Tianyang's family's hand. His idea was very simple. As long as Xiang Xinyao disappeared, Xiang Tianyang would adopt his little daughter, and Xiang Xinyao's marriage contract would fall on his little daughter. He is the biological father of the younger daughter. When the younger daughter becomes successful in the future, she will of course have to repay him as her biological father. But man proposes, God disposes. Xiang Tianyang has always been unwilling to agree to the adoption and has never given up looking for Xiang Xinyao. Even though the couple later adopted Xiang Xinyu, they were unwilling to adopt Xiang Tianao's youngest daughter. Xiang Tianao was so angry that his teeth were itching, but there was nothing he could do. In the following years, Xiang Tianao's family rarely interacted with Xiang Tianyang's family. Every time he comes, he is in a sarcastic tone and never looks happy. Xiang Tianyang took into account the brotherhood between brothers from the same mother and did not care too much about the attitude of Xiang Tianao's family. Xiang Tianlei was furious. "Brother, Yaoer is also your niece. How could you have the heart to do that to her?" Xiang Tianao saw that he could no longer hide the truth, so he snorted coldly and said, "Humph. Just because she is my niece, I didn't kill her, but just let someone take her away. If I had known that there would be a day when she would be found again, I should have strangled her to death. It's all my fault for being soft-hearted at the time. Otherwise, it would be my Qingqing who would have been engaged to the virtuous king." Xiang Yuqing, Xiang Tianao's youngest daughter. Although he had reached marriage age and many people came to propose marriage to him, Xiang Tianao refused any of their proposals. He hasn't given up yet and is still waiting. When Mo Jin came to propose marriage, he was ready to jump out and expose Xiang Xinyu's identity as the adopted daughter of the Xiang family. However, before Mo Jin could come to propose marriage, Xiang Xinyao was found back. He was unwilling to accept that all his plans for many years had failed. "I came here today just to see what qualifications Xiang Xinyao, who had been tortured in the countryside for 11 years, still had to stand by the side of the wise king." But when he saw Xiang Xinyao's beautiful little face, his hatred and unwillingness became even stronger. This girl doesn't look like she's been tortured in the countryside for 11 years. Instead, she looks like she's been pampered for 11 years. Her fair and translucent skin doesn't look like the one that was tortured when she grew up in the countryside. He had given the human trafficker a sum of money and asked him to send Xiang Xinyao as far away as possible. And they must be sent to remote and poor villages. But when I saw her today, this girl didn't look like she had ever suffered. He is so angry. Bai Jing was so angry that tears kept flowing. "Xiang Tiana, you are a beast. How did Yaoer offend you? You actually wanted to harm her so cruelly, causing our family to be separated for 11 years. Xiang Tianao sneered. "She didn't offend me. But it's wrong for her to have an engagement with a virtuous king. What did I do wrong?" Tianyang was in the court, but he was unwilling to help me. "I also want to be successful. I also want to bring honor to my family and soar to the sky. But do I have the chance? As long as Qingqing can marry the virtuous king, all this immense wealth will belong to me." Xiang Tianao. With a crisp paw sound, Xiang Tianyang stepped forward and slapped Xiang Tianao hard. Yaoer's engagement with the virtuous king was decided by the late emperor and concubine Helion. "Do you think that if you get rid of Yaoer, this engagement will fall on your daughter? Even though I adopted Xinyu, I never thought of letting her replace Yaoer." Xiang Tianao's eyes were red. Crime of deceiving the emperor? Humph. The late emperor has passed away for many years. If you don't tell your family about this, who would know that Qingqing is my daughter? It's all your fault. If you had agreed to adopt her, maybe the virtuous king would have come to propose marriage. It's you who harmed Qingqing, and it's you who prevented her from entering the royal family. Xiang Tianyang smiled, a very sad smile. It was a smile of extreme anger. "You said that I harmed Qingqing, then what about my Yaoer? You harmed her so much. Do you have any mercy? She was only 3 years old, and you separated her from her parents, making her suffer all the sufferings of the world. You harmed my Yaoer, and you still expect me to treat your daughter as my own and replace my daughter's identity? I harmed Qingqing? Tell me how I harmed her? Aren't you the one who harmed her?" Xiang Tianao said angrily. "If you agreed to adopt Qingqing, Qingqing would have the opportunity to marry into the royal family. Didn't you harm her? What makes you say that I harmed Qingqing? Qingqing is my daughter. How could I harm her? Xiang Tianyang stared at Xiang Tianao. Didn't your parents let you go to school when you were a child? Didn't your parents ask you to take the imperial examinations? If you want to make a name for yourself, do you still need to use your daughter to exchange for wealth? You said Qingqing is your daughter. You can't hurt her. You have spoiled your son over the years, but been strict and harsh to your daughter. If I hadn't secretly taken care of my 4 nieces, would they have grown up safely? You are such a good father. Xiang Tianao was stubborn and said, so what? Girls are money-losing goods. When they grow up, they will become the wives of other people's families. Did I beg you to take care of them? Yes, you are the pride of the Xiang family. You have power when you want it, but you claim to be an honest official who seeks welfare for the people. Have you ever helped us? If you were willing to help us, I wouldn't have taken your little girl away. Xiang Tianyang slapped Xiang Tianao's face hard again. If I hadn't helped you, would your family have the good life you have today? Ask your 3rd brother. Did I help you secretly? Xiang Tianlei said angrily, brother, since the 2nd brother entered the court, he didn't give us much help openly, but he helped us a lot secretly. With your talent, do you really think you are a good businessman? If it weren't for the 2nd brother helping you secretly, you would have gone to the streets to beg. You think the 2nd brother didn't help you? Almost all the shopkeepers in your shop were arranged by the 2nd brother. I really didn't expect you actually attacked Yao. She is your own niece. How could you do that? Xiang Xinyao, who was silent for a long time, said, he doesn't even like his own daughter, let alone I am just a niece. Uncle, have you ever thought about what will happen to your daughter if you really let your daughter marry the virtuous king and the matter is known by the royal family? Is it so easy to enter the royal family? So, what if she marries the virtuous king? Do you think the virtuous king can make your family prosperous? If you want to soar to the sky first, why don't you send your daughter directly to the palace? Xiang Tianao widened his eyes. He really didn't think of sending his daughter to the palace as a shortcut, and he didn't have the ability to send his daughter to the palace. And how could the daughter of a merchant be qualified to enter the palace? Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Merchants have the lowest status in Lingxiao Kingdom. Xiang Xinyao whispered to Bai Jing, Mom, what kind of person is the youngest daughter of my uncle's family? Bai Jing said unhappily, you are just as selfish and jealous as your uncle and aunt. You are also particularly mean and always want to marry into a powerful family. Seeing the flash of hope in Xiang Tianao's eyes, Xiang Xinyao asked, Uncle, are you really willing to let your daughter enter the palace? Xiang Tianao answered without hesitation, why wouldn't I want to? As long as Qingqing enters the palace, she will definitely be the most favored concubine, and maybe in the future she will be.
Okay.
Xiang Xinyao interrupted Xiang Tianao, I can help you send your daughter to the palace. I hope you don't regret it. I don't regret it. I will never regret it. Then let your daughter come to me tomorrow. Also, after your daughter enters the palace, you'll have nothing to do with our family anymore. Don't come to my parents for anything in the future. Xiang Tianao agreed without hesitation. Okay, as long as you can let my daughter enter the palace, you'll treat me as a relative in the future. Xiang Xinyao spit out a word coldly, get lost. Xiang Tianao snorted coldly and left with his sleeves. His wife and son hurriedly followed. After leaving the courtyard of the imperial tutor's mansion, Xiang Tianao snorted, Bah, what's so great about it? When Qingqing enters the palace and becomes the emperor's concubine, who is Xiang Tianyang, I won't come even if you invite me in the future. Yao's nose turned up. That's right. Isn't he just an imperial tutor? What's so great about it? When Qingqing becomes the emperor's concubine, he will still have to pay respect to Qingqing. When Qingqing has a firm foothold in the harem, it will be easy for our son to enter the court as an official. Xiang Tianyang wants to establish a relationship with our family, but we are not happy. Their son was spoiled by the couple and could only daydream all day long. Dad, Mom, when my son becomes a high official, I will definitely respect you well. Yao's face was full of excitement, as if her daughter was already an imperial concubine. Okay, Okay, son, you will definitely get what you want. Let's go back and prepare for Chingching. Tomorrow morning, we will buy Chingching some beautiful clothes and some jewelry. The family of three walked and daydreamed. At the Taifu mansion, Xiang Tianyang and Xiang Tianlei looked at Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. For me, the three greatest joys in life are making money, counting money, and staying away from the worst. Xiang Tianlei patted Xiang Xinyao on the shoulder. Stay away from your uncle's family in the future. Let's live our own lives. Yaoer, you have suffered a lot these years. Third uncle, it's all over. Haven't I come back now? Okay, it's good to be back. Yaoer, come to my house for a simple meal tomorrow, and meet your cousins by the way. Okay. Xiang Xinyao's two uncles also gathered around, their eyes full of heartache. Before dinner, Xiang Xinyao pulled her father aside and whispered, Dad, do you plan to let your third uncle's family and uncles stay in Bianjing? Xiang Tianyang shook his head. Actually, your third uncle and his family were called by your father to tell them that we are leaving Bianjing together. If we leave, your third uncle and two uncles will also be implicated. It's just that your father didn't expect that your eldest uncle was the one who got you lost. Since he is unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Dad, I am a person who takes revenge for revenge and repays kindness for kindness. Since my eldest uncle's family wants to be associated with the royal family so much, I have to help him. During dinner, Xiang Tianyang told Xiang Tianlei and Xinyao's two uncles about their plan to leave Bianjing. To Xiang Xinyao's surprise, her third uncle and two uncles were willing to leave Bianjing with them. Uncle Bai Mu said, Our parents have passed away. There is nothing worth staying in Bianjing. It will take some time to deal with the family property, so we can't leave for the time being. Xiang Xinyao said, Uncle, I hope you can leave as soon as possible, preferably within half a month. If you go with us at that time, it will be more dangerous. You can't take risks with us. Bai Mu shook his head. Yaoer, we are a family. A family should share happiness and hardship and face danger together. Xiang Xinyao smiled and asked, Uncle, do you know martial arts? Bai Mu shook his head. No, but your cousin does. Xiang Xinyao said seriously, Uncle, we may encounter killers along the way. We encountered them many times on the way back. If you follow us, we really don't know whether to divide our attention to protect you or fight with the killers. If you leave first, you basically won't encounter too much danger. But it will be completely different if you follow us. We are very likely to be exiled. Xiang Xinyao's two uncles and third uncle all changed their faces. Exile, can we still have a good life? Xiang Tianlei frowned and asked, Second brother, can't we leave in other ways? Xiang Tianyang smiled bitterly. Third brother, the emperor is now targeting Yaoer. What method do you think we can use to leave? Resign? Will the emperor allow it? If the emperor knew that we would find ways to prevent Yaoer from entering the palace, Zhuer and I might become the emperor's pawns and Yaoer's weak points. Even if we can prevent Yaoer from entering the palace, Yaoer and the virtuous king are engaged. When Yaoer and the virtuous king get married, do you think the emperor can easily let them go? You should all know in recent years that the emperor is most afraid of the virtuous king. Although he does not have much military power, his own power is what the emperor is most afraid of. The three of them nodded frequently. They all knew what kind of person the emperor was. Imperial power is supreme, and the throne is what he cares about most. As for women, in the eyes of the emperor, they are actually just playthings. If you can't get it, you must do everything you can to get it. When you really get it, once the novelty is over, he won't look at it again. Even if she died in front of him, he would not even give her a look of pity. Therefore, Xiang Tianyang would rather not be a tutor, give up his family property, and stay away from Bianjing, rather than let his daughter, whom he had finally found, enter the dragon's den and tiger's lair like the imperial palace. Bai Mu said, In that case, we will sell off our property as soon as possible and set off for Yunqing within half a month and wait for you in Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao said, Uncle, you go directly to Fulian County in Yunqing. There is a Fuminlu in the county, and the owner of Fuminlu, Han Dongsheng, is my sworn brother. You can ask him to arrange for you to stay in the county, and then we will go to meet you. It may not be safe in Yunqing. Okay, then we will go to Fulian County in Yunqing to wait for you. Kid, you have suffered a lot. You won't be able to live a stable life when you come back. Xiang Xinyao shrugged. Maybe I don't have the fate of a rich lady. It doesn't matter. As long as the family is together in peace, it's better than anything else. Xiang Tianyang nodded. Yes, a family in peace is better than anything else. By the way, when you sell off your property, you must do it in secret and don't let the news leak out. Third brother, you must not let your eldest brother's family find out about this. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiang Tianlei nodded. I know. Second brother, don't worry. I will never let your eldest brother's family know about this. Xiang Xinyao said. Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, if you have anything you can't take away, give it to me. I will find a way to bring it to you. Don't rush to deal with the house in Bianjing for the time being. Maybe there is a possibility to come back in the future. I am still a little worried that if your handling of the property is reported to the emperor by someone with ulterior motives, everyone may not be able to leave. The three nodded repeatedly. For them, it doesn't matter if the house is abandoned. The greatest wealth is the safety of the whole family. After sending off the two uncles and the third uncle, Xiang Xinyao called Xiang Xinyu and walked towards the palace together. On the way, Xiang Xinyao asked Xiang Xinyu, Sister, do you want to find your biological parents? Xiang Xinyu was stunned and shook her head with a sad face. I don't want to find them. They deliberately left me behind. It turned out that when Xiang Tianyang and his wife adopted Xiang Xinyu, she was already 7 years old. She remembered how she was abandoned by her parents. Her original family was not too bad. At least they could eat and wear warm clothes. She had a younger brother and a younger sister. Her biological mother was an embroiderer, and her parents opened an embroidery workshop in the local area. Although the business was not too good, it was not a problem to support the family. But when she was 7 years old, her mother gave birth to another younger brother. When giving birth to her younger brother, her mother had a difficult delivery. If her father had not knocked on the doctor's door in the middle of the night, her mother may have passed away long ago. Although she survived, her mother's health was seriously damaged and she was sick every day. On the day her mother came out of confinement, a wandering Taoist priest passed by her house and asked for water. After drinking the water, the Taoist priest stared at her for a long time and asked about the birth dates of Xiang Xinyu and the newborn baby. Her parents naturally reported the birth dates of the two children. After counting on his fingers for a long time, the Taoist priest said, This girl and your 1-month-old baby have conflicting birth dates. One must be sent away so that the other can survive. For the sake of their son, her parents chose to abandon her. Since she was already 7 years old, she would most likely find her way home if she was taken out. Her father knocked her unconscious and abandoned her on the official road 30 miles away from home. When she woke up, her father threw her 2 steamed buns. Go away. If you stay at home, your brother will not survive. From now on, you will pretend that you have no parents and you are not allowed to come back to find us. After her father finished speaking, he turned around and left resolutely, without leaving her any money. She cried and ran after her father's carriage. Dad, don't abandon your daughter. Your daughter is scared. Dad, don't go. Don't abandon me. But her father not only did not look back, but also drove the carriage very fast. She fell down again and got up again and again to chase, but she was only 7 years old. How could she catch up with the carriage? She didn't know how many times she fell, and she didn't know where the steamed bun fell. She knelt on the ground and cried for a long time, but her father never appeared again. She was desperate, got up and walked in the opposite direction of her father. She walked forward aimlessly, with tears in her eyes. She didn't dare to stop, so she had to keep walking and find a safe place to spend the night. When she was thirsty, she looked for water to drink. When she couldn't find any, she had to close her eyes and drink the dirty water in the mud. When she was hungry, she begged passers-by. If she was lucky, she could beg for some dry food left by others. At night, she had nowhere to go, so she looked for a place where people lived and curled up under the eaves of people's houses to spend the long night with difficulty. After wandering alone for 3 days, she was so hungry that she fainted on the side of the road because she rarely begged for food. When she woke up again, she was already in the carriage of Xiang Tianyang and his wife. Xiang Tianyang and his wife saved her. She knelt in front of Xiang Tianyang and his wife and asked them to take her in. She could be a maid and do rough and hard work, just asking for a bite to eat. Xiang Tianyang and his wife didn't find Xiang Xinyao, so they took her back to the mansion. After learning that she was abandoned by her parents, they decided to adopt her and gave her a new name. Therefore, she knew how to be grateful. If she had not met Xiang Tianyang and his wife, she might have died long ago. Xiang Xinyu cried and said, "Sister, I was abandoned by my parents. I don't want to find my biological parents. Dad and Mom are my biological parents. If you mind that I took the title of eldest lady, I can give it back to you. I just ask you not to drive me away and let me stay by your side to take care of you." Xiang Xinyao took her arm and said softly, "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I mind? How could I drive you away? I just finally got to know my parents and understand the pain of my parents and me being separated. I don't know your real situation, so I asked you if you want to find your biological parents. Don't think too much. As long as you are willing, you will be my sister for the rest of your life." Xiang Xinyu burst into laughter and said, "I am willing. Of course I am willing. I wish I had a beautiful and capable sister like you. Not to mention being your sister, I am willing to be your maid. I will be with you wherever you go in the future." Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. "This is what you said. Don't regret it. Never regret it. Okay, I'll take you to Taba tomorrow."
Taba? What treasures to buy?
"You will know tomorrow."
Yeah.
As they were talking, the two sisters came to the gate of the Xianwang mansion. Xiang Xinyu went forward and knocked on the door. The doorman opened the door and recognized Xiang Xinyao at a glance. "Miss Xiang, please come in. I'll report to the prince right away." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded, and the doorman ran towards the study. The person who came was the future Xianwang consort. He didn't dare to delay for a second and ran faster than a rabbit. The most important thing was that he had just seen his master bring her here today. His master was gentle and considerate to her. As a servant, if he didn't seize the time to hug her thigh, he would be kicked in the head by a donkey. Not long after the doorman ran away, Mo Jinan strode over here. As soon as he saw Xiang Xinyao, he asked nervously, "Yaoer, why are you here so late? Is there something wrong?" Ever since he called Yaoer for the play at lunch, he got more and more familiar with her name and didn't want to change it. Xiang Xinyao smiled. "I'm here to ask you for help with something. Xiang Tianao's youngest daughter wants to enter the palace. Do you think you can help?" After learning that it was Xiang Tianao who separated her from her parents, Xiang Xinyao didn't even want to call him uncle and called him by his name. Mo Jinan certainly knew who Xiang Tianao was, and he also knew that Xiang Tianao had a bad relationship with Xiang Tianyang's family. But she is Yaoer's cousin after all. Mo Jinan knows the emperor's character very well and is reluctant to let Xiang Yuqing enter the wolf's den. "Yaoer, Xiang Tianao is your uncle. Are you sure you want to do this?" A hint of coldness flashed across Xiang Xinyao's eyes. "From today on, I don't have an uncle anymore. It was he who took me away and had someone sell me to Yunqing Township. His purpose is to adopt his little daughter to my father and then fulfill his marriage contract with you." When Mo Jinan heard this, his eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. "If that's the case, then I must fulfill his wish. Are you sure?" Mo Jinan nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me. You wait for me at home tomorrow. I will go to the Taifu mansion to find you after the court session." "Okay, then my sister and I will go back first." Mo Jinan nodded slightly. "It's getting dark, I'll take you back." "No, you do your thing, it's not far. My sister and I will go back after strolling." "No, I'm still worried. Let's go. I'll take you back." Xiang Xinyao nodded. She was also afraid that the person in the palace would suddenly have a brain attack and invite her to have tea. With Xiang Xinyu following her, she didn't want any danger. The three of them left the palace and walked towards the Taifu mansion. On the way, Mo Jinan learned the whole process of Xiang Xinyao's disappearance. He sneered, Since Xiang Tianao likes to cling to the powerful so much, how can this king let him down? Xiang Tianao will have to pay the price for daring to attack Yaoer. Xiang Tianao thought that as long as his daughter entered the palace, his rise to prominence would be a sure thing. Little did he know that not only Mo Jinan would not let him go, but even Xiang Tianyang would not let him off. Over the years, his business has been supported by Xiang Tianyang and Xiang Tianlei, who secretly help him. Once Xiang Tianyang and Xiang Tianlei stop helping him secretly, his family's business will soon be closed. By then, Xiang Tianao will be pushed into the toilet by a dog. Mo Jinan sent the two sisters back to the Taifu mansion and then left without staying. He had too many things to do, and if he wanted to leave Bianjing, he had to be fully prepared. Xiang Xinyao returned to the Taifu mansion, pretending to be very tired, and went straight back to the room after saying hello to her family. After closing the door, she flashed into the space. During this period of time, she did not feed the animals raised in the space properly. After entering the space, she first used her internal force to crush the corn kernels. Then she started to cut vegetables, consuming her internal force while working. By the time she prepared the food for the animals, the little internal force in her body had been consumed. After drinking a glass of spiritual spring water, she sat cross-legged beside the spiritual spring to practice and recover the consumed internal force. 2 hours later, she opened her eyes. She got up and trotted to the suite to take a hot bath. After drying her hair, she slipped out of the space. Back in the room, she did not continue to practice, but fell asleep directly. When she woke up the next day, it was already bright. She got up and opened the door. 2 little maids and Xiang Xinyu were waiting at the door. After washing up, Xiang Xinyu patiently combed her hair. After breakfast, the 2 sisters were not in a hurry to go out, and waited for Xiang Yuqing directly in the yard. The 2 sisters did not want Xiang Yuqing to enter the main hall of the Taifu mansion. Without thinking, Xiang Xinyao also knew why Xiang Yuqing was late. Dress up at home. If Xiang Xinyao had not agreed to help, she might never have the opportunity to enter the palace. And if she did not seize the opportunity to dress up well when she entered the palace to see the emperor for the first time, there would basically be no next time. Xiang Xinyao was not in a hurry and waited leisurely at home. It was not until lunchtime that Xiang Yuqing arrived late. As expected, she was dressed up gorgeously. Xiang Yuqing herself was not bad looking either. Although not as stunning as Xiang Xinyao, she was a little prettier than Xiang Xinyu. After dressing up carefully today, one had to admit that she was very beautiful now. However, everyone has different aesthetic views. In Xiang Xinyao's eyes, Xiang Yuqing's dress was too exaggerated and tacky. How to put it? She just wanted to wear all the valuable and beautiful jewelry and headdresses in the house. Xiang Xinyao was too lazy to talk to her and didn't even want to pretend to be polite. She looked at Mo Jinan. Mo Jinan said calmly, "Let's go. I will take you to the palace." Xiang Yuqing's eyes were full of joy, and her eyes were staring at Mo Jinan infatuatedly. Mo Jinan's appearance was top-notch among the young men of the entire Bianjing. There was no one in the entire Bianjing who could compare with him. It would be strange if Xiang Yuqing was not obsessed with flowers. But she was sober. Her goal was the man in the palace. Mo Jinan was just her second choice. If the emperor didn't like her, she would pester Mo Jinan without hesitation. Appearance was not her best choice. What she wanted was the power to be high above and look down on the people in the world. Mo Jinan's eyes were cold. He didn't even want to give Xiang Yuqing an extra glance. He stood up and walked towards the gate. Xiang Yuqing glanced at Xiang Xinyao provocatively and hurriedly trotted to catch up with Mo Jinan. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and silently wished Xiang Yuqing in her heart, "I hope you will win the first battle and fascinate that person." Xiang Yuqing followed Mo Jinan all the way, making small talk, and her voice was so coquettish that Mo Jinan wanted to kick her into outer space. "Your Highness, look at my outfit today. Will the emperor like me?" Mo Jinan rolled his eyes. "I don't know." "Your Highness, who do you think is prettier, me or my cousin Xinyao?" "Montak Jinan." "You can't even compare to Yaoer's toenails." Your Highness, why don't you say anything?
몬탁지는.
I want to take off my socks and stuff them in her mouth. When they arrived at the gate of the palace, Missouri Ji-Nand did not take Xiang Yuqing directly into the palace to see the emperor, but took her around the gate. Xiang Yuqing was impatient. Seeing that Mo Ji-Nan did not take her to see the emperor, she couldn't help but get anxious. Your Highness, aren't you going to take me to see the emperor? Why are you wandering around here? Mo Ji-Nan said unhappily. You still know that you are just a commoner? Is it so easy for the emperor to see you? Stop talking nonsense and enjoy the scenery at the gate of the palace. Xiang Yuqing began to doubt her life. What is there to appreciate at the gate of the palace? The trees have not yet sprouted, and everything is still bare.
몬탁지는 was speechless.
This woman had no brains at all. Even if he was a prince, he couldn't just bring ordinary people into the palace. But it was okay to just admire the majesty of the palace at the gate. After wandering around for about a cup of tea, Mo Ji-Nan's ears suddenly moved, and then he changed his previous indifference and enthusiastically introduced the palace to Xiang Yuqing. Xiang Yuqing hadn't yet reacted to why Mo Ji-Nan's attitude suddenly changed, and her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Mo Ji-Nan. At the same time, she didn't notice the emperor getting closer and closer to her. But the emperor has already seen the two of them. Seeing that Mo Ji-Nan was accompanied by another beautiful woman, a hint of jealousy flashed in the emperor's eyes. He walked forward with a smile. Seventh brother, why are you here?
Who is she?
Mo Ji-Nan clasped his fists and said, Greetings, my brother. She is Yaoer's cousin. She usually doesn't dare to approach the palace. Today, I specially asked my humble servant to take her to appreciate the majestic gate of the palace. Xiang Yuqing quickly knelt down. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Long live the emperor. No need to bow. Stand up. Looking at the beautiful Xiang Yuqing beside Mo Ji-Nan, a hint of greed flashed in the emperor's eyes. Although this girl is just an ordinary person, I have to say that she has a good figure and a pretty face. Without a prominent family background, it would not help him consolidate his throne, but it would definitely be a good help in warming his bed. The emperor chuckled and said, Since she is Xinyao's cousin, I will make an exception for her. There's nothing to see at the palace gate, so why not let her go inside and enjoy it? When Xiang Yuqing heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. But Mo Ji-Nan looked embarrassed. Brother, I'm afraid it's not convenient today. I have things to do and don't have time to accompany her to the palace. How about I bring her to the palace another day? Xiang Yuqing was confused. Didn't this wise king bring her to see the emperor? Why should we say we will do it another day when we meet the emperor now? The emperor deliberately showed a very graceful smile. It's okay, I don't have many memorials to submit today, so I can take a break from my busy schedule. Let her accompany me to the imperial garden to relax. The expression on Mo Ji-Nan's face was very ugly, but it was all pretend. He showed an awkward expression that he cared about Xiang Yuqing very much, but was in a dilemma of not daring to disobey the emperor. The emperor walked to Mo Ji-Nan's side and patted his shoulder comfortingly. What are you worried about, seventh brother? Are you afraid that I will eat her? Mo Ji-Nan forced a smile. What are you talking about, my brother? I'm just worried that if I go back alone, Lord Xiang will blame me. After all, this girl is Lord Xiang's niece. Just this little thing? You can just tell the truth to the master. I just want the girl to accompany me to the imperial garden to relax. Whenever she wants to leave the palace, I will send someone to send her back. Mo Ji-Nan pretended to be reluctant, but clasped his fists helplessly. Yes, I'll take my leave. The emperor looked at Xiang Yuqing and asked softly, What's your name? Xiang Yuqing answered shyly, My name is Xiang Yuqing. Yuqing, what a good name. It seems that your parents have high expectations for you. How can it not be high? They all hope that she can become the queen. But no matter how stupid Xiang Yuqing is, she dare not tell the truth. My parents just hope that I can live a peaceful and happy life. The emperor smiled. Let's go. Accompany me to visit the imperial garden.
I'm honored.
Not far away, Mo Ji-Nan's figure walked out from the corner. Watching the emperor and Xiang Yuqing being surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs as they left, Mo Jin-nan smiled. Very good. This way he and the Xiang family can relax and prepare for their departure these days. When they arrived at the Taifu mansion, Xiang Xinyao immediately came to greet them. How is it? Is it done? Mo Jin-nan nodded. Don't worry. There shouldn't be any accidents. The emperor personally brought her into the palace.
Oh.
How did you do it? Mo Jin-nan smiled slightly, and his eyes became softer when he looked at her. I went to the Imperial Observatory last night and asked for help. Xiang Xinyao. Mo Jin-nan rubbed the top of her head. After the morning court today, the Imperial Observatory told the emperor that there would be a romantic encounter at the palace gate, so the emperor came naturally. You are amazing. I thought you would send her directly to the palace. That can't be done. If I send her directly to the palace, the emperor will think that I have put an informant next to him. Not only will he not stay, he may even kill the person directly. I hope she can tie that person up for a few more days so that we can deal with some things. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Well, I also hope she can be a little capable. Aren't you going to East Street today? I asked Ruffling to protect you and your sister's safety in secret. Go after dinner. I still have things to deal with, so I'll go back first.
Wait.
Xiang Xinyao stopped him, pulled him aside, and asked in a low voice, What's the situation with the substitute you found? Mo Jin-nan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Her name is Hong Suelon. She is seriously ill and doesn't have much time left. She is willing to be a substitute, but I have to take care of her family. What disease? The doctor said it was intestinal knot, and there is no cure. Intestinal knot is intestinal cancer. If it is in the early stage, Xiang Xinyao can still treat it. But if it is in the late stage and the cancer cells have spread, Xiang Xinyao can do nothing. Take me to see her tomorrow. If she can still be saved, don't let her be a substitute. After all, it is absolutely impossible to have a good end if she enters the palace as a substitute. Mo Jin-nan nodded. Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow. Her home is outside the city. Let's go to the house and have dinner first. What Mo Jin-nan didn't say was that he was actually the savior of the person who was willing to be a substitute. He saved the lives of that family. If Mo Jin-nan hadn't saved them at all, that family would have died long ago. Hong Suelon's figure has been similar to that of concubine Helian since she became thin due to illness. She is willing to be concubine Helian's substitute. As long as concubine Helian can be rescued, it can be regarded as repaying Mo Jin-nan's life-saving grace. But once her true identity is exposed, her family will definitely be implicated. She can have nothing, but Mo Jin-nan must guarantee the safety of her family. Hong Suelon has a pair of children, a son who is 15 years old and a daughter who is 13 years old. Her husband died early. It is also a miserable person to raise 2 children alone. The 2 children are so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. But the rope is always broken at the thinnest point. Half a year ago, the woman felt unbearable abdominal pain and went to the clinic to see a doctor. She learned that she had intestinal knots. Mo Jin-nan also found a famous doctor to see her, but he was still helpless. Hong Suelon lost weight too fast, and now her figure is very similar to that of concubine Helian. Mo Jin-nan mentioned his mother to her. If Hong Suelon could be a substitute for concubine Helian, he would be grateful. Even if Hong Suelon didn't want to be a substitute, Mo Jin-nan would take care of her 2 children. This family really lived too hard, and Mo Jin-nan couldn't bear it. After lunch, Mo Jin-nan left for something. Xiang Xinyao took Xiang Xinyu to East Street to shop. Ruffeng brought several guards to protect them in secret. This afternoon, Xiang Xinyao found a lot of treasures again. Xiang Xinyu followed her and was shocked by her bargaining skills. She felt that this sister really knew everything and understood everything. She was simply an omnipotent person. The next day, Mo Jin-nan came to the Taifu mansion and took Xiang Xinyao to go out of the city. Xiang Xinyao also specially prepared some supplements to take with her. When the 2 arrived at Hong Suelon's home, Hong Suelon was ill. She was curled up on the ground with abdominal pain. Her face was pale and sweaty. Go get a glass of warm water, quickly. Xiang Xinyao's face changed. She asked Imogen Nan to pour some water, and she quickly ran to Hong Suelon. With a thought, a box of morphine hydrochloride sustained-release tablets appeared in her hand. She picked out a pill as quickly as possible and stuffed it into Hong Suelon's mouth. Imogen Nan quickly poured a glass of warm water, and Xiang Xinyao took the water and fed it to Hong Suelon. Swallow the medicine. Hong Suelon was still conscious and swallowed the medicine obediently. After feeding Hong Suelon the medicine, Xiang Xinyao took her pulse with her fingers. After a moment, she frowned deeply. Her brows frowned even deeper. Maybe it was because it was her first time taking the medicine. Hong Suelon felt her abdominal pain was relieved after a cup of tea. After asking Xiang Xinyao about some of Hong Suelon's symptoms, it was confirmed that she did have colon cancer, and it was in the late stage. She is late. The cancer had already spread, and there was nothing she could do. Imogen Nan asked, Yaoer, how is it? Can her illness be cured? Xiang Xinyao shook her head slightly with a heavy face. I came too late. If it had been discovered earlier, I could still have cured it. Hong Suelon, whose pain had been relieved, smiled bitterly and shook her head. Your Majesty, I know my own body well. You don't need to bother looking for a doctor. Your Majesty, I don't have much time left. Please arrange to rescue the concubine dowager as soon as possible. The pain is so great that I am afraid I can't stand it. Xiang Xinyao held Hong Suelon's hand and said, Aunt, if you enter the palace and the emperor finds out your true identity, you might die. Are you still willing to be a substitute? Hong Suelon smiled weakly. If it weren't for the prince's desperate rescue, my mother and I would have died long ago. As long as I can help the prince, what does it matter if there is no body left? It's just that my 2 children have suffered. They lost their father at such a young age, and even I, their mother, won't be able to be with them anymore. Imogen Nan said, We will take your children with us. Auntie, I am here today to take you and your 2 children to the palace. Xiang Xinyao said, During this period, I will try my best to relieve your pain. I can't cure your disease, but can I make you less painful in the days to come? Hong Suelon said weakly, Thank you, young lady. I have nothing else to ask for. As long as I can hold on until you rescue the concubine dowager and leave Bianjing safely, I will die without regrets. Xiang Xinyao's eyes were red. God was really unfair. Such a kind-hearted and righteous person had to endure so much pain. It really fits the saying, Good people don't live long, and evil will last for thousands of years. Imogen Nan frowned and asked, Where are your children? They went to the city to get medicine for the women. They should be back soon. As soon as Hong Suelon finished speaking, her 2 children came back. The boy Tang Taiju was holding 2 bags of medicine in one hand and holding the girl Tang Xiaolian in the other. When the brother and sister saw Imogen Nan, they called out at the same time with red eyes, Brother Nan. Imogen Nan nodded. Pack your things and go to the palace with me. The brother and sister were confused and didn't understand why they had to go to the palace suddenly. Hong Suelon said with a loving face, Children, go and pack your things. You will live with the prince in the future. Both children knew that their mother was going to be a substitute for concubine Helion. Going to the palace now means that they will never see their mother again. Tears of the brother and sister burst out instantly. Xiang Xinyao said, Don't cry. I will take you to the palace now because your mother is in too much pain. If you go to the palace, I can help her relieve her pain. Imogen Nan echoed, Yes, you can still spend some time with your mother. Xiang Xinyao stretched out her hand and said to Tang Taiju, Let me see the medicine. Tang Taiju obediently handed the medicine in his hand to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao opened it and looked at it, then shook her head and said, You don't need to take this medicine anymore. It's basically useless and can't even stop the pain. Hong Suelon's cancer cells have spread, and there is really no cure. It can only stop the pain and make her less painful in the days to come. The brother and sister went into the house to pack up. Imogen Nan said, Just pack up the valuables and don't take the rest. When the brother and sister came out after packing up, they were carrying 2 large bags. Imogen Nan frowned. What did you pack? Tang Taiju replied, Just our spare clothes and my father's tablet, nothing else. Don't take any of those spare clothes. Just take your father's tablet. The brother and sister looked at each other. The clothes they packed were still wearable, and they were reluctant to throw them away. Nan said softly, "Don't be reluctant. We will leave Bianjing soon. By then, we will have too many things to take with us. Just buy new ones." The brother and sister then carried the 2 big bags back to the room. When they came out, Tang Taiju was holding their father's tablet in his arms. There were no other valuables in the house except for a little change. The house was also shabby, and Nan had no intention of dealing with it. Xiang Xinyao and Nan helped Hong Suelon get on the carriage, and the 2 children also climbed on the carriage. The group went directly to the palace. On the way, Xiang Xinyao signaled Nan to press the sleeping points of Hong Suelon and her son. Nan did so. After Hong Suelon and her son were pressed on the sleeping points, Xiang Xinyao muttered a few spells that she herself could not understand, and then she moved her mind and sent the 3 of them into the space. There were spies arranged by the emperor near the palace, and Nan could not let the emperor's spies see Hong Suelon and her son. When they returned to the palace, Missouri Nan and Xiang Xinyao got off the carriage. Nan took Xiang Xinyao to the room prepared for Hong Suelon and her son. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind and took the mother and her son out of the space and put them on the bed. Nan untied the sleeping points of the mother and her son, and the mother and her son opened their eyes and sat up. Nan said, "Try not to go out during this period. The king will send someone to take care of your food and daily life, especially your aunt. Don't let anyone outside the palace see you." Hong Suelon nodded. "Don't worry, your majesty, I know." Xiang Xinyao went to another room, closed the door, and then flashed into the space. She entered the space to prepare medicine for Hong Suelon. After grabbing a few prescriptions of Chinese medicine, Xiang Xinyao filled 2 small porcelain bottles with morphine sustained-release tablets. These sustained-release morphine tablets will be enough for Hong Suelon to use for a period of time. But this drug is easy to develop resistance and can be addictive. But Hong Suelon's life was almost coming to an end, and all Xiang Xinyao could do was to help relieve her pain. As for the water used for boiling medicine, Xiang Xinyao would leave some spiritual spring water in the palace. Although it still cannot be cured, it can at least stimulate the effectiveness of the medicine better. After preparing the medicine, Xiang Xinyao flashed out of the space. She opened the door and came to the room where Hong Suelon was. Xiang Xinyao handed the Chinese medicine to Tang Taiju and told him how to boil the medicine and the dosage to take. Then, she handed 2 small porcelain bottles to Hong Suelon. "Aunt, the medicine in this bottle is painkiller. Take 1 pill at a time. If 1 pill doesn't work in the later stage, take 2 pills. You can only take it once a day. And this medicine and the boiled Chinese medicine should be taken separately, 1 hour apart."
Okay.
Hong Suelon took the porcelain bottle. "Thank you, young lady. You re-welcome. Also, I'll prepare the water for boiling the medicine for you later. Don't use other water to boil the medicine." After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, she looked at Nan and said, "Tell the servants to prepare 2 buckets for me." "No problem, I'll have them prepare it right away." Nan turned around and told the servants to prepare buckets, and Xiang Xinyao followed him out. When the servants found the buckets, Xiang Xinyao carried the buckets and walked towards the room where Hong Suelon was. When she reached the door, she moved her mind, and the 2 buckets were instantly filled with spiritual spring water. Carrying the bucket into the house, Xiang Xinyao said, "Aunt, you can use this water to boil medicine in the future. Don't use this water for washing, you can drink it directly. I will add water for you once a day." "Okay. Thank you, girl. Thank you for your trouble." Xiang Xinyao said seriously, "I should thank you, Aunt. Thank you for saving the concubine." Hong Suelon shook her head and chuckled with a calm face. "Don't say that. The lives of our family of 3 were saved by the prince. If the prince hadn't rescued us, we wouldn't be here today. Anyway, I don't have a few days to live. I am willing to exchange my life for the freedom of the concubine. But my children can only be taken care of by the prince in the future. It's my duty to take care of them. Don't worry, They will be my and Ainan's family in the future. Xiang Xinyao looked at Tang Xiaolian and looked her up and down carefully. This girl is very pretty, with clear eyes, and looks a little restrained. At first glance, she is a gentle and quiet girl. Tang Xiaolian gave Xiang Xinyao a very comfortable first impression. Xiang Xinyao asked Sister, "How old are you this year?" "Sister, I'm 13 years old." Tang Xiaolian's voice was gentle and soft, and it sounded very comfortable. "Are you willing to follow me in the future?"
Tang Xiaolian was stunned.
She didn't understand what Xiang Xinyao meant. Her father was dead, and her mother was about to leave her and her brother. There were other relatives, but since her father died, those so-called relatives stayed away from them, fearing that they would borrow money. From now on, she will only have her brother as a relative in this world. She doesn't want to leave her brother. Tang Xiaolian shook her head. I don't want to leave my brother." Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. "I didn't ask you to leave your brother. You will still live together in the future." Hong Suilan was also a little confused. Mo Jinan smiled slightly and introduced. "Aunt, her name is Xiang Xinyao. She is the king's fiancée. Xiaolian is better with her than with me." It is indeed not convenient for a 13-year-old girl to follow Mo Jinan. Mo Jinan simply does not know how to take care of a teenage girl. Xiang Xinyao also took this into consideration and took the initiative to ask Tang Xiaolian to follow her. Hong Suilan smiled. Xiaolian is blessed to follow the future princess. Tang Xiaolian was also grateful. "I am willing to follow Sister Xiang." Hong Suilan said, "Xiaolian, don't be so rude. You have to call me master or lady." Xiang Xinyao waved her hand. "Aunt, it doesn't matter. It's just a title. We will be a family in the future. You can call me anything." "That won't work. There is a difference between the superior and the inferior. You should call me what you should call me. You can't break the rules." Tang Xiaolian respectfully called, "Master." Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "Then you should stay in the palace to take care of your mother during this time. When you leave Bianjing, you will stay with me in the future."
"Yes, thank you, Master."
"Okay, I should go back. I'll come again tomorrow morning."
Mo Jinan said, "I'll take you back."
"No need to see me off. Take good care of them. I'll go back first." Mo Jinan nodded and sent Xiang Xinyao to the gate. Xiang Xinyao returned to the Taifu mansion and went out with Xiang Xinyu after dinner. Xiang Xinyu asked Sister, "Where are we going today?" Xiang Xinyao replied, "Let's try our luck and see if we can buy medicinal seeds. But I don't know where to buy medicinal seeds. Let's go shopping. If we really can't find them, then we'll go to Taobao." Xiang Xinyu's eyes lit up. "Okay. I love watching you bargain the most." Xiang Xinyao smiled and pulled Xiang Xinyu to the herbal medicine shop. But after going to several herbal medicine shops, they still couldn't buy any herbal medicine seeds. Xiang Xinyao's little face was full of disappointment. She didn't expect that she couldn't buy herbal medicine seeds even in Bianjing. It seems that if she wants to grow medicinal herbs in the future, she can only cultivate herbal medicine seeds by herself. Seeing Xiang Xinyao's face full of disappointment, Xiang Xinyu's face was full of heartache. She didn't know where to buy herbal medicine seeds, and she couldn't help Xiang Xinyao. "Sister, there is another herbal medicine shop. Why don't we go and have a look?" Xiang Xinyao was not interested at all, but nodded. The last herbal medicine shop they went to was called Gardenia Hall. The herbal medicine shop was not big, but the layout was very exquisite. Every corner was fully utilized. The herbal medicine shop also has a relatively complete range of medicinal materials. Xiang Xinyu entered the herbal medicine shop and asked the shopkeeper with a smile on his face, "Shopkeeper, do you have any medicinal herb seeds for sale here?" The shopkeeper was stunned. "You want to buy medicinal herb seeds?" Xiang Xinyu nodded. The shopkeeper asked again, "Do you know how to grow medicinal herbs?" Xiang Xinyu shook her head. "I don't know, but my sister knows, and it's my sister who wants to buy medicinal seeds." Xiang Xinyao heard it and hurried forward and said, "Shopkeeper, I want to buy medicinal seeds, and I also know how to grow medicinal herbs. Do you have medicinal seeds for sale?" The shopkeeper glanced at Xiang Xinyao with disappointment on his face. How could a little girl of 13 or 14 know how to grow medicinal herbs? "Little girl, don't joke. It's not easy to grow medicinal herbs, and medicinal seeds are hard to come by. If you waste a medicinal seed, my boss will be distressed for several days. You should go back. We don't have medicinal seeds in our store. Xiang Xinyao narrowed her eyes and said, Boss, you know where to find medicinal seeds, right? I really need them. Can you please tell me? The owner of the medicine shop said impatiently, Little girl, how old are you? Have you reached the age of marriage? At first glance, you look like the daughter of a wealthy family, but you don't look like someone who can grow medicinal herbs. I don't have any medicinal seeds, but my boss has collected some. But he won't give them to you. You should go back, shall we? Where is your boss? Can I pay double the money? Girl, it's not about money. My boss treasures those medicinal seeds like his eyeballs. He is looking for someone who can grow medicinal herbs and will definitely not waste his seeds. Xiang Xinyao raised her right hand and held up 3 fingers. I can guarantee that I will never waste a single seed. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, wait for me for a while. After saying that, Xiang Xinyao turned around and ran out of the pharmacy without caring about Xiang Xinyu and disappeared in a flash. She found an empty alley and took out 2 ginseng plants she had grown from the space. There was still some dirt on the ginseng, and its leaves were emerald green. She returned to the medicine shop with the ginseng and pretended to be out of breath when she was outside the door.
Hoo-hoo.
Shopkeeper, look, this is the ginseng I planted. I really know how to plant medicinal herbs. The owner of the drugstore looked as if he had seen a ghost. Xiang Xinyu also looked incredulous. Where did her sister get the live ginseng? The ginseng has not yet sprouted in the season, but the leaves of the 2 ginseng plants in the little girl's hands are so lush and green. How is this possible? Did you really plant this? Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and said, Boss, you should know the ginseng in this season very well. It's not yet time for it to sprout. If I hadn't planted it, do you think it would have green leaves? The owner of the medicine shop widened his eyes, walked out from the counter, took the ginseng from Xiang Xinyao's hand with trembling hands, and looked at it again and again. He was sure that this was really freshly unearthed ginseng, and it was definitely not fake. Little girl, how did you do it? Xiang Xinyao replied, Even if I tell you this, you still can't do it. You should know how difficult it is to grow ginseng, but I have grown it. Now you should believe that I can grow medicinal herbs, right? The owner of the drugstore believed it, and his face was full of excitement. Ginseng with fresh leaves. Where can I find fresh ginseng in this season? Little girl, wait a minute. I'll go call the boss. As long as you can grow the herbs, the boss will give you the seeds. Xiang Xinyao nodded excitedly. Okay, thank you, boss. The boss of the medicine shop told the waiter to greet Xiang Xinyao and her sister, and he trotted to the backyard. The backyard of the medicine shop is a small courtyard with many flower pots. There is soil in the flower pots, but there is no vegetation. A little old man with white hair was squatting in front of one of the flower pots, muttering, Why is it so difficult? At this time, the excited voice of the shopkeeper came. Boss, someone has grown ginseng. The white-haired old man said unhappily, What's the matter with growing ginseng? What did you say? Someone has grown ginseng? Is it true? The shopkeeper was still excited. Boss, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. It's really fresh ginseng. The white-haired old man stood up instantly, with an incredible look on his face.
Take me to see it.
The person is in the medicine shop. The white-haired old man forgot to wash his hands and followed the shopkeeper to the medicine shop. In front of the counter, Xiang Xinyao was holding the 2 ginsengs in her hands and looking at them over and over again. She had only grown the ginsengs for a few months, but they looked almost the same as the 10-year-old ginsengs dug in the wild. The spiritual spring water in the space is really amazing. The white-haired old man's eyes widened when he saw the ginseng in Xiang Xinyao's hand. It's really fresh ginseng. The white-haired old man has been dealing with medicinal materials all his life, and when he was young, he often went up the mountain to collect herbs. He could tell at a glance whether the ginseng in Xiang Xinyao's hand was real or fake. Xiang Xinyao also saw the white-haired old man. The old man was not tall and thin, only about the same height as Xiang Xinyao now, and he was the kind of concentrated essence. but he gave people a very energetic and festive feeling. The old man walked quickly to Xiang Xiniao, staring at the ginseng in her hand. Looking at Xiang Xiniao's tender little face again, his brows wrinkled instantly. "Little kid, you said you planted this ginseng?" Xiang Xiniao nodded. "Yes, I planted it. Is there any problem?" The old man sneered. "Little kid, have you reached the age of marriage?" Xiang Xiniao shook her head. "No, I'm 1 month away from marriage." "Then, do you know how old the ginseng in your hand is?" Xiang Xiniao raised her eyebrows. "From the appearance, this ginseng is at least 10 years old, but I really planted it for 3 years. She lied. Planting 10 years of ginseng in 3 years is already a fantasy in the eyes of the old man. If she said she only planted it for half a year, the old man would definitely drive her out. This is not the way to tell a fairy tale. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "You can grow 10 years of ginseng in 3 years, kid. Are you kidding me?" Xiang Xiniao stuck out her tongue and said, "Grandpa, you are not a ghost. Why would I kid you? I can grow 10 years of ginseng in 3 years, so I must have my own way. Otherwise, can you tell me, can you find a ginseng with green leaves in the season?" The white-haired old man was stunned. He really couldn't find it. But he would never believe that 10 years of ginseng could be grown in 3 years. It's impossible. Does this kid have magic? It's too outrageous. How did you do it? Asked the white-haired old man. Xiang Xiniao shrugged. "Grandpa, I'm very sorry. This is the unique secret method passed down by my deceased master. I'm sorry I can't tell you, but I can prove to you that the seeds planted today will sprout tomorrow. But you have to agree to one condition of mine." The white-haired old man was very interested in Xiang Xiniao. He blinked and asked, "What's the condition?" "If I can make the seeds germinate overnight, how about you sell me the medicinal seeds?" "Okay, as long as you can make the seeds germinate overnight, I will give you all the medicinal seeds I have collected for free." The old man rolled his eyes and raised his eyebrows and said, "However, I also have a condition." Xiang Xiniao twitched the corner of his mouth. "What condition?" "Hee, you accept me as your apprentice and teach me to grow medicinal herbs." Xiang Xiniao jumped 3 feet high, almost spitting fire from his nostrils. "I call you Grandpa, you want me to take you as my apprentice. Do you think it's appropriate?" "Why not? The wisest are the best, don't you know? Aren't you shortening my life?" "No, this condition is not acceptable. Absolutely not. Change the condition." The white-haired old man looked aggrieved. He was despised by Xiang Xiniao. She despised him for being old. It's so unfair. Can he be retrained? The white-haired old man pouted like a young wife who had suffered a lot of grievances. "Can't you consider it?" After saying that, the expression on the old man's face became more aggrieved. It was a bit like being coquettish and cute. And a little cute. Xiang Xiniao stared at every expression on the old man's face as if she had discovered a new world. "I provoked an old naughty boy today." Xiang Xiniao's hair stood up. If her hair was not long and tied in a beautiful bun, even her hair would probably stand up at this moment. Imagine, what kind of experience is it for an old man with all white hair to act cute and coquettishly to a little girl who has not yet reached the age of marriage? Xiang Xiniao resolutely refused, imitating the old man's aggrieved look, and pursed her lips and said, "Don't consider it, Grandpa. Please let me go. I haven't reached the age of marriage yet. I'm still my mother's baby." The shopkeeper's mouth twitched wildly. He could hardly hold it back. Is this old and young so funny? The old one is acting coquettishly, and now the young one is also learning to act coquettishly. Xiang Xiniao tried hard to hold back her laughter, and her little face turned red. "Oh my God! My sister is so cute." Well, the old man is cute too. The expressions of the two really. She wanted to laugh. Seeing Xiang Xiniao imitating his coquettish behavior, the old man immediately returned to his serious state. "Can you really make the seeds sprout overnight? You will know if you try it. Seeing is believing. Prove it to me first. Otherwise, no matter how much money you pay, I will not give you the medicinal seeds." "No problem. You find a flower pot and provide the seeds." The old man raised his eyebrows. "Come with me." Xiang Xiniao followed the old man to the backyard. The old man pointed to the flower pots in the backyard and said, "Choose any flower pot, and I will give you the seeds." After that, the old man went into the house to get the medicinal seeds. Xiang Xinyao randomly chose a flower pot with fluffy soil, which happened to be the one the old man had just fiddled with. The old man took out the medicinal seeds and gave Xiang Xinyao one without hesitation. Good guy. The old man brought her a Sichuan fritillaria seed. Sichuan fritillaria is difficult to grow and requires good soil and climatic conditions. But Xiang Xinyao has spiritual spring water and is not afraid of challenges at all. She took the fritillaria seeds, stretched out a finger as if playing, poked a small hole in the middle of the soil in the flower pot, and then threw the seeds in. She casually rubbed it twice so that the soil covered the seeds. Putting down the flower pot, Xiang Xinyao walked to the water tank and picked up the dipper. She used the water tank to block the dipper, and with a thought, the dipper was filled with spiritual spring water. Then she reached into her sleeve, used her mind to take out a pill of vitamin C from the space, and crushed the vitamin C into powder with her fingers in front of the old man. Then she put all the vitamin C powder into the dipper and poured the water into the flower pot. Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu prepared to say goodbye and leave. The old man stared at the ginseng in Xiang Xinyu's hand without blinking. "Little kid, can you leave these 2 ginsengs for me to study?"
Just one is fine.
Xiang Xinyao smiled calmly and said generously, "I'll leave one for you to study slowly, and I'll plant the other one back. Maybe it can save a life in the future." Okay, one is enough, little kid. See you tomorrow." The old man looked at Xiang Xinyao's back as she left, with a lot of questions in his head. Will the Sichuan fritillaria planted by this little kid really sprout tomorrow morning? What on earth is the white powder she put in the water? Why are the leaves of the ginseng in his hand fresh now? He couldn't figure it out. The old man's mind was in a knot. Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu went to East Street to shop for Taobao again. Along the way, Xiang Xinyu asked curiously, "Sister, where did you get the ginseng?" Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, "I have magic. I made it with magic." "Then, can the little beans you plant really sprout tomorrow?" "That's not a little bean. It's Sichuan fritillaria. It will indeed sprout tomorrow." "Then, what is the white powder you put in the water?" "Vitamin C." "What is vitamin C?" Xiang Xinyao was asked a lot of questions. This sister asked too many questions. "Sister, you'd better not ask. You will slowly know in the future. Let's hurry up and go to Taobao. The treasures we buy will all be money in the future." Hearing that the treasures we buy will all be money in the future, Xiang Xinyu nodded quickly. Oh, okay. Although Xiang Xinyu didn't value money that much, her sister liked money, so she had to make more money. The 2 sisters went around East Street for a long time and found a lot of treasures before walking towards the Taifu Mansion. However, before the sisters reached the gate of the Taifu Mansion, they were blocked by a woman. Xiang Xinyao didn't know this woman, nor had she seen her, but she had heard of her. However, Xiang Xinyu knew her, but she just didn't like this woman. She was Qi Yuan, the most beautiful woman in Bianjing mentioned by the servants. Qi Yuan was indeed beautiful to be called the most beautiful woman in Bianjing. But compared with Xiang Xinyao, she was still a lot worse. "Are you Xiang Xinyao?" Qi Yuan asked rudely with a frown. Xiang Xinyao frowned. "I am Xiang Xinyao, who are you?" On the way home, she was inexplicably targeted. Xiang Xinyao was very unhappy. Qi Yuan snorted coldly. "Huh, you don't look that good? How could brother Nan like a woman like you, who looks like a bean sprout? Be sensible and leave brother Nan quickly, and go to the emperor to cancel the engagement yourself." Xiang Xinyao smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "Oh, I have such a bad temper. Where did this mad dog come from? It jumped out and bit people halfway." When Qi Yuan heard Xiang Xinyao call her a mad dog, she was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Without waiting for Qi Yuan to lose her temper, Xiang Xinyao shouted, "Hey, folks, whose mad dog ran out to bite people randomly, quickly take the dog leash and tie back." Xiang Xinyao's shouting attracted countless onlookers. It's okay to bully her, but it's absolutely intolerable to bully her sister. She pointed at Qi Yuan's nose and began to yell, Chi who is going too far? We sisters were walking well, and you jumped out like a mad dog to block the way.
What?
Is this road yours? Let my sister be sensible, and leave your brother Nan. Do you think you can call him Brother Nan? He also asked my sister to go to the emperor to cancel the engagement herself. My sister's engagement was arranged by the late emperor and the Queen Dowager. If you disagree, go find the late emperor. Do you really think that just because the circle of noble men in Bianjing gave you the title of the most beautiful woman in Bianjing, you can do whatever you want? With your upbringing, are you worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in Bianjing? After all, your father is the prime minister. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to Prime Minister Qi by being so uneducated? Qi Yuan was dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that a fake daughter of the Xiang family who is not presentable enough could be so good at talking. Isn't it said that Xiang Xinyu is gentle, virtuous, well-educated, and sensible? How come she can't feel anything at all? Wasn't it said that Xiang Xiniao was just found by the Xiang family from a remote village? Aren't all country girls timid, cowardly, and easy to bully? But why doesn't her image and temperament look like a country girl at all? Qi Yuan had long developed feelings for Mo Jinan. She, the most beautiful woman in Bianjing, was the only one worthy of such a gifted man of heaven as Mo Jinan. But she tried to get close to Mo Jinan several times but failed. Mo Jinan didn't even look at her. How could she be willing? Prime Minister Qi also hoped that his daughter could marry a talented man, and he also had his eyes on Mo Jinan. If nothing else, Mo Jinan has power, looks, and ability. As long as his daughter could marry Mo Jinan, he could instigate Mo Jinan to usurp the throne. Once Mo Jinan can sit in that position, his daughter Qi Yuan will be the queen above all others. It was natural for him to become the father-in-law of the emperor and a top figure second only to the emperor. However, imagination is rich, but reality is cruel. Not only his daughter, but Qi Yuan couldn't get close to Mo Jinan. Even he, the prime minister, couldn't get close to him. In Mo Jinan's eyes, Prime Minister Qi is a flatterer and opportunist. He was able to sit on the position of prime minister only by flattering the emperor. But he is an unsatisfied person. How could he be satisfied with the position of prime minister? In fact, the current crown prince Mo Haowen's crush is Qi Yuan. But Mo Haowen is far inferior to Mo Jinan in appearance, knowledge, and ability. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Mo Jinan was a little more ruthless and rebelled without caring about the safety of his mother, it would be easy for him to get the throne. This is also one of the reasons why Prime Minister Qi has always asked his daughter Qi Yuan to maintain a close yet distant relationship with the crown prince. The two can be ambiguous, but marriage cannot be agreed to easily. What they were trying to prevent was Mo Jinan from raising an army in rebellion and attempting to usurp the throne. Prime Minister Qi also knew that Mo Jinan was engaged. But Xiang Xiniao has not been found over the years, and Xiang Xinyu cannot compare to Qi Yuan in terms of appearance or talent. It is said that Qi Yuan is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. But in fact, Qi Yuan can only play the piano and dance well. As for why there were rumors that she was proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs, it was actually just a trick she took to avoid being discovered by outsiders. Only the Qi family knows the real truth. Qi Yuan doesn't have much talent at all. Her character as the most beautiful woman in Bianjing was created for her by her father, the prime minister. The first time Qi Yuan saw Xiang Xiniao, she went crazy with jealousy. Xiang Xiniao's face without makeup is 3 times more beautiful than her face when she is carefully made up. If Xiang Xiniao attends a palace banquet in the future and the noblemen of Bianjing see the beautiful Xiang Xiniao, her title of the most beautiful woman in Bianjing will have to be replaced. She was unwilling to accept it, and she has liked Mo Jinan for a long time. Why can Xiang Xiniao get close to Mo Jinan as soon as she comes back? Why does Mo Jinan look at Xiang Xiniao differently? Jealousy made Qi Yuan lose her mind, and she stepped forward to block the way. She thought Xiang Xiniao, who had just returned from the countryside, would be cowardly and have low self-esteem. But on the contrary, Xiang Xinyao is confident, lively, cheerful, and never suffers any loss. Xiang Xinyu, who used to be gentle and kind, also showed her aggressive side and scolded her so badly that she was completely destroyed. Qi Riyuan actually doesn't have much brains. If he didn't have a prime minister father who is more cunning than a beehive, he would probably have died without knowing how. Qi Riyuan's face turned pale and blue, and she pointed at Xiang Xinyu and yelled, "Xiang Xinyu, who do you think you are? You are just a dog raised by Xiang family. What qualifications do you have to yell in front of me? Now, the real eldest daughter of the Xiang family is back. How do you still have the nerve to stay in the Xiang family? Do you think you are still the eldest daughter of the Xiang family?" Just as Xiang Xinyu was about to speak, Xiang Xinyao responded first. "You are the dog. Your whole family are dogs. A good dog doesn't block the road. You are just a mangy dog with a face thicker than the corner of the city wall. My sister is indeed not the biological daughter of the Xiang family, so what? The Xiang family was willing to support her, and she was the eldest daughter of the Xiang family.
What?
Are you jealous? What does it have to do with you whether my sister stays in the Xiang family or not? Did she eat your rice? You care so much about other things. Why don't you go to heaven?" What the Hades is that? Xiang Xinyu's eyes lit up. Her sister was so mighty and domineering. Xiang Xinyao continued to rage. "Also, does what I look like have anything to do with you? Even if I am like a bean sprout, I haven't eaten a single grain of rice from your house. If you like your brother Nan, you should be brave enough to chase him. Do you think you are capable by talking nonsense in front of me? You even asked me to go to the emperor to cancel the engagement myself. Do you really think you are my nanny, and I have to listen to you and everything?
Ugh.
You are just a stink bug, but you think you are a delicious dish. Xiang Xinyu. That's right, you stink bug, you scabby dog. You are so shameless." The onlookers understood it completely this time, and began to point fingers at Qi Riyuan.
Oh.
Is this the legendary most beautiful woman in Bianjing? I don't think she is that good, not even as pretty as Miss Xiang. The most beautiful woman in Bianjing has such upbringing? Who is so blind to say that she is the most beautiful woman in Bianjing? That's right, and she even asked Miss Xiang to go to the emperor to cancel the engagement herself. This is the first time I have seen such a shameless woman since I was a child. I am also enlightened. Miss Xiang's engagement was decided by the previous emperor, and she really treats the matters decided by the royal family as a joke. This kind of person may not even take the emperor seriously. She is still the most beautiful woman in Bianjing, but with such upbringing, I am enlightened. The onlookers' comments were like knives stabbing Qi Riyuan's heart again and again. Her ignorant and fearless act of blocking the road made her title of the most beautiful woman in Bianjing worthless in the eyes of the onlookers. Qi Riyuan became angry and said, You are so bold. I am the daughter of the Prime Minister.
How dare you talk about me?
Are you tired of living?
Haha.
Xiang Xinyao laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Oh my goodness. Everyone with eyes saw what you did on the street. How can you do it and not let others talk about it? What a weird and perverse logic. Tears welled up in Qi Riyuan's eyes, and she looked pitiful, as if she had suffered a lot of injustice. If Crown Prince Mo Howin saw this, he would definitely be heartbroken. But the onlookers were not as love-brained as the prince and could not bear to see her suffer any injustice. Everyone thought her aggrieved look was artificial and disgusting. Qi Riyuan glared at Xiang Xinyao and her sister fiercely. Xiang Xinyao, what are you so proud of? You are just a wild country girl who just came back from the countryside. Brother Nan will not marry a good-for-nothing, crude and wild country girl like you. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. If he doesn't marry me, will he marry you, 1,000-year-old green tea flower? Xiang Xinyu deliberately said in a sarcastic tone. Sister, I heard that this most beautiful lady in Bianjing is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. She is very capable. When Qi Riyuan heard this, She immediately raised her head high with pride like a peacock. Xiang Xinyao pretended to be surprised. Oh? You are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs?
Oh, I really don't know a great man. I'm so sorry.
Humph. Qi Yuan snorted arrogantly. Xiang Xinyao's eyes flashed with an evil smile. Oh, by the way, I have a couplet here, but I don't know if you, the talented Lady Qi, can match it? Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with guilt, but she still said stubbornly, What great couplet can you come up with?
Tell me about it.
Xiang Xinyao opened her red lips. The moon is full in the sky and half full on earth. Every month, the moon is full and half full. Qi Yuan. Xiang Xinyao. Talented Lady Qi, please match the second couplet. Qi Yuan's face turned red, but she couldn't match a word.
What?
Is this too difficult? I still have a lot of couplets. Great Lady Qi, listen carefully. Qi Yuan. Xiang Xinyao. Upper dusk, lower dusk, dusk at dusk. Qi Yuan. Xiang Xinyao. The clear spring at the Buddha's feet floats, floats, floats down 2 jade belts. Qi Yuan. The onlookers all looked at Qi Yuan. The onlookers exploded again. TSK, you are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, songs, and essays, but you can't even match one of the 4 couplets. How dare you call yourself a talented woman? Oh, with this little ability, you dare to say that you are proficient in poetry, songs, and essays? Are you kidding me? It's true that hearing about someone is not as good as meeting him. I really don't understand how the name of the most beautiful woman in Bianjing and a great talent spread. You can't even match the couplet proposed by Miss Xiang, and you still dare to say that Miss Xiang is useless and rude. Who is useless after all? Qi Yuan cried very sadly, and cried very aggrieved. Xiang Xinyao shrugged. I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If someone offends me, I will return it double. If you like Mo Jinan, you can fight for him openly. Don't come to me to show off your presence. After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, she pulled Xiang Xinyu back to the Taifu mansion. As soon as Xiang Xinyao left, Qi Yuan resumed her previous arrogance and domineering attitude. Get out of here, all of you, get out of here.
What's so good about this?
After saying that, Qi Yuan wiped away her tears and left without looking back. She was so angry in her heart. Xiang Xinyao, you just wait for me. Mo Jinan can only be my man. Gardenia Hall. The white-haired old man brought a small stool and stood beside the flower pot, with his elbows on his knees and his chin supported by his hands, just guarding the flower pot. In the middle of the night, just when the old man couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to doze off, with the dim light of the oil lamp, the old man saw that the soil in the middle moved slightly. He instantly became energetic, his eyes widened, staring at the soil in the flower pot without blinking.
Moved again.
A small bud emerged from the soil little by little. The white-haired old man widened his eyes in disbelief, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't help holding his breath. It was as if he would scare the small bud back with a breath. Until he couldn't hold it anymore, the old man turned his head to the side and exhaled a long breath. It's grown, it's really grown, the old man muttered to himself, with a look of disbelief on his face. Who on earth is that little kid? It's amazing. The old man thought for a while and immediately made a decision. He wanted to follow the little kid and learn from her how to grow medicinal herbs. Even if the little kid disagrees, he will insist. Shamelessly insist. After making up his mind, the old man sat upright on the small stool again, guarding the flower pot in front of him. Early the next morning, Xiang Xinyao couldn't wait to pull Xiang Xinyu to Gardenia Hall. The old man hadn't slept all night, but his face was full of excitement. He came to the counter early with the flower pot and waited for Xiang Xinyao. As soon as he saw Xiang Xinyao, he couldn't wait to greet her. Little kid, it's sprouted and grown. You're amazing. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Can you sell me medicinal seeds now? The old man was stunned and his face changed. No, I said yesterday that you have to agree to my conditions. Are you kidding me? Xiang Xinyao exploded. I made it very clear yesterday that I can't possibly accept you as my apprentice. The old man looked aggrieved again, pouting and looking at Xiang Xinyao aggrievedly. Can't you reconsider it? No, consider. Xiang Xinyao paused for a word and continued angrily. What a waste of expression. If I had known, I wouldn't have planted that fritillaria seed for you. After that, Xiang Xinyao pulled Xiang Xinyu and turned away, without any reluctance. The old man was anxious. Little kid, don't go. We can still discuss it. There's nothing to discuss. If I don't accept you as my apprentice, you can be my grandfather. Then I won't accept you as my apprentice, but I want to follow you and learn how to grow medicinal herbs from you, okay? Xiang Xinyao stopped and turned to face the old man. Why do you have to follow me? The old man pouted and said helplessly, I studied medical theory in my early years, but my medical skills are not proficient. What I like most is to fiddle with medicinal herbs. I hope to have my own medicinal field and take care of the herbs every day. After opening this herbal medicine shop, I often went to the mountains to collect various herbal medicine seeds and brought them back for trial planting. I don't know why, but every time I plant the medicinal seeds, they either don't germinate or die soon after they grow. After wasting a lot of medicinal seeds, I will cherish the remaining seeds more. The seeds you planted yesterday have grown early this morning. I want to learn too. Little kid, you don't have to accept me as your disciple, but please let me follow you, okay? Over the years, the old man has become almost crazy about studying medicinal herb cultivation. I always dream of wandering in medicinal fields. It's a pity that no matter how many times he planted them, only those common and easy-to-grow medicinal herbs could survive. However, he had never succeeded in growing those medicinal herbs that were more difficult to grow. Now that he saw that Xiang Xinyao could make the medicinal seeds germinate and grow overnight, he was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Even if the medicine field is not his in the future, he will be satisfied as long as he can take care of the medicinal materials in the field. Anyway, he has no children and no worries. Seeing the old man looking aggrieved again, Xiang Xinyao softened her heart. She sighed and said, Let's find a quiet place and sit down and talk. The old man's eyes lit up. Okay, let's go to the backyard. Follow me. Xiang Xinyao and her sister followed the old man to the backyard. The backyard is the house where the old man lives. Although he is a little old man living alone, the house is clean and tidy. In fact, he didn't clean it himself, but the waiter in the pharmacy did it. Entering the room, Xiang Xinyao closed the door and said seriously, Grandpa, to be honest, I will leave Bianjing soon. I'm afraid it's not convenient for you to follow me. The old man jumped up immediately. Convenient, absolutely convenient, really. Don't you discuss it with your family? The old man waved his hand. I am a lonely man with no children. Who can I discuss it with?
Huh?
This time it was Xiang Xinyao's turn to be shocked. This old man looks optimistic and cheerful, not like a lonely man at all. Are you really willing to leave Bianjing? Xiang Xinyao continued to ask. The old man nodded without hesitation. Of course I am willing. As long as you are willing to let me follow you and let me serve the medicine field, I will go wherever you go. Xiang Xinyao nodded and said, What about your herbal medicine shop?
Just sell it.
Xiang Xinyao thought for a long time and nodded. Okay, you deal with the assets under your name first and I will notify you. Okay, I will start dealing with it today. After thinking about it, the old man said, Wow, I will give you all the herbal seeds today. Okay, take them out. The old man ran into the inner room and took out all the herbal seeds. Wow, there are quite a lot of them. There are many kinds. I don't know how long it took this old man to collect so many. Looking at a pile of classified herbal seeds, Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. This was even happier than when she found the treasure before.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Please deal with the assets under your name as soon as possible. When you are done, come to the Taifu Mansion to find me. After thinking for a while, Sun Huaiyan continued, Little kid, how about you call me Big Brother? I am not that old. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. Little old man, can you stop making trouble? If I call you Big Brother, I will think your parents are in their 70s or 80s and still have a daughter. When Sun Huaiyan heard Xiang Xinyao call him a little old man, his eyes lit up instantly. Little old man is a good name, very kind, I like it, kid, call me little old man in the future, hee hee. Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips. Okay. There are also people who like to be called little old man. It's a bit weird. Xiang Xinyao carried the medicinal seeds, said goodbye to the little old man, and took Xiang Xinyu to go shopping everywhere. In a blink of an eye, Xiang Xinyao has been back to Bianjing for half a month. That day, early in the morning, Xiang Xinyao's two uncles and the third uncle came to the Taifu mansion together. Seeing them, Xiang Xinyao knew that they had almost dealt with a family property. The eldest uncle lowered his voice and said, "Yaoer, we have dealt with a family property, but some things are really inconvenient to carry on the road. You said before that the things you can't take away are handed over to you. What do you plan to do with them?" Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. "Uncle, to be honest, I learned magic from a mysterious old man, and I can use magic to change the things you can't take away." Magic? The two uncles and the third uncle were petrified. What magic? They had never even heard of it. Xiang Xinyao explained, "It's almost like a magic trick. Okay, you can rest assured to give me all the things you can't take away. I promise to take them all to Yunqing." The eldest uncle was full of surprise. "You can also do magic? But those things are very heavy. Are you sure it's okay?" "No problem, let's go now. After changing your things, you will set off as soon as possible. It's best to set off secretly before dawn." The two uncles and the third uncle nodded. They also planned to set off as soon as possible, so as not to hold Xiang Xinyao and the others back. But they still found the magic Xiang Xinyao talked about incredible. How could she use magic to change so many valuable items? With a nervous and curious mood, the eldest uncle took Xiang Xinyao to his house. The second uncle and the third uncle also hurried to follow. When they arrived at the eldest uncle Bai Mu's house, the eldest uncle and the eldest aunt took Xiang Xinyao to the bedroom. In the bedroom, two large boxes were placed beside the bed, and there were many high-quality cloths next to the large boxes. Because of the high price of those cloths, others could not afford the price when they were processed, so Bai Mu took them back himself. Bai Mu said, "Yaoer, the eldest uncle has a lot of things. Are you sure you can change them all?" Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Uncle, don't worry. I am sure I can take them all away for you. You step back a little." The eldest uncle and others stepped back obediently, and Xiang Xinyao began to mutter a spell that even she herself could not understand. Then she waved her hand and moved her mind, and everything in the bedroom disappeared out of thin air. The two uncles, the eldest aunt, and the third uncle. The impact was no less than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The four of them opened their mouths and eyes wide, and were petrified. After a long while, the uncle came back to his senses. "Yaoer, where are the things? Where did they go?" "Those are all my family assets. Don't lose them. Otherwise, when you get married, I won't have money to buy you a dowry." Xiang Xinyao twitched her mouth, and then she moved her mind again and took out the things that had been stored in the space again. "Uncle, you should be relieved now, right? You can rest assured to leave these things with me. As long as I'm alive, no one can take them away. Relax, relieved this time. Yaoer, quickly change the things away and go to your second uncle's house." Xiang Xinyao muttered the spell again, then waved her hand and put all the things into the space. Magic! It's so magical. "Yaoer, you are a very capable person," the eldest uncle exclaimed, and he was so excited. With such a capable niece, the future days will be even more glorious than now. Although far away from Bianjing, my brother-in-law's family is also far away from the officialdom, but the current officialdom is really hard to describe. There are corrupt officials everywhere, and there are very few officials who really seek benefits for the people. It's better to stay away, so as not to get into trouble one day. The second uncle and the third uncle were also very excited. Their nieces and nephews are capable, so they can get some light. But they are all like mirrors in their hearts. Nieces and nephews have such abilities that they must not be spread outside. The eldest uncle said in a deep voice, "Yaoer's ability can hide valuables, and it may also save her life at a critical moment. No one is allowed to spread Yaoer's ability." The eldest aunt, the second uncle, and the third uncle all nodded in agreement with a serious face. Everyone is leaving Bianjing to live in Yunqing with Xiang Xinyao's family.
They all know the importance of things. They know what to say and what not to say.
The second uncle said, Yaoer, there are a lot of things in the second uncle's house. Let's go to the second uncle's house now. Xiang Xinyao nodded and followed the second uncle to his house. The eldest uncle and the third uncle also followed behind. When they arrived at the second uncle's house, the second uncle asked the second aunt to cook and did not let the second aunt into the house. It's not that he doesn't trust her, but the second uncle thinks that the fewer people know about Xiang Xinyao's incredible ability, the better. The second uncle's house also has a lot of things. The three families are dealing with the family property at the same time. It's impossible for all three families to exchange the valuable treasures in the house for silver notes. This would probably attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives and would cause trouble for Xiang Xinyao and the others. After putting the things from the second uncle's house into the space, Xiang Xinyao went to the third uncle's house without stopping. The third uncle was also a smart man. As soon as he entered the house, he sent his wife to prepare dinner and sent his children to buy cakes, roast duck and so on, and sent everyone away. The things from the third uncle's house were also put into the space. Xiang Xinyao asked, Third uncle, eldest uncle, second uncle, what are your plans for the servants in your family? The eldest uncle smiled slightly and said, The servants in the family will take a few who are smart, quick and have no evil intentions and leave, and all the others will stay. Leave some silver at home, and as for their indentures, they will be able to find out where they are after they have eaten all the food. Xiang Xinyao instantly understood what the eldest uncle meant. If all the servants in the family are dismissed, someone with ulterior motives will find clues. And if the servants in the family are still there, outsiders will only think that they are out for fun or out for business. As long as there is food at home, those servants will not leave for a while. When the food in the house was all eaten up, it didn't matter if the servants sold all the remaining things in the house. Anyway, the really valuable things were taken away. As for the real estate, no one could sell it without the title deed. The uncle used this trick wisely. That's a good idea, uncle. When do you plan to leave? Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly. Uncle, we won't come to see you off early tomorrow morning. Just pretend to go out for business. Bai Mu said, Yaoer, there's no need to see you off, lest someone with ulterior motives find out and alarm the snake. But you must be careful. Uncle, don't worry, we will be fine. Well, then we will wait for you in Feline County, Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao nodded heavily. Go home now. Don't gather together early tomorrow morning. Go your own way and meet up again after leaving Bianjing. The two uncles hurriedly said goodbye and left. Xiang Xinyao stayed at the third uncle's house for dinner. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao returned to the Taifu mansion. As soon as she entered the mansion, Xiang Xinyu came up to her and said solemnly, Sister, go to the Xianwang mansion quickly. The prince sent someone to ask you to go there quickly. Xiang Xinyao turned around and ran to the mansion when she heard it. During this period of time, under Xiang Xinyao's conditioning, Hong Xuelan's spirit has improved a lot. With the blessing of Lingquan water, both painkillers and body conditioning medicines have played the greatest role, and there shouldn't be any problems. But Xiang Xinyao was still worried and rushed to the mansion in a hurry. At the gate of the mansion, Mo Jinnan was already waiting for her. Xiang Xinyao asked anxiously, What's wrong? What happened? Let's talk about it after entering the house. Mo Jinnan took Xiang Xinyao straight to the study. Seeing that they were going to the study, Xiang Xinyao breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Hong Xuelan didn't get sick. She was afraid that Hong Xuelan couldn't hold on. As soon as she entered the study, Mo Jinnan opened the door of the darkroom passage, closed the mechanism, and took Xiang Xinyao into the dark room. 4 more large boxes were added to the dark room that was originally emptied by Xiang Xinyao. The boxes were filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. Yaoer, put all these away. When these boxes were carried into the palace, they were accidentally seen by that man's spy. Xiang Xinyao couldn't help but twitched her lips. It's okay. I'll put all the gold, silver, and jewelry away and leave the boxes to you. Put something else in the boxes. What to put in? Potatoes. Potatoes are rare in Lingxiao country. Ordinary people can hardly get them. Only those dignitaries can enjoy them. But in Xiang Xinyao's space supermarket, there are as many of these things as you want, and they are big. Lingxiao country can't grow such big potatoes. Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows slightly. Potatoes are very precious. Even I can't eat them often. How about changing them to sweet potatoes? Xiang Xinyao shook her head. Forget it. Let's just use potatoes. Sweet potatoes are too common, not worth carrying into the palace in a big box. That's true, but where can you get so many boxes of potatoes in this season? Xiang Xinyao shrugged. Just use magic. After that, Xiang Xinyao began to play tricks and chanted a bunch of spells that she couldn't understand. Then, with a thought, she instantly put the gold, silver, and jewelry into the space. After a pause, she chanted the spell again, and with a wave of her hand, the box was filled with big potatoes. Those potatoes were carefully selected and super large fruits, bigger than Mo Jinnan's fist. Mo Jinnan was confused at first. Why did Xiang Xinyao chant different spells for taking things away twice? It's reasonable to chant different spells to make things come out, but why can the spells for taking things away be different? Although Mo Jinnan didn't understand a word, he could still distinguish the intonation. It was completely different. When the potato appeared, Mo Jinnan went from being confused to being shocked. His eyes widened. Is this really a potato? Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Of course it's a potato. Why don't you take one out to try tomorrow? Can a potato be this big? Has this potato become a spirit? Xiang Xinyao chuckled. These potatoes are almost spirits. That's why they have grown so big. You can take a few out to try tomorrow. I'm a little reluctant to take them out. Such big potatoes are so rare. This is the first time I've seen such big potatoes. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. How about you send these potatoes to the palace? Just say that you got them with great difficulty and dedicate them all to that person. Mo Jinan curled his lips. I can't bear to do so. Why not? I can make as many of these things as I want. I can use them to make you eat in the future. Sending them to the palace can also dispel that person's doubts. What you said makes sense, but potatoes this big are really rare. I really can't bear to give them all to him. Then how about I send you 2 more boxes? Mo Jinan shook his head. Forget it. Save them for the way back to Yunqing. I will send the potatoes to the palace tomorrow. Maybe that person will be happy and relax his vigilance for a few more days. These days, that idiot Xiang Yuqing has been pestering that person, and I am almost done with the properties under my name. Well, send them all to the palace to make that person happy. No problem. Xiang Xinyao asked, Is Aunt Hong okay? Fortunately, she hasn't been ill for the past 2 days, and she is in much better spirits. Well, I'll go see her and get her some water for decoction.
Go.
I have to move these 4 boxes out. Xiang Xinyao turned and left the dark room, left the study, and went to the room where Hong Xuelan and her son lived. In the dark room, Mo Jinan began to carry the big boxes. For Mo Jinan, who was highly skilled in martial arts, carrying a box of potatoes was still very easy. When he carried all 4 big boxes to the study, closed the secret door, and went to find Xiang Xinyao had already filled 2 buckets with spiritual spring water and checked Hong Xuelan's body again. Although it was impossible to cure Hong Xuelan, her medicine plus spiritual spring water did inhibit the spread of cancer cells. If there were no special circumstances, Hong Xuelan could live at least 1 or 2 more years. But after Hong Xuelan entered the palace, Xiang Xinyao's spiritual spring water could no longer be supplied. Without the blessing of spiritual spring water, painkillers will soon develop drug resistance and become addictive. And other Chinese medicines cannot achieve the effect of boiling with spiritual spring water. That is to say, after Hong Xuelan entered the palace, she would still be in excruciating pain when the effect of the spiritual spring water faded. If the emperor discovered the clues early, she would most likely be tortured to death. Xiang Xinyao really couldn't bear it. But she couldn't always find a corpse as a substitute. Even if she found a corpse as a substitute, it would not be easy to find a corpse with a body shape similar to that of concubine Helian. Xiang Xinyao left enough medicine for Hong Xuelan before leaving Bianjing, and she could do nothing else. Mo Jinan asked, Yaoer, has Aunt's illness improved? Xiang Xinyao shook her head. No, Aunt's condition is very serious. I can only temporarily control her condition and prevent it from getting worse. Hong Xuelan stood up and said with gratitude, Thank you, Miss Xiang, for this period of time. I take a painkiller every day and can sleep for more than 2 hours these days. I couldn't sleep at all before because of the pain, and I rolled on the ground in pain. Since I took the medicine given by Miss Xiang, there are very few times when the pain is unbearable. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. Aunt, this is what I should do. It's me and the prince who should thank you. You can't say that. I am a dying person. Thanks to the prince's great kindness, our family can live to this day. My 2 children will have a good home in the future. As long as the concubine can be rescued, my life will be worthwhile. Looking at Hong Xuelan's calm face, Xiang Xinyao's nose was a little sour. Such a good person really shouldn't endure such painful torture. Xiang Xinyao said, Aunt, you have a good rest. I will come to see you another day. Hong Xuelan smiled and nodded. Tang Xiaolian's eyes were red, although she wanted to follow Xiang Xinyao now. But she knew that her mother would not be able to reunite with them for many days. She could only respect her mother first and cherish the days she could spend with her mother. After Mo Jinan sent Xiang Xinyao away from Hong Xuelan's room, he whispered, The idiot Xiang Yuqing still lives in the palace, but she doesn't even have a position. She has been protected by the emperor these days, and she has lived a happy life, but I heard that she offended the queen. Xiang Xinyao shrugged. I hope she can hold on for a while longer and not be killed so soon. Mo Jinan nodded. This king will help her secretly. Speaking of Xiang Yuqing, Mo Jinan thought of Qi Riyuan, who always wanted to pester him these days, and frowned slightly. Xiang Xinyao asked, What's wrong? Mo Jinan didn't want Xiang Xinyao to think too much, so he shook his head and said, Nothing. I was wondering what that person's expression would be when I sent those potatoes to the palace. Who cares what his expression is? We don't need to worry about it. I'll go back first. I'll take you back. No, you're busy. It's still early, and there won't be any danger. Mo Jinan suddenly grabbed Xiang Xinyao's hand. Yaoer, I'm sorry. I put you in such an unbearable situation. Xiang Xinyao shook her head slightly. There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm the daughter of the Xiang family. We are engaged. This kind of thing is inevitable. Let's face it together. Mo Jinan's big hands continued to wrap Xiang Xinyao's little hands. Yaoer, thank you, and thank my father and mother for making this engagement when we were young. How about we get engaged when we return to Dian Village? Xiang Xinyao's face was embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm still too young. When we leave Bianjing, we have plenty of time to get along. Getting engaged is not a joke. Let's get along for a while. Mo Jinan was stunned and realized that he was too impatient. He only wanted to compensate Xiang Xinyao and didn't consider her feelings at all. Indeed, the time they spent together was too short and they didn't know each other very well. Most of Xiang Xinyao's understanding of Mo Jinan came from her parents and brother. Getting married means living together for a lifetime, and Xiang Xinyao will never be careless about her marriage. She must make sure that the other person is worthy of her lifelong trust before she opens her heart. Otherwise, she would not have not fallen in love at the age of 26 in her previous life. It's not that no one pursued her, but she didn't want to give her feelings easily and get hurt. Her principle is, dating must be aimed at getting married and staying together for a lifetime. Mo Jinan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Okay. Xiang Xinyao strode out of the palace and returned to the Taifu mansion. After washing up, she chatted with her family for a while and learned that her brothers had almost dealt with the family property. However, the third brother's business was more, and it might take another 4 or 5 days to deal with it all. Xiang Yanchen scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Sister, I dare not exchange all the things in my private storehouse for silver notes, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. Those things are a bit too much, and it may be a bit difficult to take them all away. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Don't worry, third brother. No matter how much you want to take away, just give it to me. I can take it all away for you. Xiang Yanchen's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. More than half of those things are the dowry that third brother has saved for you. If you can take them all away, your dowry will be even richer in the future. Xiang Xiniao said with a playful smile. Third brother, how old am I? Are you so impatient to marry me off? Xiang Yanchen waved his hands repeatedly. Of course not. Third brother would like you to stay at home for a few more years. But you are a girl. You can't stay single for your whole life, or people will gossip about you. Getting married is a matter of time. Of course, third brother has to prepare in advance to save a large and generous dowry for you so that you can stand up straight in your husband's family in the future. Xiang Yanzhe said, Sister, your third brother is right. Your second brother, and I have also saved some dowry for you. Although not as much as your third brother, we all hope that you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Xiang Xiniao's nose was sour. But, before you found me, you were not sure whether you could find me, right? Xiang Yanzhe rubbed Xiang Xiniao's little head lovingly. We were not sure whether we could find you before. But you are our only sister, and it is impossible for us to give up looking for you. I believe that God will not let down those who work hard. As long as we don't give up, we will find you one day. Bai Jing's eyes were a little moist. Yes, mother and daughter are connected. Over the years, mother has always felt it. Mother can feel that you are still alive, and she also feels that it is only a matter of time to find you. Your third brother chose to do business in order to find you faster. I just didn't expect you to be sold so far away from home. Xiang Xiniao's face was full of emotion, but she still felt a little regretful. The original owner didn't wait for her parents and relatives to find her after all. She didn't meet her parents and brother, who loved her. But then again, if I hadn't traveled through time and saved Imo Jinan by chance, the Xiang family wouldn't have found her so quickly. It's possible that they would never find her in their lifetime. After all, it was a miracle that the original owner could live to the age of 14 under the inhuman abuse of the Hu family. Xiang Xiniao said, Then there's no need to prepare the dowry so early, right? Why not? The second brother Xiang Yanlin said, We only have you as our biological sister. Even if you're married when we find you, we will give you the best life and let you have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Xiang Xiniao's eyes were wet. This is a real family. She threw herself into Bai Jing's arms, hugged Bai Jing's waist tightly, and let the tears fall. Xiang Xinyu was also in tears. Although she didn't prepare a dowry for her sister before, she had this plan since her sister came back. Her sister's wedding dress must be sewn by her stitch by stitch. There are also other clothes, sheets, and quilts, all of which she must prepare in advance. I also have to make a lot of money with my sister and help my sister take care of the children in the future. Xiang Yanzhe looked at Xiang Xinyu wiping her tears and said with a smile, Xinyu too, although you are not our biological sister, you have been a part of our family over the years. When you get married, of course your dowry is indispensable. Xiang Xinyu wiped her tears and said coquettishly, Brother, what are you talking about? I don't want to get married. I want to accompany my sister all my life. When Xiang Xiniao heard this, she raised her head and rolled her eyes at Zhang Xinyu, deliberately pretending to be angry, and said, Sister, you wishful thinking. I will not allow my future husband to take concubines. Xiang Xinyu was stunned. Her eyes widened and she explained anxiously, Sister, that's not what I meant. How could I have that idea? If you don't have that idea, why don't you get married? I just want to take good care of you. You promised me before that you would take me wherever you go. If you get married, I can take you with me. You are my sister. How can I bear to let you marry far away? If you want to get married, you should marry near me, or directly marry a son-in-law. Hee. Xiang Xinyu blushed with shame. Sister, you are so bad. Xiang Xiniao raised her eyebrows. What's wrong with me? You don't get married and you want me to support you for the rest of your life? It's okay for me to support you, but what if you don't get married and you have regrets in your life? Bai Jing echoed. That's right. What girl doesn't get married? Do you want people to point at you behind your back and say you are an old maid who can't get married? Xiang Xiniao said, Sister, women don't have to get married. But if you really meet someone who is sincere to you, you still have to seize the opportunity. If you miss it, it will be a lifelong regret. Sister, put aside those messy thoughts in your mind and let everything take its course. Xiang Xinyu nodded thoughtfully. Xiang Yanchen stood up and said, Sister, let's go and take a look at the third brother's private vault. Okay. Xiang Xinyao also wanted to know how much property her third brother, who had a talent for business, had, so she readily agreed. Xiang Yanchen took Xiang Xinyao to his room. Xiang Yanchen's private vault was also in the underground darkroom, but the entrance to his darkroom was set on the bed. Xiang Yanchen pulled back the bedding and lifted a wooden board in the middle, revealing the entrance passage to the underground darkroom. He closed the mechanism at the entrance, carried an oil lamp, and then took Xiang Xinyao into the entrance passage. There were sloping steps in the passage, and after going down the steps, a few steps were the iron door of the darkroom. The opening of the iron door was controlled by a mechanism. Xiang Yanchen opened the iron door, and a large darkroom appeared in front of Xiang Xinyao. There were more than a dozen large boxes in the darkroom, and the boxes were full of gold, silver, jewelry, jade, bronze, and silver bills. Xiang Xinyao's eyes sparkled. Wow. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich man. Xiang Yanchen shook his head and chuckled. How can you be called a hidden rich man with just this little stuff? The assets of the wise king are much more than mine. He is a prince. How can you compare you with him? His status and position are there. At your age, you can earn so much property. It's already very impressive, okay? Seeing his sister's admiring expression, Xiang Yanchen smiled gently and contentedly. Sister, I'll leave all these to you. How do you plan to take them away? Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly and began to mutter a spell. Then, with a thought and a wave of her little hand, all the boxes in the dark room disappeared out of thin air. Xiang Yanchen. After a while, Xiang Yanchen finally came back to his senses from being petrified, his face full of excitement. Sister, you actually know immortal magic. Tell me honestly, are you a god who has descended to earth? Xiang Xinyao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Third brother, I know magic. You can just think of me as a god, hee. Sister, can you teach your third brother the skill? Third brother also wants to learn magic. Xiang Xinyao's smile froze. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to teach you. Learning magic requires talent, and it also requires the right time, place, and people. You can't learn it. I'm your biological brother. You can learn it. I don't believe I can't learn it. You teach me and try. If I really can't learn it, then I'll give up. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. Okay, but not now. When it thunders and rains, you run to the top of the mountain and get struck by lightning and see if you can awaken the energy of magic. Xiang Yanchen's mouth twitched wildly. Can I survive if I'm struck by lightning? Theoretically, no, but if you have a talent for magic, maybe you can survive and learn magic. Forget it. It's not easy to find you, and I haven't saved enough dowry for you yet. I don't want to die. After saying that, Xiang Yanchen suddenly widened his eyes. Sister, have you been struck by lightning? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Yes. Otherwise, do you think I can learn magic? I tell you, of course I was struck by lightning and my whole body was charred, and my hair became a big afro. Fortunately, I am lucky. The lightning only made me awaken my magic energy, and I didn't die from the lightning. Xiang Yanchen's heart was in his throat. Were you injured at that time? Was it serious? Fortunately, the injury was not serious, but the feeling of being struck was really uncomfortable. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but it's too risky. I know I won't learn it. The price is too high. What if a lightning strikes and I die directly? What should I do if I can't see you in the future? Xiang Xinyao was relieved. This excuse is really good. Although it is an excuse, it is actually true. It's just that she was struck by lightning in her previous life, not awakening magic, but directly struck her to the original owner of Lingxiao country. This is much lower than the chance of winning the lottery. Xiang Yanchen felt both distressed and excited. He felt distressed that his sister had been struck by lightning. He was excited that his sister could actually do magic. This ability is probably not found in the entire Lingxiao kingdom. Xiang Yanchen suddenly thought of something and said seriously, Sister, your ability is only known to our family, and you must never show it to outsiders. This is a heaven-defying ability, and it is not a joke. If it is discovered by someone with ulterior motives, your life may be in danger. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Yeah, third brother, I know, don't worry. Well, let's go and put away the dowry prepared for you by the eldest and second brothers, so that the eldest and second brothers can also be shocked. Hee. The brother and sister left Xiang Yanchen's room. Back to the main hall, Xiang Yanchen couldn't wait to pull the eldest and second brothers out. The eldest brother was somewhat helpless, but his face was full of doting. Third brother, what are you doing? Xiang Yanchen replied, Brother, I'm giving the dowry you saved for my sister to her, so that you can see our sister's ability. What ability? You'll know in a moment anyway. It's an ability that will make you drop your jaw. After being flattered by Xiang Yanchen, the eldest and second brothers were all very interested. Xiang Yanjue took Xiang Xinyao's little hand and said, Sister, let's go and see the dowry that my brother saved for you. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly and followed her eldest brother to his room obediently. There was no underground dark room in her eldest brother's room, but there was a secret compartment. The secret compartment was not big, and it could only hold 5 or 6 boxes, and they had to be stacked up to fit. Sister, big brother didn't save much for you, just 3 boxes, all for you can keep them all. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. Big brother, I don't want any of these things, including the ones given by third brother. I will take them to Yunqing for you, and they will be used as your startup capital in the future. If you want to make money, I have some ways. Our family will only become richer and richer in the future. Xiang Yanlin shrugged. Sister, do you think it's too little? How could it be? Second brother, we are a family and will live together in the future. Whether it is money or anything else, there is no need to divide it so clearly. Xiang Yanchen's eyes turned. What sister said makes sense. Anyway, we will live together in the future. Even if sister gets married, she is still our real sister. Sister is only responsible for spending the money in the family, and third brother is responsible for making money. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. Third brother, there are more than you in our family who can make money. I plan to grow medicinal herbs on a large scale when I return to Daiwan village. Third brother, are you willing to be a medicinal herb wholesaler? Medicinal herb wholesaler? What do you mean? It means that I grow the herbs and after they are processed you sell them in bulk to retailers. I make money from you, and you make money from retailers. Xiang Yanchen nodded. Oh, I see. Of course I am willing. Thank you, sister, for giving me this great thing. Xiang Yanjue and Xiang Yanlin looked at Xiang Xinyao eagerly. Sister, what about us? Xiang Xinyao smiled mischievously. You grow herbs with me. We will all be farmers in the future. Isn't it good to farm together? Okay. The eldest and second brothers smiled and nodded. Leaving Bianjing, it doesn't matter what Xiang Yanjue and Xiang Yanlin do. What matters is that they can be with their sister, as long as they can eat and wear warm clothes. Xiang Yanchen urged, Sister, use magic quickly. Xiang Xinyao, $% and Balala little magic fairy. Magic changes. With a thought, the little hand waved, and the box in the secret compartment was collected by Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Yanjue and Xiang Yanchen. Zhu, both brothers were petrified. Only Xiang Yanchen tried hard to hold back his laughter. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Third brother, don't laugh at the eldest and second brothers. Your expression just now was even more exaggerated than the eldest and second brothers. That's too shocking. Your ability from being struck by lightning is really not to be underestimated. The 3 words struck by lightning successfully brought Xiang Yanjue and Xiang Yanlin back to their senses from being petrified. The eldest brother asked with a puzzled look on his face, What is the ability from being struck by lightning? Xiang Yanchen explained, My sister's ability is called magic. It was after being struck by lightning that the magical energy was awakened. Isn't this what the ability from being struck by lightning is? Sister, have you ever been struck by lightning? Xiang Yanjue asked nervously. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Yes, I was struck by lightning and my hair exploded. Fortunately, I survived and awakened my magic energy. Was the injury serious at that time? Are there any scars on your body? Xiang Xinyao shook her head. No injury, but my whole body was burnt black, and smoke came out of my head. I fainted after exhaling a puff of smoke, and awakened my magic energy when I woke up. The three brothers imagined what Xiang Xinyao looked like at that time, and their hearts were clenched. How dangerous was my sister at that time? Xiang Yanlin said, Sister, you also go and collect the dowry I prepared for you. Okay, go now. The four siblings went to Xiang Yanlin's room again. The three brothers were excited to put the dowry that Xiang Yanlin prepared for Xiang Xinyao into the space. With this ability, my sister can travel light wherever she goes in the future. If there are any valuables, give them to my sister for safekeeping. It will be absolutely safe, and even a thief can't steal them. The four brothers and sisters returned to the main hall, chatted for a while, and then washed up and went back to their rooms to rest. Xiang Xinyao returned to her room, closed the door, and entered the space. Now there is grass in the space where small animals are kept, so Xiang Xinyao doesn't have to go into the space every day to feed them. She only needs to occasionally give the animals some cornmeal mixed with vegetables and feed them some spiritual spring water. All the animals in the space are raised with shiny fur and reproduce quickly. Now there are 49 wild boars, 42 chickens, 22 ducks, 3 cicadere, and hares in the space, which are also continuing to reproduce. Now, the open space expanded after the space upgrade has been reclaimed by her. She planted part of the medicinal seeds given by the old man. The growth cycle in the space has been greatly shortened, and she has to hurry up to cultivate more medicinal seeds. If she rushes back to Dawan village to plant again this year, some of them will be too late, and she can only wait until next year to let the villagers of Dawan village plant medicinal herbs. In this year, Xiang Xinyao can cultivate a lot of medicinal seeds. Of course, she also left some land for growing vegetables. The vegetables grown in the space are not only delicious, but also have higher nutritional value. In the future, she plans to grow all the vegetables for the family in the space. Of course, the vegetable fields around the house should also be planted. As long as they are watered with spiritual spring water, the nutritional value of the vegetables grown will be similar, and the growth cycle will be shortened. She was not in a hurry to leave the space. She sat cross-legged on the bed and thought of the martial arts secrets given by her second brother. With a thought, the martial arts secrets appeared in her hands. She opened it and looked at it, but still couldn't understand a word. She calmed down and stared at the strange words without blinking. Suddenly, she felt that the words moved. Blinked hard and looked again. The words stopped moving again. Xiang Xinyao was confused. Did she have hallucinations? She gathered her mind again, put the secret book on the bed in front of her, and stared at the strange words. After a while, the words moved again. The words seemed to come alive in front of her eyes, flashing a faint golden light, and gradually pieced together the appearance of a small human figure. The little man made of words flashed a faint golden light in front of Xiang Xinyao's eyes. The little man slowly raised his hand, and Xiang Xinyao only felt a faint heat flow in her dantian. As the little man waved his hand, Xiang Xinyao only felt a slight heat in her brow, and a lot of information began to enter her mind. The little man made of words moved faster and faster, and Xiang Xinyao's brows became hotter and hotter. But she still didn't blink. An hour passed, and the little man was still moving. 2 hours passed, and the little man was still moving. After 3 hours, the golden light on the little man gradually faded. After 4 hours, the little man completely disappeared from Xiang Xinyao's eyes. The martial arts secret book in front of her has automatically turned to the last page. And she remembered a set of internal skills and a set of boxing in her mind, which were the internal skills and boxing in Gyuanlu. She understood. The words in the martial arts secret book brought her into a small illusion array. The little man made of words was the one who taught her the inner strength and boxing skills in the illusion array. It was amazing. So this was what my second brother said about return to the origin record that I had to read carefully. What a great hand. The person who copied the secret book by hand must be a great martial artist at the peak of his powers. Maybe he was a great man who had surpassed the level of a martial god. Otherwise, he would never be able to use words to arrange an illusion array to teach the inner strength. Xiang Xinyao cheered in her heart and almost danced with excitement. At this moment, she was in the space and didn't feel that she had been sitting on the bed all night, so she didn't know what time it was outside. Strike while the iron is hot. Xiang Xinyao closed her eyes directly and began to practice according to the inner strength of return to the origin record. This practice quickly made her enter a state of ecstasy. Little did she know that after dawn, the maid Qingzhu and her sister Xiang Xinyu came to her door, waiting for her to get up. However, Xiang Xinyao couldn't get up no matter how long she waited. Breakfast had already been served on the table, and if she didn't get up, it would get cold. Xiang Xinyu thought, maybe my sister was too tired yesterday, so I just let her sleep a little longer and keep the breakfast warm in the pot so that it won't be cold when she gets up to eat. So, she told Qingzhu to continue to guard the door, and she went to warm up the breakfast. Xiang Xinyu warmed the breakfast in the pot, and then went to the dining hall to have breakfast, and then came to the door of Xiang Xinyao's room. Seeing Qingzhu still waiting at the door was still not opened. After Xiang Xinyu asked Qingzhu to go down, she stood guard at the door herself. However, this guard lasted for the whole morning, and Xiang Xinyao still didn't get up. It was lunchtime, and Xiang Xinyao still didn't get up. Xiang Xinyu could only knock on the door. I didn't have breakfast, so I could not have lunch yet.
Dong dong dong.
Xiang Xinyu knocked on the door and shouted, Sister, are you up? It's time to get up for lunch. The room was quiet, and there was no sound. Xiang Xinyu knocked for a while. Sister, it's time to get up for lunch.
Sister.
However, after calling for a long time, there was still no movement in the room. Xiang Xinyu was anxious and pushed the door, but it was closed tightly, and she couldn't push it open. She hurried to the front hall. When she arrived at the front hall, Xiang Xinyu said anxiously, Dad, I don't know what happened to my sister. She didn't even get up for breakfast this morning. Now I called her to get up for lunch, but she didn't move after calling for a long time. When Xiang Tianyang and his three brothers Xiang Yanzhua heard this, they got up and ran to Xiang Xinyao's room, almost bumping into Bai Jing, who was about to enter the room. Bai Jing patted her chest. What's wrong? Everyone is in a hurry. Xiang Tianyang said, Yaoer may be sick, and she hasn't gotten up yet. Bai Jing's face changed when she heard it, and she turned and ran to Xiang Xinyao's room. The whole family came to the door of Xiang Xinyao's room. Bai Jing knocked on the door anxiously. Yaoer, are you in the room? The room was still quiet, without any movement. Xiang Yanzhua said, Mom, my sister may be unconscious. Please get out of the way. I will break the door open. Bai Jing quickly stepped aside. Xiang Yanzhua raised his foot and kicked the door open with a bang. In the room, the bedding on the bed was neatly folded, and there was no sign of Xiang Xinyao in the room. The whole family was panicked. If the door was open, Xiang Xinyao would have most likely gone out. But the door was bolted from the inside, so there was only one possibility. Xiang Xinyao was kidnapped. Xiang Tianyang's face was full of anxiety. Hurry up, go find her. Everyone in the mansion should go find her. Xiang Yanzhua said, I'll go to the palace and ask the prince to send someone to look for her. Xiang Tianyang nodded. Go. Xiang Yanzhua turned around and ran, rushing to the Xianwang mansion at the fastest speed in his life. Xiang Xinyao's two brothers, Bai Jing and Xiang Xinyu, first looked in the Taifu mansion. Xiang Tianyang gathered all the servants in the mansion and ordered them to look everywhere. The entire Taifu mansion was turned upside down, but Xiang Xinyao was still not found. The Xiang family was as anxious as ants on a hot pot, and everyone in the mansion ran out to look for her. Xianwang Mansion. Mo Jinan had just returned from the palace when he saw Xiang Yanzhua pacing anxiously at the door of the palace. When Xiang Yanzhua arrived at the palace, he learned that Mo Jinan had gone to the palace, so he asked the doorman if Xiang Xinyao had been there. The doorman told him that Xiang Xinyao had been there before dark yesterday, but had gone back long ago. Xiang Yanzhua became even more anxious. But it would be impossible to find someone by relying on the Taifu Mansion alone, and he could not find someone faster than the joint efforts of the prince's mansion. He could only wait anxiously at the door. Seeing Mo Jin coming back, he hurried to meet him and said anxiously, "Prince, Yaoer is missing."
What?
Mo Jin was shocked. How could she be missing? When did she disappear? Xiang Yinzhua told him how he found out that Xiang Xinyao was missing. Mo Jin frowned so hard that he could kill a fly. The door was bolted from the inside, so there is only one possibility. She was kidnapped. Go to the city gate and ask if there are any suspicious people leaving Bianjing. I will gather people and search in the city first. Xiang Yinzhua nodded, turned around and ran to the city gate. Mo Jin called Rufeng, and the master and servant hurried to gather people. If he hadn't just come back from the palace, he would have known everything that happened in the palace during this period, and he would definitely be the first to suspect the one in the palace. Soon, Mo Jin and Rufeng gathered people and began a carpet search throughout the city of Bianjing. The Taifu Mansion and the Wang Mansion simultaneously sent a large number of people to look for people, causing the people of Bianjing to feel insecure. Who is the missing person? Why is there such a big scene? However, Xiang Xinyao in the space was still in a state of selflessness and had no idea that the Xiang family and the Wang Mansion outside had turned the entire Bianjing upside down in order to find her. Xiang Xinyao was not found in Bianjing City, and the faces of Xiang's family and Mo Jin were extremely ugly. Xiang's family and Mo Jinnan's people searched for a long time with empty stomachs, but still could not find any clues. Mo Jinnan and Xiang's family looked very ugly. Who kidnapped Xiang Xinyao without leaving even a trace of clues? At 5 p.m., Xiang Xinyao in the space opened her eyes. She stood up and stretched, and her bones all over her body clicked. She suddenly thought of something and flashed out of the space. As soon as she left the space, Xiang Xinyao's head buzzed. It's over. The door of her room was open, and there was not even a servant in sight. She walked to the door and looked at the sky, and she was petrified. It was over. It was already 3 p.m. Her family must have thought that she had been kidnapped. What should she do? How could she cover up this lie? She turned her head and looked around the room, and then opened the closet to take a look. The closet was full of dresses made for her by Xiang Xinyu, which were not suitable for hiding people. After looking around the whole room, Xiang Xinyao was speechless. There was not even a place to hide. Even if she wanted to dig a hole in the ground, it was too late. Her mind was working fast, and when she looked up with a headache and wanted to sigh, she suddenly saw the beam across the room. But the beams of the Taifu Mansion and the beams of Uncle Ji's house in Dawan Village are completely different. The beams of the Taifu Mansion are much higher than those of Uncle Ji's house. With the meager internal strength in her body now, it is not easy to climb the beams. But no matter how difficult it is, there is no good way at the moment, so she can only try. So, she channeled her inner strength to her feet, bent her body slightly, and jumped up with all her strength. With a whoosh, her figure almost broke through the roof and flew out. If she hadn't had the foundation of Qinggong in her previous life, she would have made a big hole in the roof. She landed steadily on the beam, with a slight smile on her lips. Just as she was about to jump off the beam to go out and find her family, footsteps were heard at the door. Xiang Xinyao hurriedly sat cross-legged on the beam, her eyes fixed on the door. The person who came in was Mo Jinnan. After searching outside for a long time, he couldn't find any clues. He could only return to the Taifu Mansion and come to Xiang Xinyao's room to look for clues. However, as soon as he stepped into the door, Xiang Xinyao's voice rang above his head. Your Highness, why are you here? Mo Jinnan was startled, and when he looked up, he saw Xiang Xinyao sitting cross-legged on the beam. Yaoer, have you been on the beam? Xiang Xinyao nodded and jumped down from the beam. Yes, I figured out the inner strength method that my second brother gave me last night. I was afraid of being disturbed in the morning, so I jumped on the beam to practice on a whim. Mo Jinnan breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. Your family and I have been looking for you like crazy. The whole Bianjing has been turned upside down, but we haven't found any clues. That's why I thought of coming back to your room to look for clues. Xiang Xinyao looked guilty. I'm sorry. I may have entered a state of selflessness, so I can't sense the movements of the outside world and make you worry. No problem. I'm glad you're okay. I'll send a signal and let the people who are looking for you outside come back quickly. After saying that, Mo Jin walked into the yard, took out a flare from his waist, and released it. He turned around and returned to Xiang Xinyao, looking her up and down carefully. After confirming that Xiang Xinyao was indeed not injured and feeling that her inner strength had increased a lot, he was completely relieved. 2/4 of an hour later, the Xiang family rushed back in a hurry. When they saw Xiang Xinyao, they all surrounded her and asked about her well-being. Yaoer, tell Daddy, who kidnapped you? Sister, what happened? What happened to you last night? Sister, let me see if you're injured. Xiang Xinyao's nose was sour, and she explained with a guilty look on her face. Dad, Mom, brothers, I'm fine, and no one has kidnapped me. I have been in the room the whole time. It's just that I figured out the internal energy method that my second brother gave me last night, and on a whim I climbed up onto the beam to practice. I didn't expect that I would quickly enter a state of trance and not be aware of any movement in the outside world. I'm sorry for making you worry. The Xiang family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Taifu Xiang said, I'm glad you're okay. Don't hide quietly next time. I was scared by you. Xiang Xinyao nodded hurriedly. Daddy, I know I was wrong. At this moment, Xiang Xinyu's stomach growled. Her face flushed with shame, and she cursed her uncooperative stomach in her heart. It didn't growl earlier or later, but it grew when there were the most people. It was so useless. Bai Jing smiled slightly and told the servants to prepare the meal quickly. In order to find Xiang Xinyao, everyone didn't eat lunch. It was almost time for dinner, so it would be strange if they weren't hungry. After telling the servants, Bai Jing walked to Xiang Xinyao and hugged her with lingering fear. Yaoer, you scared your mother to death. Fortunately, you are okay. Xiang Xinyao also hugged Bai Jing tightly. Mom, I'm sorry your daughter made you worry. As long as you are okay, it's okay. Xiang Yanlin stared at Xiang Xinyao in disbelief. Sister, what did you say just now? Can you understand Gyuanlu? Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Well, I remember all the contents in it. It is a set of internal strength and a set of boxing techniques. Xiang Yanlin gave a thumbs up. Sister, you are amazing. This martial arts secret book has finally found the right person. I heard that only the right person can understand and learn it. Hee, I actually have such a great opportunity. Thank you, second brother. Xiang Yanlin smiled dotingly. Why are you so polite to your second brother? Let's go to the dining hall for dinner.
I'm starving.
Xiang Xinyao looked at Mo Jinan. Your Highness, please stay and have dinner together. Mo Jinan nodded slightly. Xiang Xinyao then called him aside and asked curiously, How is it? What was that person's expression when you sent the potatoes into the palace? Mo Jinan smiled. That man was so surprised that he could stuff a big duck egg into his mouth. He said that this was the first time he had seen such a big potato in his life, and kept asking me where I got the potatoes from. What did you answer? I told him that I got it from Nanqing country, and he was very rare. Moreover, I saw that he breathed a sigh of relief, which should have dispelled my doubts. That's good. We have to hurry up for the next thing. Well, don't worry, I will deal with it as soon as possible. Let's go into the house and eat. Mo Jinan smiled with tenderness in his eyes. Fortunately, Yaoer had so many big potatoes, which not only dispelled the emperor's suspicion, but also made the emperor relax some of his vigilance. In addition, the emperor still felt fresh about Xiang Yuqing, so the actions during this period would be smoother. The two walked to the dining hall shoulder to shoulder. The doorman said, It's a short old man with all white hair. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. This little old man, couldn't he come a day earlier, really? Mo Jinan looked puzzled. What little old man? Xiang Xinyao replied, The owner of Gardenia Hall. Let's go and meet him. Mo Jinan followed Xiang Xinyao and walked towards the gate together. Mo Jinan couldn't help his curiosity and asked, How did you get in touch with the owner of Gardenia Hall? He has something I need.
What is it?
Medicinal seeds. Emojin Nen suddenly realized, oh, that's it. As soon as Xiang Xinyao saw Sun Huayan couldn't wait to say, baby, I have dealt with all my family property. From today on, I will follow you.
Little old man, why are you here just now? Come in quickly and talk first.
After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the dining hall. The old man hurried to follow. As soon as he entered the dining hall, Sun Huayan blinked and asked, baby, am I late? Well, 1 day late. If you came 1 day earlier, I would have sent you away from Bianjing early this morning. The old man got angry. Baby, I came here for you. What do you mean by sending me out of Bianjing? Xiang Xinyao replied, early this morning, my third uncle and my 2 uncles left Bianjing. As for why I let them leave first, it was to protect their safety. If you said that my uncle and the others left together, your safety should not be a problem. But unfortunately, you missed it and can only go with us. But if you go with us, you will face all kinds of dangers and be hunted down by assassins at any time. The old man jumped up instantly. What? Killed by assassins? Baby, who have you offended? Who would send assassins to hunt you down? Xiang Xinyao shrugged fearlessly. The one in the palace. The old man was startled and then shouted, I finally found a genius who grows medicinal herbs. Whoever dares to touch you, I will fight him to the death. Baby, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. As he said this, the old man couldn't control his emotions, and his hidden power was instantly exposed. Emojin Nan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Don't judge a person by his appearance. This old man turned out to be a martial saint. Emojin Nan clasped his fists. May I ask your name, senior? The old man then realized his true strength that he had accidentally exposed. He shrank his neck, turned his eyes around a few times, and looked at Xiang Xinyao. He didn't know who this good-looking boy was to the baby, and he was a little reluctant to reveal his name. Xiang Xinyao said, Little old man, he is my fiancé. There is no need to hide it. The old man twitched his mouth. I am Sun Huayan, nicknamed Chao Jianchou. Don't criticize. Naming is useless. I can't think of a satisfactory nickname, even if I rack my brains. Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips. She had heard of Gui Jianchou before, but this was the first time she heard of Chao Jianchou. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. Chao Jianchou means that grass will be worried when it sees him. Let alone medicinal herbs, he can't even grow grass. Some of the ones that were grown alive in the early stage died inexplicably not long after. It's outrageous. Emojin Nan was shocked. I didn't expect that the senior is Chao Jianchou, who disappeared in the martial arts world 5 years ago.
I have heard of your name for a long time.
While being shocked, Emojin Nan was ecstatic in his heart. A powerful martial saint. Voluntarily following Yaoer, that would be a great help to Yaoer. With such a strong person by Yaoer's side, she doesn't have to worry too much when she is not around. When Xiang Xinyao heard the 3 words Chao Jianchou, her eyebrows slightly raised. Little old man, your name Chao Jianchou doesn't mean what it says on the tin, does it? Sun Huayan touched his nose awkwardly. It really means exactly what it says. Xiang Xinyao was numb and looked at Sun Huayan with suspicion. You go to take care of my medicinal fields. You won't destroy my medicinal fields, right? Sun Huayan shrugged. Very likely. Can I regret it? I have dealt with all my property. Can you regret it? Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. I'm in big trouble. Emojin Nan leaned close to Xiang Xinyao's ear and whispered, It's okay, senior son is a martial saint. Learn from each other's strengths and make up for your weaknesses. There's no need to regret it. Martial saint? How does Lingxiao Kingdom divide martial arts levels? Emojin Nan repeated the martial arts level division, and it was exactly the same as what Xiang Xinyao knew. She was excited. A big boss. I didn't expect that such a funny and coquettish old man was actually a hidden big boss. He still followed her voluntarily. Even if he would ruin her medicinal field in the future, it would be okay. At most, he could plant less outside, and plant most of the medicinal herbs in the space. Xiang Xinyao blinked and quickly pulled open the chair for the dining table. Little old man, please sit down quickly. Hee, I will rely on you to protect me from now on. Sun Huayan raised his chin and said proudly, Don't worry, baby, as long as I can beat you, I will definitely protect you. If I can't beat you, I can only take you away. Xiang Xinyao smiled. I love to hear this sentence. My motto is, whoever provokes me, I will beat him to death if I can beat him, and run away if I can't beat him. My life is important. Sun Huayan was excited. He was simply a confidant. What chivalrous way, what head can be cut off, blood can be shed, and will is unyielding are all nonsense to him. Saving your life is the key. You have to run when you need to run. Ha ha ha. Sun Huayan and Xiang Xinyao looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Xiang Tianyang was also happy and immediately asked Xiang Yanjua to order the kitchen to add more dishes. Brother, I'll go and cook 2 vegetables myself. After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, he ran out of the dining room and walked to the kitchen. Except for Sun Huayan, everyone else had a look of anticipation. I haven't eaten Xiang Xinyao's cooking for more than half a month, and I miss the taste of her cooking. Sun Huayan curled his lips, feeling a little unbalanced. After all, he is a martial saint. Is he only worthy of being entertained by the Grand Tutor's mansion with 2 green vegetables? On the way to the kitchen, Xiang Xinyao used her mind to pull out 2 cabbages, 2 large radishes, and some garlic sprouts from the space. She also took out some seasonings and a few fresh chili peppers. Entering the kitchen, she asked the servants to help her wash the vegetables and peel the radishes. She cut some sausages and bacon. After cutting a plate of sausages and steaming them in the pot, Xiang Xinyao started to cut radishes. Cut the radish into shreds and marinate it with a spoonful of white sugar for a while. While marinating the radish, she washed the bacon and started to slice it thinly. After cutting the bacon, she cut the garlic sprouts for later use. At this time, the radish has been pickled out of a lot of water. Add water to the shredded radish to wash away the excess sugar. After taking it out, put it in a bowl. Add salt, chicken essence, oyster sauce, soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, and sesame oil, and then stir well. Heat oil in a pan. Xiang Xinyao threw 2 dried peppers into the pan and poured the cut bacon into the pan. After the bacon in the pan changes color, pour the garlic sprouts into the pan and fry them with the bacon. The bacon itself is pickled, and no seasoning is needed. What you eat is the original aroma of the bacon. After the garlic sprouts are thoroughly fried, a simple dish of garlic sprouts fried bacon is ready. Clean the frying pan, and Xiang Xinyao stir-fried another vegetarian cabbage. Only salt and matsutake mushrooms are added to the vegetarian cabbage, and nothing else is added. Although the 4 dishes are simple, you can smell the unique aroma from a distance. The bacon and sausage are the meat of the wild boar killed in Dewan village. The meat itself is very fragrant and does not require complicated processing. It is very fragrant when it is simply cooked. The radish and cabbage are all grown in the space, and they are all watered with spiritual spring water, and the taste is also delicious. After cooking, Xiang Xinyao told the servants to start serving the dishes. She washed her hands and walked to the dining hall with 2 dishes. Soon, the servants brought all the dishes to the table. Sun Huayan sniffed and swallowed his saliva secretly. It smells so good. Baby, which dish did you make? Xiang Xinyao pointed to the 4 dishes she made and introduced. This cold radish, steamed sausage, garlic sprouts, fried bacon, and stir-fried cabbage are all made by me. Old man, do you want some wine? Yes, of course. It would be a pity not to have some wine with such good dishes. Xiang Tianyang said, Sure, go and get a jar of daughter's red wine that your father has collected. Okay, I'll get it right away. The Xiang family was naturally happy to have such a master following Xiang Xinyao. Soon, the wine was brought to the table by Xiang Yanjua. Xiang Yanjua personally poured the wine for Sun Huayan. Xiang Xinyao said, Little old man, try the food I cooked. Sun Huayan nodded, picked up the chopsticks, and put a piece of bacon into his mouth. The next second, he widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Baby, how did you cook this meat? How can it be so delicious? It's so delicious. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. Little old man, this is wild boar meat, killed before the new year. I pickled it and made bacon. Sun Huayan looked unconvinced. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have eaten a lot of wild boar meat, but it doesn't taste this good. Emoji Nan said, Senior, don't doubt it. This is indeed wild boar meat. Sun Huayan wrinkled his nose. Boy, don't call me senior all the time. You're baby's fiancé. Call me old man like baby. This name is more intimate. Emoji Nan smiled and nodded. No problem. Try the other 3 dishes. You will never forget them after eating them. Sun Huayan readily stretched out his chopsticks to the steamed sausage, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Isn't this sausage too fragrant? It's a delicacy. Xiang Xinyao said with a smile. Try the cabbage and radish. Don't think the dishes are ordinary. The taste is extraordinary. Sun Huayan shook his head. No, I don't like vegetarian food.
Oh.
Are you still picky about food? Xiang Xinyao picked up the chopsticks, picked up some cabbage, and put it in Sun Huayan's bowl. Eat it for me. Don't be picky. Sun Huayan frowned and looked at the stir-fried cabbage in the bowl with disgust. I really don't like vegetarian food. Xiang Xinyao said seriously. Not eating vegetables is not nutritionally balanced. You are still picky at your age. Do you know what the consequences of not eating vegetables when you are old are? Sun Huayan himself is a doctor, but his medical skills are not top-notch. He is more interested in digging and planting medicinal herbs. He naturally knew the consequences of not eating vegetables, but he was willful, like a picky child, and just didn't like eating vegetables. Turning his head to look at Xiang Xinyao, Sun Huayan saw that Xiang Xinyao had a serious face and somehow stuffed the stir-fried cabbage in the bowl into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times with eyes closed, it didn't taste as bad as I remembered, but rather crispy, sweet, and delicious. This cabbage is so special, isn't it? Why is it completely different from what I ate when I was a teenager? Sun Huayan was not picky about food when he was young, but he had not yet completed his apprenticeship at that time. The conditions in the sect were difficult, and he rarely got to eat meat. He ate vegetarian meals almost every day, which made him see green eyes. Later, after he left his master and earned money, he never ate vegetarian food again. Today, Xiang Xinyao forced him to take a bite, and he suddenly suspected that what he had eaten in the sect before were all rotten vegetable leaves. The cabbage is so delicious, it must be because of my good cooking skills. The reason why the food was so bad before was not because of the cook, but because the food was not fresh. Xiang Xinyao grinned. Of course it's different. I made this cabbage myself. Old man, if you don't eat vegetables, your nutritional intake will not be comprehensive, and it is easy to cause gastrointestinal disorders. Eating more vegetables is good for your health. Sun Huayan laughed dryly. Eat. I will start eating vegetables from today, hee. After saying that, Sun Huayan extended his chopsticks to the cold, shredded radish, picked up a chopstick, and stuffed it into his mouth. Well, it's delicious, sour and spicy, and delicious. If the vegetables I ate before were so delicious, I would never eat only meat. Sun Huayan's speed was very fast, and his chopsticks kept picking up the 4 dishes made by Xiang Xinyao. Emoji Nan and the Xiang family looked at each other, and all picked up their chopsticks to eat. If they didn't eat it, it would be gone. It took half a month for Xiang Xinyao to cook, and we couldn't let the old man Chao Jianqiu make it all. With the 4 dishes made by Xiang Xinyao, Xiang Tianyang's collection of daughters red was not fragrant. Everyone was busy grabbing the dishes to eat, so how could they care about drinking? The 4 dishes made by Xiang Xinyao were quickly eaten up. The most exaggerated one was Sun Huayan. He poured all the remaining soup on the plate into his own bowl, calling it eating with rice. After eating and drinking, Sun Huayan touched his stomach and sighed with satisfaction. Fortunately, I am thick-skinned enough to stick to the baby, otherwise I will never be able to eat such special delicacies in this life. This choice of mine is too wise, ha 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 ha. Emoji Nen said, Little old man, you will have a good time in the future. There are many dishes made by Yaoer that you have never seen before. Really? Sun Huayan's eyes lit up. Can I eat more delicious food? Emoji Nan deliberately tempted. Of course, and the place we are about to go is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It is simply a paradise. In the future, we will grow vegetables, raise pigs, chickens, and ducks by ourselves. We can catch and kill whatever we want to eat. The vegetables in the field can be picked whatever we want to eat. They are very fresh. We can also plant some fruit trees, and when the fruits on the trees are ripe, we can pick whatever we want to eat. Sun Huayan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the blueprint drawn by Mo Nan had already been conceived in his mind. Grandma, that's a happy life like a fairy. The more Sun Huayan thought about it, the more excited he became, and the happier he felt in his later years. He was also a man who knew how to repay his gratitude. Although Wawa only wanted his medicinal seeds, how much was that little medicinal seed worth? No, he had to secretly prepare a generous dowry for Wawa, and he had to pass on his skills to her, so that he would have the nerve to let Wawa take care of him in his old age. Anyway, he had no children or family, so he would treat Wawa as his junior and his relative. Thinking of this, Sun Huayan felt more and more happy. After Mo Nan said goodbye and left, Bai Jing ordered the servants to clean up a guest room for Sun Huayan for him to stay temporarily. Sun Huayan was not in a hurry to teach Xiang Xinyao his skills in the next 2 days. He finally had a few days of leisure, and he had to find a way to get some medicinal seeds for Wawa. After the room was cleaned up, the servant took Sun Huayan to the room. Xiang Xinyao also went back to her room to rest. After entering the room, Xiang Xinyao thought about it, took out a piece of paper and a marker and wrote on the paper, "Do not disturb me while practicing." After writing, she pasted the paper on the door, closed the door, and slipped into the space. After feeding the animals in the space with some vegetables and cornmeal, she went to the supermarket. There were strawberries in the supermarket in the space, and she wanted to collect some strawberry seeds so that she could plant some to satisfy her craving. She took a box of strawberries from the supermarket and went directly to the living room of the suite. She took out a piece of tissue paper and placed it on the table, then found a pair of tweezers, carefully removed the strawberry seeds, and placed them on the tissue paper. This thing is really hard to do. The strawberry seeds are too small. Xiang Xinyao almost became cross-eyed and only got a little bit out. Lingxiao country really doesn't have strawberries. So she can't take the strawberries out now and ask her sister Xiang Xinyu to help her, so she can only do it herself. After an hour, she couldn't stand it anymore. This job is like threading a needle. An hour made her back ache and her eyes sore. After eating all the strawberries with the seeds removed, Xiang Xinyao looked at the pitiful number of seeds on the paper and simply went to get some absorbent paper and a fruit knife. She thinly peeled off the strawberry seeds with the skin and flesh and spread them on the absorbent paper and then ate the strawberries. After working for a while, she finally took out all the seeds from the box of strawberries. Well, she couldn't eat another strawberry. The strawberry seeds on the absorbent paper and paper towels were placed directly on the coffee table, waiting to dry. After washing up in the suite, she flashed out of the space. She took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed. She sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate her internal energy according to the internal energy method of Gyuanlu. Surprisingly, once she practiced the internal energy method of Gyuanlu, she could quickly enter a state of selflessness and throw away everything around her. The next morning, Xiang Xinyu came to Xiang Xinyao's door early. Seeing the paper on her door, Xiang Xinyu turned and went to the kitchen and directly told the kitchen to warm Xiang Xinyao's breakfast in the pot. When Xiang Xinyao woke up from practicing, it was already lunchtime. After practicing all night, her mental state was better than if she had slept for 8 hours, and her whole body felt relaxed and refreshed. Well, she could skip breakfast and have lunch directly. After washing up, Xiang Xinyao went to the dining hall. The servants had already started serving the dishes. The whole family was in the dining hall, but Sun Huayan was nowhere to be seen. Xiang Xinyao frowned and asked, "Where's the old man? He hasn't gotten up yet, has he?" Bai Jing smiled and said, "Child, don't talk nonsense. The old man went out early in the morning and told us not to wait for him for lunch. He will be back before dinner. Didn't he say why he went out? No, please sit down and eat. You haven't had breakfast yet. You must be starving, right?" Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "Mom, I really don't feel that hungry. You have to eat. Xiang Xinyao nodded, turned her head and looked at Xiang Xinyu. Sister, I'm going to the palace after dinner. Do you want to go with me? Xiang Xinyu shook her head. I won't go to the palace. If you want to go somewhere else, I'll go with you. Well, then I'll go to the palace after dinner. You wait for me at home. When I come back from the palace, we sisters will continue to go shopping on Taobao. Okay. Bai Jing asked, Yaoer, what treasures are you going to buy? Mom, those old and valuable things. Xiang Xinyao replied, Well, be careful when you go out.
Got it.
After lunch, Xiang Xinyao went to the palace. She filled up the spiritual spring water used by Hong Tsuelon to boil medicine and checked Hong Tsuelon's physical condition. After re-preparing 2 sets of medicine and giving them to Tang Taiju, she left the palace and returned to the Taifu mansion. Calling Xiang Xinyu, the 2 sisters went to Taobao on East Street again. Days passed by, and Xiang Xinyao lived a fulfilling life every day. In a blink of an eye, it was the end of February. During this period, Xiang Xinyao found a lot of treasures. Sun Huaiyan collected some medicinal seeds and gave them to Xiang Xinyao. The industries under the names of Xiang Yanchen and Mo Jinan have also been dealt with. Moreover, most of Mo Jinan's forces have been successfully transferred, leaving only some elite secret guards to secretly protect everyone's safety when leaving Bianjing. On February 27th, Xiang Xinyao met the master of disguise mentioned by Mo Jinan. She was a beautiful woman in her early 20s. Mo Jinan introduced. Yaoer, she is a master of disguise. Her surname is Su, and her first name is Yan. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly and nodded. Su Yan looked a little cold. When she first met Xiang Xinyao, she just nodded to say hello. Today is the day when Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan entered the palace to save concubine Helian. So, Mo Jinan called Su Yan to disguise Hong Tsuelon. Xiang Xinyao stared at the disguise props Su Yan took out without blinking, her face full of inquiry. Su Yan glanced at Xiang Xinyao and said coldly, Miss Xiang, can you go out first? Good guy, she didn't even let her learn from her master. Xiang Xinyao pouted. Stingy, you can't even take a look, just go out. Su Yan continued to have a blank expression, not even looking at Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao didn't like to make trouble for herself, so she turned and left Hong Tsuelon's room. Outside the door, Tang Taiju and Tang Shelian's eyes were red and tears were in their eyes. They knew that today was the day they would be separated from their mother. Xiang Xinyao walked to Tang Shelian and patted her shoulder gently.
Master.
As soon as Tang Shelian opened her mouth, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Shelian, you should call me sister. Don't call me master. We will be a family in the future. As she said that, Xiang Xinyao hugged Tang Shelian and patted her back gently. Don't cry, be brave, face it with a smile. Otherwise your mother will be worried about you too. Tang Shelian quickly raised her hand to wipe her tears, but as soon as she wiped them, tears flowed out again. Xiang Xinyao hugged her tightly and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, I will prepare more painkillers for your mother. Tang Shelian sobbed and said, I know that mother doesn't have much time left, but I am worried about her. What if she gets sick in the palace and is discovered? When she gets sick and the pain starts, she will roll on the ground in pain, which is easy for people to find out. Xiang Xinyao nodded. I know everything. I will leave her enough painkillers. This is the only thing I can do for her. Sister, woo-woo. Xiang Xinyao encouraged. Okay, wipe your tears. Don't let her see you crying so sadly. You know, your mother did this for you. Your father passed away early, and she raised you. But you are not yet an adult, and she is worried about you. So she chose to save the Queen Mother without hesitation, so that you and your brother can be with the prince. Xiaolian, be strong. Your mother doesn't want to see you like this. Tang Xiaolian sniffed, wiped the tears from her face, and nodded. Sister, thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother would not have been able to sleep well during this period. You're welcome. Okay, go wash your face and say goodbye to your mother. Tang Xiaolian nodded, turned around to get water to wash her face. Although Xiang Xinyao didn't say anything to Tang Taiju, Every word she said was heard by Tang Taiju and remembered in his heart. Tang Taiju also turned around to get water to wash his face. Emojin then came to Xiang Xinyao and asked softly, "Why are you standing outside? Why don't you go in?" Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I don't want to go in? The cold beauty inside didn't give me any face and drove me out. I said that people with such ability are cold and arrogant. You said you would give them to me. I don't think I am worthy of them." Mo Jinnan's eyes were gentle. "Don't worry, they don't know your ability yet. When they know, they will beg to follow you. Also, if they taste the dishes you cook, they will want to follow you even more. Don't worry, take your time, they will follow you willingly." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Let it be. Don't force it." After waiting outside the door for about half an hour, Hong Suelan's door opened. Su Yan poked her head out. "Your Majesty, the disguise is done. Please come in and take a look." Mo Jinnan and Xiang Xinyao walked into Hong Suelan's room together, and Tang Taiju and his sister followed behind. The moment Xiang Xinyao saw Hong Suelan, she felt that the person in front of her was concubine Helian. She had to admit that although this cold beauty in front of her was cold, her disguise skills were really superb. Xiang Xinyao looked at Tang Xiaolian and Tang Taiju. "You brothers and sisters should go and say goodbye to your mother. Hurry up." After that, Xiang Xinyao, Mo Jinnan and Su Yan left the room, leaving the last bit of time for Hong Suelan and her son to say goodbye. Tang Taiju and Tang Xiaolian stepped forward and knelt in front of Hong Suelan with a thump. Hong Suelan's eyes were full of tears, and she choked and bent down to help the two children. "Good children, get up quickly," Tang Taiju said with red eyes. "Mom, let me and my sister kowtow to you. This farewell is a farewell forever." Hong Suelan took a deep breath, forced back her tears, and sat upright on the bed. After Tang Taiju and Tang Xiaolian kowtowed 3 times, Hong Suelan spoke. "Good children, get up, all of you. From now on, when your mother is not by your side, you must listen to the prince and the future princess, and don't cause them any trouble. Good boy, you must take good care of the prince and the future princess, and take good care of yourself in the future. From now on, I am no longer your mother. Remember, if someone asks you in the future, you can only say that you are an orphan without a father or a mother, understand?" The reason why Hong Suelan said this was that she was worried that if her identity was discovered, her 2 children would be implicated. Pretending to be concubine Helian to deceive the emperor is a serious crime that will implicate all 9 generations of the clan. She was unwilling to put her 2 children at risk. Tang Taiju and Tang Xiaolian nodded with tears in their eyes. "Mom, I'll remember it." Hong Suelan said in a strong voice. "Get up, child. Mother doesn't have much time left. Don't cry. Mother has done this without any regrets. Mother, mother." Hong Suelan's eyes were full of love. "Don't cry. If it wasn't for the prince risking his life to save us, how could the 3 of us still be alive? One should be grateful and repay kindness in life. Good child, stay with the prince in the future, and always remember the prince's life-saving grace. Mom can't be with you anymore. You must think twice before doing anything in the future. You will have to walk the future on your own. Mother didn't have many days left to live anyway. If her life could be exchanged for the Queen Mother's safe departure from Bianjing, Mother would die without regrets. Also, you must remember that you are not allowed to return to Bianjing to look for your mother's body, and you are not allowed to build a cenotaph for her clothes and hats. Remember?" Tang Taiju and Tang Xiaolian nodded heavily. "I've remembered." "Well, it's getting late. Let's go and invite the prince in." Tang Taiju turned around and opened the door. At the door, Mo Jinnan and the other 2 were waiting with heavy faces. Seeing the door open, Mo Jinnan and the other 2 entered the room. Looking at Hong Suelan, who was indifferent, Mo Jinnan said, "Aunt, are you ready?" Hong Suelan nodded. "Your Majesty, I am ready." "What should I do?" Mo Jinnan looked at Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao said, "Let your aunt have some sleep." Mo Jinnan nodded and pressed Hong Suelan's sleeping point. Seeing Hong Suelan fall asleep, her 2 children were worried. Xiang Xinyao moved her lips slightly, pretending to chant a spell. And then, with a thought, Hong Suelon disappeared out of thin air. Suyen could no longer maintain her aloof look, and her eyes widened in shock. Where are the people? Just disappeared out of thin air? Isn't this too bizarre? How did she do it? Suyen was completely dumbfounded. When she saw Xiang Xinyao for the first time, she thought that Xiang Xinyao was just beautiful and had an engagement with the prince, which was why the prince was interested in her. However, she didn't expect that although Miss Xiang looked pretty and cute on the surface, her scalp would tingle as soon as she made a move. Suyen couldn't help but ask, "Prince, what's going on?" Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows. Yaoer knows magic. She just used magic to hide her aunt. When she entered the palace, she used magic to make her aunt appear, and then hid my mother and took her out of the palace. Su Yan's eyes changed when she looked at Xinyao, becoming a little fanatical. She and the other three admired the strong. Xiang Xinyao could make people disappear out of thin air. She was definitely the strongest among the strong. But she would never know in her life that the reason why Xiang Xinyao could make people disappear out of thin air was just because God treated her well and gave her a cheat. Mo Jinan nodded and walked to the door with Xiang Xinyao. Su Yan finally experienced the feeling of being treated coldly. It was really uncomfortable. This is karma in this life. More than half an hour ago, she looked at Xiang Xinyao coldly. More than half an hour later, Xiang Xinyao didn't even give her an extra look. She was so curious that she wanted to talk to Xiang Xinyao. But now is really not the time. The prince is in a hurry to save his mother. Mo Jinan and Xiang Xinyao entered the palace and went directly to the bedroom of concubine Helian. Xiang Xinyao bowed obediently. "Your servant greets the concubine." Concubine Helian smiled. "No need to be polite, Yaoer. Come forward and let me take a good look." Xiang Xinyao obediently came to concubine Helian. The more concubine Helian looked at her, the more satisfied she was. "You are worthy of being my future daughter-in-law. You are getting more and more beautiful. You are too kind, Your Majesty." Xiang Xinyao suddenly hugged concubine Helian and whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, I will rescue you today." Concubine Helian was startled and hugged Xiang Xinyao with trembling hands. "Child, are you sure? If you are sure, just say you are tired and want to sleep for a while. Just cooperate with me and leave everything to me."
Okay.
Xiang Xinyao let go of concubine Helian. "Your Majesty, how did you maintain yourself? You look so young. If I didn't know you, I would think you were Ainan's sister." "Child, why are you so sweet? In the future, if Nanner makes you feel wronged, tell me, and I will vent your anger for you." "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Dowager concubine Helian looked at Mo Jinan. "Nana, Yaoer is a good girl. You can't let her down, otherwise I will not forgive you." Mo Jinan nodded. "Mother, I know that Yaoer is so outstanding. If she is lost, she can never be found again." After the three of them chatted for a while, Xiang Xinyao blinked at Dowager concubine Helian. Concubine Helian deliberately yawned. "After chatting for so long, I am also tired. You go back. I will lie down for a while." Xiang Xinyao said seriously, "Has Your Majesty the concubine not been sleeping well recently? Do you often suffer from insomnia and dreaming at night?" Concubine Helian pretended to be shocked. "How do you know?" "I know a little about medicine. I can tell from your face that you don't sleep well. Your Majesty, I will massage your head to relieve your fatigue and let you sleep well." Concubine Helian was full of joy. "That's great. You go into the bedroom with me and rub my head." Xiang Xinyao hurried forward to support concubine Helian and walked to the bedroom together. Entering the bedroom, Xiang Xinyao asked concubine Helian to lie on the bed. With a thought, a small porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. Poured out a sleeping pill, Xiang Xinyao fed it to concubine Helian, then sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out her little hand, and began to massage her head. Not long after, concubine Helian made an even breathing sound. She stood up and pretended to tuck in the quilt for concubine Helian. With a thought, she sent concubine Helian into the space. With another thought, she placed the unconscious Hong Suelon on concubine Helian's bed. In just 2 seconds, Xiang Xinyao swapped concubine Helian and Hong Suelon. After pulling up the quilt, Xiang Xinyao left some painkillers in the quilt before leaving the bedroom. The concubine is asleep. Anan, let's go back. Mo Jinan nodded, glanced at concubine Helian's bedroom, and left with Xiang Xinyao. Having entered the palace, Missouri, Jinan couldn't wait to ask, Yaoer, did it work? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Successful. The next thing is to leave Bianjing as soon as possible. Mo Jinan's face was serious. Don't worry. The imperial edict of exile will come down soon. Your eldest brother took action early this morning, and I have also asked people to send all the evidence to that person. Xiang Xinyao curled her lips. Aren't you afraid that the man will do the opposite and just chop us all off? Mo Jinan rubbed Xiang Xinyao's head. Don't worry. I still have this confidence. It's just that I've been convicted of corruption and bribery and privately discussed state affairs. The amount of corruption is not large, so I won't be beheaded. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. When will the imperial edict of exile come down? Probably early tomorrow morning. Hee, then let's go to the treasury tonight. Xiang Xinyao had a wicked smile on her face. Mo Jinan's eyes lit up. No problem. I'll go to the Taifu mansion to find you at midnight tonight. Okay, I'll take your mother back to the Taifu mansion. Before leaving Bianjing, she can't appear in front of people. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, then I'll go back first.
Wait.
Mo Jinan stopped Xiang Xinyao. There are still some valuable things in my warehouse. You can take them away. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Let's go. Mo Jinan took Xiang Xinyao to the warehouse. After Xiang Xinyao put all the things in the warehouse into the space, she left the palace and walked towards the Taifu mansion. Back at the Taifu mansion, Xiang Xinyao called her father and went straight back to her room. After closing the door, she released concubine Helian from the space and put her on her bed. Concubine Helian had only taken a sleeping pill. Today was the day to rescue her from the palace. She might wake up at any time, so she couldn't stay in the space for a long time. Seeing concubine Helian appear out of nowhere on her daughter's bed, Xiang Tianyang was so surprised that he almost jumped up. The next second, Xiang Tianyang showed ecstasy. Yao you. Xiang Xinyao covered her father's mouth. Dad, please keep your voice down. Xiang Tianyang nodded quickly and blinked his eyes. Fortunately, Yaoer's hand speed was fast enough to cover his mouth in time. Xiang Xinyao let go of her hand. Xiang Tianyang was still excited, but he lowered his voice. Yaoer, you really did it. You really rescued the Queen Dowager. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Yes, Dad, your daughter did it. Well done, Yaoer, that's great. Xiang Xinyao said, Dad, the Queen Dowager's presence in our house is not even allowed to be known by the servants. You go and call my mother and my sister. The Queen Dowager can only be taken care of by the three of us. You're right. Father will go and call your mother and your sister and your second brother. I will feel more at ease if your second brother is watching over her. Don't call me second brother. Xiang Xinyao hurriedly stopped him. Dad, I will ask the old man to secretly protect the Queen Dowager. The old man's martial arts are much higher than my second brother's. So you already had a plan. Okay. Father will go and call your mother and your sister. After Xiang Tianyang finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out, closing the door again. Xiang Xinyao approached concubine Helian and whispered, Your Majesty, wake up. Concubine Helian opened her eyes with a sleepy face, and when she found herself in an unfamiliar environment, most of her sleepiness disappeared instantly. Concubine Helian nodded and asked in a low voice, Yaoer, where am I? Where's Nanner? Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. Your Majesty, you are at my house now. You have come out of the palace. When concubine Helian heard this, the rest of her sleepiness disappeared, and her face was full of excitement. Really? I really came out? Of course it's true. But from now on, you can't call yourself I, and I can't call you Your Majesty. Concubine Helian clasped her hands together, tears flashing in her eyes. That's great, you're finally out. Thank God, Yaoer. Thank you. As for the name, as long as you can get out of that cage, it doesn't matter what you call you. Xiang Xinyao took her hand. Then how should I call you in the future? Concubine Helian touched Xiang Xinyao's little head lovingly. No. My name is Helian Yi, and my nickname at my mother's home is Chiaoer. How about you call me Aunt Xiao? Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Well, Aunt Xiao, before we leave Bianjing, you can't leave this room, and you can't let the servants of the Taifu mansion see you. If you need anything, just tell me, my mother and my sister. Don't worry, we will probably be able to leave Bianjing soon. Concubine Helian asked, Where is Nanner? Where is he? Xiang Xinyao replied, He is in the palace, and I brought you back. I just rescued you from the palace today, and I dare not send you back to the palace. You are in the Taifu mansion, and I can hide you in any situation and no one can find you. Great. Thank you, Yaoer. I finally left that cage. Just then there was a knock at the door. Then, Xiang Tianyang's voice rang out. Yaoer, can Daddy come in? Xiang Xinyao walked out and opened the door. Dad, Mom, Sister, come in quickly. After the three entered the room, Xiang Xinyao closed the door. Xiang Tianyang took Bai Jing and Xiang Xinyu forward and prepared to kneel down to pay their respects. Concubine Helian hurriedly stopped them. Sir Xiang, no. Please get up quickly. Sir Xiang, from now on I am just Yaoer's Aunt Xiao and Nanner's mother. You can't kneel down anymore.
From now on, we are a family.
You are a few years older than me, so I will call you Brother Tianyang and call Madam Sister-in-law. Xiang Tianyang nodded. Okay, then I will be bold and call you Sister Chiaoer. When we leave Bianjing, we will change the name. Concubine Helian nodded, looked at Bai Jing, and excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Bai Jing's hand. Sister-in-law, we haven't seen each other for several years. I haven't seen you since the death of the previous emperor. You must have suffered a lot in order to find Yaoer over the years, right? Bai Jing smiled and shook her head with tears in her eyes. It was all my fault for being careless back then, which allowed the thieves to take Yaoer away. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and let the prince find Yaoer. Alas, it's all in the past, and we will never be separated again in the future. Seeing that she couldn't get a word in, Xiang Xinyao whispered to her father beside her. Dad, you guys stay with Aunt Xiao first. I'll go find the old man.
Go.
Xiang Xinyao opened the door and walked out, closing the door again. Xiang Xinyu couldn't get a word in for a while, so she simply turned around and walked to the door and waited quietly. Today, Sun Huaiyan was going to go out, but was stopped by Xiang Xinyao, who told him not to go out from today. Sun Huaiyan was naturally obedient, but he couldn't stay idle at all, so Xiang Xinyao simply asked him to transplant all the precious flowers and plants in the front and back gardens into pots. When Xiang Xinyao came, Sun Huaiyan and Xiang Yanchen were working hard in the back garden. Little old man, stop working. I have something to talk to you about,
Xiang Xinyao said.
Sun Huaiyan stood up and patted the dirt on his face. Kid, what do you want from me? Go wash your hands and follow me. I have something very important to tell you. When Sun Huaiyan heard that it was an important matter, he immediately went to wash his hands excitedly. After washing his hands and running back to Xiang Xinyao, Sun Huaiyan asked excitedly, Baby, tell me what's important. I will definitely do it for you beautifully. Xiang Xinyao lowered her voice and said, Now you go and hide outside my room and protect the people in the room. Maybe tomorrow, we can leave Bianjing. Is the person in your room important? Very important. Not a single hair can be lost. Understood, baby, don't worry, I will never let the people in your room lose a single hair. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Thank you, old man, you've worked hard. I'm afraid you are the only one who can protect her. Sun Huaiyan waved his hands. What's the hard work of this little thing? Hee, if you really think I'm working hard, when you leave Bianjing, you can make me some side dishes to satisfy my cravings. No problem, when we leave Bianjing and return to my base camp, I promise you can eat delicious food every day. Sun Huaiyan's eyes lit up with a look of anticipation. Arriving outside Xiang Xinyao's door, Sun Huaiyan dodged as fast as a ghost and hid in the dark in an instant. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows, raised the corners of her mouth, and pushed the door to enter the house. Xiang Xinyu's voice rang out. Who is it? Xiang Xinyao laughed. Sister, it's me. Xiang Xinyu then opened the door and smiled awkwardly. Xiang Xinyao gave Xiang Xinyu an appreciative smile and walked to her parents. Aunt Xiao, let my mother and my sister accompany you today. You must not leave this room. Concubine Helian smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Yaoer, I won't leave this room.
Palace.
Mo Jin-nan was reading in the study. Su-yen stood outside his study for a long time, biting her lip, hesitating whether to go forward and knock on the door. Driven by a strong curiosity, she wanted to know what magic is. Why can magic be so mysterious? Can it make people disappear on the spot? But after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't have the courage to go forward and knock on the door. Xiang Xinyao is the prince's fiancé. She didn't give Xiang Xinyao a good face when they first met. Now she wants to know what magic is, but she is too embarrassed to ask. Of course, she is also afraid that Mo Jin-nan will blame her. Alas. Su-yen sighed helplessly and prepared to leave. Mo Jin-nan raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Su-yen, you have been standing at the door for so long. Don't you plan to come in? Su-yen was stunned. Her pretty face flushed a little, but she still plucked up the courage to push open the study door. Mo Jin-nan put down the book in his hand and looked up at Su-yen. Do you want to ask what kind of magic Yaoer is? Su-yen nodded. Yes, your majesty. This king only knows that her magic is similar to magic tricks. As for the principle, this king does not know. Su-yen was confused. Similar to magic tricks? But where can she hide as a big person? Isn't magic tricks all about hiding the things you need on your body? How does she do it? Su-yen's face was full of disappointment. After saying so much, she still couldn't understand magic. Mo Jin-nan narrowed his eyes. Su-yen, are you willing to follow Yaoer? Su-yen suddenly raised her head and looked at Mo Jin-nan in disbelief. Mo Jin-nan continued. Not only you, but the four of you. You can discuss it with them. However, there is no difference between following her and following this prince. Su-yen thought about it, too. Miss Xiang is the prince's fiancée. There is really no difference between following her and following the prince. After not thinking for a long time, Su-yen made up her mind. Prince, I am willing to follow Miss Xiang, and I will tell others. Mo Jin-nan nodded. That's great. You go back and ask them to prepare. They will leave Bianjing in the next 2 days, and maybe they will leave tomorrow. Yes, I will take my leave. Taifu Mansion. Xiang Tianyang and his wife and Xiang Xinyao sisters have been accompanying Concubine Helian. Concubine Helian, who has been under house arrest for a long time, is gradually in a good mood accompanied by Xiang's family. Looking at Xiang Xinyao, she is more and more satisfied and likes her more and more. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao continued to chat with Concubine Helian, waiting for Mo Jin-nan's arrival. After dark, Concubine Helian went to bed. Xiang Xinyao changed into a nightgown and sat cross-legged on a chair to practice. This time, she did not practice the inner strength of return to the origin record. 2 hours later, Xiang Xinyao opened her eyes. She glanced at Concubine Helian on the bed, who was already asleep. At the end of the midnight, Mo Jin-nan, dressed in black, appeared at the door of Xiang Xinyao's room on time. Because it was late at night and there was no moonlight, Sun Huaiyan, who was hiding in the dark, could not see the person clearly. In the middle of the night, someone approached the doll's room. The person was most likely not a good person. Sun Huaiyan swooped down from the roof, bent his 5 fingers on both hands, and grabbed Mo Jin-nan's crown with a tiger descending from the mountain. Mo Jin-nan was shocked and retreated quickly with his light skills. But he was fast, and Sun Huaiyan was even faster. The strong and dangerous pressure made Mo Jin-nan speak anxiously. Little old man, stop it. Sun Huaiyan's hand was just a little bit away from grabbing Mo Jin-nan's skull. When he heard Mo Jin-nan's voice, his hand moved 10 centimeters away, and he turned over like a pigeon and landed steadily on the ground. Stinky boy, if you didn't speak up earlier, I almost hurt you. Fortunately, I didn't kill you. I just wanted to catch you alive. Mo Jin-nan was still frightened. It's the middle of the night. There is no moonlight, and I can't see clearly that it's you. Hee, I didn't see that it was you, stinky boy, but why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming to the doll's room? Mo Nan was about to answer when Xiang Xinyao opened the door. Little old man, the prince and I have something to go out for, so don't ask too much. Protect the people in the house. We will be back soon. Sun Huaiyan waved his hand. Go ahead. Leave the house to me. After that, Sun Huaiyan flashed into the darkness. Mo Nan stretched out his hands to hug Xiang Xinyao's slender waist and flew out of the Taifu mansion in a few sunsets with Qinggong and went straight to the palace. With Mo Nan's skills, it is not possible to fly directly to the treasury. But he grew up in the palace and is familiar with the entire palace. He knows exactly when and where the patrolling imperial guards pass by. Mo Nan took Xiang Xinyao to dodge left and right, successfully avoiding the palace guards and approaching the treasury. The treasury was heavily guarded, with people taking turns to guard it day and night. Moreover, the treasury had no windows and was surrounded by high walls, so it would be extremely difficult to sneak in without making any noise. However, there are high walls around, so one guard only needs to guard the entrance. In other words, Mo Nan and Xiang Xinyao just need to knock down the guards and leave before the next batch of guards arrive to take over. The two hid in the dark, and Mo Nan whispered, Yawa, I'll deal with the guards. Pry open the door lock, and you go in and take away all the valuables inside. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, and a pack of powerful drugs appeared in her hand. Handing the drugs to Mo Nan, Xiang Xinyao smiled evilly. Use this, sprinkle it on the guards, it will work when they smell it, and they will fall down after counting to 3. Mo Nan took the powerful drugs and smiled silently. He had seen the effect of this drug before, but he just didn't think of it just now. Mo Nan approached the treasury gate from the upwind like a ghost, and opened the drug pack when the wind blew. The powder of the drug was very fine, and the breeze blew the powder towards the guards. After Mo Nan silently counted down to 3, the guards fell down almost at the same time. Mo Nan's figure was like a ghost, and when the torches in the hands of the two guards were about to fall to the ground, he was caught steadily. Xiang Xinyao ran over quickly, took out the iron wire that had been prepared long ago, grabbed the lock on the door of the treasury with one hand, and put the iron wire into the keyhole with the other hand, and started to fiddle with it. After a while, there was a crisp sound of click, and the big lock opened.
Montaginnen was schocket.
This is possible? Iron wire can actually be used to open the lock. How many skills does this fiancé have that he doesn't know? However, now is not the time to think about this question. Mo Nan whispered, Yawer, go in quickly, I'll be guarding outside. Xiang Xinyao didn't hesitate, pushed open the door of the treasury, took a torch from Mo Nan's hand and walked in. The treasury was illuminated by torches, and gold, silver, jewelry, and various valuable items were neatly placed on shelves or in boxes. Xiang Xinyao raised the corners of her mouth, and with a thought, she put all the things in the treasury into the space. Not even a hair was left for the emperor. After collecting the property in the treasury, Xiang Xinyao retreated, closed the door, and locked it. Mo Nan picked up the two people who had been holding torches, let them lean against the gate, and then stuffed the torches back into their hands. Xiang Xinyao sprinkled some antidote, but not much, which could wake up the guards within a quarter of an hour. Mo Nan pulled Xiang Xinyao, cleverly avoided the patrolling palace guards, and successfully left the palace. After flying out of the high walls of the palace, Xiang Xinyao finally couldn't help laughing in a low voice. Hee, I'm rich. I've never seen so much gold and silver treasures in my life. No, it should be said that I haven't seen it in 2 lifetimes, but I can't say this. Mo Nan put his arm around Xiang Xinyao's waist, and his qinggong was running to the extreme, and he was in an unprecedentedly happy mood. After sending Xiang Xinyao back to the imperial tutor's mansion, Mo Nan said, Yawer, go back to your room and take a rest. I estimate that the imperial edict of exile will be sent to the imperial tutor's mansion early tomorrow morning. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Okay, you should go back and rest too. Xiang Xinyao shook her head and said, no need. I won't let your mother appear in front of people before it is safe. And your mother is in a weak body. I am afraid she can't bear the fatigue of the journey. Mo Nan nodded. That's great. But it's a pity that exile is not like ordinary travel. Otherwise, you can let your parents and your sister not have to follow us and worry. That's true, but this time with the old man here, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Well, go back and rest quickly. Maybe the whole city will be in chaos tomorrow. You should go back and rest too. After the two separated, Xiang Xinyao returned to her room. The bed was slept by concubine Helian, and she was afraid that she would not sleep well, so she simply took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the chair to practice. The next day, early in the morning, she prepared some light and nutritious breakfast for concubine Helian. After concubine Helian had breakfast, Xiang Xinyao gave her some powerful drugs and sent her into the space. Imperial tutor Xiang and Xiang Yanjua were late in coming back from court. Xiang Xinyao put all the valuables in the imperial tutor's mansion into the space, and then asked Sun Huaiyan to hide in the dark and not show up. Sun Huaiyan understood Xiang Xinyao's intention and hid without hesitation. After making all the necessary preparations, Xiang Xinyao then waited in the main hall with Bai Jing, Xiang Xinyu, and her two brothers. In the palace, Missouri Jinan stood beside Xiang Tianyang and his son with a cold face. Xiang Tianyang and Xiang Yanchen were kneeling in the imperial study, listening to the emperor's long speech with respect on the surface. Xiang Tianyang, I trust you two so much, but I didn't expect that you two would actually join hands with the virtuous king to embezzle and accept bribes and discuss state affairs. You two really disappoint me. Am I not good to you? Aren't the rewards I give you enough? What should I do to satisfy you two? Xiang Tianyang said expressionlessly, Your Majesty, I am innocent. Since I entered the court, I have been honest and upright for half my life, and I am loyal to Your Majesty. When have I ever embezzled a copper coin? It is nonsense to discuss state affairs. Don't you know what kind of people my father and I are? The emperor's face was full of anger, and his fingers kept pointing at the evidence on the desk and said, The evidence is conclusive. Do you want me to use my trust in a person or a thing to judge the case? Alas. The emperor sighed, then changed the subject and continued, My dear Xiang, I really can't find any fault with you in the court over the years. I have always been tolerant of you and your son, but how can you make me feel so disappointed? Alas. Forget it. I consider that you and your son are first-time offenders. The amount of corruption and bribery is not large, and your discussion of state affairs has not caused a big mistake. This time, I will not pursue it. However, your family must let Xiang Xinyao enter the palace today to learn the rules and etiquette. Also, I will decide to let your seventh brother and your daughter cancel their engagement, and in the future, your daughter should stay in the palace. Mo Jinin said coldly, Royal brother, you're going too far. My engagement was made by my father and mother. Why do you say it can be cancelled? The emperor glanced at Mo Jinin coldly, because I am the current emperor. A new emperor has new ministers. How can the daughter of a guilty minister be worthy of marrying a virtuous king as his principal wife? Mo Jinin sneered, Royal brother, whether the daughter of the Xiang family is worthy of marrying me as my principal wife is not up to you, but me. If I say she is worthy, then she is worthy. You are so presumptuous. The emperor said angrily, Since ancient times, marriage has been decided by parents and matchmakers. I am your royal brother, and an elder brother is like a father. Can't I control you? Mo Jinin's eyes became even colder. Brother Royal is right. Since ancient times, marriage is the order of parents and the words of matchmakers. This prince is also following the order of the royal father to fulfill the marriage contract with Xiang Xinyao of the Xiang family. Why does my royal brother ignore my wishes and force me to cancel the engagement with Xiang Xinyao? Don't you think highly of the marriage contract made when our father was alive? I don't think highly of it. The emperor glared at Mo Jinan. If the Xiang family father and son were innocent, I would naturally be happy to see your marriage. But now, the Xiang family's daughter is the daughter of a guilty minister. How can she marry into the royal family? Oh. Mo Jinan smiled faintly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Then my brother insisted on letting Xiang Xinyao enter the palace. What is his purpose in staying in the palace in the future? Can the daughter of a guilty minister enter the palace as a concubine? I didn't say to let the Xiong family's daughter enter the palace as a concubine. Then my brother means to let Xiong Xinyao enter the palace as a maid? My brother, she is the daughter of the Grand Tutor. It's inappropriate for you to let her enter the palace as a maid, right? I didn't say to let Xiong Xinyao enter the palace as a maid. What does my brother mean? Neither to enter the palace as a concubine, nor to enter the palace as a maid. Does my brother just want the Xiong family's daughter to enter the palace as a dresser? The janitor is a starting position without rank, and all are promised to be of the 9th rank. The emperor frowned. This wise king was really aggressive today. Xiong Tianyang and Xiong Yanjua's faces turned black. Not to mention entering the palace as a concubine, even if she became the queen, as long as Yaoer didn't want to, the Xiong family wouldn't force her. The emperor should give up on this idea as soon as possible, as he is just a dresser. Even if the Xiong family died, they would never agree to let Yaoer enter the palace. The emperor Xiong Tianyang glanced at her and said, I just want the Xiong family's daughter to come to the palace to learn the rules and etiquette, and let her and Xiong Yuqing be a companion. What's wrong with that? Mo Jinnan looked at the emperor with a half-smile, but his voice was bone-chillingly cold when he spoke. Brother, how did Xiong Yuqing enter the palace? You haven't forgotten, have you? How can a merchant's daughter enter the harem? A trace of embarrassment flashed across the emperor's face. The daughters of merchants are not allowed to enter the palace. This is the rule set by the founding emperor of Lingxiao Kingdom. But now, the emperor not only took the merchant's daughter into the harem, but also wanted to force Xiong Tianyang to send his daughter into the palace on charges of corruption, bribery, and discussing state affairs. The emperor said as a matter of course, I allowed Xiong Xinyao to enter the palace only to atone for the sins of her father and brother. Xiong Tianyang said, Your Majesty, since you believe that I and my son are guilty, then it is I and my son who should atone for our sins. How can my daughter atone for our sins? Don't let the disaster affect my family, Your Majesty. The emperor looked at Xiong Tianyang fiercely. So you want to take responsibility for your crimes yourself? Xiong Tianyang raised his head and looked directly at the emperor. I am innocent. Since the emperor wants to convict me, I can only bear the consequences. But if you want me to sell my daughter for fame, I cannot do it. Xiong Yanjua also had a firm face. I only have this one sister, and I lost her for 11 years. I finally found her with great difficulty. I can't sell my sister for fame. The emperor looked at Mo Jinnan and said, 7th brother, don't you consider your mother's situation? Mo Jinnan was startled, with hidden anger flashing in his eyes. Although the real mother has been rescued, Hong Tsuelan's life is also a life. It was this expression of Mo Jinnan that made the emperor think that he could still use concubine Helian to control Mo Jinnan. Little did he know that he would soon find out that all his calculations would fail and his comfortable days would be over. Mo Jinnan's cold voice became even colder. Royal brother, don't go too far. Don't forget that my mother is my father's concubine and your elder. The emperor was arrogant. So what? My father has passed away for so long. Your mother did not accompany my father to the grave. It is already my mercy. It is true that Xiong Xinyao is your fiancé, but once I decree to cancel the engagement, do you dare to disobey my order? It is an honor for the Xiong family that I like their daughter. Humph. Don't be ungrateful. You must know that corruption, bribery, and discussing state affairs will lead to exile. Mo Jinnan and Xiong Tianyang were waiting for this sentence from the emperor. Xiong Tianyang said expressionlessly, I would rather go into exile than let my daughter, whom I found with great difficulty, atone for the sins of me and my son. The emperor's face instantly became extremely ugly. Xiong Tianyang, don't think I won't let you go into exile. You should know that it's not just you and your son who will be exiled, but also your wife and your other children. And there's also your daughter, whom you found with great difficulty. Xiong Tianyang kowtowed and smiled indifferently. Your Majesty, my daughter grew up in a poor countryside. She doesn't know any rules or etiquette, and she doesn't have any talent. She's a wild child. If you let her enter the palace, isn't that asking for her life? The emperor narrowed his eyes dangerously. Do you have the heart to let her suffer the pain of having her property confiscated and exiled with you? Of course I can't bear it, but there's nothing I can do. I would rather let her suffer than watch her die. How can she die if she enters the palace? As long as she enters the palace, I will naturally protect her? Xiang Tianyang smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, you can protect her at ordinary times, but what if you want to kill her? Why should I take her life for no reason? Your Majesty, I know my daughter well. She is not bound by rules and etiquette. What if she contradicts the Empress Dowager, the Queen, and you? The Emperor was startled. He knew very well that if Xiang Xinyao really contradicted the Empress Dowager or the Queen, he really couldn't protect her. But he still didn't want to give up having a peerless beauty like Xiang Xinyao. If he missed such a beauty, he would regret it for the rest of his life and would never forget it for the rest of his life. So, the Emperor said stubbornly, I am the king of a country. How can I have the face to sit in this position if I can't even protect a woman? Mo Jinan didn't give the Emperor any face at all and sneered, Royal brother, aren't there many women who died behind the scenes and at the hands of the Queen? Why don't you protect them? They deserve it. They don't deserve it, it's just that you are tired of them and don't like them anymore. Brother, don't make excuses for your fickleness. The Emperor's face turned completely black, and he looked at Xiang Tianyang more fiercely, full of threats. Xiang Tianyang, are you really willing to take your daughter into exile then let your daughter enter the palace and continue to be your tutor? Xiang Tianyang said indifferently, Your Majesty, I have owed my daughter for 11 years and can't force her anymore. I would rather take her into exile than go against her wishes. Okay. The Emperor gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Very good. Then all of you will be exiled to me, including the wise king. Get out of here. The Emperor was gambling. He was gambling that Xiang Tianyang would not bear to let his daughter go into exile and suffer, and he was also gambling that Mo Jinan would not let go of his mother. Of course, Mo Jinan couldn't let the Emperor see any clues. With red eyes, he asked angrily, Brother, do you really not care about the relationship between brothers? Do you want to be so heartless? A hint of pride flashed across the Emperor's eyes. I gave you a chance. Mo Jinan sneered. Okay, very good. Don't regret your decision today. In fact, Mo Jinan was also testing the Emperor, while also giving him a chance. If he could stop before it was too late, Mo Jinan wouldn't mind continuing to help him protect Lingxiao Kingdom in the future. After all, Lingxiao Kingdom was the kingdom that his ancestors fought for at the risk of their lives, and he didn't want to see his brother destroy the hard work of his ancestors. Not to mention how much he respected and loved his ancestors, at the very least his father loved him very much. He was especially satisfied with the marriage arranged by his father. Mo Jinan had no interest in the throne, and he was even less willing to be confined to that square city. Unfortunately, the Emperor still disappointed him. The Emperor sneered, I will never regret it. It is you who should regret it. You have such a good life of wealth, and you insist on going into exile and suffering. Then I will grant your wish. Someone come here. 2 guards enter the imperial study. I'm here. Take them back to the palace and the Taifu's house respectively, and let the Minister of Revenue take people to confiscate their homes and exile their families to the southern border. I obey your command. Mo Jinan was delighted when he heard it. The southern border is not too far from Yunqing, about 7 or 8 days' journey. He didn't care about the officers and soldiers who escorted the exiles. As long as he wanted, he could get rid of those officers and soldiers at any time and then change the route to Yunqing. Mo Jinan and the other 2 were invited out of the Emperor's imperial study by the guards. Yes, it was invited, not escorted. The Emperor looked at the backs of Mo Jinan and the other 2 as they left. His eyes became colder and colder, and even full of murderous intent. He gritted his teeth in his heart. Mo Jinan, you are not willing to give me even a woman, then I can only let you go without return. And your mother, I will let you know how miserable her death was. If Mo Jinan didn't leave Bianjing, the Emperor would not dare to touch concubine Helian. Even if Mo Jinan left Bianjing, he would not dare to act blatantly, but he could act secretly. Concubine Helion was still the emperor's elder on the surface, so he could only act secretly and could not let anyone outside know. Even if his people knew, he would kill them without hesitation. If the Xiong family dared not to follow his wishes, he would make the Xiong family pay the price. Taifu Mansion. Xiong Xinyao and her two brothers couldn't wait for their father and eldest brother to come back, so they went to the door and waited anxiously. Xiong Xinyao narrowed her eyes when she saw a large group of soldiers. Second brother, third brother, the house search is coming. Xiong Yanlin shrugged. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Xiong Yanchen raised his eyebrows. If they can't find anything valuable when they search the house later, I wonder if they will be angry to death. Xiong Xinyao. They deserve to be angry to death. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Zhang, held his head high and walked towards the Taifu Mansion step by step. The house search of the Taifu Mansion was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. Lord Zhang and Xiong Tianyang were at odds because Xiong Tianyang was too fair and honest. He couldn't get any benefits in front of Xiong Tianyang, so he hated Xiong Tianyang. Lord Zhang wanted to catch the people of the Taifu Mansion off guard and would not let the Xiong family take away any valuables. So as soon as he entered the Taifu Mansion, Lord Zhang ordered the soldiers to control all the people in the Xiong family and let the Xiong family watch him search the Xiong family's house in the yard. Of course, it was impossible for the Xiong family to let the emperor search their house and get nothing. Long before, Xiong Xinyao had replaced all the valuable vases and ornaments in her home with those 9.9 yuan special crafts in the space supermarket. All the bacon and sausages in the kitchen were put into the space, leaving only some greenhouse vegetables in the supermarket. As for the warehouse, Xiong Xinyao put several boxes of sweet potatoes. Even the palace was completely replaced by her. Lord Zhang walked up to Xiong Tianyang and said with a smug look on his face, Xiong Tianyang, I didn't expect that you would have this day, right? Don't worry, I will definitely be fair and honest, and I will never leave you a penny. Xiong Tianyang turned his head away, not even bothering to give Lord Zhang a glance. Xiong Xinyao said, Sir, you don't have to be polite. You don't have to keep a single penny. Our family is so poor that we can't afford anything valuable. Just take it. As she said that, she took off the silver hairpin on her head and handed it to Lord Zhang. I will also hand it over to you. Bai Jing and Xiang Xinyu also took the initiative to take off the silver hairpins on their heads and handed them to Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang was confused. What was the Xiang family doing? When raiding other people's homes, others would like to keep more valuable items, but only the Xiong family took the initiative to hand over the silver hairpin on their heads. Xiong Tianyang couldn't help but say, Please forgive me, Lord Zhang. In order to find my daughter, my Xiong family has spent a lot of money and has already pawned all the valuable items in the house. Only these 3 silver hairpins are worth a few dollars. Lord Zhang looked unconvinced. He didn't believe that there were only 3 silver hairpins left in the Taifu Mansion. But when the soldiers took out the items in the Xiong family's house one by one, Lord Zhang was dumbfounded. Apart from some crudely made vases and ornaments and 3 boxes of sweet potatoes, nothing else of value was found. Lord Zhang's face darkened. Xiong Tianyang, you are also an official in the court. You know that hiding money is aggravated by crime. You'd better take it all out for me. Xiong Tianyang rolled his eyes. Lord Zhang, what kind of money can my Xiong family hide? Where can it be hidden? The emperor just ordered a confiscation of the family. You have been following me. Which eye of yours saw my Xiong family hiding money? Lord Zhang choked. Xiong Tianyang had been under his nose since he came out of the palace. It was indeed impossible for him to hide money. But he would not believe that the Xiong family was penniless even if a knife was placed on his neck. Huan Bianjing didn't know that the father and son of the Xiong family were officials in the court and the other one was a businessman. How could such a family be so poor? Is it possible? But the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. The soldiers in charge of the confiscation were also dumbfounded. It was really the first time they saw a family of a first-rank official so poor. After a long while, the soldier reported, Sir, we didn't find any valuables. They might be hidden in a secret room or compartment in the basement. Lord Zhang looked at Xiang Tianyang with ill intention. Xiang Tianyang shrugged. You can search and find anything you want. It's your job to dig deep. Lord Zhang said gloomily. Xiang Tianyang, you'd better cooperate with me and tell me where the entrance to the dark room is. Otherwise, don't blame me for making things difficult for you, the Xiang family. Xiang Tianyang smiled calmly. Sure. The three of you take Lord Zhang to open the dark room. The three brothers of the Xiang family nodded and took the initiative to lead the soldiers to open the dark rooms and compartments in their rooms. When all the dark rooms and compartments were opened, the soldiers were all dumbfounded. The dark rooms and compartments were cleaner than their faces, and there was nothing in them. When the soldiers reported the situation in the dark rooms and compartments to Lord Zhang was stunned for a long time. Then he was furious. Xiang Tianyang, where's your property? What property? Xiang Tianyang said innocently. I am an honest official. The salary given by the court is not enough to support my family. I can only sell the real estate and land deeds awarded by the court to make a living. How can I have spare money to buy property?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Lord Zhang was in disbelief, but he could only accept his fate when he couldn't find anything. Xianwang Mansion. The people who searched the house didn't find anything valuable, only some worthless sweet potatoes. The officials in charge of the house search were so angry that they cursed. The only thing that was still valuable was the military power handed over by Mo Jinan. The servants left in the two mansions were loyal and willing to follow their masters to death. After the house search was over, Xiang's family and Mo Jinan were escorted out of Bianjing by officers and soldiers. The man in the palace drank tea leisurely and couldn't even read the memorials. I just want to know how much property was confiscated from the prince's mansion and the Taifu's mansion as soon as possible. But before evening, the person in charge of the house search returned to the palace to report. When the emperor saw the official in charge of the house search, he pretended to be indifferent, but he was very excited in his heart. How is the situation? Are there countless gold, silver, jewelry, real estate deeds? Lord Zhang shrank his neck. Your Majesty, all the things seized are outside. Please take a look. The emperor put down his teacup and stood up leisurely, not wanting outsiders to see how excited he was at the moment. But when he saw the countless sweet potatoes and a pile of worthless junk brought back by the soldiers, he almost died of anger. The prince's mansion and the Taifu mansion have no valuables, let alone house deeds and land deeds. Is this possible? There are a lot of lands awarded by the court alone. How much money must be spent to squander the family property to only have sweet potatoes and a pile of junk? The emperor was furious. How is it possible? Only these few pieces of junk were seized from the mansions of the dignified Xianwang and the Taifu? Are you sure you didn't hide anything? Everyone knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please be wise. I have never hidden anything. Where are they? Where are Xianwang and Taifu Xiang? Lord Zhang replied, They've been escorted out of the city by soldiers. What did you say? Out of the city? Lord Zhang shrank his neck again. Your Majesty, it was you who ordered that Xianwang and Xiang's family be escorted out of the city as soon as possible. Did I order that? When did I order that? Yes, Your Majesty, you ordered that this morning. Xianwang and Xiang's father and son were present at the time. It's over. What did he do wrong? Lord Zhang always acted strictly in accordance with the emperor's orders. Why did he make the emperor angry again? The emperor said angrily, Mo Jinan has been demoted to a commoner. Where did the virtuous king of Lingxiao come from? Lord Zhang kowtowed and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was a slip of the tongue. Please punish me. The dog emperor really fell for this. No matter whether the other party is right or wrong, as long as the other party immediately bows his head, he can easily calm down and show his magnanimity. In fact, it just satisfies his vanity. The vanity of stepping on everyone in the world and making everyone in the world crawl at his feet. The emperor has begun to regret not letting Xiang's family and Mo Jinan leave the city so soon. He would never believe that the two families have no property. It must be hidden somewhere? As long as they are left to torture, he doesn't believe that the two families will not confess. But the king is not joking. The words have been spoken, and he can't let anyone catch them back. Anyway, he still has the trump card of concubine Hellion in his hand, and Mo-Jin-nan will come back sooner or later. The emperor asked again, "Have you searched their bodies? Are you sure they didn't bring any valuables with them?" Lord Zhang nodded. "Your Majesty, we have searched them all. I am sure they didn't bring any valuables with them." The emperor waved his hand and said, "Go down. I will take my leave." Outside the city of Bianjing, for Xiang Tianyang and his wife, Xiang Xinyu, and those servants who don't know martial arts, it was indeed very hard to walk. Others who know martial arts have it much easier. Seeing her parents, sister, and those servants suffering, Xiang Xinyao couldn't bear it, and her eyes rolled. "We have to find a way to let the soldiers take off the handcuffs and shackles from them." The four people that the old man Sun Huaiyan and Mo-Jin-nan were going to give to Xiang Xinyao were hiding in the dark. Especially Su Yan and the other four, their eyes stayed on Xiang Xinyao. Although the other three had just met Xiang Xinyao today, after hearing Su Yan talk about her, the three of them were very interested in getting to know Xiang Xinyao. Business genius Qin Mue frowned and asked, "Su Yan, has that little girl reached the age of marriage? Is she really as capable as you said?" Su Yan said unhappily, "Do you think I'm a liar? When have I ever lied to you?" Chiman Duanjia Master Gu Yuntian said, "You really didn't lie, but you said that this little girl could make a living person disappear out of thin air. I really can't imagine that there is such a skill in the world." Perfume Master Mo Launching agreed, "I can't imagine that there are such fantastic things in the world. That's a living person, not a small object that can be hidden on the body." Su Yan pouted. The prince said that Miss Xiang's magic is not an ordinary trick. The two cannot be confused. For a talk, Mo Launching said with a smile, "If she really has this ability, I would like to follow her, but I have to see her abilities in other aspects." Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Her medical skills are also quite powerful. You all know Aunt Hong's illness. She rolls on the ground in pain. Her medicine can relieve Aunt Hong's pain. Mo Launching smiled. "With these two skills, it is worth it for me to follow her. I am now looking forward to formally contacting her." Gu Yuntian raised his eyebrows. "I am looking forward to it too." Qin Mue smiled. "I wonder if she will be disgusted with me, who is full of the smell of money?" Sun Huaiyan, who is highly skilled in martial arts, had already discovered the four people, and with his keen hearing, he could vaguely hear the conversation between the four people. But he hid so well that the four people didn't notice him. Sun Huaiyan complained in his heart, "It is your blessing to be able to follow my baby. The dishes cooked by my baby are so delicious that you won't feel the pain even if you bite your tongue. Even I have to act like a rogue to follow the baby. If you want to follow her, she might not want to. Humph. You guys should be happy that you can follow the doll." To put it bluntly, exile means making the prisoners suffer. It was impossible for Mo-Jin-nan and his group to stay in an inn at night, so they had to sleep outdoors. But for Mo-Jin-nan and his group, sleeping outdoors was not really that hard. It was already past dinner time, but the officers and soldiers insisted that they wait until dark before they could rest and eat. They said they were going to have a meal, but in fact, it was just a black steamed bun made of whole grains, and they were not even given any water. Xiang Xinyao looked at the black, grain-filled steamed bread in her hand and raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Is this for human consumption?" The leading soldier said arrogantly, "It's good to have something to eat. Don't forget that you are prisoners now. You can eat it or not. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me." After that, the soldier rudely snatched the coarse grain-steamed bread. Xiang Xinyao was not annoyed. "Hey, the officer also eats this black coarse grain-steamed bread? TSK, 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 it's really pitiful. Forget it, I won't eat this thing. You eat it. I don't have any other skills, but I know a little magic. I can't do anything else, but it's no problem to make some food and drink." When the officers and soldiers heard it, they thought Xiang Xinyao was mentally ill. They looked at Xiang Xinyao with contempt and turned to the side. He wanted to see what food and drink the group of people with cleaner pockets than their faces could make. Xiang Xinyao said with a smile, "Brother, second brother, You guys light a fire. Let's boil some water to make instant noodles. Boil water to make instant noodles? The officers and soldiers looked disdainful. There is no pot. How can they boil water? Besides, can noodles be eaten after soaking? This daughter of the Xiang family is indeed a fool. However, the three brothers Xiang Yanjua obediently went to find firewood to make a fire. Xiang Xinyao asked Emoji Nan to bring a few stones, pile them into a semicircle, and then make a fire in the semicircle. After the fire was lit, Xiang Xinyao began to mutter, "And Yuan, Balala, the little magic fairy is possessed. Magic changes." After reciting the spell, Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, pointed her finger at the stove surrounded by stones, and an iron pot appeared out of thin air on the fire. Officers and soldiers. W. Su Yan and the other four. The old man's son Huayan. Oh.
Ooh.
Xiang Xinyao continued to mumble the spell, and another pot of clear water appeared out of thin air in the pot. This time, everyone was petrified. Emojinan. Wow, Yaoer's magic is really amazing. Even water can be made. Xiang Xinyao has 100% trust in her family, Emojinan and the old man, so she dared to be so blatant. Of course, there is another reason. She wants to persuade all the officers and soldiers to defect. If she can't persuade them to defect, she will deal with them on the spot. With the old man secretly protecting her, and Emojinan and Xiang Yanlin, she is not afraid of the officers and soldiers doing bad things. Soon, the water will boil. Xiang Xinyao continued to chant the spell and took out many boxes of instant noodles from the space. Tear open the package and pour the seasoning packet into the instant noodles. Add water to the boil, then cover the lid and fix the lid with a fork. After a while, the instant noodles that were soaked first are ready to eat. Open the paper cover, and the unique aroma of the instant noodles will instantly spread around. I have to admit that the aroma of instant noodles is quite tempting. People who understand know that it is good for your mouth but not for your body. It will not be so delicious after eating it a few times. But Lingxiao country does not have instant noodles, and the people of Lingxiao country cannot make that unique aroma. In the era of food shortage, even soldiers often do not have enough food and warm clothes. The soldier holding the dry pancake in his hand greedily sniffed the tempting aroma in the air. His Adam's apple kept rolling. You could even hear the sound of swallowing saliva. The leading soldier swallowed saliva frantically, but he refused to admit that he was the real idiot. He glanced at the soldier next to him, and with a look, the soldier next to him understood immediately. If it weren't for the leader standing next to him, he would have been unable to resist. Now receiving the leader's eyes, the soldier immediately called other soldiers and prepared to grab the instant noodles that Xinyao had prepared. However, just as the soldiers were about to move, Sun Huayan and Su Yan, who were hiding in the dark, moved at the same time. Sun Huayan was the fastest. His figure was as fast as a ghost, and only a white shadow could be seen flashing. In an instant, all the soldiers were acupunctured by him. When Su Yan, Mo Lanqing, and the other four appeared, Sun Huayan had already acupunctured all the soldiers. Sun Huayan sniffed and said nonchalantly, "This smell is killing me. Baby, give me 2 bowls." Xiang Xinyao nodded with a smile. "No problem, but I'm afraid 2 bowls are not enough for you. If 2 bowls are not enough, then 3 bowls. Anyway, I have to eat until I'm full. Don't worry, as much as you want." Sun Huayan turned his head to look at Su Yan and the other 3, and said proudly, "If I wasn't thick-skinned enough, baby wouldn't want me to follow her. Only the 4 of you are still picky. My baby can't follow anyone who wants to follow." Su Yan and the other 4 pulled the corners of their mouths at the same time. Seniors with such high martial arts skills have to be thick-skinned to follow Miss Yang, so aren't they completely hopeless? At the same time, it also proves that Miss Yang is extraordinary and definitely has extraordinary shining points. I wonder if there's still a chance if she is thicker-skinned than the seniors with high martial arts skills? The 4 of them looked at Xiang Xinyao expectantly. Xiang Xinyao pretended not to see and continued to tear the seasoning packet of instant noodles. "Isn't it just Sundra?"
Who wouldn't be?
When dealing with capable and tsundere people like Su Yan, you just can't show that you care about them. Su Yan was so regretful now that she regretted her cold attitude when she first met Xiang Xinyao. But now is not the time for her to regret and feel annoyed. She must find a way to make amends. Seeing Xiang Xinyao tearing the seasoning packet, she hurried forward to help. However, there were people who were faster than her. Mo Lanqing, Qin Mue, and Gu Yuntian came up with smiles on their faces. Miss Xiang, leave this little thing to us. You should go and have a rest. Mo Lanqing said with a sweet smile. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Xiang Xinyao saw that Mo Lanqing and the other two were all smiling, so she naturally smiled as well. No need to call me that. You are older than me, so we can just call each other equals. My name is Xiang Xinyao. May I know how to address you as sister? Mo Lanqing was flattered by Xiang Xinyao calling her sister. She said respectfully, Your subordinate Mo Lanqing greets the master. Xiang Xinyao was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, Sister Mo, there is no need to be like this. I'm just an exiled prisoner now. If you don't mind, we can call each other sisters and it will be the same in the future. Mo Lanqing shook her head repeatedly. No, there is a difference between the superior and the inferior, and I dare not overstep the line. Xiang Xinyao showed a charming smile. If I say we can call each other sisters, then we can be sisters. We will be a family in the future. Hee, I also expect you, as my sister, to protect me more. After that, Xiang Xinyao kept raising her eyebrows and blinking mischievously, which made Mo Lanqing, who loved to laugh so hard that she shook with laughter. But she still refused. Master, I really can't. I was given to you by the prince, so I can only call you master. Xiang Xinyao looked at her straight in the eyes. Since Anan gave you to me, you are mine, and I have the final say over my people. Just call me by my name. Anyway, we are all farmers in the future, and our status is equal, including Anan, so don't call me prince anymore. So, don't call me master either. Mo Lanqing looked at Mo Jinnan, who nodded slightly, and she smiled and agreed. Then I will obey your command, Sister Yaoer. That's right. Qin Mue hurried forward. Miss Xiang, my name is Qin Mue. Like Miss Mo, I was given to Miss Xiang by Mr. Mo. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Brother Qin. Qin Mue was floating, and his mouth corners were almost stretched to his ears. Sister Yaoer. Gu Yuntian pulled Qin Mue away and said, Miss Xiang and me, my name is Gu Yuntian. Xiang Xinyao smiled. Brother Gu. Gu Yuntian was also floating. Thank you, Sister Yaoer. Su Yan bit her lower lip, and she usually didn't smile, but she forced a smile. Miss Xiang, I'm sorry, I apologize to you for my attitude yesterday. Xiang Xinyao smiled indifferently. I didn't take it to heart. If I guessed correctly, your usual personality is like this, right? Mo Lanqing said with a smile. Sister Yaoer, her usual temperament is indeed a bit cold. I have known her for many years, and I have hardly seen her smile. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Sister Su, how about we do it together? Su Yan was startled, and then she was ecstatic. Oh my God! Miss Xiang actually forgave her. It was such a great honor that he didn't treat the four of them as his subordinates. Su Yan smiled. This time it was a smile from the heart, and her smile was very bright and beautiful. Qin Mue smiled and joked. Wow, what a wonder in the world. The iceberg beauty, who never smiles, actually smiled, and she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Su Yan glared at Qin Mue fiercely, then put on a smile on her face again, squatted down and learned to make instant noodles with Xiang Xinyao. Sun Huaiyan felt unbalanced. In order to follow Wawa, he acted coquettishly and acted pitiful and did everything he could so that Wawa agreed to let him follow. But these four young people easily got Wawa's recognition. It's so unfair, he said sullenly. Wawa, how do we deal with these soldiers? Or just get rid of them on the spot. We can get on the road faster. When the soldiers heard this, cold sweat instantly wet their backs. It's over. It's easier for such a master to kill them than to kill a chicken. This time, escorting the prisoners is just putting your head on your belt and risking your life. When the soldiers heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiang Xinyao with gratitude. Thank the living Bodhisattva for saving their lives. Now that they have been acupunctured, it is easier for someone to kill them than to pinch an ant to death. However, they are not comfortable smelling the tempting fragrance in the air. They thought that eating sesame cakes would be much better than eating black, hard, and difficult to swallow coarse grain-steamed bread like Xiang Xinyao and his group. Just kidding, the white-haired old man is not easy to mess with at first glance. If you make him angry, you don't know how your head will fall to the ground. Besides, who doesn't know that Mo Jinan is a strong martial artist? And Xiang Yanlin, he is also a master who can deal with all their soldiers alone. Xiang Xinyao brought 2 boxes of instant noodles, one for Xiang Tianyang and one for Bai Jing. Dad, Mom, you eat first, there's more if you're not satisfied. Xiang Tianyang and his wife took the instant noodles with a smile on their faces. Bai Jing said, Yaoer, how come this noodle is so magical? You can eat it just by soaking it in boiling water, and this bowl looks very strange. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly, Mom. This is all made by my daughter using magic. It's called instant noodles. The main point is convenience. In fact, this kind of noodles is not difficult to make, but you should try to eat less of this noodle. Eating too much will have a certain impact on the body. It's okay to eat it occasionally. Xiang Xinyu instantly became interested. Sister, how is this instant noodle made? First, knead the flour into noodles, then steam them, apply oil, then fry them, cool them, and then package them. It sounds simple, but I think it shouldn't be easy to make. Xiang Xinyao smiled. It's really not easy. In modern times, instant noodles are mass-produced by machines, which is really simple. But in ancient times, everything was made by hand, which was not easy. Business wizard Qin Mue frowned and thought, listening to Xiang Xinyao's production process, it was not too complicated to make. But it is really convenient when you want to eat it. If you can make such noodles, it should be very popular if you do business with it. But the packaging is a bit difficult for him. He believes that he can make noodles, but he is really powerless to package them. And the seasoning packet, how can the seasoning inside not go bad? This is a very headache problem. However, Qin Mue's reputation as a business wizard is not for nothing. He will get to the bottom of the problem that he can't figure out. Sister Yaoer, what is the bowl of this instant noodle made of? Xiang Xinyao replied, Brother Qin, even if I tell you this material, you may not know it, and you can't make it at all. What kind of rare material is it? The main materials are polystyrene, polyethylene, and polypropylene, and stabilizers must be added to avoid deformation after heating. You really can't make this. Qin Mue. Good guy, let alone understand. He doesn't even know what Xiang Xinyao said. This business is not easy to do. However, if the bowl can't be made, he can find another way. What really troubled him was the seasoning packet. Qin Mue asked again, how is this seasoning packet made? This one that breaks when you tear it is made of the ingredients? Xiang Xinyao picked up the seasoning packets and explained to Qin Mue one by one. This one contains salt, MSG, chili powder. This one contains dehydrated vegetables. This one contains cooking oil, beef flavoring. Qin Mue. Winky face dizzy. I've never heard of many of these things. It seems like this business is really not going to work. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Could it be that Brother Qin wants to start an instant noodle business? Qin Mue touched his nose awkwardly. I do have this idea, but I have never heard of many of the things you mentioned. I am afraid I can't do it. Xiang Xinyao nodded. You really can't make it exactly the same, but you can make some adjustments. For example, you can just make bread and have people buy it, soak it in boiling water, add some vegetables and meat sauce or eggs, and then eat it. Fry the meat a little drier, fry the meat sauce a little salter, and add more oil. As long as the oil can cover the meat sauce, it can be kept for a long time without going bad. And you can also make non-fried instant noodles, which are healthier. Qin Mue's eyes lit up instantly. He really didn't have to make those things that he couldn't make. As long as he could make the pancakes, he would definitely make a lot of money. It's a pity that there is nothing suitable to put the meat sauce in. Otherwise, it might be more popular among the people if it was sold together with the meat sauce. If there is something that can seal the meat sauce and add enough seasoning, then the meat sauce and bread can be soaked together and eaten. But there are always more solutions than problems. It's still early now. Think about it slowly and study it slowly. Maybe you can come up with a good solution. Suddenly, Xiang Tianyang exclaimed, "Delicious! This instant noodle is really delicious. So delicious." Bai Jing also nodded in agreement. "It's really delicious. I've lived for half my life, but this is the first time I've eaten such delicious noodles." Sun Huaiyan couldn't wait to pick up a box of instant noodles and start eating. When a mouthful of noodles entered his mouth, the old man squinted his eyes in enjoyment.
Wow.
Delicious. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is the most delicious noodles I've ever eaten, baby. I want to eat 3 bowls. Xiang Xinyao replied with a smile. No problem, let alone 3 bowls. As long as you can eat it, 100 bowls are not a problem. Haha. Being thick-skinned has its advantages. If it weren't for following the baby, where would I find such delicious noodles? The old man slurped the noodles, took a sip of soup from time to time, and smacked his lips hard, causing the soldiers who had been acupunctured to drool continuously. Sun Huaiyan's eating noise was really exaggerated. Not only did the soldiers drool, but even his own people who hadn't started eating couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The soldiers' leader's eyes turned green. Isn't this bullying? The noodles smell so good. It's fine if you just eat them by yourselves, but you make such a big noise while eating. Are you going to let people live? Sun Huaiyan looked confused. Kid, what do you want to do? Xiang Xinyao smiled maliciously. Hee, I want to instigate them to serve us along the way. Sun Huaiyan raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, Good idea. I'm good at this. After that, the old man walked towards the soldiers with instant noodles in his hand. Then he deliberately put the noodles in front of the soldiers' eyes so that they could see the noodles and smell the more intense fragrance. The tempted soldiers stared at the instant noodles without blinking and sniffed hard. Looking at the dry sesame cake in the soldier's hand, Sun Huaiyan was shocked. This dry sesame cake, it's hard to swallow just thinking about it. Boy, do you want to have a mouthful of hot noodles? After that, Sun Huaiyan picked up some more noodles and slowly approached the soldier's mouth. The soldier was acupunctured, and he couldn't move anywhere except his eyeballs. He wanted to eat so much that his lips moved slightly, and the saliva flowed out like water. Sun Huaiyan was quick and quickly withdrew the instant noodles. I won't give it to you. I'm so greedy for you. Slurp. Sun Huaiyan stuffed the noodles into his mouth. The tempted soldier almost cried. It's too bullying. Su Yan and the other 3 obeyed Xiang Xinyao's orders. The 4 of them were not stupid and could guess Xiang Xinyao's purpose. Now, the soldiers couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even had red eyes. I really want to eat. Unfortunately, Sun Huaiyan and the other 5 just wandered in front of them and let them watch them eat. After everyone finished eating the noodles, Xiang Xinyao put all the remaining noodles into the space and then let Sun Huaiyan unblock their mute points. The other acupoints were still not unblocked, so they could only speak. The leader of the soldiers said, You are too much. Don't forget that you still have to walk for several months. Take out your noodles for us to eat, otherwise you will not have a good time on the way. Xiang Xinyao glanced at the leader of the soldiers coldly and said calmly, Little old man, get rid of him. Noisy. Okay. Sun Huaiyan drew out his dagger and walked towards the leader of the soldiers with a strange smile. The leader of the soldiers stared with his eyes wide open, and cold sweat dripped from behind his ears. But the acupuncture points all over his body made him unable to move. Don't kill me. Xiang Xinyao raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you keep me here to trip me up along the way? No, I don't dare. Just spare me.
Why?
Why should I spare you? You've already said that you won't let us have an easy time along the way, and I don't have a masochistic tendency. If I spare you, I'd have to be crazy. The soldier leader was almost scared to death when he saw the dagger in Sun Huaiyan's hand that was shining with cold light. Wait, don't kill me, Miss Xiang. I have something to say. Xiang Xinyao motioned to Sun Huaiyan to wait, shrugged and said, Go ahead. I'll give you a chance to leave a last word. Miss Xiang, please don't kill me. I, I, I am willing to uncuff and shackle your parents, and won't lock them up along the way. Xiang Xinyao smiled, her face full of playfulness. Why, are you not afraid of death this time? If you dare to uncuff and shackle my parents, and the emperor finds out, won't you be dead too? The leader of the soldiers took another look at the dagger in Sun Huayan's hand, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Anyway, I have many brothers and sisters, and my parents will have someone to take care of them in the future. I will send you to your destination, and will not return to Bianjing. You are willing to abandon your parents. Are you willing to give up your current iron rice bowl? The leader of the soldiers didn't understand, and looked at Xiang Xinyao with a puzzled look. Xiang Xinyao explained, You are a soldier under the emperor. Are you willing to stop being the leader of the soldiers? The soldier leader smiled bitterly. How can being a soldier leader be more important than your own life? Miss Xiang, please don't kill me. I promise that no one will embarrass you along the way. Xiang Xinyao sneered. If you want to embarrass us, you have to see if you have the ability. If you want me not to kill you, you must personally serve my parents along the way. The soldier leader agreed without hesitation. No problem, as long as you don't kill me, I promise to take good care of your parents. Soldiers join the army just to have enough food and warm clothes. Because there are many brothers and sisters in the family, there is not enough food at home. The soldier leader is just a title that cannot be any smaller, and the monthly salary is no more than that of an ordinary soldier. His life is almost gone. Compared with his life, a small title of leader is useless. Saving your life is important. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Okay, I will reluctantly trust you this time, but you'd better not do anything tricky. Otherwise, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the wolves, and you will die without a trace. The soldier leader quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Thank you, Miss Xiang, for your magnanimity. At this time, a soldier who was shrinking at the back looked straight at Mo Jinan. Mo Jinan felt the soldier's eyes and turned his head to look. The soldier wanted to say something but stopped. Mo Jinan frowned slightly and walked towards the handsome soldier. The soldier saw Mo Jinan approaching, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. Prince, Prince. Mo Jinan raised his hand and shook the handcuffs on his hand. I have been demoted to a commoner. You can no longer call me Prince. What do you have to say? The soldier lowered his voice and said, Mr. Mo, you must be extremely careful on this way. Mo Jinan raised his hand to untie the acupuncture points on his body, and he immediately pulled Mo Jinan aside. Mr. Mo, someone wants to kill you. Oh? How do you know? My brother told me. My brother serves the emperor. He overheard the emperor instructing his trusted guards to arrange for killers to intercept you on the way. Mo Jinan narrowed his eyes. Why are you telling me this? The soldier asked back. Mr. Mo, don't you remember me? The soldier bit his lip and said, 3 years ago, before I joined the army, my sister and I came back from my grandmother's house. We met 2 strong men outside the city gate who molested my sister. I tried my best to protect my sister and was beaten by the 2 strong men. Fortunately, you passed by and saved me and my sister. You may have forgotten this, but I will never forget your life-saving grace. I took the initiative to ask to send you this time, hoping to rescue you or take care of you on the way. As soon as the soldier said this, Mo Jinan finally remembered. No wonder the soldier walked beside him intentionally or unintentionally as soon as he left Bianjing City, but never urged him. Mo Jinan asked, Who is your brother? The soldier answered awkwardly, He is the Inuch Shao Li beside the emperor. Although Inuch Shao Li was not a Inuch who served the emperor personally, he was just the person who was guarding the door and was responsible for reporting. Because he was guarding the door and Inuch Shao Li had a keen hearing, he was able to eavesdrop on the emperor's words. Originally, the soldier did not intend to reveal his identity. But now, even the leader has been forced to take care of Lord Xiang. What else does he have to worry about? If he takes care of him secretly, he is afraid of being discovered by other soldiers, so it is better to reveal his identity now and stand beside Master Mo openly. In order to make a living, his brother entered the palace as a Inuch. His sisters are already married. His younger brother has grown up and can take care of himself. Now that his brother is secretly taking care of him, life is not too bad. His parents have passed away, and he will follow the hero in his mind without any worries. If Sun Huayan, Su Yan and others had not shown up, he really wouldn't dare to act rashly. But now, he knows that there are so many masters secretly protecting the hero. What is he afraid of? Mo Jin-nen asked the soldier. What's your name? The soldier replied, My name is Li Yufu. I remember you. Are you willing to stay with me in the future? Li Yufu was overjoyed. I do. Of course I do. I have wanted to follow you for a long time. I joined the army just to follow you on the battlefield one day, but unfortunately, there is no good opportunity. Mo Jin-nen smiled and turned to look at Xiang Xinyao. Yaoer, give him 2 bowls of instant noodles. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. No problem. Li Yufu was even more ecstatic. I didn't expect that he could also eat the fragrant instant noodles. The soldier leader twitched his mouth. He wanted to eat it too. It's a pity that he didn't have the face to ask for it. If you want to blame someone, blame him for making trouble with Xiang Xinyao from the beginning and threatening Xiang Xinyao in a weird way. Alas. It's all his fault for not seeing the situation clearly. After eating the instant noodles, Xiang Xinyao took out the straw mat and quilt she had bought before from the space and let her parents and sister lie on the straw mat to rest. The straw mats in the space were bought when they returned to Bianjing. They were not like the things brought from modern times, which were inexhaustible. Therefore, the servants who were exiled with the Xiang family and Mo Jin-nen could only rely on each other to rest. However, the weather was still a bit cold now, so Xiang Xinyao brought them a few blankets to cover them. Looking at the fluffy blankets on their bodies, the servants felt warm in their hearts. Will they still worry about not having enough food and clothes to wear if they follow such a master in the future? In addition to Li Yufu, Xiang Xinyao did not let Sun Huayan remove the acupuncture points on the soldiers. In the dark, there was also Ruffling with a team of dark guards to protect secretly. Mo Jin-nen sat cross-legged on the ground to practice. Xiang Xinyao ran into the depths of the woods under the pretext of going to the bathroom. She first entered the space, boiled a pot of spiritual spring water, and soaked 2 buckets of instant noodles. Then she flashed out of the space and took Helian E out of the space. After waking Helian E up, let her go to the bathroom first. It was too dark, and Helian E did not find that Xiang Xinyao was wearing handcuffs and shackles when she woke up. It was not until Xiang Xinyao walked that she heard the sound of chains rubbing against each other. Yaoer, you are in shackles. Are you on the road to exile? Yes, Aunt Xiao, let's find a place to sit down and eat something first. Xiang Xinyao took Helian E to find a place to sit down, then took out the instant noodles from the space and handed them to her, then took out a flashlight and turned it on. Aunt Xiao, you must be starving? Just eat something tonight, and I'll find a way to get you something else to eat tomorrow. Helian E smiled lovingly. It's good to have something to eat. Yaoer, where are we now? We're already 30 miles away from Bianjing, and the soldiers who are escorting us have been acupunctured. Xiaoyi, eat while it's hot. Helian E nodded. Xiang Xinyao opened the lid of the instant noodles and demonstrated to Helian E with a plastic fork. You can pick up the noodles like this. Okay, I'll try. Helian E took the plastic fork, picked up the instant noodles without hesitation, and put them into her mouth. The next second, Yaoer, what kind of noodles are these? How can they be so delicious? Annie Qiao, this is called instant noodles. You can eat it after soaking it in boiling water. That's really convenient. Helian E also knew that this was not the time to chat, so she buried her head and kept eating noodles. Helian E was full before finishing the 2 buckets of instant noodles. After eating and drinking, Xiang Xinyao knocked Helian E unconscious and sent her into the space, and then returned to the fire to sit cross-legged and practice. This night was calm, and nothing happened except that the soldiers were hungry. When they woke up the next day, Xiang Xinyao took out some milk bread from the space in the same way as before to fill everyone's stomach. The soldiers watched Xiang Xinyao create another strange thing, which looked delicious, and their eyes were straight with envy. Unfortunately, Xiang Xinyao still had no intention of sharing some with them. The soft and sweet bread plus the milk with a rich, milky aroma really made people salivate. I want to eat it so much. The soldiers' mouths were already full of saliva. They had been standing all night and were now hungry. They were so hungry that their eyes were glowing green. After Xiang Xinyao and his group had eaten and drunk their fill, Sun Huaiyan untied the soldiers' acupuncture points. As soon as the acupuncture points were untied, the soldiers collapsed to the ground. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and smiled. Hurry up and eat something. Don't delay the journey. A group of soldiers collectively shuddered. Go on the road? Is that the one that goes on the road?
No.
The soldiers all looked ashen and instantly felt that they were not hungry anymore. Are you kidding? The last meal.
Who can eat it?
Some people even dropped the sesame cakes in their hands on the ground in fear. Xiang Xinyao frowned. Eat it with confidence. This is not the last meal, and I am not a murderer. I will not take your lives. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. It's good that they are not going to die. The person who was scared of the sesame cake picked up the sesame cake on the ground and ate it in big mouthfuls. But thinking about the instant noodles that Xiang Xinyao and her group had eaten last night and the soft snacks they had this morning, they felt that eating sesame cakes was like chewing wax. They didn't dare to ask for it. The white-haired old man's martial arts was so high that who dared not know what was good for them? After finally finishing the dry sesame cake, the soldier had asked everyone to continue on their way. He seemed to have forgotten that he had promised Xiang Xinyao last night to personally serve her parents. Xiang Xinyao stared at the soldier, head-neck with her eyes. The soldier leader suddenly shuddered and hurriedly trotted to Xiang Tianyang and his wife, and personally opened the handcuffs and shackles of the two. Xiang Xinyao said, "Open my sister's handcuffs and shackles. She doesn't know martial arts." The soldier leader nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll open them for her right away. Don't say Xiang Xinyu really doesn't know martial arts. Even if he knows martial arts, Xiang Xinyao asked him to open them. Would he dare not open them? After the soldier leader opened Xiang Xinyu's handcuffs and shackles, everyone started to set off on their way. The heavy handcuffs and shackles made the servants miserable. Xiang Xinyao walked while dawdling to get closer to the servants. Everyone hold on a little longer. When we are farther away from Bianjing, I will let the soldier leader take off the shackles on you. The servants were moved. Someone said, "Second miss, we are fine. We can hold on. Take care of yourself." Xiang Xinyao nodded. I will. Don't worry. Let's speed up. As long as we are 100 miles away from Bianjing, we can get rid of the shackles. Okay.
Okay.
The servants answered excitedly. Encouraged by Xiang Xinyao, everyone quickened their pace. The soldiers looked like they were escorting prisoners, but in fact they dared not say a word. And they tried their best to be friendly, hoping that Xiang Xinyao would give them some hot food for the next meal. If they only ate sesame cakes and watched others eat steaming hot and fragrant noodles, they would be jealous and crazy. At lunchtime, Xiang Xinyao used magic to take out pots, pans, bacon, and vegetables from the space, preparing to make a pot of hot pot. The soldiers didn't dare to be weird this time, but directly snatched the vegetables and bacon that Xiang Xinyao took out and took the basin to the stream to wash them. The soldiers who didn't grab the vegetables and bacon to wash took the initiative to find firewood and surround the stove with stones. Xiang Xinyao took out rice and 2 large steamers to prepare to steam rice. As soon as she took out the rice and steamer, the soldiers snatched her away to wash the rice and steamed rice, without waiting for Xiang Xinyao's instructions. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and chuckled. Not bad, not bad. You have some foresight. In this case, I can't treat you unfairly. Let's all eat together at noon today. If everyone eats together, the ingredients Xiang Xinyao took out will not be enough. She could only use the same trick again, and take out more ingredients from the space, and let the soldiers take them to wash. The soldiers saw that Xiang Xinyao had conjured up so many ingredients again, and said that everyone should eat together, and they became more motivated. Up to now, Xiang Xinyao and his group have been nearly 100 miles away from Bianjing. The leader of the soldiers thought for a while, had an ideological struggle for a while, gritted his teeth, took out the key to the handcuffs and shackles, and walked towards Xiang Xinyao. Miss Xiang, I will open the shackles for you and everyone else. Let's prepare food together. After dinner, we will hurry up and get away from Bianjing as soon as possible. Xiang Xinyao smiled. No problem. But have you ever thought that if you do this, you may die when you return to Bianjing? The soldier leader nodded, then smiled bitterly. It's not that I haven't thought about this problem. But I also thought that this trip may be a one-way trip. Miss Xiang, if you disobey military orders, you will die, and if you don't listen to you, you will die faster. I just want to live. As for whether I can return to Bianjing, it is no longer within my scope of consideration. Xiang Xiniao asked. Then have you ever thought about staying? The soldier leader shook his head. Now I dare not think about anything else except how to survive. Xiang Xiniao shrugged, then think about it slowly, and tell me when you figure it out. Go and help others get rid of the shackles first.
Yes.
The soldier leader opened all the shackles on everyone, and his heart instantly felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't think about what would happen in the future. Living well in the present and saving his own life was the most important thing. Most of the soldiers knew how to steam rice, and there were servants following the Xiang family and Mo Jinan, so Xiang Xiniao didn't have to worry about it at all. After the soldiers washed all the vegetables and bacon, Xiang Xiniao began to cut the bacon. The leader of the soldiers stepped forward quickly. Miss Xiang, let me cut it. Just tell me how to cut it. It's simple. First, take off the skin and cut it into small pieces, and then slice the meat. Well, I know, leave it to me. After the leader of the soldiers finished speaking, he picked up the kitchen knife and started to work. He first took off the skin, and then cut it into small pieces. Xiang Xiniao put the pot on the fire and started to fry the skin. Fry the skin until golden. Take a bowl and fill it with half a bowl of cold water, and then soak the fried skin in the bowl. There is no need to pour out the oil in the pot. Throw some dried chilies into the pot to choke out the fragrance, and then stir-fry the cut bacon in the pot. The rich meat fragrance spread instantly, causing everyone's saliva to secrete in their mouths. When the meat in the pot is cooked, Xiang Xiniao adds the prepared spiritual spring water to the pot. The bacon is marinated from wild boar meat that has been fed with spiritual spring water, and the vegetables are also watered with spiritual spring water in the space. So there is no need to add any special seasoning, just a little salt. After frying one pot, continue to fry the second pot, the third pot. After frying 5 pots, Xiang Xiniao stopped. Although the emperor knew that 30 soldiers might not be able to do anything to Mo Jinan, he still had a backup. Therefore, Xiang Xiniao fried so much bacon and prepared so many ingredients. At this time, the rice was basically steamed, and it would be ready in a short while. The tempting aroma filled the air, and the soldiers' stomachs were tempted by the aroma and kept gurgling. When the rice was fully steamed, Xiang Xiniao kept a bowl of rice, cooked a bowl of vegetables, and quietly sent some bacon into the space before taking bowls and chopsticks for everyone. Each person took a bowl of rice in his hand, and the vegetables began to be put into the pot. Almost all vegetables can be eaten after being boiled in the pot. Not only does it maintain the green color of the vegetables, but also the nutrients are not lost. Put a piece of vegetable into your mouth. The surface of the vegetable is full of meaty aroma, and the vegetable itself is crisp, sweet, and juicy. Very delicious. Put another piece of meat into your mouth. The unique bacon aroma instantly fills the whole mouth, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it is. The soldiers ate such delicious bacon and vegetables for the first time, and they all showed incredible expressions. This is the best vegetables and bacon they have ever eaten since they were young. Sun Huaiyan ate the most exaggerated, and the speed at which the chopsticks reached into the pot was simply unmatched. The soup was added 2 or 3 times. At the end of the meal, everyone still felt that the food was not enough, and they were only 7/10 full. Such a delicious meal. If you don't eat it fully, you may not have the energy to continue on the road. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Xiang Xiniao had no choice but to take out a lot of hot pot noodles from the space. After eating all the hot pot noodles and drinking up the soup, everyone was finally full. The soldiers rubbed their round bellies with satisfaction, took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and went to the stream to wash the dishes and pots. Xiang Xiniao found an excuse to leave everyone's sight. With a thought, everything in a dark room disappeared. Mo Jinan's eyes suddenly widened like a cow's eyes, and his mouth opened wide, petrified on the spot.